And we are recording specifically to talk about Bobert in the bikini on Friday, November 8th, 2024, 2:13 p.m. Eastern Time. Adolf Hitler has won yet again. So, Mein Führer. And
Yeah,
but
but the
Mein Kampf.
Democratic Party is Hitler. They
yeah,
they lost.
Hold on,
don't
hold on.
take,
Mein
don't,
They actually
Führer?
got aborted.
Mein Führer, I
Mein
can
Kampf.
walk. Mein
Yes,
Führer,
exactly.
I can walk. Mein Schaft Gap. Yeah. So for everybody listening, Kunstler Call
Hier,
Malonga, go to the description, their podcast, their Twitters, all that stuff. Gold Goes Guns, Clutchfuck Nation. All those links are in the description. Please go follow their podcast. Please go follow their Twitters. Um, is he gonna go in and is he gonna finally be the person they think he is? Do you think he's gonna actually finally go in this
Oh,
time?
they're starting to already generate a serious, as they say, resistance.
Oh
You
yeah, the
know,
resistance is the resistance is already off the charts. They sabotaged the FOMC meeting on Thursday,
It,
asking, "Well,
it fuels me.
will you step down if Trump asks you?" No,
It
but
That's
you're
the
good.
that's the
No,
only answer. There's no
yeah,
other answer
yeah.
right.
because he's got to pretend like there's
Yeah.
there's independence, right? If he had
Yeah.
Well,
said
this
yes, that would have been horrible,
moreover, the Trump doesn't have any power over him.
right?
Like
Yeah.
you can't get rid of the Fed chair after he's been confirmed by the Senate. The president nominates and the Senate confirms.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
it.
You can ask him to resign, and he
Yeah.
can comply, but
He
doesn't have to.
wouldn't because that would be exactly the moment where the Fed would have to say, no, we can't do this.
Yeah. Well,
And that is exactly why that is the beginning of the resistance, because that is, as I've been saying for 3 years, the crux of all of this shit. This is all about the Fed and the monetary independence of the United States. And now we have political independence on top of the monetary independence. And so who is out there dutifully pushing that narrative? Nick Timmerhouse from the Wall Street Journal and some chick that they let in from the bar.
mm,
I'm serious, dudes. This was a plan. It was a setup. So it was one of two things. It was either a setup for Powell to answer the question directly to let everybody know, oh, by the way, we don't work for you anymore, or it was a setup for them to create the Overton to shift the Overton window towards this and have all the libertarians freak out and with the Ron Paul and with the Ron Paul Elon Musk thing and have everybody weigh in on this because that's been the story. And I've been screaming about this for 2 years. How every time there's any kind of movement in the right direction, they immediately start the process of dunking on the Fed. Every friggin' Fed meeting about having to cut or how the bond market's been moved, or I've been screaming about this. And you had your Thursday afternoon special. So there you go. That's my
mhm.
take. Because they're on the edge of a sovereign debt breakdown in Europe. The
Mhm.
only people screaming about Trump winning are the UK and the EU. China hasn't said a fucking thing. Putin's like, yeah, I'll talk to Trump. Iran hasn't
Yeah,
said
yeah.
anything.
Putin was quite favorable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like and the peace dividend has already started. Putin and the Iranians had the Houthis back off in the Red Sea, and Syrskyi out of Ukraine is pulling the troops out of Kursk,
And
out of
Hamas.
Russian territory.
Hamas said
Like
we're gonna end. We're
it's
gonna
already
end that.
starting, and the only people fucking freaking out are those goddamn motherfucking European sons of bitches
Well, it shouldn't
that
be
want to put us in
surprised.
pods. It's like
It,
not hard.
it shouldn't be surprised that the people that fuck children aren't exactly of a strong moral compass. And also, I mean, China has said something that said we look forward to peaceful coexistence. Now, I don't know how much weight you give that. I mean, it's that kind of just seems not good or bad. It kind of seems empty. It's like Tim Cook or Bezos congratulating Trump. That kind of seems more performative. I mean, thing that gets me is, I mean, not only there is nothing funnier than the people saying, where did the 15 million votes go between 2020 and 2020? It's just like,
That's a funny one.
you're so close. Like, I don't get it. The Secret Service is meant to protect people, but that guy got on a roof, and it's like, come
Uh,
on, what,
uh, uh, uh,
Do you
uh,
think
where'd
do
they
you
go?
think that do you think the second assassination was even a real one? I don't I,
Ryan
no, I
I,
Rude?
I
don't.
don't buy it. Not
I
I
don't buy
wasn't
it for a
even
moment.
But
it
that's what I
was
mean. Is like, dude, that's not like this isn't like a pearl clutching, like, oh, this is gonna look bad. Like, they have to they have to burn every square millimeter of documents about everything around Butler and Ryan Ruth.
Yeah.
That's conspiracy to kill to kill a presidential candidate and an ex-president.
Right.
Like he's
Yeah.
gonna go into that. That's legitimate. It's gonna be very hard for anyone to kind of shun away from that and be like, well, he's overreacting. They shot him in the face in front of his family.
Yeah.
Like he has every, I think he has the mandate
When
to.
you say shun away with, what do you mean that people are? Do you mean that the
When Trump
once he gets control of the FBI and appoints people he can trust, that they're not going to investigate it? Or what are you saying
what I
exactly?
mean by that is it's like when he went in 2017 and he was like, I'm not gonna have Hillary arrested. It looks bad for the country. And I think most people, not everyone, but a lot of people were like, that's probably not a half bad idea to just kind of. That's what I mean. This isn't something where you'd be like, oh, he's just following with rhetoric. Like, no, they tried to kill him 4 months ago. Like no one's gonna be able to say, oh, Trump's going in and getting vengeance. Like no one with two brain cells can look at that and say that that was. It's not like this kid took a shot from 4 miles away and it caught the wind. This was
Right.
beyond a shadow of a doubt allowed. There's no.
Well,
It's
geez, Tom, there are like 40 other things that they're going to be investigating pretty
yeah,
hard.
amongst others. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, this is just one bit of fuckery among many others, and I don't see it as being as that special.
yeah, that's a good point. It's almost not
Hmm.
special. Did you see those 10 points you released yesterday, Trump?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
I
Pretty
saw a claim
severe.
though. I saw a claim those were from a year ago. Is that not true?
I've heard that claim. I've also heard no one that has seen that before yesterday.
Okay,
Right.
so
I don't
that
know
could
I
anyone
be
who's
sure
seen.
someone
haven't.
throwing bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, those are kind of. That's not even dancing around it like a kind of.
Well, it doesn't even matter when he said it. He said it,
That's a fair
unless
point.
it's
Said it.
unless it's AI.
Yeah,
Which, by the way, those Biden AIs are phenomenal.
yeah.
Yes.
They really where he sits there and he calls himself a retard, things like that. I mean,
I didn't
Dude,
see that.
actually, my favorite of all of them was
that,
a fake phone call between Trump and Keir
that
Starmer.
was unbelievable.
Unbelievable. So
That was
good.
truly unbelievable.
I'm gonna
Truly
invade your
unbelievable.
fucking country and make Britain great again. Ah,
Well, you were not
fart.
even in my top 10, Tim, to be honest. Did you see the SNL skit where they brought out a I at first didn't know who it was. They brought out a Waltz lookalike as part of a skit, and I didn't notice it, and then I realized that's Tim Kaine, and they
Oh,
shoved
Oh,
Kaine right next to Waltz, and I'm going, holy shit, he is as good a Waltz imitation as you can get.
Whoa.
does
And
he
they
want
did
to be
it.
a waltz imitation? Does he want to be
Well,
even
it was an
associated with him?
SNL skit. And it was one of these game shows where the people are beyond
Right.
stupid answering the questions. And they're giving him, his name is Tim, and they're going, Tim, whatever, Tim Wood, Tim, what, and it's Tim Kaine. And I'm going, holy shit, where did
I
they
guess
think
he
of
won
that
that
one?
election against Kung Hao or Hao Kung or Kang.
We too
I
low.
like that guy. He was the Vietnamese candidate for Senate. It was a soldier.
Oh, I remember that
He
guy.
was
He
he
was
was a
good.
hot
Yeah, he was
shit.
really
But I
good.
think he lost the election by a little bit.
Well, he might be back.
Yeah.
He might be back.
Listen, I would be pleased if Tom Luongo could clarify a little bit about what he thinks the position of the Fed actually is now
Mhm.
vis-a-vis the European central bank problem, because we talked around it, but I don't think the listeners really got a grip on what the situation is.
Sure.
And I certainly didn't from your point of view.
Sure. That's fine, Jim. I didn't want to open up and hog the microphone for 15 or 20 minutes without like everybody going through the pleasantries, right? I mean,
Hog
it's
away,
serious.
hog away, hog
go
away,
go
hog
for it.
away.
No, yeah.
So, I mean, with that,
Britain needs their Tom lashing. It's been a month.
it's been a month. It's been an hour. You should
A
just see
fucking
what I wrote on my
crown.
yeah. Should see what I wrote this morning. Like, okay. So this whole thing with the my good friend Alex Craner, who I don't know, I think Tommy, have you had Alex on yet?
Yeah.
We all know who he is, sure.
Okay. Just to make sure that the audience knows, wrote a great post, and he and I have done multiple podcasts on this, detailing what the problem is with the Bank of England. and the guaranteed debt and everything else. If you look at what's been going on in the last 72 hours, you've got Canada wanting to pledge another $50 billion worth of loans to Ukraine. You've got the Biden administration backdooring another $6 billion to Ukraine. You've got the EU desperate to send more money into Ukraine by seizing the Russian assets. You've got Zelensky going out there and going, we need the $300 billion and that you seize from Russia, give it to us. Okay. This is the untold story about this. Does anybody believe that money will do a damn thing at this point to stop the Russians if the Russians want to roll over everything in Ukraine east of the Dnieper River and all the way out to Odessa? Right. If they were to put all of their men on the ground right fucking now, the guys they have in Belarus are sitting on the freaking border and all of it. No, of course not. We can't even pledge any more weapons. We've already ditched all our stockpile. So this is about someone getting paid. This is about money that's owed to someone, about promises made. And as somebody responded to me on Twitter, it's envelope day on The Sopranos. And the EU is short a lot. And that's why this is going on. So this morning I saw somebody tweeted out, it's going like fire around my corner of Twitter, that the basis swap rate for the euro went negative for the first time since 1997 this morning, meaning, someone is desperately short euros, and the European system, banking system is feels like it's starting to seize up. You've got the German government is in the process of falling in response to all of this, because they were trying to strong arm Christian Lindner, the finance minister, into throwing another $6 billion at Ukraine. And he can't legally without going to the Bundestag and asking for the money, because they're already up against their debt limit. They're out of money for this fiscal year.
There's no more.
What's this concept?
He didn't resign. He was fired.
Oh, okay.
I've read the German media on this. I have a couple of patrons in Germany that are feeding me stuff out of the German media on this. Okay. So I've got primary source material on this stuff.
Because he wouldn't go to the Bundestag.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't. He told Scholz, go for, if we can't do this, go for snap elections, and Scholz fired him on the spot. And the FDP then pulled out of the coalition. And then we started hearing noise about Scholz. I did a short podcast for my patrons yesterday morning. I'm going to rework it into a blog post. I'll put it out over the weekend for the details on this. Because murky German politics that'll take me half an hour to explain. And you guys, we don't want to do that today.
You can read Eugipius and find out.
What's that?
Read Eugipius's blog.
Yes, he's very good as well. So I think this is all about the money at this point. I think that's all Ukraine is about. I think Europe doesn't want to back down over this, because they promised the cash flow over all of those trillions of dollars of Russian and Ukrainian assets to whoever they borrowed the money from to launch the war. Okay. And that's where this is, and we're talking BlackRock and all the usual suspects here. And so now, if the Bank of England is on the hook for a whole lot of this debt, and then the Bank of England, of course, is why Starmer is raising taxes dramatically in England, because he's got to pay this, because Parliament's on the hook to pay back the Bank of England, then we can see where this is going. Either this is a global cash call for the debt that is the black hole of Ukraine. And if Trump is going to pull out now and is basically going to call Putin and say, let's this is over. And even if Trump effectively says, look, we're done, we're not putting another dollar in. You guys want to fight a war in Ukraine? You go right ahead and do so. Found a great.
Doesn't everybody already know that's the case?
Right. Well, they kind of do. Right. But now we have to ask ourselves the following question. What's their counter move to this? How are they going to keep Biden and Harris, and how are they going to stop Trump from taking power? Because they've all threatened it 1,000 different ways from Sunday, which is what we all have to start really game planning out now. I'm done. I took a day off. I celebrated. I had a hangover from election night. Well, I walked around in a daze on Wednesday. We did the thing, and then on Thursday I got back to fucking work. I don't know about you guys. That's what I did.
Oh, sure.
Because I can't help myself.
I didn't even get drunk that night.
I got barely drunk. It's like it's my old pear mead or plum mead from 20 years ago. I had like 2 glasses of this shit. And I'm such a cheap drunk. I was like slurring my words on the friggin' live stream we did Tuesday night.
Dude, I stayed up until he broke
So when
270.
you say they, who are they? You mean BlackRock, the Blob,
The blob, the classic deep state, along with the old European money center banks, like all those old families. We're talking about all of that stuff. We're talking about what I usually call Davos, but it's also the British remnant banks as well. They're all fucked here. That on this part of the Venn diagram of their incentives, remember, destroy Russia. They both agree with. They just disagree who gets to be in charge after they destroy Russia.
Well, if they're fucked, and if BlackRock is fucked, and the other giant, I don't know what you call them, holding companies for pension funds and everything, the money,
Right.
the giant, colossal money managers, they're fucked. Then
Well,
aren't the
not all, I
American
mean, not
banks
all of
fucked?
them. Well,
Aren't
no,
the
not necessarily. Not necessarily, because remember, this is why I say that the Fed has the Fed has separated us, and and a lot of our major money center banks have separated themselves from contagion in Europe going back to 2019. Remember, I've made this argument in the past. In 2019, JP Morgan refused to take as repo collateral European debt at par. And that's what set off the
Was
SOFR
that when
crisis.
the repo spikes were occurring?
And,
Was that
and after 9 months, that started in January. Zero Hedge ran like a half a dozen articles, which I can't find anymore because Zero Hedge's freaking search function is crap, and they're not indexed by any of the search engines properly on purpose. But they ran half a dozen articles, kept saying, "Why is J.P. Morgan trying to start a repo crisis?" Like, and then in September it happened. SOFR blows out because it's a thinly traded market at that point. The Fed has to step in. 6 months later, we get COVID. Like, as far as I'm concerned, Powell was raising interest rates, which he wasn't supposed to be doing. COVID, as far as I'm concerned, was, along with all of the other things, one of the other subplots of COVID that I've been talking about from this perspective for a long time, is that it was a two-pronged attack on the two enemies of Davos in the U.S. government, President Trump and Chairman Powell, the two most powerful men in America. And the only fucking thing that would be more powerful than the two most powerful men in America is a global pandemic.
So you think that model is the induced coma model for the global economy,
and
right? Where they put the economy in a coma.
Right. Force the U.S. Treasury market to go bidless, which is the only way you'd ever get Powell to intervene the way he did in May of 2020.
So he needed the cover.
Well, it's not that he needed the cover. They all pulled their fucking bids to destroy the market. Like over the CARES Act, they wanted the global inflation. So what do? When you're most of the market, remember the market, the more I think about this, Dave, and all of you guys, I did a podcast with my friend Chris Sullivan about this, and he was talking about, we got into plumbing and order book manipulation and everything else. When you go to trade on a daily basis, the plumbing, the dark pools, the order books and all of that stuff, you realize that what set off COVID? What set off the financial crisis? We went to bed on a Friday evening and oil was $80 a barrel after Vladimir Putin and OPEC Plus said they weren't going to cut production. And on Monday, we opened up, it was $40 a barrel. Now, you don't think that had a couple of spillover effects across the entire global economy? And then they pulled their bids on the fucking U.S. Treasury market? Like the
trapped oil went to minus. Was that the same time that the trapped oil went to?
So that was oil went negative around June or July of that year. It was after the CARES Act, after the Treasury market went bidless. The Fed goes back to the zero bound. We get a new round of QE, blah, 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 blah. And then after that, things quiet down until.
Now, did you know what was going on during the repo spike crisis? Because what I vividly remember is not. And then I had this very strange 2-hour conversation on a Saturday night with Grant Williams. And we spent 2 hours talking about it. And we got to the end and we both agreed that we didn't have a fucking clue what was going on.
I didn't understand it really either, Dave, to be honest with you. This is this narrative that I just spun, and it's a narrative and it's a perspective. I'm not saying it's the truth. I think it's one angle on the truth. Is something that I came to after I figured out what I thought Powell was trying to do when he raised the reverse repo rate in June of 2021, started self-tightening. And then I start backfilling all the things that I remember about what I intersected with over those 2 previous years, and then sat down with guys from Wall Street that are friends of mine, and we talked about this stuff, and we all spitballed. And that's honestly how this happened. And it's
So
not
just to remind listeners, the overnight lending rate spiked up to something like 10% from a fractional
right.
amount in a matter of hours,
Mhm.
and it freaked out the markets.
Right.
That
And
was in
so,
September of 2019.
and we were all, and I'll be honest with you, I was, all the Fed style libertarians, we were all laughing behind the scenes, like, huh, like
That's
SOFR.
funny.
That was a dumb idea. Like I was as much of a moron as everybody else back then. Right.
Yeah.
And then I started down the rabbit hole on the 5 basis points, the draining of the overnight markets, how that affected the euro and all that stuff. So that whole summer of 2021, until I started getting texts from Wall Street veterans and asking me, well, what do you think about this and SOFR and LIBOR and this, that, and all the, I'm like, and then we start gestating the ideas. And I did that on my live streams at that point. I was still doing the live streams back then, and we were gestating them in real time. I have the live streams that are on YouTube and Odyssey, where I went through all that, explaining the beginnings of that SOFR versus LIBOR thesis. And I was like, oh, I'm convinced of this, but here's an idea, right? And then it just kept kind of snowballing. I said, well, if any of this is true, well, then this must be true, and that must be true, and that must be true. And then we just wait. And I said, look, if those are true, let's wait to see what happens. And then
Just to get out of the weeds here, let's fast forward to where we are now in November of 2024. And the original question was, where does the Fed stand in your story about what's going on, this war between the European banking system and the U.S. And just why would Lewis Powell or Jay Powell drop the rates rather than hold fast at where they were at least?
Okay, so let's put it this way. I just thought about this the other day, and it's a good question, Jim. It really, really is, because I just had a thought about this, like literally, I think last night. So Powell has to hold rates of 5.25%, putting massive holes in the bank's balance sheets, knowing full well it's going to degrade the value of commercial real estate around the country, and and everything else. The short answer is the Fed is still on board with making Trump look good. Okay. The Fed literally just helped get Trump elected. So now, in my argument, now, why would they cut rates? Why he waited until September? He waited until when everybody was screaming, dude, you really got to cut now. You got to cut now. He's like, no, we have to hold one more. We have to hold one more meeting, and then we'll cut by 50. And so the banks took a punch in the mouth for a year and a half. Right. And now he's paying them back for their patience by loosening up credit markets, which is necessary. You loosen up credit markets now. You make it easier for them to deal with to allow, and that's what's going on. And I think
it might make it easier for the banks.
He needs to cut a little bit here. As long as he can still do QT in the background, which he's doing, the balance sheet's still falling by $65 billion a month. It's back down to pre-COVID levels, by the way. The Fed's balance sheet.
And how's he doing that? By just not rolling over paper?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So far, he's not actively selling, as far as we can tell. That he's still just allowing everything to roll off the balance sheet and not reinvest. Mm-hmm. But it's happening, and we're back down to $7.2 trillion as opposed to $9 trillion or whatever the hell it is. And
I just don't see how lowering the Fed funds rate helps with the inflation problem.
It's not. It's going to reignite an inflation problem. Powell's as much in a rock and a hard place position as everybody else is. But
so it's a seesaw between helping the banks and inflating the dollar.
Well, you're going to go. It's going to go back and forth. But I think what we're trying to do, I was thinking about this today as I was writing an article that I had due for Newsmax this morning, is that we need to get out of the shift. We need to get a shift away from commodity cost push inflation to demand pull inflation. And if you can get Trump comes into power and actually cuts the budget,
healthy economy,
right? Which is a healthy economy, right? And you get that by cutting taxes, cutting spending drastically. Okay, yes, you're going to put up some tariffs. You're going to play that game, and by doing that, you're inviting capital to come in from overseas, which we're already seeing. The Dow was up fucking 1,300 points the other day. It's going to close today over 44 grand. Okay, the DAX, and
So
by the way,
where do you
the German
where
DAX
do you
was off 1% today, and
where do
the
you
Fed was
cut where do you cut expenses without throwing people out of work and as a consequence
cutting GDP.
hurting the economy?
They're going to throw a lot of people out of work. I think they're going to throw a lot of federal workers out of work.
That's right.
Okay.
And the question
Yeah.
though is, which is good in the long run, but short run, it's a shot to the breadbasket.
Yeah, and
You
it's also
start
politically dangerous because they're going to be political activists.
wait.
Right.
So what's the answer? You cut the overseas money. I've been saying this for 6 months.
The
You cut the
overseas
money
money, which would be more precise about what you mean by overseas money.
I mean the NGOs, the CI, the dark pool, all
I
the
think
NGO
that
money and
I think
all
they're
that
going to
money.
blowtorch. They're going to blowtorch a lot of NGOs.
Right. And you start cutting that money. And the way I put it is this way. If you think of it as if you're the CEO, you're like, well, what's the SG&A on that $1 trillion?
Right now. I'm tearing up over the loss of the NGOs.
Yeah.
Right. I'm getting the vapors over here. Fuck that. Right.
I know.
So the way I'm looking at it is
it's like first we get Peanut, now we get the NGOs. How is it fair?
Listen, after much consideration, we're going to remove.
I think it's a good swap.
Pakistan.
Yeah. I'll take it. Peanut took one for the team.
It was between Pakistani gender
I love you
studies and the
guys.
B-21 radar. It was a tough choice.
But the big one is this. Let's just think about
Could
it
we pull troops home? Could we pull troops home?
Yeah. Let's start here. I'm the CEO of a company that needs to cut costs, but I don't want to cut my domestic costs, so I cut overseas. What's the SG&A on that money? Which would be the government workers who actually manage moving that money around within the bureaucracy. I don't know, 7%. Can we cut $1 trillion from the budget and cut from overseas money going overseas and put $70 billion worth of people on the unemployment rolls?
Who's king of the world now? Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is the man with the machete.
Well, supposedly he's
and Ron Paul.
You know that you saw the Twitter exchange, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is Ron Paul going to assist him?
Elon reached out to Paul and he said, "Let's chat."
And Paul said, "Thank you for the invitation." And then Elon Musk was on the Ron Paul Liberty Report, guys.
Well, Ron Paul really knows what the where the budgetary stuff is.
The question is, if Ron croaks, would Ron Paul's machine still be involved?
Then it would fall to Rand, who knows all the work.
Well, Ron Paul also has other people, I think. I guess it would be Rand. I guess it would probably be Rand. I don't know. There are people who would like to shrink the federal government. Not that many, but there are some.
Where do
I think the federal government
we don't have to. We don't. And I've just said this before, guys. We don't have to do this all at once. Yeah. We just have to signal to the globe that we're ready to get our house in order.
Yeah, we can do it over the next couple of weeks. Yeah.
Where did Bezos and Zuckerberg come into this?
I'm like, look, I'm doing the libertarian Hippocratic Oath thing here. I'm trying to do this with as little harm as possible. Well, at least to the American economy. Fuck Europe. Fuck that, no, like they tried to turn us all into fucking trannies and put us in pods. Fuck those people.
Put them against the wall. Fuck these people.
But and I'm talking not about Europeans. I'm talking about the European
Valentine's Day massacre here.
Legitimately,
why do you think Ursula von der Leyen is out there sucking up to Trump, saying, "Oh, we'll buy your LNG," as opposed to Russian LNG? Like, yeah, you think?
Fuck these people.
Fucking cunt. They'll do anything imaginable to stay alive just long enough they can stab them in the back again.
We got to the C word. You're not British. If you're British, it's part of your dialect.
I'm honorary Little Britain at this point. I think people of Little Britain love me.
The term of endearment in Britain.
It is.
Bezos pulling that WAPO endorsement 2 weeks before, and Zuckerberg.
That's just him covering his ass, trying to not get fucked.
All right.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it's also a notice to the CIA that you might not be in charge in 2 months because the WAPO is the CIA house organ.
Jim, this is Jim's theory, right? Jim thinks that the CIA is in big trouble. And I keep thinking, yeah, but they're the guys who whack people. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
it's the way I'm looking at it, it's Don Trump Leone is about to take office again, and this time he's actually got lieutenants to enforce his will as opposed to being the outsider.
Yeah, how do you suppose he stays safe? Like
not go
Eric,
out.
I think I got 2 words for you, Eric Prince. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You know, I hadn't thought of that. That's an amazing thought. Because Eric Prince becoming a good guy never sat right with me. right? Here's a guy who is as deep
Good
state as you
guy.
can possibly get, right? This is the guy
No,
who
he was just a
kills.
contractor. He's just a
Good
contractor.
guy.
I
Please
don't
remove
think
those words from your
so.
line. Good, bad. I'm the guy with the gun.
I don't think
Let's.
he
Yeah,
was
no,
just a
no, there is no
contractor.
good and bad. There's the gun. Yeah, fuck off.
But now all of a sudden he's pretending like he's a good guy, and I'm going, you were the guy who was being paid to slaughter people all over the
I
world, so
mean,
I'm not sure.
definitionally, he's a mercenary.
Yeah.
Right.
There is no
Yes.
good and bad.
Yeah.
But
There
he's
is no good.
he's kind of pretending not to have been. I get this sense. I don't know.
Well,
And
there's
then
always the
What
possibility
scares
that
me now
Eric,
is that Eric Prince called himself an Austrian
he
economist the other day.
does. He
That's no,
does.
I don't like that idea. That bothers
Wow.
me. Like I like
why?
And then I remember the day I learned that
guys. There are
DeVos
so
was
many of these
Eric.
fucking people that are not libertarians that go in and say, "I'm a libertarian," and then LARP is they're fucking rhinos and Trotskyites LARPing as libertarians to go in and destroy everything. That they did this. What do you think they did to the LP? I was there. I watched it
So
happen.
Pompeo will be a libertarian then.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember the day I learned that DeVos was Eric Prince's sister, and I go, "Oh no, really?"
Mm.
Oh God. Well, one thing we don't have to put up with is Pizza Boy being climate czar.
Right.
I think the climate czar position is likely not long for this world. Let's start there.
Is
We can
John
save a
Kerry
lot of money.
Pizza Boy?
No,
Chevron.
John
Oh,
Podesta.
Podesta. I'm sorry.
Podesta,
Yeah.
all the toppings.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so I think we're going to save a lot of money on bullshit climate shit.
Is John Podesta going down?
He goes down on kids, I'm told, but that's a
Well, I
separate
mean,
issue.
is he going down to like a federal penitentiary?
Oh, that would be great.
No,
That'd
keep
be
it going, Dave.
stupendous.
I
No,
love you,
Yeah.
Dave.
no, pull in Pizzagate more. I think it's important. Pizzagate's back on the menu.
Well, if they put
There you
Flynn
go.
in the cabinet somewhere, Pizzagate's in trouble.
Let's fucking go.
Oh, God,
Flynn will unleash the army on the Pizzagate tribe.
Yeah, yesterday when they announced that Susie Wiles was going to be appointed chief of staff for Trump,
Did you know her? I didn't know who she was. That was news to me.
I knew her only that she was in the background there in the campaign. I don't really know anything about her bio or her history. But one of the things that she apparently had a meeting where she laid out conditions for her taking the job, and one of them was explicitly that the so-called clown car was not allowed to be brought into the White House. Or
You
they
mean
had to
like
be,
Josh Bolton type guys or something?
no,
or
more
what?
like actually, the Marjorie Taylor Greene types.
Oh, but
Were
sitting there, I saw Trump
were to
last
be
night
kept
in
were to be
some.
kept at a distance if she was going to take the job. I wonder if Mike Flynn is considered to be in that group.
Who's that guy? That young congressman
Matt
who took
Gates?
Matt Gates. So they showed a video of Trump sitting in a room with a bunch of his hitmen, like including Tulsi Gabbard and various people.
Yeah.
And it was like this, almost like a documentary where they're in there and Trump was telling the person sitting next to him what to tweet. They said, and the title of the tweet was, "This is how Trump tweets." And they're sitting there watching the news and stuff, and they're all talking, and Trump's going, "Okay, do this, do this, do this, do this." And it was really entertaining. And
I didn't see that, dude.
and
Oh,
and
I didn't see
Matt
that.
Gates was there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, but he would be a clown car guy, in my opinion.
Oh no.
He could be. I mean, he could be in that crowd. I mean, they're both congressmen, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gates, but they have tended to be, performative, shall we say? I happen to think that they're probably pretty good people, but
Marjorie Taylor Greene is
I'm
more.
not sold on Green, but Matt Gates he's fine.
No. Don't underestimate Green. She ran a construction company before
Yeah.
she was a congressman.
Yeah, I think they're
I
pretty
know.
solid, but they are performative and they're probably lightning rods. I think the whole idea was to keep lightning rods out of the White House.
That's the
Maybe.
clown car. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know any more
And
about
here's
Susie Wells.
and I'll be honest with you. Well, the only thing I know of her honestly is what Robert Barnes said yesterday. and I take and I salt
Barnes the
everything.
lawyer. Barnes the
Yes,
lawyer.
right.
Okay.
Robert
Yeah.
Barnes, the lawyer, the Barnes and Fry, all that, and you know, and I salt everything Robert says with it very liberally anymore. And he said that she's part of the the neocon, typical neocon crowd set, whatever. And I'm like, okay, that's all
I
I
doubt
know.
he'd go that route again.
Yeah,
I
I
doubt
sincerely
that
do.
doesn't make sense to me.
That's you see, I know, and it so many things like
He got so burned by the neocons. I think that he probably is vetting his inner circle very carefully. The good news is he doesn't have to use his family now
right.
Yeah.
because he knows where the forks and spoons are.
But he
And,
remember he's also got Tulsi Gabbard, Cash Patel, and a whole bunch of other people advising him.
Vivek, Vivek, he's
yeah,
got Elon,
Vivek,
he's got all sorts
so
of people.
I can't see him making the same mistakes that he made the last time. The one that puzzles me the
he also
most
And
though
he seems
is
more mature. He seems much, much, much more
yeah,
mature to me. Yeah, he's grown a lot, in my
and
opinion.
one last thing, Trump's also very loyal.
Yes.
His one of his faults is that he wants to be liked by people. The other one is that he's loyal to a fault. He could be paying her back for he get to be chief of staff for a few months. Fuck it up and you're gone. He
uh-huh.
went through how many
Right.
chiefs of staff when he was in power the first time?
Quite
Who
a
was
few.
his first? Lewandowski or something? Lewandowski, was he the first?
No, it was Rance Priebus,
Yeah, it was
Oh,
Reince Priebus.
oh,
That
and
was
he
the
came
problem.
out of the RNC.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to say the one that puzzles me is, they're floating Mike Pompeo now for a cabinet position.
no.
Yeah,
The
Secretary
British
Really?
are
of
floating
Defense.
the British are floating Mike Pompeo. That's
No
all Twitter.
way
That's
do you
all.
let Pompeo in there.
No,
No
That
I
way
would
do
be
you
know.
let
my thought.
Pompeo in there.
I
No
know.
way.
And
No way.
worse than anything else, I love him to death. But Judge Knapp is the one that was like sounding that horn yesterday, and okay, maybe he did that on purpose in order to get everybody up in arms to overwhelmingly tell Trump no to fucking Pompeo. Maybe that was the gig. I hope that's what the judge was doing because, dude, seriously, no.
Yeah, the chatter today that was interesting was someone was floating Cash Patel for CIA director. I can't imagine the mayhem that would break out in Langley, Virginia, if that happened.
I had dinner
These guys
with
would
the
all be
former
loading their pistols in their office, and
I had
God
dinner
knows.
with a former CIA director one night. It was John Deutsch, who I think was a post-it for the CIA. I think he just, and then they booted him out when they needed to get rid of him.
That was
He
way
was the
back.
most, he was the most arrogant fuck you ever met.
Huh.
He was truly astonishing. He sat there. This is a true story. We were at this house off campus where the Cornell owns it. They cater food into. They bring the food into the house and we get to dinner and he said that you're not gonna believe this. He says, I'm a vegetarian. And the waitress says, oh, no one told me. And he says, I'm telling you now. So there's this big scramble to say, well, let's get a Japanese food down here from up in college town, right? Blah, 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 blah. And he turns to the people at the table and he says, some people don't understand power. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, some people don't understand what being a dick is.
It's too bad you didn't have a fungo bat. You could
Oh,
have
I would
taught
love
him
to have
something about
tape
power.
recorded it. I would have loved to have tape recorded. Deutsch, the reason I was there, Deutsch was a chemist at MIT. But
Dang.
this was post CIA though that we're having this dinner because we
Mhm.
invited him in for a meeting for something. But as an MIT chemist, some of us knew him. I didn't know him, but others did.
Yeah.
And then we had dinner, and he was fucked up, royally fucked up.
Yeah. So
A
who do they
lot of my
stick?
a lot of my friends, Charlie Lieber, the Harvard guy who got Chinaed by the FBI, he knew a lot of my colleagues. The guy who got arrested by the FBI for swapping secrets with China out of Harvard.
I don't remember anything about that or
Oh
him.
yeah, so he was just blinded, but he didn't report monies flowing into his pocket and stuff from China. And the
Oh,
FBI, I think, made a case study of him. And I have colleagues who actually knew him well, and they said he was just blinded by ambition. He wasn't aspiring, and he just didn't. He had Asperger's or something. I don't know. So anyway, these are just side stories.
So, the most important post is Attorney General, I think. And it's,
Hmm.
who do you stick in there?
I got it.
Ratcliffe
I got
or
it.
who?
Jonathan Turley.
Turley? Turley, I think Turley would be a good look, as they say, a good
And
optic,
if
but
not
I think
there,
he's a
you
bit
put
of a
him in the,
squish.
you put him in the Supreme Court.
I think Turley's a bit of a squish. I think
I agree.
given the situation, you need somebody with a little bit of an aggressive side to
So
him.
you want a war cabinet
I,
attorney
I want
general.
a war
Absolutely. It's a
attorney
war.
general. It
It's
is
a
a
war.
war. It is a
That's
war,
tough.
and we're still fighting lawfare. Lawfare is going to continue, and
Yep.
Well, that's why I thought
you need
Turley
a
would be good
lawfare
because I
attorney
think,
general.
I
okay,
mean, look,
I
I have nothing
guess.
against Jonathan Turley personally, but I'm with Jim on this one. I think he's very milquetoast. He's very wishy-washy. He writes for the Hill. He likes his position. He likes being the kind of regime dissident,
Hmm.
Right.
you know,
Right.
that's fine for 2028 or
Supreme
2030.
Court, he'd be great. By the way, his book is phenomenal. His new
Yeah,
book,
you've said.
The Indispensable Right.
Okay, maybe and again,
I've been
and
trying to get
maybe
people to
Supreme
read it.
Court get Turley out of the political swamp of having to retain his position within DC. Maybe it's maybe that's his public persona because he has to protect what he has, and he's made a choice, and that you give him a real choice, give him a real power, and he might actually surprise you. I'm okay with that. I'm happy to be surprised by that. But as of right now, I'm not getting the right feels off of that. Supreme Court, though, is a nice idea
Hmm.
with that.
You know,
I told Jim this recently. Recently is an understatement. I had dinner with a lawyer, and he suggested something I'd never heard and it made sense. He said, "What if we went to a Supreme Court with 18-year terms, and they were spaced out so that every president got two, every term got two?" What do you think of that idea?
I don't
not a
think
bad idea on the
I don't think it's
surface, on the
that's not a
on the
bad
surface
idea.
of it. I guess.
Well,
I'm,
then
I,
it gets rid of the let's put a 40-year-old in so that she lasts for 50 fucking years,
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
a
yeah,
weird
yeah,
right?
crapshoot. It is a
yeah,
weird crapshoot right now.
yeah, yeah,
But it also means that you can quit shitting a pickle because you look in 4 years, you get your guy in and he gets his two or she gets her two or whatever, right?
yeah.
And then
That
I
and
think
seems
then you
fair to me.
it sounds
it's
pretty
it.
fair.
Yeah.
It's not
I hadn't
terrible.
had anyone heard this story? Had anyone heard this?
Nope.
I hadn't heard this.
No, I hadn't heard that proposition. Certainly, the Democrats would never do that because they
On Twitter,
like
his
being able to
name's
threatening the Supreme Court to get them to do what they want.
This
Right?
lawyer on
Yeah.
Twitter's name is Todd Sawicki, in case anyone wants to take a peek. Todd
Mhm.
Sawicki. He was very he's I think he's at the Heritage Foundation, maybe conceivably. And
Yeah.
no, he's at George Mason University.
Okay, is that George Mason, not Heritage? Okay, I like him already.
Yeah,
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 Like
yeah. He's at
Heritage,
George
fuck off.
Mason.
It
Yeah,
is
yeah.
too much of a
Heritage,
He's at
fuck off.
crap.
George. I mix those two up for some reason.
It's too much of a
Wow,
crapshoot right now.
that's a big story. That's like me getting Hoover and Wilson. Like
Yeah,
making,
Hoover and FDR. Yeah,
no, Hoover and Wilson. I get those two mixed
yeah.
up all the time.
Hoover.
Really?
Really?
That's
To me,
strange.
they're just both they're just both avatars of suck. And
Oh.
it's like,
Actually, I'm not as hostile about Hoover. I think
no, I am.
Yeah,
I'm less.
I agree
Yeah,
with
I
you.
am. I'm less.
I
I'm
think
less hostile to Hoover.
Hoover, if you look at his resume, I would argue he's the most qualified president ever, based on resume.
Yeah.
I think it's just a blind spot. They're both 6-letter names. They're both like only pictures
Oh,
in black
I know that
and white.
drill. And once you reverse them, you can't unreverse them.
Can't
They just
get,
start rolling.
get rid of it. Yeah.
They start cycling.
Yep. They go back and
Which
forth.
one? Which did I guess last time? That sort
Like
of thing.
Woodrow Hoover, and they both have Woodrow Wilson, Herbert Hoover. Like there's all the
Calvin Coolidge,
alliteration
Ronald
going on,
Reagan.
so
Yeah.
there's no easy hook there.
Listen,
And
getting back to the cabinet here, I'm curious
Or
about.
Jimmy keep trying to bring it back to reality.
I'm just trying to rope you guys in a little bit.
I know, you're doing great.
The Treasury Department, obviously a very important position, but not identical in its duties and powers to the Federal Reserve Chair.
Right.
So where does the Secretary of the Treasury stand in the current set of predicaments that we're in with money?
Yeah, what power do they have? What power do they have? Someone explain that first. Let's start there.
They
Because
decide.
Yellen's a post-it, right? Yellen's just a post-it.
No, Yellen's a traitor who's actively manipulated the fucking yield curve and undermined fucking Powell at the Fed. That's been my turn. This is
You
clear as
mean
day
by selling short duration debt?
Yes. Yeah, by manipulating the yield curve, by selling short duration debt, buying the long end of the curve, creating and maintaining the longest and hardest yield curve inversion in history.
So the question is, does the
duration of the yield curve matter?
Does the duration of the yield curve influence the magnitude of the problem after the fact?
It does if you're doing so in order to keep German bunds from rising, in order to save the ECB. That's been my argument for 3 years. And you can watch it like lockstep. Every time the ECB starts to get into fucking trouble, Yellen is there, either going to China or doing yield curve control or selling shorts in order to and selling shorts to restrict the supply of longs when there's a collateral shortage. She's done this over and over and over again.
How long can you do that?
And she can only do something like that, but she can only do it for so long.
How long can you do that without really harming the bond market?
Oh, she has harmed the bond market irreparably, but that's because she's a fucking traitor, Jim.
I have a different view. I
would literally hang her for fucking treason over the Washington reflecting pool and feed her to dogs. But I like dogs too much to feed her to dogs. So hyenas.
I get irritated when people say that when the interest rates were near zero, Yellen should have sold long duration bonds.
Yeah.
And I have a problem with that because the interest rates were near zero artificially. And so what they're saying is, once we've artificially driven the interest rates low, the Secretary of the Treasury should fuck every saver right up the ass.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking
that's a moral problem I have.
I know it is. It is a moral problem. And moreover, it then enables Congress to be able to profligate spend and deficit spend even more.
Mm-hmm.
So
congressional spending and unauthorized spending, which isn't even congressional, is the source of inflation, in my opinion, period.
Agreed.
So can a Treasury Secretary reverse any of that bad behavior without breaking the economy?
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. First they cut the budget, and then you issue.
But they don't cut the budget.
Yeah, they don't. But they have the ability with the yield curve and how they issue debt. The way the market, they have the ability to do that.
I have the Secretary of the Treasury for you.
Who?
Stan Druckenmiller.
There you go. Perfect. Because my default position on that is Rand Paul, but I don't think Rand. I don't.
Stan
but I would agree with you.
Stan has more gravitas. No. Stan is more widely respected.
On all sides of the camp, on both,
and Wall feels Street. Deeply that we fucked up. It feels deeply that we fucked up.
That's a great call, Dave. Stan would be a perfect.
I'm not as dumb as I look.
Really?
You look brilliant.
Well, maybe.
How dare you?
No.
Is there any built-in conflict between the Secretary of the Treasury and the Chief of the Fed?
There shouldn't be. When they were both globalists, they were selling the country down the river. When one of them was a sovereigntist and one of them was still a globalist, this is what we've had for the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get two sovereigntists on board running the Fed and the Treasury, and maybe, just maybe, we can actually implement all those things that everybody out there is saying is impossible.
Okay, and what would that look like? What would the implementation look like? What would the implementation
I'm going to
look like?
stop doing these podcasts when I reach the point where I understand everything Tom tells me.
What would the implementation look like?
I mean, it'll look like a Treasury that's not going to undermine Fed policy. And it's going to look like a Congress that's not trying to undermine Fed policy.
And what are they literally?
Meaning that the Fed shouldn't have to. The Fed shouldn't have to be in the position that they're in. The Fed should actually be reacting to rational policy in Washington, and the Fed should be going, because that's what Powell's doing now. You guys are irrational. You're insane, and I'm 5.25. You want
the Fed fiscal battle has flipped. In that years ago, when the Fed somehow outrageously believed inflation was never going to be a risk ever again, kept saying we need fiscal help. And now the Fed is saying we need you fiscally douched out guys to stop being douchebags, right? So it has flipped, correct?
Yes, it has completely flipped. Powell has said, he said it on Wednesday or Thursday. He said again, he reiterated his talking point, which is the FOMC chair was never supposed to say this. He has said it at least 6 times in 2024. We are on an unsustainable fiscal path.
So here's the catastrophe. Here's the catastrophe. Powell gets to the end of his term, and Trump appoints Brainerd.
Oy.
Just please, Dave. I was really enjoying where I was in life. I was good, and now you fucking destroy me.
And you know she wants it badly.
Oh, I know she does.
She'd go down like Kamala to get that one.
Oh, that's why she tried to throw Powell under the bus in the fall of 2021.
Right.
Is she the MMT boss?
Yes.
No.
well, that's I mean.
You're thinking Kelton, though. I think he's
I'm thinking Stephanie Kelton.
Stephanie Kelton. We might as well just slice our wrists and drink Kool-Aid and wait for the comment.
No, if Trump does, if Trump says, "Hey, I like this Stephanie Kelton chick," I'll be like, you know what? It's time for us to secede, and you get to be president of the rump United States. You get to make America great again by watching the swamp destroy itself.
What does Brainerd represent?
Brainerd represents the Obama wing of the Democratic Party, which represents Stavros.
And she wants serving at a level that's hard to imagine.
It is. I mean, remember, this is the woman who was the compliance officer at the Federal Reserve, who leaked the trades that she signed off on as being okay. She leaked them to fucking Axios to start the insider trading scandal to try and get rid of Jerome Powell so that Biden could appoint her as Fed chair.
And then threw Jerome Powell under the bus when she started getting attacked.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Well, it's not like she's the only choice out there.
No, I'm just saying that's the nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
So so as opposed to Stephanie Kelton, we should be looking at replacing FOMC members with Judy Shelton.
Oh, not in a million years.
Maybe.
No, I agree with you, but not in a million.
No, Trump did it once, and it was Kamala Harris and John McCain high-fived on the Senate floor to block the fucking nomination.
That's true.
And John McCain's brain tumor did its job for the country. Gave it. It only had. I regret to admit that it only had one life to live for it to give for its country. Kamala Harris was gone.
I never liked McCain.
Of course, she didn't like McCain because John McCain was a traitor.
Weren't those pictures with him with the founders of ISIS? Do you remember those?
So Judy Shelton. So Judy Shelton on the Federal Reserve Board to help Powell through the last 2 terms, the last 2 years of his term, to offset the Lisa Pages, the Sarah Bloom Raskins, and all these other.
I don't even know these people. I have no idea what you're offsetting with those guys.
These are the people that Obama put in when they got rid of the insider trading scandal
got in charge. Powell's on the
board of governors.
Of course he is. Of course he is, but he's only going to be there for 2 more years. What happened? Right. I mean, he's in charge of interest rates, right? And so we have Powell, but they replaced it. But Danielle DiMartino Booth has been complaining about this. She's like, they keep putting all of these communists in the Federal Reserve on the FOMC. Eventually, one of them is going to rise to chair. That's why we have to change that process. And this is one of the major battles that everybody's talking about the rest of his cabinet. The real important part here is what happens with the Federal Reserve. And if I'm right about Diamond and, the half of Wall Street that, cares about America and the other half that still, works for the fucking Rothschilds or whatever. There you go, Juiceburg boys. Okay. There you go. I mentioned the Rothschilds. I have to do that every once in a while. Just to like
Jim getting mad at you already.
No, I hate that. I hate that shit. It bothers me to no end. I'm like, I actually like to make fun of those guys. Look, my point is that we have to get past all of that. We have to realize that the Fed is a necessary evil to get us through this transition period to whatever we're going to be next. Well, after you, me, all three, Tommy's doing podcasts with the next generation of bald guys. Okay. And that's where we have to think. We have to think on this. We can't be thinking, the next 3 months to 6 months. We have to be thinking about, okay, how do we set things up? The court, Congress,
Correct.
the voting system, right? All of this stuff, the regulatory schema that we have today, that all needs to be removed. This stuff needs to be
Until
changed.
this election, I was convinced we had to wake up under a bridge stewing in our own vomit before this could
We
happen. I think we have pain and suffering in our future, but I think
Yes,
we might have skipped the vomit under the bridge phase.
Hmm.
I agree, and I'm
Possibly.
happy to.
I think
I'm happy
I
to.
think the Butler assassination attempt was more than just metaphorical. We missed a bullet. I think we missed the whole. I think we saw it and we were like, I'm not trying to suck dick under an overpass. It's
Right.
not. We're not out of the woods yet, but I think you can
Now,
start to
the
set
dick
things in a
suck
place.
is behind the dumpster at Wendy's.
Correct.
Vomit under the bridge.
Is that
That's
before
where
or
that's where
after?
the empty bottles of Boone's Farm and Mad Dog 2020 are.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's where you buy the farm.
Yeah. But that's the thing is, if there's only because right, I mean, 4 years you're gonna go by like that. I mean, I think if you can only fix one thing or if you have to hyperfixate, I would say, I mean, just go total war about elections, about ballots, about ID, about no machines. That alone, that will fix the most things for the longest amount of
Well,
time.
that would be a legislative fix in Congress. You
Yes, it would.
basically pass one simple law, that says paper ballots, one election day, mail-in ballots only
On
for
request.
absentee,
But
On
it's
request.
absentee ballots as in the old days, and hand
And that
counts.
could be done if you had a
No
president
machines.
demanding it. That
well,
could be
that's
done if you had a
Wait,
president demanding it.
Yeah, no
and
machines.
just so you guys know, I've talked about this before, but did anybody notice what happened in Florida?
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they counted the votes like in 6
like
hours.
90 minutes.
90,
90 minutes.
801, they called the state of Florida. Now, I
Yeah.
know how the state of Florida has voted in the past. I know I've been there I mean, when my wife was in the supervisor of elections office, she was working there during during Bush v. Gore. Okay. In Alachua County at the time, which is one of the bluest counties in Florida and still is, they have the exact system that we have statewide now. Okay. Which is Scantron ballots where you physically
Mhm.
and then run them through the machine and you're done. And they are all retained. Even in the bluest of blue counties, when you do a hand count of Alachua County, it always matches the machine count, which is we've cleaned everything up in Florida to the point where this is a system that we know works. And notice what happened once we cleaned up the voter rolls and
you
and
don't
we had
have
a
any
no,
Smartmatic machines, no Smartmatic machines.
right, no touch screens, none of the bullshit. And we have a governor who refused to allow the administration to zip code target and brought illegals into FEMA trailer parks out in Newberry outside of Gainesville, which they are planning on fucking doing, and then issuing them driver's licenses, issuing them a ballot behind the scenes, and then filling their ballots for them and returning them. Those are legal ballots, folks. That's what they've been doing.
Yeah, sure.
That shit
Mhm.
needs to end. And guess who gets the opprobrium for that? The fucking illegals. The illegals didn't vote. The DNC voted for them.
Sure. But we still got to kick them out of the country.
Yeah, no, they all.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
I-
So let's talk about
that's
this.
a separate
We-
issue. We're just talking about elections.
we can shut down the border quickly. That's easy. That's the first 10% of the problem. How do you get people out?
I think just by increments, and you're not going to get them all out, and you have to
Listen, we did the war.
understand that from the beginning. But you do it by increments, and you start with the worst ones, the ones that tangle with law enforcement, and
I would say you just
go from
copy
there.
and
So
paste the
an
war.
arrest becomes a ticket.
No, I would say
You get
just,
arrested, you're illegal, you get a ticket
Yeah,
to go somewhere.
I would say you
Yeah.
just copy and paste the war on terror. Just spend 20 years, $7 trillion, and 1 million people might die.
I don't think you want 1 million people
Mhm.
dying within our borders.
I gotta be honest. I don't care. Fuck these people. I legitimately don't care anymore. because it's not going to stop. Nothing's going to stop. If it's not, if the root is not pulled out and lit on fire in
Hmm.
2038, we're going to be, yeah, all the votes came in the middle of the night. The shit's never going to stop. These people are demons from hell.
Yep.
It's never, I don't want anyone to die, but I'm at a point now where I don't give a fuck. I'm 34. I have a long
Right.
life ahead of me. Fuck these people. The only thing they understand is force. That's
Yes.
Well,
just
it's
what
3
it
p.m.
is.
and you're still in your bathrobe. So
Yeah.
Well, who are these people? The illegal
Well,
immigrants, or
it's also
now
he's
the
also in
lefties,
Maine,
the
so
the lefties
lefties,
who are
the
enabling them
Unmade,
to
lefties,
come
freezing.
in?
the
That's different.
lefties.
the
Yeah.
wokenistas, you know.
Maybe we should
The
deport them
Vulcanistas.
instead.
You know what? The term I heard the other day, someone referred to Canadians as snow Mexicans.
No, Mexican.
And I go, what? Never heard that one before.
Uh,
We have a town nearby called Candor. I was listening to two construction workers, and one of them was ragging on the other one. He was referring to him as a Candor Rican. I go, man, these guys are ripping it today.
oh God, that's great. Costa
I,
Rica's holy shit.
but
That's
Yeah.
I
that
just thought they were from Osceola County, but
going
the
back
other
back to the votes though, I think the thing you can do, it's like for it's like if you had to give life advice to someone, it's like, what's the best life advice that applies to the most number of people? It's like get 8 hours of sleep, try to get as sober as you can, hit the gym, and get some sun on your face every day. In general, that's like the most good you can do for the most number of people. If you had to
yep.
focus on one thing, it'd be free and fair elections. Everything else, relatively, I understand it's a broad brush, flows from that.
Right.
Everything from defense to fucking transitioning
Yep.
kids to the FBI rating, parent teacher conferences, it all flows from
Yep.
free and fair elections. And it will eventually be fucked. But if you can kick that can down the road 50 years, 100 years, I
Hmm.
think that's the most good you can do is to have a legitimate, verified voting process. That's the most good you can do.
And I agree completely, Tommy. I just want this as a coda on my story about Florida. Look at what happened after you cleaned up the voter rolls. Have a governor that refuses to do refuses to allow them to play their fucking games. We get an actual number out of Florida that is shocking.
Yes.
Miami plus 11. Osceola County with all the Puerto Ricans. That's where the Puerto Ricans are in Florida. They're in Osceola County. They went 1.5 points for Trump.
What
The
city
Cuban,
or town is that?
that's south of Orlando.
Okay.
So the
Pissing me in.
Clintons moved them all in after the hurricanes ripped through Puerto Rico during the Clinton administration. They literally didn't rebuild the freaking country. They just moved them all to Osceola County in order to turn Florida blue. That's what they did. Okay. With cleaned up voter rolls, Hillsborough County went red. That's Tampa. Duval County, which is Jacksonville, went red. We have the only red urban centers in the country. The only counties in Florida that went blue are Tallahassee, Gainesville, the two big college towns, Broward, and West Palm. And West Palm only went 1.5 points for Harris, which is an absolute blowout victory for Trump. It's usually 70-30.
I saw
Like,
something
there's
this morning. I saw
Do that
something
to
this
50
morning.
states and see what flows from that.
Exactly.
From
All of these
international to domestic to health to taxes. If it is the will of the people, everything else will flow from it.
right.
You wonder
Tommy,
why
you're
Greg Abbott hasn't done anything like that in Texas.
Why's not?
Well, no,
Hmm?
I don't know. You wonder, yeah, why the fuck are you
Yeah.
not cleaning this
Right.
shit?
Yeah.
So
Because you're benefiting from
the
it.
classic the classic argument now is everybody should be asking, okay, where did those 15 million votes go from 2020? How about why did she only win states where there is no voter ID? And in every single state where there was voter ID, she lost. And she lost
Yeah.
fucking badly. She lost
Superimposed.
Florida by
So
13
interesting.
fucking points.
You might find allies.
Even I was surprised.
You might find allies in the Democratic populace because I personally believe, and I think I'm seeing evidence amongst my colleagues that they have realized that the Democratic Party fucked them over so badly that they might say, look, we don't like what happened to either. We share your pain. And so as a consequence, it could be a bipartisan support from the populace to
Yes.
straighten out the system because they know that they got shoved a mentally deficient person in 2020 and although it won the election we were saddled with a non-leader, and that's not good. And then in 2024 they tried to saddle us with a guy who's just completely out of his gourd, demented. And then they saddled us with a woman who's completely, content free. And so I think the Democrats might join arms with us and say, look, we would like a system that actually self-corrects better.
Well, it depends how many sane Democrats are left. The trouble is there seems to be kind of uniform insanity
It
in
does
the
seem to be.
Democratic Party that I don't know how
Unbelievable.
I don't know how they get their minds right.
Well, I think, Jim, the big one here is a lot of people are asking that question right now about where did those 15 million votes go? And a
Yeah.
lot of and one of the things that we should encourage them to do is that you should go through the process. If you think that Trump stole the election, you should go to the courts and you should, get
That's right.
and then you should show up at the Capitol to protest that stolen election on January 6th.
There should do recounts.
You should do all of it.
Do forensic
Like,
recounts.
Yeah.
I'm so on board
Yeah.
for that. Do it.
I'm on board for it. Let's do it. We
Yeah.
we
There's a,
welcome
so
the
I
we
can
Go
tell
welcome
you
make
it.
your
slip
voice
in,
heard.
in Arizona, the woman who went against Kerry Lake got something like 200,000 more
Katie Huff,
votes.
the governor.
Got something like 200, not for the governorship, though. Lake went for the senator,
Yeah.
Oh no, that's a guy,
right?
Ruben Gallego.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
He
that's
got
now.
he got 200,000 more votes than Kamala did in Arizona.
Wow.
None. I
And
mean,
and that's kind of almost mathematically not possible, to the extent that the idea of skipping Kamala and going down ballot and going blue.
yeah, no, I don't buy it.
Yeah.
But that's what the count shows.
Yeah.
I know.
But
They're trying to steal, guys. They're trying to steal the house as we speak.
That's
They're trying to
exactly what that is. That's
Yeah.
They're
something
trying to
like
steal
that.
the house as we speak.
So
They
Jamie
did this
Raskin
in
can
2020,
pull his scam.
2022.
I just love Jamie
They stole
Raskin.
50.
He's so huggable.
Yeah.
He's so like they stole 15 seats in the 2022 election between November and mid-December. I
Mhm.
watched them do it. Okay.
Mhm.
Like this shit went on for 6 weeks where they were still coming up with finding ballots under, in people's desk drawers and shit. Like it's retarded.
Well, when I see Jamie Raskin, I think that we need a new cabinet position and put Daniel Penny in it.
Fuck yeah. I think Daniel Penny should be fucking chief of police in New York.
So
Does he get
I mean,
acquitted? Does he get acquitted?
I think so.
I think so.
In a
He's
sane
out.
He'll get
world,
pardoned
but
under Trump. I think he'll get pardoned.
he can't pardon. I mean, he can only pardon federal offenses, federal crimes,
yeah,
federal convictions.
federal crimes is all you
I'm
can do.
retarded. Never mind then.
But I think
It's okay. You're a millennial. We know.
The mood change could influence that outcome. The mood
Mhm.
change in the country could.
Mhm.
But I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell that the guy should get a medal.
Oh,
The
absolutely.
guy shouldn't have been charged. He should have gotten a medal.
Mhm.
And if he had pulled out a gun and blown the guy's head off, he should still get a medal.
Yeah.
This was not just a mistake.
No,
He
no.
killed a guy who was threatening to kill people.
Yeah,
So
that should
what?
be standing operating procedure.
That's right.
That should be a
SOP.
sea change in that should be a sea
SOP.
change in SOPs. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
don't use a
Yeah.
gun. Use your hands and kill
the
yourself.
guy who helped him, the black guy, after an embarrassing couple of weeks of no indictment, they indicted him and then they dropped the charges. Hello?
Yeah, and they're referring to Penny as the white man. Have you
Really?
seen
In the
that?
newspapers?
No. In the
In-
courts,
The
he's being
white
referred
man.
to as the white man. I mean,
That to me ought to be such an easy acquittal, although it's not like they haven't destroyed the guy's life. The guy is not going to be the same after that.
Back
He
to what
might be a hero, right? He might actually elevate. It might be one of these things where he becomes something he couldn't have been without this kind of notoriety. But
Mhm.
back to what I said when I said just do the GWAT here, and you said I don't know if you want a million people dead. That's what I mean though, is by fuck these people. They have shown through vaccine mandates and through this shit and through, I mean, we know George Floyd overdosed from fentanyl and isocarfentanil, and yet Chauvin's still in jail. Like, we know this shit. That's what I mean by fuck these people. They tried to
Do you
blow Trump's
know
head off.
who the lawyer?
They
Do
want
you,
you dead.
do you
It's not
know
hyperbole.
the,
They want you dead.
They hate
one
you.
of
Fuck these
one of the
people.
expert witnesses in the George Floyd death who testified? I don't even know on which side. Who testified what George Floyd died of? Said he did not die of a drug overdose. He said he died from the guy's knee on his back, the other guy. Now, does anyone know who that lawyer was? And it'll blow your circuits. He was an expert witness for the Floyd family. What was his name? Pierre Corey.
Really?
Whoa.
Really?
I've had him on here.
Yeah.
I've met
Yeah.
Pierre Corey.
Yeah, he's a cool
Well, he is a pathologist, is he not? Or was he an ER doctor? I forget.
He was a famous doc. I mean, he really had
Pierre
he really
Corey.
had-
Pierre Corey's still
Pierre
a famous
Corey.
doc.
Yeah.
Well, he's super
part of
famous.
he's
Yeah.
part of that posse of resistor
Right.
Yeah.
doctors.
But people don't know that he was a key player in the George Floyd civil case.
That's awesome.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know
So
that.
Very
and then
odd.
now it's what's interesting is I met Pierre I had lunch with him a couple of years ago back. One of my patrons. We put the
You mean
lunch together.
Before COVID?
No, it was after COVID. It was when he had just released his book. And I got the sense from him that he was a man who had an awakening.
They all did. They all
Exactly.
did.
I
So
got the
asked
sense.
Aaron Cariotti that too. So Cariotti wrote a book. It's like at some point I'm going to stop reading COVID books, but I keep doing it. I keep getting Cheryl Atkinson's book this year. I actually plowed through the Pfizer paper book. It's horribly painful.
Yeah.
But Cariotti wrote a book and he went down every rabbit hole. So he's the guy who ran UC Irvine's vaccine program and then said, wait a minute, something's wrong here, started pushing back and got fired. Right.
Mhm.
He wrote a book and he went down every rabbit hole. He didn't just say, look, here are the problems here. Boom, boom, boom. He was like, he would join this crowd comfortably. And I asked him, I said, did you have a penchant for going down rabbit holes or were you surprised by COVID? And he said, well, I knew the world had problems, but COVID hit me like a truck.
Yeah.
So he went down rabbit holes that he never would have believed he would go down.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah.
Every one of those guys who fought the vaccine are now New World Order crazies now.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I think the best example is Dr. Malone. I first had him on here in July 2021, and he's like, let's just talk about like the phospholipid bilayer and the COVID vaccine. 3 years later, he's like, so the Fed was created in 1913 to enable the union to operate. And it's just the most beautiful arc.
And the
I know.
did it, and the creature from Jekyll Island.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh,
literally
God, that's
it's amazing.
awesome. It's so
amazing.
It is amazing. It's like the old joke. What's the difference between a minarchist and an anarchist? About 2 years.
Yeah. No,
well,
it
that's a
is.
conspiracy theory. 6 months.
Well, I guess the same thing in conspiracy theory. But in libertarian circles, it's you
the
start
thing
out like
COVID did for us is it woke a big percentage of the population to the idea that credentialed experts can lie to you in a profound way. I think the globalists overplayed their hand on COVID. If they had just dialed it back a little bit and looked rational, they might have gotten away with doing what they wanted without actually being caught. Is anyone, for example, ever going to trust Bill Gates again? Is anyone ever going to trust Bill Gates again?
In fact, he may find he is going to be in a court of law in the Netherlands on very serious charges.
Except
he's not allowed to go, and he's not allowed to go back to India because they've indicted him for mass murder. I saw this morning that somebody is talking about stripping Pfizer's immunity, an AG in one of the states.
No. It was another company's immunity. Some judge ruled that even though they had immunity in one way, there was some way they slipped a sort of a protocol fraud charge in there and said
you're talking
that
about.
they can be charged with. That was just this week.
Yeah,
that was just this week.
Yeah, I just saw that.
that's a seam that lawyer and that judge found, and that could open floodgates too.
Yes,
That'd
it
be
could.
so amazing.
All good.
Imagine what these guys are thinking watching Robert Kennedy out there.
Oh,
Exactly.
well, the rumor was the big pharma guys all met saying, what the fuck do we do? Now, again, as I've said to Jim previously, they had to have been meeting all along saying
Right.
this could happen.
Right.
Yeah.
But pharma. So my fear is that they're going to turn Kennedy into a health czar instead of into a FDA nuker. I want him to. I want him to deal with the bad guys.
I think
Let someone else be the health guys.
Yeah, and I think okay. Let me put it this way.
But
I think
Casey
that was
means
I think
Ron
that was the
Howard.
deal. I think that was the deal. Like, let's not kid ourselves. To get Kennedy on board, he had to be promised a prominent cabinet position, and head of the FDA is a good place for him.
Right. And I want him to view that as a job of cleaning out the rascals, not just making us healthy as a country.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
no,
right.
no.
No, not at all.
No, fuck the exercise.
In the same way, if we go back to
grower.
if we go into, what do we do in terms of, other parts of the cabinet or whatever, I am still, as a start, I love, for the first 2 years, I love Tulsi Gabbard at Veterans Affairs. I think that's where she needs to go.
That's an interesting idea.
Because they're being mistreated so badly?
No, just in general, that someone needs to go in with conscientiousness and depth.
Defense Secretary. Who do you want? Defense Secretary.
I don't have a good answer for Defense Secretary.
Oh, my
point.
buddy
Douglas McGregor.
Well, yeah, obviously that he's one, and there's a few others as well, but I'm not sure.
Give me another.
The guy who was defense secretary in the last few months of Trump's first administration.
Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller.
I don't know.
He was the acting.
He wasn't too bad. But this is literally for Gabbard to get her feet wet and learn how and do what needs to be done.
How to run an agency.
Right, how to run an agency. It's nothing more than that. It's not a demotion. It's a stepping stone. And then the second half of the administration,
a resume boost.
And then DeSantis comes in as fucking attorney general after he's done in Florida. Mm-hmm. That's what you want.
DeSantis might tread water, hoping to get the nomination.
Is he term limited?
Yes, he's term limited.
I think
he's done in 26.
I think DeSantis's problem is that he's kind of the Michael Dukakis of the Republican Party. There's something that doesn't quite work.
Well, it didn't work in his campaign, but he seems to be running his state very
He's
well.
an amazing fucking.
I don't doubt it, governor. But there's something Let me put it this way: what Obama had in spades. Oh, that's a terrible phrase. What Obama had. I didn't intend to do that. We have a diner. I
haven't heard that in a coon's age.
No, I agree with you. DeSantis is a terrible campaigner. He's an awful campaigner.
We have a local diner, and the guy will not let people talk about politics. And then, by mistake, the day after the election, his special, just by chance, were sloppy joes. And some activist got mad, took a photo, and was trying to get people to boycott this diner.
Oh, that's awful. So funny.
Sloppy Joes.
God, that's fucking hilarious. Oh my God. No,
anyways,
DeSantis is a terrible campaigner. I mean, remember, he almost lost to the freaking crackhead Andrew Gillum. I mean, he only beat him the first time by the gay crackhead, the Soros-backed gay crackhead.
You're selling him.
Did anybody know that Gillum was a degenerate?
Not until after the election.
Oh, come on, Jim. We're all degenerates with the Y chromosome.
No, I'm not a degenerate.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Jim is an upstanding
No, I'm not.
He's always leaving our podcast to choke the chickens.
Go fuck us
yes,
chickens. No, that is my qualm with raping chickens, but...
So, now all those squirrel, after Peanut, now all those squirrel jokes you made about Jim.
Dude, I mean, are we? It's back to.
Sorry, Jim. I love you. Just had to throw it out there.
Hold on to the squirrel thing. It is back to 2016 levels of meme magic. No, but I mean,
no, this is what I've been saying. The meme magic won the election.
Across the stage as the lyrics to the song was, "We're gonna make you lose control." As it you're losing, Kamo's losing control as a fucking squirrel runs across. I mean, at a certain point, you start going like, "Holy shit!"
Exactly.
Today.
It is chaos magic.
You got to check out my Twitter feed at some point. I posted.
It is chaos magic. You should have Grant Morrison on your fucking podcast.
No, it's back to the 2016 Keck shit.
Someone did a live interview of Michael Cohen and then memed him and was putting hats and shit on him. And he's going, stop that. And he keep putting his hand in front of the screen and goes getting madder. And then they put this funny pilgrim hat on him. And then they put glasses on him. And they put a chicken carcass over his face. They did it in real time.
That's
And I would have hung up fast, but he stayed in there. And it just keeps going. He's going, stop that. Stop that. It was phenomenal.
There is the level
Michael
of meme magic that I don't think was present in 2020. Because in 2016,
Oh, I've been arguing since the election. The memers won the election potentially.
no,
Yeah, I heard you, Dave.
It was
Like,
2016
and you're right.
again. It is the chaos meme magic. It really
No,
is.
no, but
like,
we were the Republican Party hit so many lows. This is the way I like to phrase it. The Republican Party hit so many lows along the way where you really could have just given up. You know, where Trump's indicted and convicted and all this stuff, and you just say, look, we're just stuck. We're fucked. We're total. And the memers just kept blocking and tackling. And every day
Yes.
you'd open up your Twitter feed and you see something depressing, and then you see cat turd fuck someone completely.
yeah,
And
it was so important. It
Yes.
was very important.
No, it is morale.
It helped.
it maintained morale. Now,
No, morale.
this morning,
and
you
have
put
you-
they're
billions
so
into morale.
good.
how about these 4B chicks that are all now going around and saying we're going to cut up our hair and we're going to deny men sex and we're going to do this every day? And I'm like, aside from that, yeah, I'm like, so this morning I'm like, we're not going to be your horse. We're not going to have your abortions. Your
Trump
terms
won.
are acceptable.
Trump won
Have you
in
seen
so
the
Your,
many
chicks
t-
are
your
saying
terms
we're
are
giving up
acceptable.
sex?
Like that's it. Like you know what I
Have
mean?
you seen the liberals saying the chicks saying we're giving up sex?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
We're giving
about.
up, yeah.
Welcome to the right wing.
The people are saying, "Well, welcome to the pro-life movement."
No, literally, like,
Exactly.
welcome to the
Hey,
fascist movement.
while you're at it, why don't you protest on January 6th?
There
I mean,
was
it
a
would,
picture. There was a picture at Trump's winning rally of Brendan Dilley staring forward, and you could just feel the love in that fucking guy. You could see it. You go, he's sitting there going, we did it. And Brendan Dilley and these guys did it, in my opinion. I think it was I don't know if they had to have him, but it was very important because every time you thought you were down and out, some meme would come along and say, oh, that is funny.
Well, it is. I mean, that is the
It is.
value of morale. That's why, like,
It
in
is
World War
morale.
II, they had
this
Bob Hope or whoever the
it's
fuck.
a war. Twitter's the foxhole.
You
And,
have
There are no
the
ideas in a
left have
foxhole.
no sense of humor. The left
None.
is a humorless bunch of whiny bitches.
well, humor is
You
inherently.
know, present company excluded. Jim's awesome.
Yeah,
Like, you know,
we love you, Jim.
he is. And he's got a great sense of humor. I mean, that the man runs a blog called Clusterfuck Nation. He has a sense of humor.
Yeah, no,
I think so. Yeah.
No, I know you do. Like
I
you
do
do.
it on
You're
purpose.
you're
He's
fantastic.
not a lefty, so let's start with
Oh,
that.
that's true. He's a Democrat. That's true.
I'm
I
a
don't
registered
know.
Democrat from
I don't know.
1970. For
You're what we
God's
call
sake.
Yeah.
what we used to call
I
you're what we used to call a Moynihan Democrat, Jim. Which
Yeah.
I mean that
I was
as
never a lefty.
compliment.
I never a
I know,
lefty.
always.
Look,
See, I
always-
thought you were a lefty.
Absolutely.
at
No,
one
no.
point.
You know, I wrote a book actually the last couple of years, published it last February called Young Man Blues. In fact, here it is. There's me.
And see,
age
that
20.
picture to
What a
me looks
stud.
like a punk ass lefty. Right there.
I wasn't
That
a
picture's
lefty.
punk-
No,
looks
that
like
guy-
I'm
punk
wearing
ass
a
lefty.
tie. It's
That's a-
1960. It's
no, you're a stud.
1968,
You're a stud,
and I'm
bud.
wearing
Yeah.
a tie and a jacket.
But
I
you
was
got
a
a shit-eating
preppy.
grin. That's a lefty shit-eating grin.
Hey, Jesus.
But anyway,
You're not
Um,
getting anywhere with column today, Jim.
but when I was a sophomore in college, I ran for president of the student government as a joke.
I
And-
was elected at freshman year.
I
You
was
know how
elected
I
as a
got it?
sophomore.
I was in decent classes, so I knew some of the smart kids. I was doing sports, so I got the jocks, and I was the drug supplier to the druggies. So I probably mowed my opponent down.
That's awesome.
Did you actually do the job?
What's the job for ninth grade president?
Oh, ninth grade. I thought you said freshman in college.
Oh, no.
Because I was in charge of like a, I don't know, a $500,000 budget or something like that.
Oh, no.
No, I was a student government
No,
in college.
Freshman in high school.
I was a sophomore in college and I ran for president of the student government during the middle of the hippie revolution. And one of the things that happened was first of all, I got elected on my own. The rest of my slate was defeated. And I had to contend with all these student radicals who had just kind of formed
What year?
into
Give me a year. Give me a year.
1968 and 9.
That's the year I
Oh,
was born. I was
Well,
born.
that was the height of the
so
hippie
so what we can say
Aquarian
for sure is that
hysteria.
Jim did not get through
The point
childhood
is this, that I
without
had
doing
to
some serious drugs.
I I didn't do serious drugs.
Really?
No, I didn't.
Oh God.
I never did anything more than marijuana.
Okay.
And I did some speed in high school.
Oh, yeah.
But I ended up coming into conflict with this new coterie of student radicals who I
Interesting.
discovered even, as a 20-year-old, I discovered exactly how despotic the left was. And it
Mhm.
made a big
They
impression with me
really
that
are.
stayed with me for the rest of my life. And they're the left of 1969, the young youth left of 1969 is no different from these batshit crazy people in our time today.
Are you
So,
sure they're not worse today?
it's more like the Overton window has shifted, or they've shifted it. They've become, well, that's a good question.
Because I
Uh,
think the left back in
I think
those
they're a
days
little
were
more
trying
sadistic
to
now
make the
than,
world better. I think the
yeah,
left in those
I
days
think they
thought
were
they were making
trying,
the world better. They were
yeah.
trying to stop the Vietnam War and things
but
like
now it's
that.
pro-Ukraine and
And also
mutilate your
another
children's
thing
genitals.
about there was no gender
Yeah, no, no,
confusion
it's straight
stuff
demonic
going on
now.
at the time. There was some race tension and conflict, but there was no gender agitation. It wasn't in there to confuse the picture, if
Mhm.
you know what
Right.
I mean.
No one in the
They
left
were
in
So
the
it
trying
was
to
much
they were
more
trying to
strictly
help the world.
And
political.
no one in the left in the 60s would have cheered on the government forcing a corporate product into
Or
people's
bombing the
veins.
fuck out of people.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
That's
but think
right.
about the
And of course,
vaccine
another
mandates.
thing that
That
you guys
is,
didn't experience was that in that period in 1968 and 9, the left was completely anti-establishment,
Right.
Yes.
pro-free speech.
Right.
yes, don't trust anyone over
They didn't
30.
do anything to support
Turn
the
on, tune
federal
in, drop
government.
out. It's
That
My
that they
wife
were that
was
way,
in
and they
that
were that way
window.
all the way up until the
Yeah.
mid '90s.
Yeah.
yes.
So,
My
the
wife
left
was in
today
that
is
window.
really it's a different left, but their basic impulses are similarly despotic and
But they're
tyrannical.
Marxists now. They're
Yeah.
overt Marxists now.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is
Excuse
that,
me.
and this is the important point. Like the conservatives of old were Trotskyites, going back to Buckley. They were all communists from the right, and
The
that's where
William
Bill
F.
Kristol. That's where
Buckleyites?
Mr. Copperphagia, Bill Kristol, and all the rest of them come from. Like they're all
Speaking
Trotskyites. They're
speaking
permanent
of
revolution.
douchebags, right?
Yeah,
Speaking of
exactly. Speaking of
douchebags, right?
douchebags, so you're talking about people who don't care about anything else other than winning. And their
Mhm.
idea of winning is they will do anything, they will ally themselves with whatever they think is going to get them the most traction, and they will move like cockroaches out of one light and into the darkness and to take over another area. They did this to the Libertarian Party in 2004. They did it to the Republican Party previously, and now as the Republican Party has immunized itself effectively by all the libertarians, the rational libertarians. I'm not talking about the law libertarians who are screaming about being libertine today and running fucking Chase Oliver. I'm talking about real libertarians. They're all moved into the Republican Party under Trump, thanks to Ron Paul and thanks to everything. That's where we found our home. So what did the Bill Kristolites do? When Ron Paul was running in 2008 and he started to get traction, I literally said, I think I emailed Lou Rockwell, but behind the scenes, I said, you wait. In 3 days, Bill Kristol and Hillary Clinton are going to be on MSNBC together or CNN denouncing Ron Paul. And 3 days fucking later, it was that. This is 2008.
They froze his ass. Fox News would not mention his name.
No.
So Lou Rockwell, speaking of which, it was via Lou Rockwell that I got a quote supporting Ron Paul on his homepage of his presidential candidacy. The homepage, boom,
Yep.
column.
Hmm.
And oh yeah, it was great. I screen grabbed that sucker, make sure I didn't lose that one.
I mean, Lou has graciously published every friggin' article I've written in the last 7 years.
Is
So
he still active? I haven't noticed.
he is still active. I met Lou recently when I was over at the Mises Institute, and I
Is
gave
he
my
ill or
keynote.
something?
I gave my keynote address, and well, the A lot of the brass were there were not very happy with what I had to say. Let's
Really?
just put it that way. Nope.
Huh. They publish me a lot. I don't know if they still do.
So
They go in
I
and
think
they just
I don't know. I haven't spoken to Lou since then. I don't know if he was up there. I mean, honestly, from what I understand, it was Lou that recommended me for the gig. So he knows what I do.
what did you tell him?
I told
What did you
him.
tell the
I
audience?
told him. I told him exactly what I've been telling everybody else. It's time to put our pants on, and it's time to go out there. And we have a great story. Let's go tell it. Let's go be a part of the. Let's go be a part of the train that's coming. Like
Hmm.
this is what we have to do. It's our time. But at some point, you're going to have to make your peace with the fact that the world is complex, and that it's not a monolith. There's not one narrative out there. It's not the Fed's the villain, the free market's the hero, and we're the victims. Sometimes the Fed has to be. Sometimes you have to frame the Fed in terms of being either the victim or the hero, and then start playing the game. And Davos is the villain, and this one's, you know what I mean. And that's and that they won't release the speech, guys.
Hmm.
It is hilarious.
They won't
Yeah,
release the speech.
I gave a talk to the Canadian branch of the what is that old 1970s climate population
Sierra Club.
Club of
Sierra.
Rome.
Club of Rome. I
Club
gave
of
us
Rome. Oh my
I
God.
gave a Zoom speech or presentation. It was actually a PowerPoint talk to the Club of Rome of Canada, and they were so appalled by it that they wanted to scrub it from their website, and the guy who invited me was so embarrassed that he forced them not to. But they did fuck with it for a while and not put it up.
I gave a talk. I flew to New York to speak to Real Vision TV, and then they locked it out.
Hmm.
And
Wow.
I couldn't figure out why. The only thing I could think of was it was when I was getting canceled, and so I was a homophobic, neo-Nazi, pedophile, bad guy, and I'm going, God damn, you've been talking to my wife again, haven't you? And and I thought maybe the producer said we don't need this kind of bad press. And so one time I reached out to Grant. I said, I don't think Grant was strongly tied with Real Vision at this point. But I said, but they locked out my talk. He goes, what do you mean? I said, I flew to New York and I did an hour interview, and then they didn't publish it. He goes, really? And so then it turns out, and then they published it as the lost episode.
Hmm. How much later?
About 9 months.
Oh,
Sure.
Christ.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
no, it's
published
great.
a 7-minute promo, and the
Mhm.
comment section said, "That's it." The commenters were going, "That's it? 7 fucking minutes? Are you kidding me?" Right? And I wouldn't
That
give a
ain't
shit
right.
except for the fact that I flew to goddamn New York to do this interview.
Mhm.
Right? That's a lot. That's a pain in the
In
ass.
the flying lunchbox from your little bumfucked airport.
Made by Boeing.
Yeah.
What do you think are
Took my life into my hands, people, to fly to
That's
New York
right.
of all fucking
Do
places.
they
That's
fly real
right.
planes out of Ithaca?
Ithaca actually had a fairly convenient airport until recently. So Ithaca, you could fly to about 4 or 5 hubs. And since it's a 7-minute drive from my office and a 4-minute drive from my house, I go,
Yeah.
oh shit, my flight leaves in 45 minutes. I better go. Right?
Yeah. Nice.
Now, if you're in a big
Sweet.
city, you don't do that. I guarantee you. Now, what happened is they did an expansion to make it a so-called international airport, which means I think we're planning on flying to Montreal.
Yeah,
That's my guess.
one flight a week to
one flight
Montreal.
out. And then they cut all the flights, and now it's a ghost town.
Oh,
So they're
there's
down to
nothing
like
there?
two flights a day.
Wow.
It's a real ghost
man.
town. And I'm
No,
going,
it-
boy, I bet you that's happening all over the country. I bet all these little airports are getting scrunched.
Interestingly enough,
Wow.
Gainesville used to be that way. If you wanted, when I was going to school, if you wanted the quietest place in Gainesville to study before a big exam, you went to the airport. I'm dead serious. Like the coffee bar was open until midnight, and it was quiet. There was only 2 gates. Now there's 6 gates, and we actually have, and it's not terribly expensive. It was mostly existed to just fly the university
Right.
people in and out. That was it. And the sports clubs, and then there were a couple of flights, commercial flights out, and it was always twice as expensive to fly out of Gainesville as it was to fly anywhere else. Then at one point, pretty much up until about COVID, and you could fly out of Gainesville for the same price as you could fly out. They just take it to the hub and you could fly same price flying out of there as Jacksonville or anywhere else. So for me, I'm 20 minutes north of not 25 minutes north of the Gainesville airport, and parking's a breeze because it's one single parking lot. It's only $9 a day as opposed to $9 an hour in fucking Orlando. Like, it's it's great. I'm 2 hours from three major
Well, that's because
airports, and then 20
Orlando's
minutes from Gainesville.
that's because Orlando's a major hub of the Freemasons.
The Orlando airport is awful. It's just awful. I mean,
the hub of the Freemasons.
But no, it turns out that Disney World has got the pedo hunters we've talked about.
Uh-huh.
Disney is in their sights too. Walt Disney was a 33-degree Freemason, which means basically he fucked goats for a living. The 33rd degree Freemasons were fucked up dudes. These were the guys standing around in hoods sacrificing goats. Yeah.
Dave has such a way with words. Just takes my breath.
I don't know. I have a hard time believing
as a former goat farmer, I'm horrified by this.
I know.
You don't.
I know.
You don't.
What do you, in terms of the memes truly just being top tier, what do you think about Robert J. O'Neill, the guy that killed Bin Laden, saying that he's going to take Harry Sisson and those little Biden twinks as his concubines? Did you guys see this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You guys saw
yeah,
this?
I don't either.
It was like the day before the election. It was like these two little like TikTok. You'll recognize the little Biden TikTok. They're like 20 years old. They said something about like real men vote for
Harry Sisson is quite a piece of work. Yeah.
But the guy that killed Bin Laden from DevGru retweeted it and said like in a different world you would be my concubine. And everyone was like, do you know what this means, dude? And then he doubled down the next day and said like these guys are betas. And everyone's like, dude, this is not like the flex you think it is. He tripled down, he finally quadrupled down where he's like, I'm coming for him. And so now the meme is like the guy that killed Bin Laden is gonna like fuck these twinks to death. So in terms of like the meme war, it couldn't be bad. It's not just a guy. It's the guy that killed Bin Laden saying he's going to take Harry Sisson as his twink concubine. It really is. We're healing as a nation. It's beautiful.
Twitter has improved. Twitter really has improved. Yesterday, Brett Weinstein and Whitney Webb were going at each other like cats and dogs. They're eating cats and dogs.
What was his beef with Whitney Webb?
Well, it wasn't. I don't think it was his. I think she had a beef with him.
Yes.
I couldn't figure it out because I only saw little bits of it.
Was she a guest on his show?
No, I think she was criticizing him for promoting masking or something. I don't know what it was.
She went after him. He
Why?
said something. Because I'm going to be polite. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. But what I actually think is going on, I think Whitney's lost the plot.
Okay.
I think she's purity spiraling. That's what I think.
Oh.
What's purity spiraling?
Yeah,
what is
purity spiraling? Like what the Wokenistas have done. They've gone down a particular rabbit hole and they've gone down a logic path, and now you're so black-pilled that you can't see anything other than that. Like everything to the Wokenistas is patriarchy. Everything to Whitney is it's all going to wind up. It's all going to wind up in Peter Thiel's one world government. Like, okay,
yeah.
Have a nice day. I don't have any patience for it. I don't know what
we all risk that.
Yes, we all do. I've been there.
We all risk that. We had a kid who was in a fraternity who shimmied down a chimney to get into an opposing fraternity as a gag by himself, and he got stuck. And the estimate is he might have been in there alive for like 24 hours. Now imagine being his parent, knowing every chimney you see for the rest of your life, you'd picture your kid spending 24 hours in there. Now,
he died.
What the going joke was, the question is, what did he die of? And the joke was he caught the flu.
Jesus Christ. I broke into a neighboring fraternity's house and stole a picture and lit it up.
That's a standard. That's a standard.
I know.
Standard
I had no idea. I had no idea it was the brother that died of cancer. Like 10 years prior.
Dare you! I dare you to break into Skull and Bones.
No.
So what do you think that's all about?
Skull and Bones.
Yeah, what's Skull and Bones about, really?
I think everything we see is
the
probably
Yale
the lower,
secret society.
I think all these things we see are just different names. We're probably the bottom tendrils of a real whatever hub that controls the world. I think Club of Rome, Trilateral, I think these are all just kind of like the foothills of the mountain of
Right,
whatever the fuck
right.
whatever the real thing is, we don't know.
Yeah,
We won't know, we'll
too
never know
many
the name.
prominent people have come through Skull and Bones. So it
Yeah.
clearly is
A
a
smaller,
training ground. It's a
yeah,
grooming
But
a
is
ground
it is
feeder,
it
a
anything really
feeder.
world
more than
leaders.
an influencing network?
Good
I mean,
question. Good
No, but
question.
I
that's
don't
also
imagine
not
that they're
nothing.
in
An
there like,
influencing network of the
pissing on each
richest kids in the
other or,
world.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you
crazy
telling
things.
me that you can't picture George Bush pissing on John Kerry?
Not really.
I mean,
I
yeah.
mean, it's a good
I'm
gag,
working it.
but
I'm working it. I'm
it's a
working it.
it's a good gag, but I don't think that this stuff is real. This is the rabbit hole trail or the labyrinth of rabbit holes
I
that I
know.
think if you're going to
I know.
stay sane in this world, you gotta not go down all of these rabbit holes constantly.
It was
You gotta
like
keep,
when Glenn Greenwald was asked about 9/11. He
Hmm.
said, you have to pick your fights,
Uh-huh. That's
which
true.
was an
that's
interesting way of saying good point, but I'm not going there.
I've stayed away
good
from
point,
it.
but I
I
like
mean,
my
I don't see
family.
that any of it is really provable.
Yeah, I
I think
mean,
what's provable is that there's things that simply don't make sense.
Well, yeah, I know that the Shanksville thing and the Pentagon thing, yeah,
And the Building
but
Seven
I'm
thing.
not, that's not a fight that I want to
and
fight. And when people,
That's exactly the choice you make,
Operation
right? You
Vigilant
just
Guardian,
what is that?
military operation they were running on September 11th, 2001 about what happens
Oh
with
yeah, way up
civilian
in Maine
airliners.
somewhere. Right,
No, no,
right.
no, 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 no. It was a nationwide thing about what happens if a bunch of civilian airliners get hijacked. No, they just happen to be running on September 11th, 2001. I mean, it's
But
just,
it took the planes. So if you had asked me how long it would
well,
take
that's why all the
to
transcripts of NORAD are saying is this real world or drill.
right, right, which allowed it to go chaotic.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, pick your fights. You know.
Pick your fights. Pick your fights.
Yeah, that's something to pick your. I mean, that's like James V. Angleton when they said, "Did the CIA kill Jack?" And he said the CIA. He said the agency is a large mansion, and I have not visited all the rooms. Like, what a weird way to not say no.
Well, so I think probably the
rather
CIA.
poetic.
I think probably the CIA must be a sleeper cell like model where something bad happens and the head of the CIA is going, "Did we do that?"
No, no, it's probably
Well,
what it is. It's probably
it's like
going.
a Coen Brothers movie, like
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Burn
I don't know
After
if we do
Reading.
that.
Did you see that?
Oh God, Burn After Reading is hilarious.
Did
Oh
I've
you not
God,
seen
is it?
it.
see,
I've
you
seen
haven't
it.
seen
I've
Burn
seen it.
After Reading?
No.
Oh my
You
God, I own
gotta
that shit
see
on
that
Blu-ray.
movie.
I've seen,
Gotta see
I
it.
have that shit on Blu-ray. Like that movie's awesome.
You
Oh
have
my
all
God,
the movies on Blu-ray, Tom.
a lot of them.
You've
I have not. I have all the good ones
have
on
you
Blu-ray.
seen Destination Moon?
No, I have not.
Yes.
Oh, you gotta watch Destination Moon.
That's like a 1952 horror movie, right?
50. And so what
Okay.
it is, it's this moon flight. And it's old enough where everyone sounds like Jimmy Cagney, right? So
Yeah.
the acting is really this old school acting. Hey, buddy, what
Right.
do you think?
Right.
But they hired physicists and engineers to make the movie. And the goddamn doors, when they close, they're good. And the building of the ship is great and everything's solid and it's authentic. And they explain how they're going to get to the moon. And they clearly understood the idea of looping around the moon and getting back and stuff. And so it's famous for this,
Yeah.
Hmm.
for it being technically, scientifically phenomenal.
But
Right.
the
Oh, cool.
dialogue is all like,
Cool.
say, is that a
Dialogue
meteor?
is exactly. Hey, buddy, what do you say we
Yeah.
land this thing?
What are those
Right,
colors
right,
doing?
right.
Yeah. Why are they?
Hey, why don't you take a walk?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not allowed
Well,
to
they
use
all
that water
talk that way.
fountain. Yeah. Um, guys, we're
Hey,
coming up
what's
on two.
going on in the space station? They got those guys back?
I don't think
Oh
so.
yeah, I don't know.
I keep
Here's a question. I wrote about it, and then I realized: did she bring a year's worth of tampons up?
Very good, very good question. Very good question, Dave.
It's
Like,
like,
again, truly away with words.
Maybe that
that
stuff
place.
stops in zero gravity.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it floats around.
God.
I mean,
think,
maybe
you
the
went up
body
there
stops doing it.
and as you go up there, I'm writing about this. I'm writing about this. They plan on going up for 8 days. I said, my mind keeps hearing a jingle, a 3-hour tour, a 3-hour tour. But that's got to be a night. And then Boeing can't get them down.
Well,
I know. Pretty horrible, huh? Yeah,
Oh
it's like being
God,
stuck
can
in a
you?
chimney.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, no. What did those guys die of? The flu.
The flu. Oh God. But I wouldn't have thought they could
Now that's
stop for
gallows
that long.
humor, folks.
Or are they able to deliver
Hold
stuff
on,
or
Jim.
something? I don't understand. I don't understand. How do you spend 8 months instead of 8 days?
Uh,
I don't know,
I thought
man.
we were supposed to have fallback plans for getting these guys down. Like
It's a man and a
Well,
woman. They
remember
could have
when the
sex all
roost?
the time, I suppose.
I'm not sure that
Nothing.
I'm
They
not
could
sure
do
that's a
nothing but
win.
have sex day in
I
and
was
day,
watching
hour by
Walter
hour.
Kern and Matt Taibbi, and he was talking about The Shining. Walter's phenomenal. I don't know if you've ever watched Walter Kern. You got to watch Walter Kern if you get a
I
chance.
haven't seen much of him. No, I
Okay,
know who he
he
is.
says The Shining. The problem is he got locked up in a mansion with his family.
exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. Actually,
Walter's brilliant. Walter's really
that
good.
movie was Kubrick warning us about all the best people. That's what that movie is
What
about.
do you mean?
That-
Elaborate.
okay. Well, okay. Go back and watch The Shining tonight,
I
folks.
don't have time to watch The Shining.
I couldn't
Tell me
stand that
the
movie. I
no, no,
couldn't stand the
seriously.
book and couldn't stand the movie. I
Oh
can't
no,
stand Stephen King.
but I love Stanley Kubrick.
You know why
Yeah,
Stephen King sucks? I can tell you why he sucks.
yeah, he's a bad writer.
Well,
Well,
that
but
too.
even worse, he starts out and he doesn't know he's going to end it, and it shows. His endings suck.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
So when you watch Kubrick's reinterpretation of The Shining, it's very obvious that you have a bad man, Jack Nicholson, who has beaten his child, who is an alcoholic, and then
This is life, or this is
this is the guy. This is Jack Torrance in Kubrick's
okay.
version of The Shining.
Okay, okay.
You have that's all. It's all the child abuse is really implied, but he gets seduced. The whole opening sequence where they're being shown the hotel. The hotel manager is explaining to him, all the best people have ever stayed here. Like we've had presidents and vice presidents and this person and that person and everything else. Well, who are all the fucking ghosts?
Oh, interesting.
Okay. And they tempt him with sex,
Right.
with alcohol, with
Right.
all of those things, all the things that he doesn't have because he's a flawed loser with a shitty family. And there's a reason. I hate to say this, no offense to Shelley Duvall, but this is why you were cast. Okay. Like Kubrick's plan was exactly that. Here you go, guys. This is what you're, this is the guy who can be easily subsumed, who has no power, who has these pretensions of being a writer, but he's never written anything. It's all bullshit. Right. And when it's revealed and that he has nothing and he has literally nothing in his soul, he's tempted by the ghosts. The ghost of who? All the best people. That phrase is used over and over and over again. And then you see it played out again when you really stop to go through and you see, okay, now let's look at all of Kubrick's movies. Lolita, Doctor Strangelove, 2001, Barry Lyndon, A Clockwork Orange, The Shining, Eyes Wide Shut. It's the same thing over and over and over again. Kubrick was warning us about these fucking people.
Eyes Wide Shut, especially.
Yeah, well, that's why. And what happened with Eyes Wide Shut? He shows the uncut version. Now, Kubrick had a deal with Warner Brothers. Great documentary out there put out by his longtime producer, Jan, can't remember his last name, explaining that after Doctor Strangelove, Kubrick had an ironclad contract with Warner Brothers. He could make whatever fucking movie he wanted. They couldn't go on his set. He could do whatever he wanted. All he had to do was he showed up with Final Cut and also the marketing plan and everything else. And then he put the movie out. Okay. And it was either after Doctor Strangelove or after 2001. He had carte blanche to make whatever he wanted. So he shows up with Eyes Wide Shut, shows it to the brass at Warner Brothers in the major theater in New York. And 4 days later, he dies of a heart attack.
You know where they filmed that?
And then the movie comes out, cut.
What do you have any idea what they cut out of it? Because I certainly saw it.
Like and what they left in was bad enough, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what they cut out, I have no idea. No one's ever seen it.
You know where they filmed it? There's a trick question here. One of these rhetorical questions. They filmed it in a castle in Europe that was supposedly the site of pedophilia networking. A Rothschild-owned castle.
But the Shining was the dry run for in that respect for Eyes Wide Shut.
Hmm.
Watch The Shining from that perspective with that frame in mind, and all of a sudden it makes perfect sense.
Well, in light of that, what do you think the chances are that the Epstein network and the P. Diddy network are going to be exposed now that Mr. Trump's elected? And do you think that these people are really afraid of that?
What I'll say is this: if I'm Don Trump-Leone, I have a stack of manila folders this tall. Those are assets. And I'm going to use those assets to the best of my ability.
Mm-hmm.
The same way that I'm willing to use the Federal Reserve as an asset to take out these fucking pedophilic sons of bitches over in Europe. Mm-hmm. I'm ruthless. I want these people. I don't care what asset I have to use to get what I want done.
He obviously wasn't ruthless enough the first time around.
But he was that's a whole different world though. He had enemies everywhere. He was trying to get reelected nonstop. He was dealing with COVID. He was dealing with Russia collusion shit.
Right.
Yeah, this is a different setup.
He did. And
this is a different setup.
Remember, it's like everything else. When he entered, the immune system of the bureaucratic state kicked in to push out the outsider. Right. Mm-hmm. The cancer said, no, you're not going to do chemotherapy.
Yeah.
Right. And it was easy because he was a man alone.
Now he's not.
Now it's a different story. It's no different than before Putin goes into Syria and everybody's cowed by NATO pushing and overthrowing governments and everything else. And then Putin goes into Syria and blows up the whole we can't defeat ISIS for 10 years bullshit in 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden everybody stands up and you know, between that and taking Crimea and standing up to the Maidan and everything else, all of a sudden everybody's going around, hold it. There's a new sheriff in town. His name's Vladdy. And someone can stand up to these fucking people. Whoa, the power dynamics changed. Maybe I'll stand up for myself now.
The other guy, like, is
winning against these people. Oh, Viktor
Orban's great.
Right. So winning against these people, even the smallest bit, flips a couple of people. Iran, I've been saying for years, Iran surviving being cut out of the SWIFT system in 2011, 2012 set the stage for the Russians to do the same thing in 2014, 2015, which then set the stage for Syria, which sets the stage for Brexit and Trump and. It's not a linear thing. These are reverberations of ripples of a stone being thrown in a pond.
Do you think the EU cracks up in the next 24 months?
It depends on what happens with Germany. Let's watch to see what happens over the next couple of days.
Is their economy collapsing pretty hard still?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, like 2%, I think this year.
Again,
let me ask you this question.
Sure.
What's the inflation rate above the CPI? What's the real rate?
Oh, I don't know.
In your opinion?
I don't have an answer. In my opinion?
Yeah.
Throwing in insurance and everything.
Yeah, everything. Just the cost of the world. What's the real inflation rate?
Probably 7 to 8%.
What do you think, Jim?
I would say 10, 12.
What do you think, Tommy?
50.
Oh, you're
20.
fucking. God damn it. Put your clothes on. Put your pants on, as Tom would say.
What do you say?
Let's call it 7.
Sure.
It's reported as 3.5.
Right.
Let's call 7.5. 4% too high. That means, and it's been reported too high for many, many years. Mm-hmm. The Chapwood Index, Shadow Stats, too high for many, many years. It suggests, therefore, that our economy, while it's reported as growing at 2-point-something% per year, is shrinking for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I would guess that just from looking around.
The real economy, we have been eating our seed corn.
Mm-hmm.
So I did a podcast this morning with a guy who's a real estate guy, and I don't want to name him. And I love doing the podcast with him, but he was really just super optimistic. And I was trying to explain to him that I didn't know where all the housing demand was going to come from, and I didn't know, there was just a lot of issues that were there, and we just we battled, and it was great. It was like sparring gently with each other.
Yeah, right.
But I think the economy has been stagnant for quite a long time. And then
Hmm.
I was listening to Peter Thiel be interviewed, and this shocked the hell out of me. Now there are people saying, look, I sort of pseudo agreeing with this. Peter Thiel says that tech has been stagnant for 25 years. That kind of blew my circuits because I would have thought he'd be a go tech rah rah guy, right?
Hmm.
What did he mean by that
He
exactly?
meant that I think he means what I think, and that is I don't think he thinks Facebook's worth a shit. I don't think he thinks Twitter's worth a shit. I don't think he thinks AI is worth a shit. It might become worth a shit. I
Right.
think our euphoria for tech peaked in
Hmm.
99, 2000. It really did feel like a brave new world was coming and something really special was coming.
Yeah.
And then we haven't done,
It's a breakaway
what have you
civilization.
done online that you feel like has improved your life? Like I just had to fill out a bunch of shit online and it was a pain in the ass
Hmm.
So, what Dave, I disagree about what we're doing right now.
that you
I
cut
mean, I
out.
hate this. I hate to say it. Oh, sorry.
You cut
Think
out.
about what can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back. You can hear
You're
you.
choppy.
No. Okay.
Now you're back.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. My internet connection is unstable. We had a cloud come across on Starlink. Um, the I don't disagree with you, Dave. As a matter of fact, like what are we doing right now? Like, none of us. I mean, Dave, you have a real job. You run the chemistry department at Cornell, the organic chemistry department at Cornell. I don't. I used to have a real job. I used to, I used to coat auto parts and saw blades and whatnot. I used to, right. Think about that. I say this all the time. I'm like, my goal here is to do this until the point where these people have been beaten so far that I have to go out and get a real job. I'm good at what I do, but this is not a real job.
Hmm.
Well,
Being
so
me is not a real
I
job.
did a podcast with a
Like, it's
former
bullshit.
writer for The Economist, and he was talking about how AI improved his efficiency. And after listening for a while, I said, "You've just described how the AI helps you in a job that involves just moving money around."
Yeah.
I said, "That's not wealth creation. That's not helping you build a better widget.
No.
That's not helping
No.
you create wealth. That's just shuffling money."
Yep.
And that in some sense is like Elon Musk kicking out 90% of Twitter and finding it in no way broke.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm doing
Right.
the same thing that I always did that was sort of productive. I like to think that it was productive, but the way that I do it has changed tremendously. I when I started out, I sat in front of a typewriter and I
Mhm.
cranked out one novel after another, and I used to have to like rewrite them 3 or 4 times, roll them through the rollers,
Right,
350 pages at a time,
right.
do it 3 or 4 times. And I got book advances and my books were published and people bought them in bookstores. And that whole thing really changed completely around the year
Yeah,
2000.
but now look at the fact that now um, let's ignore the writing part, the book writing part, and just looking
Hmm.
at the podcasting and the Substack part.
Hmm.
There are millions of people competing in your space now. So in some
Right.
sense, society has all these jobs that need to be done, and we say we need some writers, we need some house
Yeah, of
painters, we need
course.
various people to do various things. But but the world that you were in logically is now being. You ask college kids and shit, what do you want to be when you get older? They say, I want to be an influencer.
Yeah.
And you go, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. Well, I'm
Mm.
still doing the same thing and I'm writing, 2 essays a week for publication on the web. Um, I'm making a at least as much money as I made when I was writing books, which
Mm.
isn't saying a lot, but I'm paying the light bill and I'm not, besides a mortgage, I'm not in debt. And the debt on my house is actually pretty low.
But we had
And
writers
I'm
in
doing the same
19.
thing. Basically, what I'm
Right.
writing another book when I'm not doing this, and when I'm not writing a blog, I'm writing a book. So my life hasn't changed that much. But what I do find is that there's a lot of blowback from technology. including the technology that allows me to function as a writer. And probably a lot of it just has to do with having to stare at a screen all day. And
Is tech
Jim,
is
I got up at
just
4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm a little bit burnt
yeah,
out.
it's about time I think to wrap this up. But I mean, what I'm saying is, Dave, and Jim, I was not saying that, Jim, as an indictment. I was trying to be very careful about how I
I
put
don't
this
feel
because
that I was indicted. I'm just saying
okay,
that my
I
life
know,
hasn't changed that much. I still consider what I'm doing a real job. Now, whether it's productive, I think it's sort of productive for me to produce writing.
oh no,
Um,
I agree. And I think don't get me wrong. I wasn't indicting either. What I'm saying is that there's a certain. I mean, I feel the same way, but at the same time, like what we're doing, or at least what I do, which is different than what you do, Jim. You've written novels and stuff to entertain people. What I'm doing is a kind of synthetic analysis of what's going on in this fucking world, which is
mhm.
unnecessary if with those people were going to fuck
Well, the
away.
universe didn't ask for it.
Right. I'm saying that's what I'm saying is that at the end of the day,
what
people
what's
there's a need now for what I do because of the world that they've created, but that world that they've created is a false world. So
Yeah.
I'm sitting here literally just telling people, look, the matrix doesn't fucking function the way you think it does. I know, and I know you need, and thank you for paying me for it. I appreciate it. I really do. But at the end of the day, wouldn't it be better if I could take all of this and go do something fucking really brilliant with it, like solve the
well
freaking nickel boron,
even
another version of the nickel boron that I solved 15 years ago is what
but I'll
I'm
give
getting.
you guys credit for synthesizing ideas that are important for people to digest. What is not needed are people, millions of Substacks
Yeah.
and millions of TikTokers
This goes to
supposedly making money that
this
should
goes to
that
what
many
That's
shouldn't
not
Peter
be making money.
that isn't right.
this
It's
this
just
goes to what Peter calls the overproduction of elites.
yes,
Oh, interesting.
And the
Interesting.
overproduction.
yes.
Have you familiar
I've
with
not heard that
Turchin?
term.
You know Turchin?
No.
Okay,
I know of Turchin, but I don't
okay.
know Turchin.
The overproduction of elites. It simply means we're churning out too many people in colleges trained for things the jobs that they'll
We
never
could cut
have.
colleges in half. We could
But
cut
that just
colleges in half.
comes to Tom's point about the contraction.
Right.
And maybe it was your point too, David. That what has been underway for quite a while is a comprehensive long-term contraction that is being masked by various sorts of fuckery and fiddling. And in the meantime, we're eating our seed corn and things are dissolving around us. It's also expressed in the way that in the phrase "nothing works anymore," which we see in things like medicine and bureaucracy
Completely.
and
Zoom doctor
universities.
calls, right? Is a
Yeah,
Zoom doctor call increased efficiency? I don't think so. I
yeah,
think people
I
are
just
getting more
every
cancer
day
because they're not getting diagnosed.
yeah.
goes right back to an old Leo Kottke song called "Nothing Works." Jim, the minute you said it, I'm like, oh my god! And you listen to that song, and it's this brilliant like spew of all this inanity, and that's like it doesn't, which none of it makes any sense whatsoever. The language, nothing works to the point where the language doesn't even make sense, which is Leo's
But the
point in
other
the
thing
song.
we did is
You know what I mean?
during
It's great.
COVID, we knocked out 3 million small businesses.
Yeah.
They were the connective tissue. So now what we have are all these corporations without the connective tissue.
We're being tyrannized by giantism that
Yes.
is very fragile
Yes.
and is probably going to be tanking and leave us with nothing but all these niches will be there to be filled afterwards.
Yes.
They're there now, actually.
I think
It's just
I
this
like the
battle
word.
for them.
I like the word brittle, Jim.
Yeah.
It's to really like
Right.
grab the
Brittle's good.
fragility of it all. Brittle is a great word because it
Mhm.
looks like it's solid and it doesn't take anything for it to really
Great
start to
example. Great
yeah.
example. My wife somehow ordered 5 of something she didn't want. She tried to send it back to Amazon. They send her a mailing label. She goes to UPS. They can't scan it. They send a different mailing label. Goes to UPS. They can't scan it. They say, forget it, keep them, don't send them back,
Yep.
swallow it, right?
Yeah.
That is just because you can make something tech doesn't mean you always should.
Mhm.
Yes.
And for example, I agreed to be advisor of a club. They have sent me a bunch of reading shit I got to read, and then I got to take a quiz. They used to be these stupid little quizzes like that were that like the difficulty level of taking a permit test for a driver's
Right.
license, right? But this one is 25 fucking pages. And after a half an hour doing this thing, I finally got done with it. And I fucking clicked the last thing and they said, you did not pass. And I'm sitting there going, you got to be kidding. So my temptation is say, fuck you. I'm done. But then the club doesn't get to function. So I'm hurting the club, which I signed off as an advisor because I think it's a good idea.
Mhm.
And someone created this thing for some fucked up reason because they're paid to do so. It's
Yeah.
like the tax forms are always different every year because someone is paid.
Well,
to change the tax
this is
form.
exactly what
we
Elon
have
Musk
to
has
justify
got.
our.
This is what
That's
Elon
right.
Musk has got to
Right, that's
battle
right.
in the federal government.
Well,
That's
everybody
right.
has
That's
to.
exactly
Everybody
right.
has to justify their own existence. They have to justify their budget for next year. That's that's exactly it.
And there's the woman at Bank of America who died in her cubicle, and they found her 4 days later.
God. Yep.
There's
that
no
happy
way
note,
that woman. There's no way that job was important.
No,
No.
she should have been in the kitchen.
that sadly is no way that there's no way that no. What's even more sad, though, it's even sadder about that is that nobody noticed for 4
Yeah.
days.
That's
that she was
right.
gone.
Yeah, no,
That's right.
the
And
machine
that
will grind
shows you,
to death.
therefore, that she was a non. You know what this is? This is fucking Eleanor Rigby darning her socks in the night when there's nobody there. Right? Look at all the lonely
One of the
people,
greatest,
right?
which is one of the few Beatles songs I truly adore.
Yeah.
By the way,
Right. But it's hauntingly now the modern era.
it really is.
Well,
I think that's probably a good place to end, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's wrap it up.
But we do have digital friends, and you guys are part of my digital friendship.
Oh yeah.
And
Salute.
And one of these
No,
days
no.
we'll actually do this in person, and
Yeah.
Arrested.
we absolutely need to do that. I just
We
would
will do
rather
it.
not do it within the confines of the state of New York, who I'm still boycotting.
well, we're all happy to go to Florida, so
We'll do
there's
it.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are more than welcome to come to Florida. It's like, no, come on down.
I'll
You
get
let
us-
me know. You let me
I'll
know.
get us-
I'll bring the whiskey. We're good.
I'll get a special forces detail. We'll be fine. We'll do it.
Yeah, all the topics,
Yeah.
Tommy.
Dude, Grady Judd has got our back. You guys can come to Florida. It's all good.
My buddy Dale lives in Florida. He was in Delta Force. You can't get above that.
I have a brother who lives in
We're-
Florida,
we're
so
good.
I could do a double trip.
We're all good. Let's wrap this up, gentlemen. As always, thoroughly appreciate your time. And for everybody listening, please go in the description. Please go follow them on Twitter. All the links to all their podcasts, Substacks, writings, all that shit is in there. Yeah, man. You guys go look at Robert J. O'Neill, the guy that killed Bin Laden. I'm telling you, go look at his Twitter, man. It's fucking great.
Robert J. O'Neill.
Robert J. O'Neill. He's the guy that killed Bin Laden. He's straight up just embracing that he's gonna like fuck Harry.
I thought the guys who killed Bin Laden all got killed. I thought
Again,
they
pick
died in a helicopter crash.
To quote Glenn Greenwald, pick your battles. So, but gentlemen, let's wrap this shit up. Thank you so much for your time. And
As always. Thank you,
until
Johnny.
next time, gentlemen.
Bye,
Look forward to
everybody.
it. Thank you so much.
Hey,
for
have a
your
great
time.
weekend, guys. It was
You guys
so
have a
good.
wonderful
It was good to
weekend.
catch up there.
God bless America, guys. And we are recording on Friday, December 20th, 2024 at 12:07 p.m. Eastern Time. We don't know where Dave is. He has the link. He hasn't showed up. That's on him, and everything that happens from here forward is also on him. But yeah, for everybody watching, I think the last episode last year was Christmas Cast, and it's the last episode of this year as well. So before whatever dark and vulgar turns this podcast takes, preemptively, everyone have a very Merry Christmas. Enjoy your families and all that good stuff. Now, that being said, I was gonna say let's go on riff on the drones, but I guess so. As of 2 days ago, someone tried to kill Nick Fuentes, which I don't like Nick, but everyone is no. You're allowed to say whatever you want. Free speech, not free speech, doesn't even just apply to the COVID vaccine is dangerous. Free speech also applies to you can say anything about anybody. You can do any. Say it about me. I don't care. So fuck that. But also last night, did you see that Harris canceled her, I guess, for vacation and Biden
Dave.
whisked from Delaware up to
Get
the
on
White
this
House
podcast.
last night. Like in
Tommy Kerrigan.
if Dave says he
It's
doesn't,
12.
yeah, you fucking idiot.
Hey, he even confirmed this yesterday.
He
That's
confirmed
hilarious.
this is why I send out confirmation emails. The day
Okay,
before.
we're talking, so
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you're getting roasted, dude.
This is why I send out confirmation emails to every guest
I
the day
just called
before.
Colin. He's
I just,
coming.
Yeah.
yeah, I
He
always ping
said
him.
it's 12. He said it's 12.
What is that motherfucker doing? He's not retired. What is he doing? Is
He's
that
writing his urine review.
That's true. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
if I
He's
called my
very
dad and he
absorbed.
didn't if I called my dad and he didn't know what time it is, it's accepted. He's been retired for a couple of years. He worked his ass off. He's checked out. I get it. What the fuck's Dave doing? He's still
He's
working at
working hard. He's
He's like at
absorbed
the
in
He
his
does
office.
his
work.
end of the year review, and he still
I mean,
has, and he still has his,
He's doing
he's
until
still.
3 in the morning too.
I mean, hey,
Oh yeah.
Godspeed. Did y'all see that last night about how Biden and Kamala unexpectedly went back to the White House? I guess Biden was in Delaware and like a Secret Service motorcade, I guess rather
There he is.
abruptly brought him back up, and Kamala was about to fly to California, and then at the last second, the security detail brought her right back to D. So it's
Wait a minute,
suspected.
was it some blunder of some kind?
I don't know. I'll look it up, but it's
What were they supposed to do? Meet at the White House and that they messed it up in some way?
I listen, I like that answer as much as any. Kamala Harris just abruptly, so this was yesterday at 10:31 p.m. Kamala Harris just abruptly
Mhm.
canceled her planned trip to California and raced to the White House, per reporters. And also, per reporters, Biden just returned to D.C. after being expected to stay in Delaware till after Christmas.
Oh, I see what's up. They're responding to that Wall Street Journal story about how non-compos mentis Joe Biden is. And they got to try to figure out, whether they're going to fifth or
25th.
25th Amendment him at the very last moment.
Do you think they're
I
going to,
didn't.
or you think they're going to?
I
Just
think
for the,
that they have to talk about it, but they're probably not going to do it.
I mean, if
It,
But
he's
it's
like,
I
interesting. Good morning,
if he's,
Dave.
hello, Dave.
Sorry, guys.
Don't worry
Lost
about it.
track of the time. I thought I'd add another half hour.
You're,
No
don't,
worries.
I
uh,
imagine you fucking ripped my ass to
no, we
shreds
were
the
very
first
kind.
Actually, we didn't. We
We
were
did
we were
before we
actually
started
quite kind.
recording. I said you're
Yeah.
probably
yeah.
fucking an animal somewhere. I guess now I just ripped you, but we technically we hadn't before we
Well,
recorded. But
I was doing an auto Bobert on myself.
Technically, it's not an animal.
It's a
It
chicken.
was
I mean,
more
there are
like
worse
a
things.
Chicken.
There are worse things
machine.
to
it's technically not an
to,
animal. It's been dead
break
for a
It's
my
a
couple
balls over.
hours.
chicken. It's a
Yeah,
chicken.
it's been dead for a couple
As
hours
long as it
now.
wasn't an Auto Merkel, I'm like,
It was a chicken till I choked it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now it's just a
Well,
rapidly cooling
now you can
flesh
have it
wound.
for dinner, huh?
Jesus Christ. Jesus.
What's that joke? What did Jeffrey Dahmer say to Lorena Bobbitt? You gonna eat that?
Gonna eat that, ma'am.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
You've
I
gone
wonder if
ebonic.
Elvis was in the room.
You've gone ebonic on us. I keep hearing you in your ebonic mode.
Do you,
Oh, me? Yeah. It was in my blog this morning. I wrote another Christmas carol, and the ghost of Christmas future is George Floyd. He tells Joe
Good for
Biden to
you, Jim.
harken his ass.
Someone put up a meme that said, "Who would you save?" And two of the I don't remember the others, but two of the choices were George Floyd, and the other one was Peanut the squirrel. Um,
Yeah.
Yeah,
fair enough.
that's a
my God.
no-brainer right there.
I actually
Yeah.
thought your call, Jim, was Chris Martinson for some reason. I
Well, guess what? It wasn't. It was me
yeah, I know.
telling you to get your ass up.
Do you
Yeah.
think?
No,
Do you
I
think?
was ready. The clock flew.
Yeah.
I
You
get
got
it.
one of them flying clocks?
Yeah, it
Is
does that.
Like, you get that for Christmas?
Yeah. I don't know. You get it from old age.
Fair
Oh
enough.
dear.
Well, I mean, it does accelerate. I mean,
Were you
we're
up
all-
at 4 in the morning writing on that urine review?
No, I was up till 3 I was up until 3.
Yeah.
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 Well, I got
Yeah,
up at
it's
4.
been grinding my brain to dust. The other problem, you might know this, you guys might know this. You don't something doesn't read well till the last draft.
Yeah.
You know, and then all of a sudden you get to the last draft, I go, oh, now it's fine. Right. And so you can end up with a whole pile of shit because it's not yet the last draft.
Right.
I don't feel that
I
way.
find it emotionally painful because I end up with like 200 pages of horse shit, and then I have to turn it into shiny, polished horse shit.
Yeah, I don't feel that way. I feel it's pretty good and shiny, when I get done with it the first time. And it's like architecture, actually. The the first thing is like framing the house, and the
Mhm.
rest of it's just moving the furniture around.
Well, but I do it like William F. Buckley, although not as well, I should add. Where he said he used to write a draft of a book in 160 hours.
Yeah, yeah,
And the
pretty good.
problem is that draft of the book is going to suck,
Mhm.
right? And
Yeah.
but rather than sort of massage it to the finish sort of chapter by chapter, I try to sort of power my way through it if I can.
The whole
I
thing changed with computers. I started writing novels professionally that got published when I still used a typewriter.
mhm.
And using a typewriter is like actually going to the laundry and running stuff through the mangler like 3 or 4 times, draft after draft after draft. It's very,
My
very
thesis
tedious.
was done. My
But with
first
a
five.
computer, you can kind of polish it up as you go along.
I
Yeah,
know. I
that's what
just
I
don't.
usually do.
No, I don't. I just bash out a draft and say, okay, I now know what it's going to be. But then I end
Oh,
up with hundreds of pages of
Yeah,
horse.
I'm at the point now where I usually write in like 400 to 700 word chunks, and
yeah.
I'll put a bunch down, and then I'll walk away, and I'll smoke a cigar. I'll go talk to the wife. I'll come back. I'll you know break one off, whatever, and then I'll come back and then I'll reread that, edit that as I go along, and then add, and then get back into the flow of whatever it was before. And so by the time
That's
I
how
get
I
done
write
with the
scientific
article,
papers.
it's usually already gone through 5 drafts, and it's just and they're usually 85% complete the first time through. You might miss something. I need to add something in here, or clean up a phrase there. You find yourself when you're really not in the flow, you find yourself like repeating the same phrase over and over again, and you've got to like clean that up, and there's all the stylistic shit that needs to be dealt with in order to make it flow
Yeah,
and make it
You
yeah,
know
work.
what amazes me?
I write
Uh,
scientific papers the way you just described. For some reason, this annual thing, I just power it
Mm.
out. Part of it's because I don't know what the fuck it's going to be at all. With scientific
Well, there's
paper,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I can
Well,
imagine, Dave. I don't know how you do it. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I like writing a 200 word 200 page
yeah, you
end of
can't
the year
write.
review.
You got to wait till the end to do it, right?
Yeah, and and you got to take notes all year long. And I'm not that organized. Like
But
that's
there's
that's
shit
not.
I wrote about that. I had no idea. For example, I wrote about 5 pages on this Fanone guy, right? This cop, the January 6th cop who testified
Oh,
oh.
how they made him pee his pants and how he was a little pussy. And I wrote about 5 pages on him. Something clicked, something grabbed my attention, and I dug
mhm.
into Fanone.
What'd you find out about him?
Well, first of all, there's so many fucking photos of him with what I call the cool kids. So there he is with Hollywood stars and Robert De Niro and and then with Nancy Pelosi and so it turns out that he was just a prop the whole way, and then he got the Christine Blasey Ford treatment at the end. On election night, he got fucked up drunk and spewed to some reporter shit that shouldn't be spewed in a drunken stupor.
This
Mhm.
election, 24?
This one, yeah, this recent one.
So it's 4 years after.
Well, yeah, because he was just so upset because he was part of the blob that went after Trump,
Mhm.
and he said shit he shouldn't say, and then it turns out that he had gotten a brief gig on one of the networks, and then it fell apart, and I think that was just like a bone that got thrown to him or something.
Sure.
Did he
He
confess
got
to
the he
anything
got the
outright?
Christine Blasey Ford. We're done with you now. They threw him out the back of the van. And he now can't even get jobs at places like Walmart and shit.
Did he confess to anything outright?
No. Oh, in his rant, he confessed to how he did everything to stop this guy and stuff like that. You get the sense that he felt he was part of a. And then he said, I would have I wasted all this time. I would have been better off just riding Pornhub. And I finished by saying, hey, don't knock poor Pornhub, dude. I think they're looking for fresh talent.
Always, huh? Never enough.
Yeah, I
Ah.
did again. I don't know what's going to catch my eye, and this year fucked me up royally because I had hundreds of pages on Harris and Biden and all this shit, and then Trump mows them down, and often it's like it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And all of a
Yeah.
sudden, it's like I could have been writing Pornhub, right? And 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 there's some relevant stuff in there. I'm gonna chase the I am chasing. I've got like one chapter left. I'm chasing the origin story of Kamala. I'm gonna go down that rabbit hole.
I think
Mhm.
it's interesting. I mean, you brought it up the last time you and I did a show together, and I was really, what was it? I think it was on when we were on with Sean Newman.
About a week ago.
And yeah, yeah. And the more, right after we got done with that call, that show, I was like, you know, that is that that that
And I think
tracks.
it was Jim's Elizabeth Nixon podcast that I said, okay, that one, I'm going down that now. That's
Yeah,
it.
no, it makes so much sense because like to me, nothing is spontaneous with these people. I really feel like everything is
Nothing by
scripted.
chance. Nothing.
Yeah,
FDR.
no,
You know, the
nothing is
part
up to
that
chance.
mystifies me is what was the point of training up these MK Ultra subjects and sending them out into the world? Do you have a theory about that? Because that's the missing piece for me.
To me,
What's
it,
their
it makes
mission supposed to be anyway?
it's that they will they have their perfect puppet. They have their perfect Manchurian candidate that they present in front of. I think now that you say, like for example, now that we have um, uh, Kamala Harris, now I'm looking at Justin Trudeau.
Oh, it's
Now I'm looking.
Justin.
Now I'm looking at Chrystia Freeland.
Yes.
Now I'm looking at Macron. Now I'm looking at this one. Now I'm looking
Adhern.
at that one.
Adhern.
Yeah.
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 So
I
so
mean, and
so there are different purposes.
right,
First of all, there's this global pedophile network, which I know is true. I just don't know where the truth stops and the fiction starts, right?
right.
Um, and that thing's got to be run. That thing is a very elaborate
Mm-hmm.
network. And
Right.
so I don't know if I told you this, but it clicked one day when I was watching a video called "The Mind of a Dog," and it's training working dogs. They breed them, and which they breed these pedophile network participants too. They literally are bred within the network.
Mm-hmm.
And they breed the dogs. They take these Labradors with great temperaments and shit, and then they train them, and half of them fail out, and there's a 7-year waiting list to get one of those dogs because they're such wonderful dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And then what they do is they take the dogs who all have different personalities and the people who need dogs, and they go, okay, give the blob over to this Vietnam veteran. He needs a blob badly. And give the more active one to this woman who
Mm-hmm.
needs. And so they pair them up, and it turns out, I think in their training, they do exactly that. I think
Mm-hmm.
they go, this kid is going to be an assassin. This kid is a sick fuck. And
Yeah.
and according to Annika Lucas, well, I listened to Patrick Bet David interview, and he did a great job, and he pressed her, and it made me a little nervous because she answered some questions that I'm going, I agree with Patrick. There's something about that answer that doesn't make sense. But Annika says we were all trained to kill, all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not to say that they were all then turned into assassins. But,
Right.
but they're all trained to kill. They all had their personalities broken into pieces, then reassembled into some new form that was used. And they serve all sorts of purposes. There's a fucking TED talk by some chick who talks about how pedophilia is not a crime. It's a sexual choice and this and that. And I was watching her, and she had that blank stare. She
Mm-hmm.
had that sort of somewhat slightly impressionless personality. If you
Right.
watch them, they all look like they've somehow coped. You listen to Annika Lucas, they don't. They're not cheerful. They're not, of course. But this woman giving the talk, I'm going, this chick is in the fucking network. This chick was giving a fucking TED talk.
Right. Well, it makes, I mean, again, it's like, if you're going to, if this is a thing that you have to, you're going to build and you're going to have to protect it and everything else, then you have to have an entire cast. You have to have your leaders. You have to have your supporting cast. Look, it's like, I hate to like be blunt, but they've all read Bob McKee's story. They all know how to like, structure a screenplay. They know how it works. They know this. Like if we know it, they know it because
And
hell, they
that's why
helped write the
Hollywood's so
rule. They
important.
helped write the rules on how to roll out the story in a particular way, what the timing has to be, how the like we all know. I mean, if you've studied screenwriting at all, which I have, and I know Jim, I'm sure you have as well. You know that it's like a form. They know that the inciting incident
Yeah.
has to happen within 7 minutes, or the audience
And
loses
there are
interest.
3 acts, and you have to
And then
structure
you
it
have to have
accordingly.
plot point number one at the 20-minute mark right after that. And then an act one has to set everything up. And then there's the midpoint turn. And then there's and it all fits. And then and you know who your protagonist is, you know who your antagonist is, and you know who your supporting characters are. They all have to have their arcs which
So
support the
it's the
original.
big
And it's all
whiteboard.
one big fucking pyramid.
It's the big
Okay.
whiteboard where you have all the names and characters
Right.
with
And
arrows.
literally when if you do any kind of screenwriting at all, you realize that it's like a glorified Mad Lib where you're just like you're just changing the names every time. I mean, it is, and it's a form, and you fill the form out like it's a fucking tax form. And then but
That's
then
one of the
the art
this is one of the
happens.
reasons that Hollywood movies suck, by the way.
Well, no,
Oh,
actually,
absolutely.
no. The structure itself is something you have to learn, but then using the structure to create something beautiful comes out of that. Because look, all they've done is they've tested what works against an audience. And so it's been this constant feedback over the last 100 years, the evolution of the screenplay. It's not that the form itself is a bad thing. It's that if the screenplay doesn't transcend the form, doesn't transcend and have anything to say, then you wind up with garbage, or you wind up with propaganda, or you wind up with an agenda-laden piece of garbage. But if you have
Or a Rob Reiner movie.
Well, so it's like looking at
you have your typical Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sylvester Stallone action movie, because those don't have to transcend. They just have to show up, do the thing, right? But don't kid yourself. The Coen brothers use the form. Okay, the best film, Scorsese uses the form. He's also so good at it that he hides the form. He writes a movie so goddamn compelling, you're not watching it as a structuralist at all. You don't care because the movie's so goddamn good.
Okay, Tom, I'm going to say someone sucks. I want you to say right or wrong. I think Stephen King sucks.
He sucks.
Absolutely, he sucks.
He sucks.
I've read
he
three or
doesn't
four.
know how to finish a fucking plot.
Because he never
I've
knew
read
where he
3 or
was
4 of
going
his
in the
books
first
too.
place.
You know,
Yeah.
he admits that. He says, when I start writing, I don't know the finish. And I go, Stephen, it shows.
Yeah.
Well,
and then
I often don't know
best
the
writers,
finish myself, but they seem
and
to
then the
finish
best
okay.
writers start at the end. They know how the story's going to end, and then they.
That's not how I work. When I'm writing fiction, and I publish something like, I don't know, 12 novels.
Right.
I don't know how it's going to end. My theory about the whole thing is that you set all of these personalities in motion, and they act according to their nature, and they tell you. It's a self-informing process. They tell you where they want to take the story. And then you have to navigate it carefully to make sure that you make it work that way.
The classic one for me is J. Michael Straczynski in Babylon 5. Like, as he was shopping B5 for like 10 years before he finally got a production deal with Warner Brothers, and every time getting rejected and having to rethink how he was going to do the show, and he was letting it sitting in gestate and this, that, and everything else. He knew exactly what the arc of the story was. He didn't know all the little details. And then when he got into actually writing the 110 episodes of the show, he didn't write them all, but he wrote most of them. You realize that, like, at points, like, all of a sudden characters that he thought were minor characters, and he just threw in because he needed a foil for one of the major characters, turns out to surprise him and then create other things. And it was beautiful. And we got to watch it in real time because he was chronicling it as Babylon 5 was being produced in the early days of the internet. So he was telling us the process after the episodes finally aired, and we got to see the entire process occur, and it was beautiful.
But it's
Michael
funny.
Fanone. Michael Fanone was a character when I was writing about January 6th. All of a sudden, he just emerged.
Mm-hmm.
I said,
I've had a
oh,
lot
there
of
it is.
traffic with Hollywood producers over the years. A number of my books were optioned, although
Sure.
they were never made. They never got made. But I was asked to write screenplays,
Hmm.
and probably the worst torture that a writer who considers himself serious can undergo is to have to receive notes from producers. About exactly what you're talking about how to make the thing conform more to the template of Hollywood. And
Hmm.
my experience was that every one of their notes, every one of their suggestions really worked toward wrecking the work itself.
Hmm.
And it
This is
was just a very
why the book is always better
demoralizing
than the
process.
movie.
And that's one of
Well,
the
I see.
reasons I admire the Coen brothers so much is that they don't take notes from their producers and their investors.
Yeah.
They do exactly what they want to do, and nobody pushes them around. And it's a
Well,
really remarkable relationship that they've got.
yeah, well, the Stanley Kubrick had the same kind of deal. I mean, he
Yeah,
had an ironclad contract with Warner Brothers that he would just deliver
but
final
not
print.
not ironclad enough. Not as good
No,
as the
clearly
Coen
because
brothers.
they killed him after showing Eyes Wide Shut,
Yeah, there's
and
that
Yeah,
then
little
cut the
detail.
movie. Yeah,
yeah.
but it's interesting as I'm Twitter mates with Joseph Mazzoli, who's the showrunner for Stargate SG-1 and a couple other shows, and during the aftermath of the Trump shooting, Joe was out doing script notes, issuing script notes to the writers of the story that they were trying to sell to us, and it was hilarious. Like okay, well, the screenwriter clearly is just trying to set her up. She's a very interesting character, like the head of the Secret Service, but her story's not believable, and I like where you went with this, but I don't like with. And he wrote it all as these series of producer notes. He did like 4 or 5 of them, as if each one was a draft, as they kept changing their story, and it was hilarious and it was beautiful. I sent those over to Dexter White, and he's like, he didn't know who that was at the time. He's like, he sent me a text back. He goes, that guy's obviously been in the room with the smarmy producers. Like, yeah, that's Joe Mazzoli. He's the friggin', yeah, he did 9 seasons of Stargate SG-1 and other television shows. Yeah, he's a fucking pro, dude. He's like, oh yeah, it shows. It was
Mhm.
beautiful. It was really good. So yeah, but that's how bad their thing is now. They've shown us their hand about how they operate, and we see them in real time. And it's why none of their shit works anymore, because
Mm.
for years they were using that as a means by which to roll out whatever the story was that they wanted to tell us. And now we understand the plumbing of it, and now we can see it happening in real time.
Here's
Mm.
one I've seen just the first season of. My understanding is it's a series of books that I really enjoyed, even though we never got to the punchline because it's just season one was the 3 body problem.
I have not
Mm.
watched it or read it,
I
so I
think
do
you
Heard
not.
might
of it.
enjoy it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't watched it yet.
What is a concern exactly?
Uh, Something in the universe is fucking up royally. The universe is something very strange is happening.
The
And
simulation is
it turns
failing?
out they trace it, and again, it's only first season, but they trace it to a Chinese facility in which they somehow got a signal 40 years ago. And the person, the signal came through translated saying, don't communicate with us. You'll regret it. And the chick did. And the shit starts hitting the fan.
Right.
But it's well done. There's this creepy, weird component to it. So it might just be Stephen King build-up shit. Not going to go there, but I've heard the 3 books are very good, or whatever number it is.
Yeah,
So
I've heard very good things about the books. I've heard that the first season of the show was good. I've had it recommended to me by a lot of people. I'm not currently really watching television or even film right now. I've been kind of just hanging out with some friends and playing. I'm just
I've been
coping the
listening
world
to
just by
talk
playing online.
radio in the car,
Hmm.
which I gave up for a very long time. Um, it is wild listening to them talking about the global conflicts and stuff. And this morning was particularly problematic. Um, they're talking now about Israel and anti-Semitism and shit like that.
Hmm.
And it's clearly enormous propaganda.
Hmm.
And I'm going, wait a minute, you just lied. There's no chance what you just said is true. And it's bothering me. I
What are
sure
they lying about?
Um, well, e- everything's pro-Israel, and I mean the problem we face in the current era is that this conflict has produced a spike in anti-Semitism, no question. Just like the Ukraine war
Mhm.
caused people to hate Russians, right?
Right.
Um, and simultaneously, the anti-Semitism label being hung on anyone who says Israel shouldn't be doing that is spiked up too. And so now you've got this real brawl between them. If you can't criticize a government, we know governments are bad. If you can't criticize them, we got a problem, and you can't criticize Israel without getting in trouble. And at the same time, you can't criticize Jews because shit that Israel's doing. And so it's a balancing act. And this radio I was listening to this morning was not balancing it very well.
Well,
Right.
it's a good thing that the lawfare lawyers are out there because that gives you an opportunity to criticize Jews in a way that really works. Mark Elias and Norm Eisen. And as a Jew, I appreciate it especially because
Absolutely.
I dump on them all the time.
Well,
Well,
what's
well,
really,
but it's
but
it's
you're,
it's one of those things that if you got a head on your shoulders, let's say you're a Jew or let's say you're a Democrat, let's say you're one of the categories who's in a brawl, um, it's really important that you understand how your team fucked up.
Yeah.
And one of the things I do, I defend the Republicans. So let's say everyone I know hates Trump, right? Foregone conclusion. I remind them that the Republican Party didn't pick Trump. They had no choice. The Democratic Party picked Biden. They had a choice. So if the Democrats haven't figured out that they have somehow managed to not only destroy their party, but they somehow managed to turn Donald J. Trump into a victim. How do you do that?
And
Right?
well, yeah, and a myth. They turned him into a legend.
Mm.
He is anti-fragile. He is anti-fragile at a level that I never would have believed possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you said
well,
it
I mean, but
the other
part
day,
of that
Tim. You
is,
said it. You said something I've been saying to my wife, and we'll repeat it here. They have changed Trump's image physically. He is
Mhm.
not as orange. His hair is not a, a caricature.
Right.
He looks stately.
Yeah,
He
it
does
doesn't come to a
not,
point over his forehead like a rocket ship anymore.
but he also doesn't rant like he did,
No.
Right.
right?
And he doesn't move back and forth when he talks. He does
Right.
when he
Well,
dances,
somehow
but not
they
when
said,
he's
here's the
speaking.
deal. The Democratic Party is destroying itself.
Yeah.
Step back and let them do it, right? This is a classic when your enemy's destroying yourself, don't stop them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That's nice. Thank you.
When I did that debate with Steve Keen, by the way, on climate change,
Mhm.
I was ready for him because I knew how he argued. I happened to spend 8 hours total with a guy who just wrote a book on climate change, gory details about the science, and B, the guy who made the movie Climate the Movie. I spent time with both of those guys just talking about it, and they looked at his videos and shit. And it turned out that Steve just blew himself up. I didn't have to say anything. He starts out lecturing about the chemistry of climate change. And I'm going, to a chemist?
Yeah.
This the angle you're going to take? And then he starts talking about how I know scientists. And I'm going, you're saying this to a scientist?
You're saying this to,
Right?
yeah.
And it just got absurd. Bill Fleckenstein was the moderator. And I was watching his eyeball rolls. He was going to rip, he was going to tear his retina. I mean, and finally he chimed in. He says, "What the hell are you talking about?" Right? And Steve just blew it. He just, and so at the very end, I said, "Look, here are the various reasons it's not real. Here's what the solar fit." By the way, I did a fascinating experiment which I used. I went on Grok, which is useful as hell, Jim. I
Yeah,
know
I
you're
use
not
it all the time,
okay. And
constantly.
I asked Grok. I said, "Give me 20 famous scientists who do not believe climate change is a crisis." And Grok spit out 20 names, said what they said. I recognized probably 18 of the 20, right?
Mhm.
And then I said, okay, Grok, give me the names of 10 solar physicists who believe that climate change is a crisis. And Grok came back and said, there are no definitive statements from solar physicists about climate change being a crisis.
Yes. Yeah.
And I use that in there and I'm going, it's over. It's over. There was not a single solar physicist on the IPCC, this huge group that puts together the
Ben Davis has been complaining about this for years, Dave. Ben Davis has been talking about this for a decade.
I know.
You know,
it's
and how they like they tortured the math by, you know, how they tortured the total solar radiance numbers and all the rest of it. It was all bullshit. You know, and then they put those same words in the mouth of Neil deGrasse Tyson to sell it, and then he torched his own credibility like immediately.
He's
the Peter Hotez.
He's such a faggot.
So back to Jim's question now, why is all this happening, right? This is the universe winking at us. This is the three-body problem.
Well, my question was why.
This is Philip K. Dick saying we all decided we didn't want to live in that world anymore, and we went to this world.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what we jumped.
Jim asked.
Yeah, we just jumped to a different track.
Yeah,
is a bigger question about why drones, why Biden, why Southern border, why pedophile networks, why did we pick a fight with Ukraine? Why? What? Tom, I need you to chime in. Democratically elected governments are toppling all over the world right now.
They're not. Yeah.
What a strange thing, and each one by itself seems to be minor. Is it tied to Trump winning? Did Trump's victory?
You know, it's not the first thing that's happened in synchronicity in the last 5 years. The whole COVID thing was synchronous too. Synchronous.
No, I mean, look. At the end of the day, when you have a system. When you have a system that they've built that is this, you keep using this word over and over and over again. The word is brittle. They've created these brittle systems that you pressure them just a little bit and they collapse. The coalition in Germany after the last election was cobbled together. The government in France cobbled together. The situation in the UK, Canada, this, that, everything else, and all that has to happen was Trump walked in and went, "Fuck you, tariffs," and they all.
But is that the Trump victory? Was that the Jenga piece that got pulled out?
It was Trump living.
What's that?
It was Trump surviving Butler. Is
but
what
also,
I think.
He didn't just survive. He mowed those fuckers down. Which, by the way, the word I say over and over and over again is not brittle. It's fuck. He mowed those motherfuckers down.
Yeah, he did.
And that was the only outcome that wouldn't lead to total chaos. And it pulled it off.
Yeah, it was. And we were all worried that it was going to be total chaos. We expected them to go with total chaos. We expected everything to happen. But this is the funny part about it, right? After Butler, why I think Butler is the turning point is not just because everything was leading up to that. If you go back to those 2-3 weeks before Butler, go back to the debate on the 26th. And then there's the snap elections in England that were called like out of the fucking blue. And then there were the snap elections that were called in France out of the blue. When right after the European parliamentary elections the month before, where they fought and everything else in order to ensure that Ursula von der Leyen was put in charge of the European Commission. And then it was all a series. And there was that eerie calm, like, oh no, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. We're not losing anything. All of this is going according to script. And then Trump lived because they were planning on replacing Joe Biden with whomever, probably Gavin Newsom.
And the iconic photos.
The iconic photo. And then Trump finally understands the gravity of the situation.
You know who took those iconic photos? You know that story?
Yeah, I can't remember the guy. I can't remember the guy was involved.
The guy who took the photo, the key photo of George Bush being told 9/11 got hit.
That's right.
Yeah, right.
What? Now, why would that guy be in Butler, fucking PA? Just and by the way,
that moment in that spot with a
the high speed camera. Yeah,
the high speed camera and everything else. Why was CNN there for the first Trump rally?
And by the way, the QAnon theory that like defines QAnon is that JFK Jr. is not dead and he's coming back and he's incognito under the. And it turns out the guy he's supposed to be is a guy named Fusca.
Fusca was sitting right behind Trump.
Yeah,
The guy he's supposed to be is Fusca guy? I don't
Fusca,
get that.
F-U-S. So JFK Jr., the QAnon theory, which I don't subscribe to, I hasten
right.
to add,
Yeah.
is that JFK Jr. is alive, he's in hiding, and that he's going to come back and save the fucking world. This is classic QAnon stuff.
Yeah.
This is like
I've
one
heard
of the
that. But you're
there's
saying
one,
he was at Butler,
the
PA?
guy who supposedly is JFK Jr. in disguise is the guy who they've identified as Fusca. And I can't remember his first name, but if you search Fusca on the internet, you'll find it. And I've watched different videos. He is there. He's at that rally. And you go, this guy could have gone to any rally he wanted.
You know, it's
And
also
it doesn't matter that he's not JFK Jr. What matters is this guy who's central to this truly bizarre theory was sitting behind him. Now, there's another chick who's supposedly second command of something like the FBI or something, who supposedly is sitting behind him too.
Yeah,
with
and she was
shades
fucking
on.
with something in
I
her
think they
hands when
debunked that one,
happened.
Dave.
have
I
there,
think
there's
they debunked that one.
And it never looked right to me because I'm going, half the hot chicks in the world look like that. So it doesn't matter. But
there's a screenshot that melted my mind of because you always see QAnon posted on Twitter. Normally they're being mocked and it's like Sam Hyde. But there's one that really fucked my head, and it's like whatever riddle the QAnon post is, and then the bottom three words it just says in all caps, "Fight, fight, fight," and it has a picture of Trump with his fist up, like at Butler. But the post was from 2018. Like, what the fuck is
interesting.
that?
There's another
Like,
one.
no, like what but that's something where I can't just like go, well, that's weird. Like, what the fuck
There's
is that?
there's
What the
two
fuck is
people
that?
in the there's two people in the audience sitting behind Trump, and they're somewhat blurry images, but they're sitting behind Trump in the audience. And both of them do exactly the same thing before Trump gets shot. They do this.
What the fuck?
Both of them do it. Two independent people behind Trump.
Yeah, is this what it feels like to like
By the
deteriorate
way,
mentally?
in case you're wondering, I did write about this.
Huh.
I don't doubt that. I don't
No, I
doubt
don't doubt it
that.
at all. I think it's great.
It's
It's just fucking weird, man.
no, it's just subjective. But back to Tom, what you were saying about it being brittle. I look at it more as like the structures never existed. I always remember this like one video we watched in sixth grade about like the Revolutionary War or some shit, and it was some fort or outpost by the colonists, and it had like the parapet walls, and they were being approached by the British Army, and there's only like 10 dudes in the fort, and there was like 500, and they were like, we're dead, we're all fucking dead. And I guess per their thing is like every 10 or 20 soldiers they'd hold up the flag of like their colony or farm or whatever the fuck. And it was so every 10 or 20 you had a flag up, and they kind of the British knew that as, and I could be getting the entire war wrong, but they knew that that was kind of their MO. And that's how they started to get better at scouting is they knew every 20 guys they have like a flag of, whatever the fuck their movement is. So the guys on the parapet were like, well, what if we just put up like 50 flags? And it's behind the parapet, so you couldn't see over. And so it looked like that there was like 5,000 of them. British Army came, they saw their scouts, and then they were like, yeah, we're not doing that. That's death. But there's only 10 guys in there shitting bricks, and it worked. My point is it's not that they were fragile, it's that they didn't even exist. And so if you couple in something like censorship, where you censor everyone that would say, oh, there's not real soldiers there, they're just flags, you couple that with censorship and with a mass connection and same reality through the internet, you can have these powers that seem like powers. But the reality is if you just walk up and, you can push over the flag and take over the fort, I think that's what we're seeing. It's not that these things are brittle, it's that they don't even exist.
Well,
Well,
my
like
idea of reality is that it's a consensual thing between the mass of people, and that it involves some kind of a collective consciousness that's
Mm-hmm.
the aggregate of that agreement between people about what is and what is not. And when you mess with it a lot, as the propagandists and the intel people do deliberately, you really injure that consensus, then strange things start to happen.
Well,
It
so
seems
so I
to
wrote
me.
about Law and Order because there's some fucked up things I'm told. And one of the things I point out is that it's like raising children, and that it's all a big bluff. And once they call your bluff, it's game over, right? So I refer to the little miscreants calling your bluff, right? And so if your kids reach a point where they realize you're not going to kill them, then they're going, oh, okay. So you need them to have that faith that somehow you still rule. And California, by taking away shoplifting, they open the door to flash mobs anywhere, any city, hitting any store they want at will. I don't know how you put that worm back in the hole. It's a great risk of being. The populace now realizes that there's safety in numbers. They can do anything they want, unless it's January 6th.
Wasn't there something yesterday where someone's like in some part of California that got reversed and they started like arresting people yesterday? I'm trying to find it. I think I saw it this morning, but it was and I don't know if it's some city or what, but like the $950 rule no longer applies. It's just straight up, it's back to, so people are just getting arrested like everywhere else in the world.
This is the Trump election.
Yeah.
This is the Trump election.
It's fantastic.
Now I called one. I nailed one at the dinner, the roast that the media and the president and all the big players do, and Trump showed and Kamala didn't. Trump started praising Eric Adams for having gotten attacked by the blob. And he says, I'm sure you're going to do fine. And I saw that and I said, oh, Trump has cut a deal.
Yeah.
And the second Trump got elected, Eric Adams started looking like a Republican.
He is right now. He's like, he's like, they're destroying the state.
I think Trump said, look, if I get elected, you're protected.
Of course. It's the same thing with Joe Biden.
It was brilliant. The left underestimated Trump. We all underestimated.
Yeah, we did all underestimate him to a certain degree, but I also think that it was important that at Butler, PA happened, because I think that that's what galvanizes the guy to do things the way he's doing them now. There's no more appeasement. There's no more playing games. It is, I'm Don Trump Leone. Kiss the ring, bow the knee. I will take care, and I will take care of you. Here's my word. My word is good.
Purpose.
Yeah.
He has a sense of purpose that he would not have had. And by the way, the other guy with a sense of purpose, who I wouldn't turn my back on if I were any of them, is Steve fucking Bannon.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll say.
Here's the question I've been thinking about. Who has not yet been formally affiliated with the administration who you're saying there's got to be an announcement? What are the other players who are missing? You could say, by example, Tucker Carlson. Is there a role being teed up for him?
I think he's found his role. He's in.
I think he already has his role. Why would he?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Douglas McGregor. Where is Douglas? Where's Mike Flynn? Mike Flynn.
Yep.
Who are others that you're saying they're missing?
Well, see, the thing is,
be a plan.
I'll be honest with you. I'll say just real quick, Jim, and then I'll let you come in. I think all of those guys are lightning rods. I think all those people are the kinds of they're easy fodder. So you leave them off to the side, and you give them these other people who they don't know as much about and don't have as much material on. Like it makes perfect sense. Like, leave those guys alone. Leave them out of the picture for as long as possible until you get the cabinet, and then do whatever you want.
That Orwellian organization they tried to set up with Nina Jankowicz. And I wrote about her because she was such a fucking loon. And then finally she sort of has to step down, and ever so quietly, without hardly a peep in the goddamn media, they put in Michael Chertoff. I go, you're telling me Jankowicz was their first choice and Chertoff was their second choice?
Yeah, so these two other guys might be on the shelf in case, like, Pete Hegseth doesn't get confirmed.
There's no way McGregor isn't going to be put in there. Jeff Sachs could be in there somewhere.
Yeah, as an ambassador. Oh, Jeff Sachs is ambassador to Russia?
Yeah.
Just saying at this point.
Which is a downgrade for some of his previous shit, but
Yeah, but it would be ironic. There may not be a better person for that job.
Right.
And that's
it might be ironic if they put Mike Flynn back in his old job.
That would be funny, wouldn't it?
running the Defense Intelligence Agency.
That would be funny.
Because I don't think they've announced who's going to do that yet.
So what other names? There's got to be more names. You got to have more names. There's got to be people who you're going. They're missing right now. They're AWOL and they got to be in the plan somewhere.
Well, maybe again, what Trump has
Giuliani.
done so far, what Trump has done so far is to really staff the entire administration with people significantly younger than the current power set.
And brawlers.
Yes.
Yeah. And
we're
this
talking
speaks to
about
something
Gen
that,
Xers now.
that you were saying a few minutes ago about why all these people in the world are caving in all of a sudden. And I think what's going on in the background is this terrific latency of retribution
Yes.
that
Yes,
people
yes.
are aware of, but it's not quite visible yet. And they're actually, I think, doing a great job of kind of just concealing it at this point.
So Freeland and Newland both retire.
Yeah.
No, Freeland, I think is making. I think Freeland is trying to is orchestrating a coup against Justin Trudeau. That's what I think is going on.
So.
And then backdoor.
I think she's more hated than Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, I think
I understand that, but I'm talking about this is within liberal. This is within the Liberal Party politics itself.
Yeah.
It's a fundamentally different. I'm not talking about at a national election level. Okay,
well,
we're now
making a mistake if they do
how
that.
can they keep this thing cobbled together long enough to pull off whatever it is they need? It's the same thing that's going on in Germany, same thing that Macron is doing in France. It's all extend and pretend, because they really do. The sense I get out of Europe as I watch the way the Europeans are acting right now, it's very clear that they're like the Y-wings in Star Wars. Stay on target, stay on target, stay on target until they're blown up. They don't have another plan. They don't have anything else. They've just been told, stay on target. We're going to make another attempt at this.
They're going to get blown up.
And I think they're all going to get blown up. I mean, I'm watching like, did you see what the friggin' bond market did after Jerome Powell cut by 25 basis points? Did anybody watch the collapse of the euro? And I got an email from a patron. And he's like, dude, the DXY is at 108. I'm like, I looked at the euro and I spit my coffee across. I had to clean up my entire desk because I was laughing so fucking hard. I'm like, oh, I love Powell. So I can't help it. I'm a little gay for the guy. What am I going to say? So, because it's so obvious what he's doing. He's telling everybody shit's worse than we ever thought it was. We're not out of the woods yet. Ignore the inflation numbers, because they're not even real. Two, they're deflationary impulses coming. Why would you cut interest rates at this moment in time? Two reasons. One, 3 days earlier, they leaked it that the Biden administration lied about all the jobs reports and that the unemployment rate is probably closer to 5 or 5.5%.
Like 3 million jobs.
Yeah. Okay. So, and everybody who's been looking for a job, and I have patrons who have been out of work for over a year. These are qualified people that they're qualified professionals. They can't get jobs because they're white.
Code writers can't get jobs.
Nobody can get a job. Half of the job listings are phantoms. All of it, right? And then so you have that on the one side.
Farmers not hiring.
Do you know? Yeah. Do you know that Peter Schiff said the other day on his most recent podcast that the stock market made a record for the most numbers of days that the stock market fell.
Yeah,
the most days since the Great Depression.
Quietly.
Yeah.
Quietly.
Yeah. A couple hundred points here.
And until Wednesday, Yeah. And
so you had that, right? So you had the unemployment results, but the inflation is still 2.7%. But if Trump and company are planning on coming in next month and cutting some large amount of money from the budget and engineering a government shutdown, that's a massive deflationary impulse.
Yeah.
So now let's take it one step further. I was free associating about this the other day. I'm like, y'all know what I don't think I ever explained it on this podcast, but I've explained it in other areas. What RINs are? RINS?
No.
That's the renewable identification number system that we use to track the ethanol that's blended into gasoline that the refiners have to buy. These renewable, they have to buy lots of ethanol to blend into the gasoline. And the system that's, and there's a market for this called RINs. Well, you track the RINs price versus the wholesale price of gasoline, and you realize that it's yet another fuckery system designed to raise the price of gas when oil is cheap and lower the price of gas when oil is high, and for them to fuck with the price of gasoline in order to print the CPI that they want. Well, do away with RINs on January 21st. I don't know if it was put in as an EPA rule or executive order or legislation. I don't know this, but imagine tomorrow if RINs were taken off the fucking game board. The price of gasoline would drop 75 cents a gallon. Somewhere between 60 and 75% cents a gallon. I haven't looked at the numbers since like November. Because I chart it every once in a while. I chart the RINs price versus the wholesale price of gasoline. Every couple of months, I update the chart. The numbers are posted on the EPA's website every week, every Thursday. The new numbers come out. Not really that important. What's important is that there's a positive number for the RINs market. By the way, the RINs market is collapsing because we have so much friggin' corn, and we have corn prices in the dirt. All this stuff. It's a massive boondoggle to subsidize corn farmers and to subsidize destroying our economy, because there's two things that blending ethanol into our gasoline does. One, it forces the re-engineering of the engines, because ethanol burns far more corrosively than gasoline does. It's destroyed all the small engines in this country. Like all your standard Briggs and Stratton, weed whackers and lawnmowers.
That's
and
why
all
you got to
shit.
put premium gas with no ethanol.
That's why you've got to put ethanol-free marine grade gas in your small engines, right? Because they're not engineered for this stuff. And then so we have that. It also doesn't burn with as much energy, right? So they're subsidizing the price of gasoline down. By extension, ethanol-free gasoline is like 70 cents a gallon more expensive than it should be, because they can only produce so much of it. So change that entire market. Our cars, become 8 to 10% more efficient, because you get 8 to 10% more energy out of a gallon of gasoline. So all of a sudden, everybody's energy costs for going back and forth to work drop by 8%. Your cars run longer because, you're not burning corrosive shit in your fucking car, your engine all the time. And if any of the seals fail, or any of the metallurgy fails of the pistons, rings, and the coatings and all the shit that had to be re-engineered for this crap, like, it's insane. All that together is a massive deflationary impulse. It's also a massive efficiency improvement in the American economy. Like, fuck you overnight.
Do you think the Trumpists know that?
6 months from now, when you get rid of all the blended, the blending credits, it would change.
Do the Trumpists know that?
I don't know, but I keep pounding my shoe on the table like Khrushchev about it every podcast I go on anymore, in order to try and make everybody aware of this. And I actually brought it up to a friend of mine the other day. We had dinner the other night with like Larry Johnson and a couple other people, and I brought this up. I'm like, guys, this is the big one. And they're like, oh, fuck, you're right. I'm like, yes,
Sounds
tell
big.
your friends in the transition table, right? Because the RINs market needs to go away. It's another one of these fucking Davosian, sand in the gear works designed to make the entire market, the entire American economy less efficient, and give government pricing control levers over the price of gasoline.
Did you write about this yet?
I haven't written about it, but I've done this. I've done half a dozen podcasts with this rant in it. So I've been talking about this for 2 years. I mean, I did a podcast with Eric Peters on this and cafe standards and everything else about a year and a half ago. That everybody, if you want to understand like why cars are expensive, why the market is fucked up, listen to the podcast I did with Eric Peters. I don't remember the number. Maybe. But
now, Tom, if they sought to eliminate this, now they would be creating a huge problem with the farmers then, right? Who are
It
being
would in the short term.
subsidized.
So it would be one of those things where, like, if you listen to Vivek, right, we're
Hmm.
all talking about like the things we can and can't do in order to, fix the budget, right, and to fix the spending. So we have all
Hmm.
these government employees. I mean, UBI recipients. Like just happen to call them government workers. You want to get rid. You want to like. We need to get them off the payroll. We need to get them stopping. And we have to. And then the biggest problem everybody has. Well, that would be, that would be a terrible hit to GDP. It would create unemployment and everything else. Like Vivek has been quite clear about this. Put them on 2-year severance.
Right.
Now, what you're doing there is, yeah, in the short term, yeah, you're paying them for 2 fucking years. But guess what? You were paying them for the next 20 years anyway. Because half of
Yeah.
these people
To do
are my
nothing.
age
To do nothing.
yeah,
Nothing.
my age or younger. They're 10 to 12 years from actual retirement. They're doing nothing and they've already got their 20 in. And so they're just padding their pension. If you cut them off now, you cut a massive amount of the unfunded liabilities of taking care of these people at inflated prices for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, and you've
It's
got an
about
unassailable excuse for doing it by giving them 2 years to get their shit together.
You give them 2 years. They're not on the unemployment rolls. Yeah, we're paying for them. And we would just do the same thing with the farmers. Like, look, we extend the corn subsidies for a couple more years and we incentivize other aspects of the agricultural markets while we work out the malinvestment in corn production, which will take a couple of years to work out. We incentivize the farmers to stop growing corn and start growing something else, blah, 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 blah. And you have a rational plan of how to unfuck these systems. And from a balance sheet perspective and from an investor's perspective, I'm an investor and I want to invest money in the United States. I say, well, I don't want to invest money in the United States. 4 years from now, so AOC could become fucking president. And then what do I do? I'm halfway through a build on a goddamn factory or, this or whatever. Like, no, we can't do that. You have to build a durable system. You have to build a durable functional change. And you also have to clean up the unfunded liabilities of the United States, because who's going to invest in the debt of the United States if we still have, say, let's just run a number. If we have $200 trillion worth of unfunded liabilities in Social Security, Medicare, and all the other entitlement programs, pension systems, all that stuff, and we cut off 25% of the government workforce tomorrow and put them on 2-year severance, we're not paying, we have 2 years worth of liabilities with these people, but we don't have the next 20. And how much does that cut off the unfunded future liabilities? Because that's all part of that calculation. Say it's 200 trillion now, we cut those people off. It's
I don't think that is in the calculation. I don't think that is.
I absolutely do.
I do not think that they're projecting these people working another 20 years and then becoming a liability. I don't think that's in the numbers.
No, well, I mean, if they're not, they're not. But
by the way, for the record, E.J. Antoni and Peter St. Onge wrote an inflation article describing the inflationary impact of regulations, and it's very big. So there's that. I think your model is very good. I think your timescales and your magnitudes are off. And that is, I think that what you describe is a scratching of the surface. It's like if you dump FEMA, 29 billion, right? So what, right? I want FEMA dumped. I want the Pyrrhic win of FEMA going away. Sure. But it's not going to dent any of this financial problem.
Stockman said that
it does if you also change the workforce. It does. It does, Dave, if you start changing the way people perceive an issue, the future value of the debt that we're issuing today, and we change the way we do that. So let's do all of that along with a gold cover clause on new treasuries.
Jim,
Stockman said that if you fired 70% of the workforce, and Stockman was the former director of the Office of Management and Budget, if you fired 70% of the workforce, you'd only save $700 billion. Right. Which, compared to the actual debt is not a whole lot.
Right, but that's $700 billion that you're not running on an annualized basis. That's a lot of money. Because it
is. It is $750 billion.
But it doesn't get you to 250 trillion. Is the problem? Doesn't get you near that. The other thing is, I think the time scale. So I do 100% agree that if we could get the job started of cleaning up our act, fine. But we're not gonna see benefits in Trump's administration. It's going to be a historically important moment that they'll look back and say that was the seed that got planted. It's like when grandfather plants the seeds of walnut trees and the
Yes.
grandson gets to harvest the trees.
Oh, yeah, no
Second of
argument.
all, second of all, this idea that we're going to get some big ass boom in the stock market because Trump's going to help the economy. The stock market is 200% over historical average value. People say, well, we inflated away. If you actually look at the valuation metrics, they're always an inflation sensitive price over an inflation sensitive metric. Inflation does nothing to change a stock market valuation. It's game over once you're up there. That means you've got a 60 to 70% correction in your future by a mechanism that no one knows. That could involve treading water for, I've calculated, 45 fucking years. It could involve dropping 70% without a V-bounce. It could involve some combination of those. Any way you do the math, the boomers are fucked.
So does Trump become the next FDR in another Great Depression? Well, it seems to me like maybe he does.
Well, if he makes mistakes, he does.
Yeah. But we also have to remember that it's a big world out there.
But FDR had 4 terms.
And everybody else is more fucked than we are.
By the way, for the record, I wrote 15 pages on the revisionist history of World War II and FDR. FDR was the biggest fuckhead to ever occupy the Oval Office.
What do you think his principal mistakes were with the Depression?
His big problem is not the Depression. His problem is World War II, it turns out. FDR's right-hand man was a Soviet spy. There were Soviet spies riddled throughout his administration. Stalin called every shot in World War II. Stalin made sure World War II continued so that Western countries would destroy each other. Stalin won World War II. He got half of Europe. That's what he wanted. Stalin even determined that we land at Normandy and not some other place. FDR's right-hand man was Stalin's boy. And this is a guy who sat with FDR for 10 hours plus a day.
And that's Harry Hopkins?
That's Harry Hopkins. Then you go back to the Depression. You read your way back. I read 6 books this year to try. This is not exactly martyr-made reading, but this is still, it was a start. And you go back to the Depression, and FDR, first and foremost, he was a compulsive liar. He made promises he could not give less of a fuck about fulfilling. His administration was constantly having to cover his ass. Every single goddamn WPA and AAA and all sorts of different programs, every single fucking handout was given to buy political favors. The whole thing was about buying votes. At the very end, Morgenthau, who was his financial genius, got to the end and said, we spent so much money. We are so in debt and we achieved nothing. FDR, and he gives great examples. He says, so for example, the price controls. And then, you hear about minimum wage keeping people from getting employed, but the examples in one of the books I read were really, really pristine, where some small business is trying to stay alive and they're cutting the price because no one has any fucking money. And so they're just trying to make it work. They're selling apples on the street corner, and the FDR says you can't sell it for that price. And the buyers can't buy it for his price. And so they go out of business. It's even simpler than the minimum wage. I got to sell a car for $500. My buyers can't afford more than $400. I'm done. It's over.
Yeah, I know. No,
he jailed people. He jailed people.
I know. Price floors and price ceilings always create shortages.
Never work.
It's like literally the first 3 weeks of Economics 101.
But it was his sociopathy. It was his sociopathy that makes him such a despicable human being.
Here's something I wish you'd talk about. The phenomenon in the Great Depression, which was so deeply experienced by so many people, is something that we have never really experienced, and
since then,
until maybe a little lately, is the idea that there's no money, that nobody has any money, that money is gone. And how does that happen in today's scenario where you have a disinflation or a deflationary episode, and all of a sudden there's no money? Where does the money go? Is it simply the debt's not being repaid, or what?
Well, it
What
gets
is that
complicated.
condition?
It gets
It's
complicated,
really complicated.
but first and
Well, how did you
foremost,
see it happening then in the 1930s
well,
when
we're on a gold standard. Let's start with that.
mhm,
So
Mhm.
when we say no money, um, um, the money was pretty rigid, and it should have stayed that way.
Mhm.
We should have cleared out the debris. Mellon was right. Liquidate, liquidate, liquidate. We would have
Mhm.
gotten back on our feet. It would have been a painful period. Then we would have gotten back on our feet. But no, we put obstacles in the way of recovery. Today, the problem is if it's deflationary, you're going to take out the boomers. You're going to take out the guys who
their
think they have enough
retirement
money.
systems all go?
That's right. It's
Mhm.
obliterated. If the average, let's say you're a boomer, you've got $2 million, you think you're going to be fine, and all of a sudden you have 600,000. You're not going to be fine.
Mhm.
And by the way, if the boomers, let's say the boomers think they have $2 million, when it comes time to spend that money, who the fuck's going to buy it? The millennials? They don't have any
Right.
fucking money. They're living in the boomers' basement still,
Well,
Mhm.
right? So there's
and
this the
it's really
mechanism to transfer wealth without price discovery
yeah. Yep.
is not imaginable.
Yeah.
Who's going to
Yeah.
buy the McMansions from us?
Well,
Nobody.
Chinese
when you
assets
say
Not at these
price
trying to get
levels.
out of
discovery,
Oh
China.
yeah. Well, the big question then is if you're fixing the trajectory of the balance sheet of the
Right.
country, this is important. Then you watch the money come in from overseas. That's going to be very difficult to do if the dollar is rising, right? Unless we're talking about all those dollars that are sitting overseas coming home in order to keep prices up. I'll give you a perfect example. I was talking about this the other day.
But dollars
After,
coming in from overseas means that that they're going to be buying our assets,
Mm-hmm.
yes,
right? They're going to own us, right? We're
yes. Well, they're going to
selling
own. They're going to own some of the
our
assets,
assets.
and then they're going to
Well,
and then when
the
the dollar's
dollars
really
coming from
strong and
overseas
their
are going to get
currencies
it,
suck, it's all going to flow right back out again. I mean, part of the
right?
reason why the money flowed out in the Great Depression was because the money flowed. This is Martin Armstrong's argument. He's far more his explanation is far better than Bernanke, Friedman, Anna Schwartz, all these fucking people. The money flowed in the 20s. What created
Right.
the Roaring Twenties wasn't the Fed; it was the sovereign debt crisis all across Europe. It was the
Mhm.
German hyperinflation. It was all of that stuff. That money all flowed in here, boosted the stock market, boosted our assets, built factories and everything else. And then when Europe crashed before we did in the early 1930s, the money flowed all the way back out again because there were bargains. You can go buy Europe at 30 cents on the dollar.
I read
And
Fed minutes from the 20s. They
right,
knew this was a problem.
right.
1926 Fed minutes, they're talking about how risky everything's getting and how bizarrely out of balance everything's getting. And the guy says, I can't even remember who the fuck the Fed chair was at that point. And he says, I have to be careful what I say because I can cause problems just saying the wrong thing. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Right.
Mhm.
It does.
And
And
so they were having congressional hearings on speculation. Now, the problem with the 20s was not stock speculation.
no.
The problem with the 20s was we created a consumer bubble.
Mhm.
So we were selling cars to people with layaway plans and people were consuming new products. And what happened is when it turned down, all of a sudden no one had any money. Now, here's the funny story. I was talking to my dad when I was in high school. My dad had tremendous wisdom. He ran a company from top to bottom, ran a company. So he knew economics. And I said to him, okay, Dad, so let me see if I got this right. You could get rich in the 30s by buying real estate. He said, yes, but no one had any money. And that
Yes.
thought stuck with me. And it became, look, you can't buy assets on sale unless you have fucking money, which means you got to have money at the top when assets are not on sale, because if you write it down, you don't have any fucking money.
Well, you
And
got
so
to
Or you
find
that,
sell
somewhere to
out at the
keep it.
top, or you sell out at the top.
you've got to get out at the top, which means you've
Yep.
got to get out while everyone else is partying their fucking asses off, which means
That's
you
right.
like when I bought gold in 99, gold didn't
Mhm.
turn until 2001. You got to white knuckle the pain.
Yeah.
And you
Yep.
can't say, well, look, I'm going to buy NVIDIA and I'm going to get out of the right. That doesn't work. It does not
Never
work. And
works.
so you've got to be able to say, look, in 10 years, here's the story. Do you think 10 years from now, when the Mag 7 chapter is written, is it going to be a success story? No.
No,
It's
of
going to
course
be a
not.
nightmare. It's going to be
It's going to be
nifty,
pets.com. It's going to be pets.com all over
it's
again.
going to
Except
be
this time it's
nifty
going to be AI.com.
com, housing bubble, Mag 7.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree completely. I'm telling people now, you
But this
go
is
to where
why
go look
saving
the
the
whole
United States is not going to be in any way, shape, or form a painless transition of euphoria. I mean, it's
No.
just
I
not even
would never,
close.
I wouldn't, you know, Dave, I never interpret anything I ever say about
I
how
can
we
still
get
hear
out
you. I
of
just got to go
this.
over
You know, how we get out of this as any kind of, oh, we're going to get out of this without getting our hair mussed, to quote George C. Scott from Dr. Strangelove. Like, 20 to 30 million dead tops,
Parties are
I'm not like fucking
acceptable
around here,
losses,
guys.
Mr.
It's
President.
gonna suck.
20 or
Like, it's
30
gonna make
million
the
dead.
1970s look like, I think the 1970s were depression. I don't care what anybody says. I grew
Yeah.
up during the 1970s.
Oh, it was a
It
total
sucked. It was a
depression.
depression. Absolutely
Yeah.
it was. And it was 10 years long.
Well, the
And
economists are morons too, because the economists said, "Oh, you can't have stagflation. This is nuts." I go,
well,
"Let me see
yeah,
if I
because
got
they were
this right.
Keynesians and they believed
Let
in
me
the
see if I got
Phillips
this
curve.
right." They go. So people, the dollar that they're earning buys less, but that's not stagnating, right? What take away their PhDs if they can't see that one?
Like, Dave, they believed in stupid shit like the fucking Phillips curve.
I know.
Okay,
I
well,
know.
and there are still economists out there who believe in the Phillips curve after the 1970s made it like like one of the dumbest things ever, right next to the Lipid hypothesis and global warming.
So do we go to hyperinflation or do we have no money? Which one do you think it's going to
They're two
be?
sides of the same coin.
Well, yeah, in a way they are,
Because
but
No,
the
which one?
government prints.
But it's got to be one
hyperinflation.
or the
No,
other.
high inflation, hyperinflation are two different things. High
High
inflation
inflation and hyperinflation are two different things. But
Okay.
That's right.
hyperdeflation and hyperinflation are the two sides of the same coin. It's the same problem. Because if money dies in either end.
I don't think so. Hyperinflation destroys society completely.
Mm-hmm.
And so does hyperdeflation.
Well,
I don't even know what
having no
hyperdeflation-
money did not destroy the United States. In the
That's right.
1930s.
That's right. Of course,
So
we
we
were
know
made out
that.
of different stuff, but
Yeah.
Well,
we weren't
I mean,
a bunch of whiny
no,
bitches,
yeah, I mean, but in the broad scheme of things is that everybody realizes that they have to do things completely differently.
Mhm.
And that the definition of money at that moment in time has to change.
And that is
Because when
exactly
nobody has any money, you got to come up with new money.
that's
they
exactly
did.
the nature of the greater meaning of this Trump period, which is we've discovered that we have to do government completely differently.
Yeah.
That
No,
everybody has noticed that.
And I think that
Except for the Democratic Party, the actual people who function within the Democratic Party
but
umbrella. not
Trump's
just
biggest
the
risk, the biggest risk with Trump is that he will try to invade the economy to improve it.
invade.
Yeah, that is his biggest risk.
He will intervene. He will try to intervene in the economy. I don't think he has the capacity to keep his dirty paws off of the economy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you consider fixing the economy, doing things like getting rid of government stuff, that's fine. But if he starts trying to jerk the economy to where he wants it to be, then he will have made a big mistake, in my opinion.
That's why I'm wondering if he becomes this Roosevelt character who discovers that he has to endure through a period of hardship and can only do it by offering some comfort to the citizens of this land.
That's the utopian view of Roosevelt.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the false narrative of Roosevelt.
That's the
liar. That's the liar.
Well, it's the showbiz Hollywood version of Franklin Roosevelt, and the Broadway version from Little Orphan Annie.
Well, actually, it's the first 5 minutes of worth of voiceover in Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
Tell me about
that. The opening of Saving Private Ryan. Okay, I haven't watched Saving Private Ryan in years. But I remember the last time I watched it. It opens with a shot of the American flag with the sun behind it. So the American flag is almost completely
blacked out. Yeah.
not blacked out, colorless, because
Mhm.
so it's faded. So that's Spielberg's opening shot of the movie. While we get a voiceover talking about how we all came together during the Great Depression, and it was terrible and everything, but at least someone out there felt like somebody out there cared because FDR was doing all these things to help us,
He was
and
good at
and
that.
so the whole
He was good at
story,
that.
yeah, and the whole story around Saving Private Ryan, that's what frames the story about why these men decided to go to Europe and fight World War II and to fight them. And so it's I absolutely, if you don't watch the whole movie, just watch the first 5 minutes of it again from that perspective. Complete fucking boomerist hagiography of
But
FDR, no
Dave, you say he
different
was
than his
good at it,
view of
and that's my point. Maybe Trump will have to get good at that.
Well,
I think Trump is
I'm
already good at that.
hoping. Well, but once he's given the power, he is at risk of, he was trying to get the Fed to drop rates for him and pump the markets and stuff down. That was Trump 1.0. Trump
Right.
2.0 is a different beast, and I don't know
I
what
agree.
he will be, but he's not the
What
same.
I see here right now, guys, and I'll be honest with you, and I've said this before, and I'll continue to say it until I'm proven wrong, is that the markets are wrong right now. Powell's going to cut deeper under Trump than he would have under Harris. I think he's going to cut the 3% in 2025. I think this whole ab reaction after the cut from and the dot plot moved, and it was all the dot plot that moved. And yeah, Powell, talked a good game, but Powell likes to talk a good game. Always watch what he actually does as opposed to what he says.
That's exactly right.
So, what I think is coming, and what the markets haven't quite digested yet, and rightly so, they should be in distrust but verify mode, which is that, yeah, Trump is coming in like a wrecking ball and planning on cutting a whole lot of money from the budget and trying to reorganize how we do business. The market wants to be proven, wants them to do it before they're willing to sign off on this. And so in order for this for any of that to work, you've got to get a normalized yield curve, which, by the way, we're getting. That's why I laughed my ass off on Wednesday afternoon when I looked at the sell-off in the long end of the yield curve, because I now saw, oh look, we have a positive 20 basis point 210 spread for the first time in 3 years.
But that means we're fucked too.
Well, does it, or does it mean
Yes.
that we actually?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, history shows.
Because to me,
Because
that says that the small and medium community banks now have the opportunity to lend into a positive environment where they didn't have it before. And Powell's cutting rates on the short end and allowing them to go to the discount window in order to fix the holes in their balance sheets. Because
the reason we're fucked is based on what actually happens. What happens is the name of it. When you go from an inverted yield curve to a normal yield curve, the name itself tells you what happens. It's called a bear steepener. When that yield curve goes uninverted, the markets dive.
Well,
period.
We've had the markets. Well, Dave, we've had a bear steepener curve for the last 4 months.
Your time scales are too short. You're on a time scale that's just not right.
Dave, what's the mechanism for that?
It's a fascinating. I don't have a good answer to that, but history shows it. Here's what history shows over the last. Let's just stay with the modern era.
It's a bear steepener within the context of the bond market. The bond market.
No, it's a bear steepener. No, it's a bear steepener within the context of the equity market. Here's what happened in 2000. Inverted, went straight. Fed started dropping rates. Almost to the day, we dropped 50%. We drop while the Fed's dropping rates. Okay, you got 4 months where we didn't drop. I guarantee you it's coming. Drop. The market drops, and then the market stops dropping when the Fed's done lowering. You get to 2007.
I understand that, and in years past, we also had a different. In cycles past, we've also had. Look, I'm not arguing that we shouldn't see a cut in the equity markets. That's not what I'm saying. But in this context, we are in a different world today because we are actually pricing our own fucking dollars via SOFR than we were previously.
LIBOR matters.
The LIBOR SOFR thing matters.
200% over fair value. That bubble is going to blow the fuck up. It doesn't matter what's going. It could be some guy goddamn farted into a fan on the other side of the world. It doesn't matter. 200% over fair value is a stack of blocks 20 feet tall, waiting for something.
Good thing they don't eat. Good thing they don't eat frijoles in Shanghai.
Then you're arguing for a 70% deflation of all credit-based assets,
right? And no V bounce.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't it actually go beyond 70% if we go?
No,
you know what? No.
And the German DAX, yes.
This market
the German
may
DAX,
be
absolutely.
Over. This market may be over, Tom. We've been in a bull market since 1981, while interest rates went from very high to very low, and China sold us goods for nothing. Russia sold us resources for nothing. The politics have changed. The last 45 years are recency bias. The last 45 years are recency bias. The V bounce, not only I don't think is necessarily going to come, 60 to 70%. 60 to 70% gets us to historical average value. The average is created by spending half your statistically weighted time above, half your statistically weighted time below. That means that if we go down 70%, we do no damage, and it just somehow the average.
The same argument that we were having the last time we were on. Are we talking in nominal or real terms?
I'm talking real.
Okay. I'm okay with that argument in real terms.
Right.
Nominal terms.
The market.
Nominal terms of the stock market's not going to drop 90. Not going to drop 70%.
From 67 to 81, the market didn't move. Investors lost 75%.
Yes, agreed.
Right. So they can inflate the shit out of the market, but you are still going to get a truck up your ass.
No argument. Argument.
And therefore,
again, but it's like, and where should you be putting your money?
Is that the
what I've been saying
from
the beginning is like, you know this, like my whole fucking gig is I'm a fucking contrarian. My whole gig is I've been telling people gold and commodities and bare assets I could tell you what my portfolio for my newsletter looks like. I got 2 different newsletters. They both say the same damn thing.
So I
is
think
that the rush to Bitcoin that we're seeing
guys.
now?
That's the name of the game.
I mean, the Bitcoin could also be a sign of the mania. The Bitcoin, the hodlers are going to get crazy, but the Bitcoin could be the sign. I'm agnostic on Bitcoin. The dumbbell.
What I expect.
You need an inflation hedge on a big chunk, and you need a deflation hedge on a big chunk, and those are basically golden cash sort of things.
Right. What I think at this point is that we're going to wind up with nominally nothing is going to change. We may even see the Dow push up, and we may see the Dow push to 50 grand before, during all of this, because there's a reorganization of the dollar flows around the world, and that could easily push the Dow up another 20%. By the way, we're up 700 points right now as we come into the weekly close. So right now,
the end of the year.
By the way, right now the Dow's weekly chart.
Wait,
and by the way, just to remind you, I'm looking at the weekly trend channel, and I'm like, yeah, that looks pretty solid. I hate to say it, from a technician's perspective, the Dow doesn't look bad.
Your time scales are 3 orders of magnitude.
No, right now this matters because it doesn't matter now. I understand.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. 20 years.
It doesn't.
The market cares like what's going to happen in the next 30 days.
It doesn't. If the market could go up 50%, you're going to give all that back, and you're going to give another 10 years of gain back.
We're talking two different things right now.
I know, but the point being, people are listening, and if you say the market's doing fine and they take that and bank it in any way, shape, or form, they're camping out on a railroad track.
Okay. My point is, what I expect out of this administration is they're going to protect asset values in nominal terms. I'm going to make it abundantly clear in nominal terms.
The only way they can do that is if they fuck them so badly in the grocery store. The only way they're going to pull that off is if everything that they got to buy gets royally fucked. Mm-hmm. And so you're going to, the boomers, if it's 200% over fair value, they're going to take 2/3 of your purchasing power one way or the other. I personally would rather see the stocks drop.
Me too.
I do not.
I think it's going to be a mixture of both.
I
think
can
you're.
defend against
I
that.
think you're going to see no returns in the stock market for 5 years. I think you could easily see no return in the stock market for 5 years.
No.
We could
You're going to get no. You're going to get in real terms. You're going to get no returns in the market for 50 years.
Oh, okay.
That's the math. We're
Okay.
to undo 200% of our fair value. The economy has to grow at 2.5% for 45 years to undo that.
I got.
So you can undo it by either dropping the mother or you can tread water for, as Bill Cosby said, Noah, how long can you tread water? Mm-hmm. It would take 45 years of real economic growth to block and tackle our way out of a 200% over fair value to get back to historical average. Now, if you want to say it stays elevated, it means that, let's say you have an index. It's got 100 to 1 PE.
What's Mike, Dave? It's also at what price is the collateral? At $2,500 gold? No, at $25,000 gold. That's a different story.
Yeah, but what is the collateral?
What's the collateral? The collateral
is houses. Is it houses?
Collateral's houses, factories, land, things like that.
The factories have already lost their value. The houses are not only way overpriced, but they exist within this suburban matrix, which has no future.
The collateral's whether your populace is educated. The collateral is the kind of shit that says, and by the way, one of the things Tom was describing before, and I can't even remember the context, but it was about building a factory, not knowing if AOC would be president, right? That gets back to what was considered one of the great aspects of the United States, and that is we had phenomenal property value laws. We had property laws. Mm-hmm. And now those laws have eroded because the presidential campaign, the president of the United States and Congress can undermine or support those laws depending on who's in power. And that is a fundamental problem.
It is a fundamental problem. It's part of the reason why no argument here. I think it's all I think we're in a perilous state. I also think we're describing everything that needs to be reformed.
Right.
I also think now you have
to start thinking in terms of the impulse of this. If you want my honest opinion is that we have seen this market levitate the way it has because the rest of the world is being drained into the United States, as fucked as we are, and we are fucked. The world is fucked. The balance sheets of all the major economies around the world the balance sheets of all the central banks around the world are all maxed to all the credit cards are maxed. So
let me clarify a point here. Let me quickly clarify a point. People don't understand. They say, well, for every lender, there's a borrower, vice versa. Therefore, that can't be. The world can be in a global debt crisis. What is a global debt crisis? A global debt crisis, here's the way you create one instantly. Let's say we're not. And all of a sudden, the leaders of the world get together in Davos or something and say, okay, we are going to promise everybody free health care and paid retirement for the rest of their lives. You just created a debt problem.
Yes,
because you have not created a whiff of wealth to pay off that.
I know.
And so this idea that there's borrowers and lenders and it's a zero-sum game is wrong. When the world has promised all its people more than the world can produce, that's a global debt crisis.
And that is exactly where we are. Now the question is going to be going forward, when the wealth that exists, the real wealth that exists, where is it going to flow to?
China. Yeah, well,
when everybody realizes the world is fucked.
I'm not sure that the real wealth that exists is real.
The central banks have been levitating the value of asset prices. Now let's start discussing how you get out of that.
I'm not sure
Jim, finish your. So here's an interesting plot. There's a plot that shows the performance of the market in capital unintensive businesses versus a plot in capital intensive businesses. And the market in capital unintensive ones has gone parabolic, and the one in capital intensive one is flatter than a pancake. What it tells you is we have not invested in capital.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's your point.
And that's where the shift is. And that's the
factories. We have not built factories.
those asset prices have to come down. The other asset prices have to come up. There are opportunities where there's concentration of capital in one area or concentration of money in one area. There's an underinvestment of there's an under application of money in other areas.
We've also been converting.
That's what has to be.
Wait a minute.
That's what has to be done.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
We've also been converting capital from instruments that really represent wealth, like investments in factories that will produce future products, into investments that are fugazis, like mortgage-backed securities and collateralized loan obligations and things like that.
You're pushing the jello.
I'll go one step further, Jim. I'll go one step further. We have overinvested in purple hair dye nose rings and Marxism. That's what we've overinvested in. Yeah. That's what that shit looks like. You
forgot the Prince Albert.
In a can?
No, that's a
Let him out.
That's a dick ring.
Oh. Right. Prince all Albert's of those things. Like we've overinvested in those things and we think it's wealth and it's still money moving around the system. That money has to be diverted from that area of the economy to the productive area of the economy. That's the reorganization. That's what you're talking about there.
What I'm talking about is
I also believe that that's where the opportunity is. And so there's
I think we have been producing a tremendous amount of entropy that has gone unnoticed, and it is materializing in what we consider to be money and investable entities.
That's a good way to put it.
It's just a false economy. It's really just a false economy.
Agreed. And we've suckered everybody into this model.
And by the way, Bitcoin is inflationary. Why? Because how much Bitcoin is there? 2 trillion, something like that. That's a perceived wealth.
I don't know what the aggregate is.
Yeah, it's 1.6, 1.7 trillion.
And are people leveraging against that now?
Well, certainly. But what it also
right now it's collateralizing the repo markets, but that's a different conversation.
There's a great collateral for you. It is a perceived wealth that did not exist. It came from zero. We created nothing to produce it.
Actually, no, we did create something. We created entropy. Wait a minute. We created entropy by using a tremendous amount of electric power to create the Bitcoin, which is a fugazi in the first place.
Is it? I'm asking this sincerely because, as far as I'm concerned, what is money other than tokenized energy application?
Yeah, except that the energy used for Bitcoin is like digging a hole and then filling it up again.
Is it, or is it a way, of sucking the excess money, the excess? Like at the end of the day, do you know what Bitcoin actually does? It takes all the energy that the electricity we were sending to ground, and we're tokenizing it, as opposed to wasting it by having it go.
That's the optimistic view.
Ground.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the optimistic view.
It and captured a portion of that.
That's the optimistic argument.
I don't think that's not. I don't think that's
now. Here is
argument. I think that's exactly the truth, because that's how Bitcoin operates. When you understand,
I think you're correct that it thinks it's the truth.
And it's partially true. It's partially true.
No, I know, Jim. I'm completely. I understand how Bitcoin operates, and I can tell you that we create, in order to pressurize the grid, keep it pressurized at a constant voltage, and we have to send 30% of the electricity we generate worldwide to ground. That's a lot of energy, and that's a lot of capital. So
you're saying they're not consuming any energy that isn't already
being produced. All we're doing is capturing, if you do the math, it's like 1/4% of
but it's also not creating
that we send to ground. We're not even capturing a lot of it. So maybe we're actually much more productive than we think we are. And maybe it's just an unbelievably inefficient way that we generate electricity to power our world.
It could be, but then again, it could be.
We're all living in a false reality. We're creating a hell of a lot more wealth than we think we are.
It could be
because Bitcoin is a bare asset that can be.
That's not wealth, though. That's aggregating wealth. It's not wealth. It's wealth to the extent that
it's no more or less wealth than going out and digging gold up out of the ground and sticking in a fucking vault and calling it wealth.
I agree.
It's savings, and savings is the basis by which you create more wealth.
Wealth
Without a real pool of savings, there is no wealth generation engine.
wealth
Yeah,
is
but gold is
taking
gold, and Bitcoin is
And
math. It's
Bitcoin
math.
is
You're
and
creating
math
math,
isn't
or
real.
as we say now in today's America, math,
Well, I'm
math.
sorry, is
Math.
math not real?
meaning Bitcoin is racist.
No, Bitcoin is racist. Of course it is.
I think civilization is massively negative entropy, as Jim would say.
Yeah.
And the way you keep civilization alive is by putting constant enthalpy into it.
Agreed.
Civilization is enthalpy. It's just if you're taking system that is trying to become disordered, and you're creating order. You're creating skyscrapers. You're creating things that are massively negative entropy, which means therefore that to create wealth, which to me is to enhance civilization,
Well,
it ultimately finds its source in fossil fuels right now.
Yeah.
well, no argument. And all I'm saying is maybe what Bitcoin actually represents in this model that we just laid out is it's a reaction and a means by which to capture enough of that enthalpy that we're already creating, right? We're creating electricity,
Right.
we're creating negative
Right.
entropy, right? Capture that and storing it for that day when we
Yeah,
do come back.
I
to
think
our
we get that.
fences
You've
and
made
owners
the-
are rebuilding.
don't
You've
think
made that
so.
argument 3 times now. My argument
I don't
is
think so,
that
because you're not
I know I've made that argument
storing
3 times
energy.
and I haven't
You're
heard it. Like, I'm sorry. I know you
you're
disagree
not,
with me, but you
you're
haven't
not
yet
storing energy to the extent you can't take Bitcoin and turn it back into
we've captured it
car
into
that's moving.
an architecture of
Well,
mathematics.
unless you're
It's
unless
not
you're
the
going to
same
use,
as a
unless you're
real
going to use
thing.
unless you're going to use that as the basis by which to fund another round of expansion or another round of growth.
No, I don't buy that either.
Guys, I'm an Austrian. I believe in the pool of real savings.
Right.
I believe
That's
the
not
pool of real
savings.
savings is what you have to save first before you can invest. Keynesians don't believe this. Keynesians believe the exact opposite. You have to lend first in order to create savings. It's bullshit. You have to create savings first in order to have a situation that's predictable enough to lengthen your time horizon. You have to have savings first.
Bitcoin is a ledger. It's not wealth. Gold is a ledger. It's not wealth.
It's
Silver
savings.
is wealth, but it's
Why is
not
silver?
wealth
Why is silver wealth?
Using electronics.
because you actually make electronics.
Single cruise missile has 500 pounds in the nose cone. Just saying. Just to be fair.
Yeah. No,
But
silver
hold
is
on, real quick, just as a
silver
note,
is an industrial metal. Silver is an industrial metal.
saying society is massively.
But wealth is built on savings. You can't have wealth before you have savings. You have to save first.
Savings is a bean counting. Savings is a
No,
bean counting.
savings is savings is your store of food that you have and that you
I
have.
know. It's not
Okay,
Bitcoin.
it's stored
not
energy
Bitcoin.
that you have.
Well,
for tomorrow.
it's probably
We
neither.
tokenize that in the form of money.
It's neither.
And then
It's
use that
it's
in
a
order to
relationship between
dig
the
silver out of
stored
the ground to go build fucking keyboards.
It's a relationship between the stored savings and the real stuff. It's not just one or the other.
It's how we deploy the real savings that matters. The central banking model destroys the risk assessment of what to do with that stored that savings
The central
in order
bank
to put it out into the world. The Keynesians aren't wrong that there's a paradox of thrift based on the law of diminishing marginal utility. You save up until the point where you're like, I've got enough stuff to get me through next week. What do I want to do now? I want to lengthen my time horizon by building a house. After I built a house, now I have this. Then I have the next thing. Then I want shoes, and I want clothes, and I want start with the Robert Caruso economy, and then build out your law of diminishing marginal utility, your model for how people act and how they lengthen their time horizons. But you can't do any of it until you have savings. Our fucking problem is that we feel like we've eaten all of our seed corn. We have no savings left. But that's nonsense. We've underinvested and we've taken a lot of our savings and we put it into non-productive assets. So the non-productive assets have to fall in value then in order to take what savings we have left and deploy them into productive assets.
Savings is a bean counting mechanism to keep track of what other people owe you in terms of real work, real labor, real goods. So, for example, if your wife,
you're assuming that my savings has a counterparty risk, which I don't agree with.
No, that's not, no, I didn't say that at all. I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't because I didn't say whether that was a good savings mechanism or not. If you are owed $1 million, if you are owed $1 million, you think you have savings. If your wife owes it to you, you don't have savings. So you can't save. If a family has savings, but it's owed to itself, that's not savings.
Okay, I'm not.
Calm down.
Yeah, we're using the term. We're using these terms way differently.
But savings has a currency component to it, as you're using, as I understand it. To me, savings is the house you own.
Savings is literally the stuff you have, and that you earn through profitably taking your energy, laying your will upon the universe, and creating something you didn't have yesterday. I don't give a fuck if it's firewood to feed into your fireplace, or if it's a bar of gold.
Now we
and
agree.
no one has a counterparty. No one has a counterparty to that. I don't owe anybody that.
No. But the way you say for the future, like for example,
you're literally making the Keynesian argument. This is fascinating. I'm going to shut up.
No. I'm trying to get away from using money for savings. I'm trying to get away from using monetary definitions of savings.
I'm not using monetary definitions of savings.
Well, but is anyone else hearing that tone? I am hearing that tone. So you talk about we don't have the savings to invest. I don't know what that means.
Okay, savings is the things that you have around you that you've created, and you've used profit and loss and accurate risk assessment in the past in order to create a present that you have more stuff than you had previously, and those things are then that's savings.
So when you say we don't have the savings to do X, Y, or Z, what do you mean by that? We don't have. Let's say you say we don't have the savings.
We don't have a pool.
Build the grid out.
We don't have the pool of capital and the expertise and all the things you've talked about. Like I agree that if we don't have the people having invested in education and everything else, those are all higher order savings. But at the end of the day, it still starts with the basic freaking commodities and the basic understanding and know-how and everything else in order to deploy that savings in a way that is productive and wealth creative and wealth accretive. No, we're taking that pool of savings and we're putting it into things that are wealth destructive. Nose rings, purple hair, Marxism, blah, 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 blah. That's where we are.
Right.
Excess housing,
here's
commercial
where you
real estate
bring,
that we don't need, yada, yada, yada.
Here's where you bring currency in. Currency is a contract. And if it turns out that we owe, in currency terms, more to other countries than they owe us, then that means that the wealth that we create, they are going to get because we owe them. And forget about whether you're using Bitcoin or gold or whatever as the currency. They have a claim, which you can default on, but they have a claim to our goods and services. We will be delivering Chinese food to the Chinese if we're doing it wrong. And so the Bitcoin and dollars and gold are just accounting metrics. But it drives me. So when you say we don't have, I just want to be clear. I think we're on the same page, but the word savings troubles me so much. We don't have the resources to do things that you're saying. If you use the word resources, I'd be okay. Savings bothers me linguistically because savings is what you've accumulated previously. We have the resources; they're out there. We've got all the timber and all the oil and all the natural gas and everything else, but they're not products at this point. They're not usable. We haven't put human capital into the turning those raw timber. A tree, I'm looking out my window. The trees right there are not productive capital. They are potential capital. So here's the potential problem.
That's not savings.
The problem is if we have contracts, whether it's dollars in bank accounts or written contracts, whatever, with people outside the United States that says when we produce stuff, you have the right to it, which is when you have a trade imbalance. Then to say our timberland is savings is not right.
I didn't say it was savings.
Oh, I actually think it is.
I didn't. I just said it wasn't savings. I do. Or timberland isn't savings.
No, I think timberland is savings.
Not
it's
yet.
a resource.
It's not yet.
I think it is. If I owned 100 acres of walnut,
but there's still a carry cost associated with it. You still have to turn the timber into fucking lumber. You still have to pay somebody. to cut the trees down. You still have to do something with it.
I know.
There's a whole structure. Timber is a fourth order good. I'm talking about first order goods here. Savings is literally first and second order goods.
But if you didn't have the timber to get to those final products,
you're really fucked. Oh, right. I agree.
So the timber represents a savings. It's a raw product that represents savings that other people would like. Now, the problem is if our timberland has been promised to China because of contracts we have with China, which might be called currency, might be called debt, might be, you name it, then it's not our savings anymore.
That's what I'm trying to say when I say that we don't have a pool of real savings.
Now we're on the same page.
In fact, we have spent our pool of real savings by sending it overseas in the form of.
I also think we've spent our savings by signing contracts that say we don't get to keep it when we create the wealth.
I would add that our primary natural resource that we're running all our shit on, which is petroleum, is not as abundant as
absolutely
Tom thinks.
So the game saver is we go to nukes. The game saver is we go to nukes.
Oh, I know that.
Someday we wake the fuck up. We wake the fuck up.
That's about again. This is about efficiency of turning. This is about the return of. This is about your return. Now we'll get into EROEI, which I don't agree with because it's an enthalpy argument, not an entropy argument. But that's a different issue for a different day. I happen to not. I am at that point now where I do not believe that oil is a 100% non-renewable resource. I do not believe that.
So you think God's abiotic oil is?
I think Tommy Gold was far closer to the truth than anybody wanted to admit.
I'm still agnostic, although there's other smart guys I know who are saying the same thing now.
I don't see it just because of the heat and pressure below what they call the oil window in the crust of the earth.
No, I think it's an enzymatic reaction.
You get to a certain level below
enzymatic,
the surface.
enzymatic,
or enzymatic or catalytic reaction. I used the wrong word. Pardon my.
Yeah. My genetics major just tripped me up on that one. So you think it's being catalyzed from what? What are the feedstocks down there?
Carbonaceous rocks. You have an
okay.
Like where else do you have an isothermal system to get carbonaceous rocks into straight chain hydrocarbons without creating ring systems? By the way, which is really important.
You have nuclear energy coming from the core of the earth, and so
you do actually, and you have the world's biggest. You have by far the world's biggest nuclear reactor creating oil for us.
I'm agnostic. I'm still waiting for the hard evidence that's true. What's the evidence? Is there evidence?
Yes. Well, there is plenty of evidence that there's plenty of people that have drilled for oil where there should be none, and yet they find it. And
that's not evidence. That just means we don't know where there should be oil.
Well, no, that does. If your model is that if your model is that we had dinosaurs, and plant life and everything else, like die off and create layers and layers and then pressure and everything else, like, and you drill into 3 miles worth of fucking granite and you hit oil. Like I'm sorry, I want to know how the 3 miles of granite got on top of the Like I want to know.
Geology,
it seems so much. Again, and then we get into just
how tall is Mount Everest? How tall is Mount Everest? Right, it's 5 miles. Yeah, right. It's like 5 miles.
6,
right?
Actually,
yeah.
Look,
how did we get 6 miles?
But at the same time, like the do I believe like coal is a biotic process? Absolutely. Natural gas, sure. Oil,
but not oil.
That's a hard
I don't
sell.
think there's any evidence that one major oil field has ever replenished itself, and that's one of the major arguments of the abiotic oil.
And even if it's abiotic, it's getting harder to get.
Yeah.
Even if it's abiotic, it's telling us that. Yeah, I think so.
And it's also found in recognizable geologic patterns all around the world.
The price of oil hasn't moved in 50 years.
But we
remember if you look at the chart that Steve Sanangelo likes to put out about oil, about how conventional oil production has capped over the last 30 years and natural gas liquids and everything else have gone up. That's because we biased the investment profile of oil companies to go after those sources of oil as opposed to investing where there's conventional oil.
Getting harder is going from Jed Clampett blowing a hole in the ground and getting oil to going 2 miles below the Gulf of Mexico.
Okay.
And the fact
Yeah.
that we've overcome the getting harder is
Yeah,
a
it's
testament to
technology,
man's
and it just
ingenuity.
means that that it just
But
means
it
that
is
the
getting
entire
harder. It's getting
okay,
harder.
but is it getting harder in a way that matters? Like it's a big
Well, I
question.
don't know, but there
Yeah, I
could
think
be a,
if
there could
if
be
the
a wall. There could
Permian
be a wall.
if the Permian Basin fell in production by 15% since 2020, then that's something to be concerned about.
And the price of oil has been, all the easy stuff was found at $30 a barrel, and actually not even that, because
Well, the price of
all
oil
that stuff was financed
has been very volatile the
at
whole period.
0%,
It's also
and
been
now it's having
financialized. So
Yeah,
price,
yeah.
we've turned off the indicator lights on our dashboard with the modern monetary system, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So the dashboard lights are giving us a
hard for us to
misread on
argue any of
everything.
this stuff because we have no ability. I mean, 90% of what we're all
You
talking
can't
about here,
measure
just
anything.
arguing
You
about,
can't
is that
measure
we have no
anything.
idea how to price risk because
Right.
because for 12 years money was free.
Right.
Yeah.
They kept rates too low, too long, too many times.
Of course. And so much of that was I firmly believe that was that was an operation. And that was
Well, it had an interesting
feature, not a
effect on the
bug of the
oil
monetary
industry.
system to move the money, move the wealth out of the United States back somewhere and put it in other places. I think they put it into China. I think they were going to get it, that they were going to get it out of China, and then China closed the fucking door. And now we're dealing in the post, and now we're dealing in that post world. And there's Trump sitting there going, I think we should create a G2 between the US and China. And the Europeans are freaking the fuck out, and rightly so. I keep pointing my fingers over.
Well, we're
Europe.
also
They're the ones who still want the
overdue
fucking
for
world war. They're the ones that still want communism. They're the ones that still want non-democratic systems and all the rest of it.
Wait a minute. Who does? China wants world war?
No, Europe.
Okay. I thought you were saying
Every
China.
fucking day, it's the same damn thing. We cannot let Ukraine fall. We cannot.
Europe,
fuck off.
They're so fucking
Europe is
fixated on it.
basically just a big band of tribes who are attacking each other left and right. I mean, there's just
We would
tribalism.
hope they would continue to do that as opposed to like trying to take us out. And
Well,
Trump is
except for we
saying
get
enough of
into
that
it.
shit.
We walk into it. That's
I know
what
we
pisses
have.
me off about
We're
Biden.
walking into their
And we
suicide
walked
pact.
in, well, because we kept walking into it because one, we didn't price our own friggin' money. And so we didn't price our own risk. Again, LIBOR versus SOFR. And then we had globalists running our fucking monetary policy and our fiscal policy.
That's right.
All part of going right back to the beginning of this conversation, back to Dave's pedophilia ring. And the
Monroe Doctrine.
And all
bring
of it.
Back,
it's all part
bring
of the
back
same
the Monroe Doctrine. I'm willing to go isolationist for a while.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's still in force. We never really stopped it. We're just we've gone a little bit light on it.
We go into their hemisphere. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Monroe Doctrine still holds.
Well, we believe in the Monroe Doctrine, but we don't believe that Russia has a sphere of influence of its own.
Yeah, I know.
That's our job.
I know.
That's
We're
our
in
fucking
trouble
job.
when the most grounded leader in the world's fucking Russian.
Yeah.
We're in real trouble when we just need. I'm telling you, folks, we really just need to get rid of the goddamn British. We just really do.
I'm with you. I don't need.
Well, they're doing a good job
We
of
just
getting rid of
we just need
themselves.
to make America not British again. Like that's what we need.
How long do you think Keir Starmer has?
A week.
I wish. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be longer than that. But the better question is how long does I think Germany is the linchpin, to be honest with you. I mean, let's watch the German snap elections. Let's watch these German snap elections.
No, wait a minute. Germany's never been a problem for Europe before.
Never. They've done great things and were misunderstood.
Getting the vapors over here, Dave.
I can see Nigel Farage coming on strong within the next 12 months.
There was something funny the way he disappeared. There was something funny about the way he disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
I never understood that.
Maybe
he was front and center and then just poof, gone.
Yeah, maybe he had a good sense of timing.
Yeah. He does have an impeccable sense of timing. He also, I also don't know that Nigel is, I don't know, him walking away after Brexit was done was a political mistake.
Brexit done? Was Brexit?
I mean, after the vote,
accomplished,
after the vote, and not shepherding everything through. You know, I think him.
He dropped the ball on that. He should have stayed.
But he was not in power, and he was not close to being in power.
But
and I think that he had to let the other people fuck it up first.
Maybe. I mean,
Oh, that's good way to look at it. So
well,
now
it's
you
the
get to
same way
come
with,
back and fix it.
And they
it's a
did,
similar
Liz
argument.
Truss,
Sounds like Trump, right? Sounds like Trump.
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of.
I was going to say, Jim, it's very similar to the argument that Trump had to lose in 2020 in order for us to get to this moment today.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I
Yeah.
think that's a strong point.
That's a very good point. So,
Do you think do you think Nigel Farage can fix the UK?
um,
No.
Does it
I
does it
don't
even
know.
want
At
to
this
be
point, like
fixed?
the whole British system has to be thrown in the ocean.
No, it's got to get a
And
lot
I
worse
mean,
than
and I
that.
mean, going all the way
you
back,
think
like they need an Oliver Cromwell moment.
do
They
you
just
think
do.
do you
The
think
whole
four
system
years
needs to
from
be
now that do you think 4 years from now the DNC has rehabbed itself at least back to being normally fucked up as opposed to colossally fucked up?
I don't
The
think they've learned a
DNC,
thing yet. No,
no, but
Yeah,
it's still green. It's still early. The question is,
and
4 years from
I'll be
now, will
honest with
they
you.
have rebuilt? Will they have rebuilt?
I
I
don't
don't
think
think
so.
so.
Okay.
Yeah. What I'll say is this: we could be like looking at a new FDR, except it's the exact
A
opposite in terms of
Republican.
yeah, it's going to be a conservative. It's going to be the opposite wave. Whereas at the top of the sine wave versus the bottom of the sine wave. We were at the bottom of the
What's
sine wave
also
in the
interesting,
1930s. We're coming to the top of the sine wave in the 2020s.
the two parties have done a total pole reversal.
Yes,
Look
they
at
have.
who's a Republican. Look at who's a Democrat. The Democrats are now the party of corporate America, rich guys, fuck the little
Tyrants.
people,
Atlanticist,
tyrants,
British foreign
right?
policy,
The
like
guy,
all of it.
the people the Republicans used to be accused of.
Mm.
And now the Republicans are Joe Sixpack, the guys outside in the hall putting the pipes into my building, things like that.
That's right.
And here's what I don't understand. I never switched parties. I'm now with the Republicans still, having started believing, this rich get richer, poor get poorer is bullshit. You are what you make of yourself, that sort of thing. As I grew older, I've started going, wait a minute, the little guy's getting fucked.
Yeah.
And then you watch January 6th and you go, the little guy just got royally fucked.
Mhm.
And now the little guy knows it. They're out there in numbers. They ain't taking any more guff. And I think they didn't rig the election because they realized that it could become a bloodbath if they had rigged that election.
Well, they
I
only
also
rigged
think
the
that I also
Senate
think
and
Joe
House
Biden
races.
shut up.
Yeah, but that was around the edges. No one gave a fuck.
I think
True.
I think Joe Biden made a deal to save himself and also turned off the steal.
Yeah, no, I think there's probably multiple things. I think one of them is Biden said, "Don't give him any help. Fuck Kamala," and fuck what do I?
Did you see
I'll
that
cut-
meme where he
But they're
talks to
not done yet.
Obama? Did you see the meme where he talks to Obama on
Oh
the
God, it was
phone and tells him
great.
he fucked him?
Yeah,
Oh, the memes. Oh my God. And I still don't understand why Democrats can't meme, but the memes.
No
Oh
sense of
my
humor.
fucking
Well,
Lord.
Left brain
me-
No
possession
sense of humor.
is a
'Cause
terrible disease, Dave.
memes are based
Purity
on
spiraling is a terrible disease, and
Why you expect a funny meme out of a group that calls the other candidate Hitler, I guess is the question, right?
well,
Why would they
again,
why would
no,
they
no.
possibly have funny memes doing shit like that?
Dave, those memes are funny, just not in the way the Democrats thought they would.
Well, that's true. Yeah, they're totally. That's exactly right. But they can't meme at all. And now they're talking about the radio this morning when I was talking about they're saying that now they're talking about Tucker totally self-destructing and shit like that. And they're saying the left is trying to figure out how to come back with a Joe Rogan equivalent and stuff like that. And I go, it doesn't work that way. You don't just create a Joe Rogan from the left because first and foremost, that person would be brain dead from the start.
Because the left is brain
see,
dead.
the thing is that what you're really witnessing is people who really do believe they can create reality, and they get their orders from people who think they can create reality, as opposed to allowing a reality to be an emergent process.
well, no,
Exactly right.
it's similar to what you see in like Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. Is they'll build whole cities. They'll find a patch of land and go, "We're putting this city here," and they'll dump $100 billion, 20 years,
Or China,
and they'll plan the whole city, and it's like. That's to get a Boston or an LA or a New York.
Or
There's a
Paris.
anything. There's a legitimate reason to be there, and then it grows over the decades. And no one said, and this is New York. It's just as you step back after 200, 300 years, you kind of go, that's a metropolis and a half right
nice
there.
port.
Yeah.
A great analogy. Someone once said something about how New York City at lunchtime is a miracle, in the sense that you have millions of people all eating lunch. And the whole thing is this amazing dance where all these people that eat all these hundreds of thousands of restaurants in New York, and there's no oversight. It is just humans cooperating, and the left do not understand that.
Well, Murray Rothbard used to talk about that all the time. He used to give there's a great lecture. Very few lectures of Rothbard's actually exist from when he taught at Brooklyn Polytechnic, but you can find this one on the Mises Institute of him. It's the ham sandwich.
Is that about an indictment?
No, it's about no. It's not. It's about
indict a ham sandwich
in New York. It's literally that story grows out of the old Rothbard lecture about how you sit down at lunch and the free market is so brilliant and it's amazing. You have these two guys sitting down next to each other who probably don't even like each other, who, if they actually sat down and talked politics, would actually hate each other. But they're sitting down having their lunch, and then you start to think about, and one's having a ham sandwich, the other one's having a blue plate special or whatever. And you think about all the human beings it took to coordinate the creation of that ham sandwich, to deliver it at that price to that guy. And you realize you had to coordinate the actions of millions of people. And that's the real miracle of the free market, is that coordination is what actually brings prosperity and predictability and the ability to leverage savings into capital.
And government is always trying to disrupt that coordination. I went to a symposium during the 08-09 crisis. And some guy from the Fed was talking about, and they use the term equilibrium to talk about a solution to an equation. But I'm hearing equilibrium. And I raised my hand. I said, since when does the Fed in any way support equilibrium? Every move they make is to try to subvert the system seeking equilibrium. They constantly are saying the price of capital is the most important free market in the fucking world, bar none, is where lenders and borrowers haggle over the price of capital, right? And the Fed says, oh, that price is wrong, we better fix it.
Dave, you're a chemist. You know that equilibrium is a lie. That all of it, because by definition, if there's chemistry happening, the system's not at equilibrium. If we're not at equilibrium, means absolute zero. It means nothing's moving, nothing's changing. The great
I disagree with
example in chemistry is the Nernst equation.
What's true is that when you've got what I would call an equilibrium in a round bottom flask, it's not at equilibrium once you go outside the flask. There's order in that flask that requires input of energy.
And the math on all of this stuff is based on boundary conditions and based on presuppositions and that set certain things equal to assumptions that set things to equilibrium. Like so much of our chemistry, like the math is designed around, well, at equilibrium, these are the things that are going to happen. Well, but we're never there. We're studying the chemistry as the study of the change of matter, right? So
the reason we're not at equilibrium is because it's not a closed system,
right?
And the other field that, by the way, made this. So economists used to study the economy, and then they got this fucking pinheaded idea of controlling it. The other group that does this are ecologists, who will look at a wetland and say, "Oh, we've got cattails in there. We got to get them out of there. Let's remediate the wetland." Up at north of Kego Lake, at the north end, is a national preserve. Montezuma's Wildlife Preserve. And they fucking decided it needed remediation, and they fucked that thing up so badly. And it's just like, look, study it, do what you want, keep your dirty paws off it.
Yeah, it's a huge thing. I've driven past it 50 times in my life.
Right.
It's huge, vast
They
swamp.
fucked it up.
How'd they fuck it up? They put drainage canals in it or something?
They bulldozed it and shit. Yeah. Some invasive species trouble them or something, right? Which, by the way, is the non-closed system, right? By the way, here's a non-closed system. We had an invasive species in Kego Lake about some number of years ago called the goby, and it's this very prehistoric looking fish, little tiny thing about this big, and everyone was upset by it. And then all of a sudden, anglers are going, "Wait a minute, I'm catching some pretty big fucking fish." The New York State smallmouth bass record was broken in 2022 in Cayuga Lake. And then the largemouth record was shattered this year in Cayuga Lake, right off my fucking dock. And here's the question. why don't I fish? Because I must have caught 1,000 pounds of bass. But somehow, I live on the lake. I hang off a 100-foot cliff looking right over the lake, and I'm not fishing. What is your problem? There was a 12-pound bass caught off your dock, essentially. It's somewhere within a quarter mile. When I say off my dock, it's metaphor.
Do you have a dock
Somewhere
below that cliff?
Yes.
How do you get down
Yes.
to it?
110 steps. The question is,
God
how do you get
damn.
back up?
God damn.
Getting down is easy. Getting back
Well,
up
at
is hard.
our age, getting down's a problem, right? The knees
That's a
don't like
trip.
either trip.
Yeah.
I
But
want to bring up what Tom brought up earlier.
I'm going to do an unbelievably hard disappearance because I got an appointment coming. So I'm going to talk and then say bye.
And
So
I got to
whenever
go
that happens.
too.
Yeah, no, no,
gotta-
we'll wrap it up. I was gonna say, but to what all you guys were saying earlier was I've had Dr. Stephen Hatfield on here a zillion times. He's brilliant. One thing he always brings up is, basically no one knows how the food gets to the shelves, but it happens
right.
perfectly. That's what Tom was saying with the sandwiches, and I tend to think that's probably what it applies to everything, including global economics, or if we're talking about entropy and enthalpy, that society is wildly negatively entropic. You could then argue but the universe is positively entropic in the same way a nuclear submarine has an infinite heat sink around it at all times. But the idea that no one knows what it is, or as Howard Bloom calls it, the global brain, where no one part of the brick charcoal knows or understands how it creates the flame. And if it could understand it, then it would be creating something past that. So the thing you guys create will always be above what your understanding is. And the minute you can understand it, there's something greater. I think it's probably something like that. No one knows. We can try and we can fine tune it, but like no one like how the fuck did I get this chaps like going I got way too high last Christmas and we'll wrap it
Your
up with this.
chapstick addiction is a problem. I
Yeah, no,
bet you
but
have
what I'll
it.
say is like I got way too high last Christmas. I ate some pot cookies, and I was just thinking though, like, man, me going between like my parents' place or my brother visiting from across the country, it's kind of like crowd surfing, and that no one really understands it, but the guy in the Uber who didn't make the car, who didn't create the fuel, picks you up and he takes you to an airport, and you open a door that's made of glass and steel that you don't know anything about. You go through security, you get on a plane from a pilot that doesn't know you. You don't know the pilot or where the plane was from or the history of aviation. But it's still just like crowd surfing. You kind of just end up at your family's door on Christmas. And and then it's not
And as
really,
a comedian said, he gets on a plane and they said, "We're pleased to announce that
Louis
we have
C.K.
Wi-Fi." Yeah.
Yeah.
And the guy next to him sitting there, the Y2K fails. And the guy's pissed off. He's going,
Oh,
"Oh, that
piece of
sucks."
shit.
He says, 10 minutes ago,
You
the pilot
didn't
told
know
you
it
they had a
existed.
revolutionary technology for
You
the
have
plane.
internet.
And now that you don't have it, you think it sucks.
Yeah,
Right?
you're
So,
in a
yeah.
chair in the miracle. But I tend to wrap it all up. I think that's what it is, and that's not satisfying. It's not whatever, but I think that's what it is. Like
But
no
we're due
one
for a bitch.
knows,
We're
and
due
it's
for
going
a
to correct.
bitch slapping.
And it
We're
will,
due for a bitch slapping.
but it will correct in a way more efficiently and better than any person could ever plan. Doesn't mean it won't be vicious and savage and blood in the streets, but
Well,
that's what I
read
think.
Annie Jacobson's book, Nuclear War.
I've
It'll
read that.
scare the
Yeah,
fuck out of you.
yeah,
It'll
yeah,
scare the fuck out of you.
yeah.
I have two real quick things. I just checked my Twitter feed as I was doing this on the way out the door. One, RINs, the renewable identification, the ethanol blending stuff, was created by regulation, so it has to be repealed. The EPA just manages it.
Chevron
Two,
deference.
no, well, maybe. I don't know.
Go ahead.
It's okay. And then two, Labor MPs are plotting to cull Keir Starmer. Merry Christmas.
Let's go. Merry
So-
fucking Christmas.
So there you go. So two
Yeehaw.
questions that were out there during this podcast. Just to end on that note,
Beautiful.
you want to know how long it's going to be for Keir Starmer?
Give it a
could
week.
Be,
Yeah.
could be
Week.
quick.
Give
Let's
it a
hope.
week.
Ooh,
Gentlemen,
let's hope.
thank you for helping me to
Europe
round out the
spring.
last show
Europe
this year.
spring.
That's right.
European spring. Thank you guys for helping me. Everybody watching.
Merry Christmas,
Shows
Merry
on
everybody.
Christmas.
Zoom, New Year's.
Jim,
Merry
happy
Christmas.
Hanukkah. All of
Happy
that.
New Year's,
I'm a
guys.
Christmas guy.
He's a Christmas
Good.
man. He's one of us.
All of it.
Guys,
Enjoy them all.
thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Everybody watching.
I'm a
Thank you so
Mohammed
much.
guy. So
He's a Muhammad guy. He's got a date with a plane. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas and happy 9/11, Dave. Take two. You can go down with us. And we're recording. with Mr. Dave Calm and Mr. Jim Hunter, and soon I would imagine Mr. Tom Long on Thursday, June 5th,
This is where
2025.
we make jokes about Tom busy having sex with his goats or
Of
something
course.
because he's not here.
Well, that's the least controversial comment about sex in the last hour internationally, in that Elon Musk is now accusing, said the reason why the Epstein files aren't released is because Donald Trump is on them. So that's
What I heard you guys chatting about that just as I was
like
sort
in
of
the
getting
last
ready
30
to sit
minutes.
down. I, do you think all this is real? It
I
is.
have no idea. Part of me is like it's at the absolute apex of wealth and power, so maybe it's a show. Another part of me is like that's a big accusation. That's you normally don't pull the pedophile card during a
Yeah. The other stuff.
kayfabe, whatever the
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah.
I think that Elon may be a little bit too into the drugs.
You
That
think
would be
he's
my
Well,
guess.
he
The way he's
could be.
behaving.
He's
His behavior looks kind of reckless lately.
too many lines of coke.
Well, whatever it is, ketamine, mushrooms, I don't
Yeah.
know, psilocybin, who knows? But he seems to be behaving rather childishly. And, uh, a lot of people predicted that this relationship would blow up, and now it seems to be blowing up. Trump canceled SpaceX's contracts, or at least some of them, and that really pissed off Elon. Uh, but God knows why he did that. And
Yeah, what's the genesis of this? I get the
I have no
barbs, but
idea.
like, how did it start? It starts from Elon.
What was the trigger? Yeah.
Yeah,
The trigger was that Elon was indignant over the big beautiful bill and the fact that the did not um, Congress did not get rid of any of the things that the Doge had found in waste and fraud, or at least whatever was on Congress's plate to do that. They had to go through some process to certify that a lot of the spending that Elon's Doge found was not kosher. And
But
they
it
were
has
supposed.
to be, he has to be mad at Trump for signing off on it, having nothing in it, right? That's
Yeah, and
ultimately.
all the time that he put into it, I think he's indignant about the time that he may feel that he wasted doing Doge, but I don't know. I think Doge had some very salutary effects. It was really important to dismantle USAID because that was the main funding stream to the wokest troops on the ground, and so
It also had a big
that's gone.
intelligence connection, I think.
Yeah,
A big
yeah.
intelligence connection.
So I don't know. I think that Elon's maybe too heavy into the drugs.
yeah, because it seems I get that. I understand his reasoning for I don't I'm not naive. I don't think he just has some burning passion for government efficiency. I think he understands it as like a system of systems and runaway debt, and I get that. It just it just seems odd to come out to endorse Trump, do that huge Twitter space with him last summer, kind of push him on Rogan, push the Rogan interview, go on with Rogan the night before the election and really endorse, and then the whole honeymoon period, and then uh, it seems odd that like I feel like this isn't all of it. Like how is I get that I understand he's passionate about it, but that's the catalyst.
I don't know, but
Well,
he's really blowing. If he really wants to damage the this effort by half the country to clean up the government, then he's really out of order. I mean, it's not something that he should have gone public with like this. It's very vulgar and stupid.
Do you think this is just an
well, they are the two
exploit?
most unfiltered people on the planet, so it
And
could be a
the two most powerful. I don't know, Putin has
yeah.
nukes. I mean, I think it's also I'm I'm surprised at how it's unfolded, but I don't think I actually am surprised. I mean, they're two it's like having two Michael Jordans on a team. Like you have to have like the superstar. They really can't coexist. I That's a wild
Yeah,
accusation to
but
say you're at
Elon Musk should have realized that Trump is the boss in this situation, and he's not. Elon's
So he
not the
could have
boss in the
quit.
situation.
If he had just quit, I would have said that makes sense, right?
Yeah, or just sort of resigned like a gentleman, or just,
Yeah, right, right.
But it's an
he didn't behave like he's not behaving like a gentleman, and I think that's not good. There's a reason that people have to behave diplomatically, because otherwise, you can really upset a whole nation, or a whole system, and I don't think that's a bucket you want to kick over.
I
No,
yeah, I don't
And you don't want to start a civil war in, the whatever you call this Trump movement, MAGA, or the conservative half of the country, or the non-woke half
well,
of the country.
I was gonna say, it might be that he's like, hey, fuck this thing. I'm gonna stick with my true passion, which is making us multiplanetary, but he just tanked that, which is odd. It's not like he's
Wow.
falling back and going, like I do a video game stream. I don't really give a shit if it fails. The podcast is my thing. But he's throwing them both out. He's going, I
Well,
don't, I'm not doing, I'm just gonna go to Rockets. And then, I mean, I get it. Trump's also a big baby. I'm not surprised he cut all. I would be absolutely open to the idea that this is all theater if it wasn't an accusation about being on Epstein Island. That, I feel like if it's theater, I feel like that's going, whatever harm that does, I think would outweigh the good. But, I mean, I, I hate to say it, but I don't think Elon's wrong. I mean,
I
why
don't know.
have
I
to
think he
take?
could be talking out his ass,
He
really.
could be fucking coked to the gills. I have no idea. But why aren't the files out? Trump has nothing to lose.
Well,
His
I
second
mean, there is
term.
an
He's in his
explanation,
80s.
but you might not like the explanation. The
What?
explanation is that there was all this material that they found in February, when they went, they had all this trouble with the New York office of the FBI, which is a big office, and where a lot of the Epstein material was lodged. And when they found that a lot of stuff was being hidden, Pam Bondi fired, or Patel, excuse me, fired the guy who was running the FBI office in New York. It's an important job. And then they said, 1,000 agents to go through this Epstein material. Now, that's what Pam Bondi said. I don't know if it makes sense to people, but that's what she said. So, and I think that Patel has uh, confirmed that at various times over the last 2 months. But, who knows?
Yeah, I guess I look at it and like you can't, because it to me at least, in my simplistic understanding of all of this, you can't be the total force of like not giving a fuck. You're in your 80s, you're worth billions, you've already been president once, you're in your second term, you not no reelection, and they try to blow your head off. It would make all of his other actions, I feel like, fall into place with this. Yeah, you send the Marines to the southern border, you slash USAID, you start doing tariffs. Those are all what I would imagine as somebody who's going, fuck all of this, you just tried to kill me. I have nothing else after this. I'm truly going to be the person that you feared I was, except for the Epstein thing. You think that would be the one thing he's gonna? Oh, and I'm gonna kill all the everybody in the deep state that here's evidence that they were on an island with kids. It's like why isn't that out? To me, I have no other logical explanation. What's up, Tom? I have no other logical explanation than like there has to be some form of complicity. I can't think of anything else, and I've been thinking that for a couple months now. I'm like I can't take a bite of the it's 5D chess. Like no, dude, why isn't it out? You're doing all these other kill shots. Why aren't you releasing them?
Why don't you let's ask Tom if he got the news. And
I'm sorry.
Tom
What's the?
Tom is the
I missed
news.
I'm sorry. I'm late.
No, yeah,
No, dude. I'll be honest with you. I was doing another show, and I'm like, I looked at my phone, and went, oh shit.
dude, I don't
Sorry, I'm
care.
late.
Dude, I don't care.
So what are we talking about?
Elon said the reason that
I
Epstein
mean,
files haven't been released is because Trump is on them. He tweeted that.
And
he's gone to war
everything
with
else is
Trump.
blowing up. Everything is blowing up. By the way, MTG just said I'm not supporting the big beautiful bill, and
She's
she's
been
been a
saying that for
very
3 days.
Yeah, I know, but then she's been a loyal soldier for
Yeah,
Trump for
like
Yeah,
many
hardcore.
years. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So the zillion dollar
My
question is it theater or not, Tom?
So wait a minute, there's another part of the story.
What there is?
First of all, you have to realize, Tom, that Trump canceled the SpaceX contract sometime in the last 36 hours. And so Elon is really pissed off at Trump. And he was already pissed off about the big beautiful bill because it didn't contain the Doge cuts supposedly, and that's where things stand. So Trump apparently retaliated by canceling the SpaceX uh, rocket contract, and now Elon has retaliated. So there's a civil war going on in MAGA now, and my theory is that Elon is too deep into the ketamine and mescaline.
Is is he openly on? Has he
I
been Tom?
well, what I would say is I mostly agree with Joe on that. For the main for well, two things. One, Elon Musk is not the world's most stable person in the human in the world. Um, Two, it is the full court press in every way across every excuse me every venue vertical to turn Trump into the villain about everything. I don't care
Mhm.
if it's Russia, Ukraine. I don't care if it's Israel, Gaza. I don't care everything. Everything is bad. He's being, this is the, I see this, and I've been saying this for a couple of days now. I literally just got done with an hour, doing an hour and a half with someone else ranting about this, that the bill itself has to get done in order to, regardless of whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. It almost has to get done in order for Trump and company to do anything else. It is the last roadblock to Trump dismantling um, Davos's control over our government. And
Mhm.
it's without that happening, without this getting done, Trump's presidency unravels.
Hey, I got
Like
to ask you, Tom,
completely.
hold on a second. What are the
Sure.
devices in the big beautiful bill that that would enable Trump to dismantle the Davos control? And
It's really quite simple.
yeah,
So, Jim, actually, it's not anything in particular specific. It's the fact that once it passes, he doesn't need Congress until the midterms. The country is funded, and
Uh,
now he can start through the midterms, and now he can start working all the other things that he wants to get done because it's done and it's codified after that. And so, where is Davos's control over our government at this point? That's the most powerful. It's the it's their people in Congress and the Senate. It's the five, and it's all the people. It's all the usual suspects. And
mhm.
this is like when I see, like I was just saying this to Brandon over it. I was doing the thing with Green Candle Investments. I did this show. I said when I see the black eye show up, somebody got thrown down the
yeah,
stairs.
what in the yeah,
Harry
Oh,
Reid,
the Pope?
Mitch McConnell, John Roberts, Elon Musk,
John Kerry.
John Kerry.
that is
Every
weird. Now that you mention it, all these guys turning up with black eyes.
at moments
Obama,
when
did you mention Obama's black eye?
I forgot about that.
Damn.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Well, in the
It's the
dark world
so it's I guess it's
of occults and trafficking and shit, they explain it. So,
this is the thing. So it's a structural issue,
you
and
know what they
that
say it is?
once this is
They say
done,
it's
now
an
Trump and company can go start going after all the bad guys, all the squishies in the primaries. They can then set up for the second half of the term where they try and really overhaul things by getting a majority, a real majority in the House and Senate. They're setting up for the second half of the term with this. That's what they're doing. They're
And you
trying to
don't
get
think
that.
someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene understands that?
That's a good. I don't think I know Thomas Massey doesn't get it. I know Rand Paul doesn't get it.
Well, don't you suppose someone sat them down and explained it to them? Like maybe Stephen
And
Miller
then you have to
made
ask,
a trip up to
right?
Capitol Hill.
And then you have to ask the question: okay, why are they doing it then? Remember, Rand Paul had his freaking ribs broken by his next door neighbor.
Yeah.
who didn't do
Like this
jail
is where you have.
time. Who
What's
didn't
that?
do jail? He didn't do jail time either. That was
Hmm.
weird. Rand Paul had serious injuries.
Yeah.
He had surgeries. And the guy didn't do jail time. I'm pretty sure when you attack a U.S. senator, jail
Yeah.
time is in your future.
And
Right.
I'm retarded. I completely forgot to hit go live on Rumble Studio. So now it's live for everybody listening. I'll upload the file again after this, the first 10 minutes, so you don't think that we were all compromised talking about
So we
Epstein
were
Island.
recording for what, YouTube or
No,
what?
no, no.
What?
We were recording. I forgot to hit live on Rumble Studio.
Oh,
It's all
okay.
recorded. I have the whole thing, and it's live right now.
So speaking of guys who are doing too many lines of something, and there you go, Tommy.
Yeah, yeah, I know, right? I'm doing fucking. I need to get
So
on some. Yeah.
so that's my basic take is that this is, and we're seeing like, so you got Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal and Mike Pompeo going over to Ukraine the weekend before the big escalation,
Boy, do I hate those
negotiating with foreign,
motherfuckers. Boy, do I hate those
sure, all
motherfuckers.
violating the Logan Act,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Apparently
Right.
doing
And
diplomacy
Lindsey,
without, being entitled to do diplomacy.
Well, or they were sent there
Uh,
by somebody.
well,
now, right.
don't you suppose that maybe they should be arrested when they arrive back in the States and maybe charged with treason or something like that?
Wouldn't that be
Un-
lovely? But
Unless they were sent there.
Unless
By
they,
whom?
This is, well, that I don't know.
whoever has
Um,
legitimate power.
It doesn't matter who sent
now,
them there. It's their behavior is what matters. They went over and they did extracurricular diplomacy. They did foreign
it's,
policy.
I
well,
but
think
here's the other thing.
I
how do you
think it
know it's
carries some.
extracurricular
I
is the
think it carries
question.
some weight. Who sent them?
Yeah, very much so, I
I
think.
think now Dave's question is the right one. Now, the other question I have is, what do you think about Lindsay literally saying, I have enough votes to push through these ruinous 500% tariffs on China and Russia in the House and the Senate? What do you think he's doing? He's literally usurping the power of the president.
Uh,
And what I've been saying for the last couple of days about Lindsay, and I've been in this mode for a while now, Lindsay loses to a ham sandwich in South Carolina in the primaries. He's
mhm.
down 15 points. Like, he's at the end of his career. So if he's owned and operated by somebody else who controls the middle envelope quotient on Lindsey Graham, I think we got our answer this week because Lindsey is being used up. He's a rapidly depreciating asset if he's not going to be
So
right.
that was a suicide mission then.
Yes. But that was a use it or lose it moment, Dave.
There's
He's an
money in
asset.
there's money in the Caymans, Pandora papers.
Yeah.
Go do it. Your time has come.
Yep.
I guess.
Here's
I don't know. This
I
is
mean,
all.
and this is where Dave, I think you remember, I've always had a problem with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I've never bought her. I
What
always,
about her disturbs you?
she just like sometimes you just get a feeling about somebody. I'm not really gonna like, she always seemed to be on the wrong side of the issue at the absolute right moment for the
Uh-huh.
bad guys. And every time she did, and Massey does the same thing. And I'm like,
Yeah.
really?
I'm
Really?
following. I'm
Okay.
following Tom.
Did you
I
think
don't. I
Lindsay
don't.
was over there trying to start World War III?
I. Um.
What's that?
Do you think
Did
Lindsey
you?
Graham was over there trying to start World War III? And what was
I think.
Pompeo up to?
Well, he was in Odessa.
Yeah, what
That's
was
a
he
good
doing
question.
there? Well,
I don't
what
know.
exactly was he doing there? He was giving a
That's a good
talk of
question.
some kind, but to whom?
And what message was he bringing to whom?
Uh-huh.
These guys are messengers. So Lindsey Graham and Blumenthal go over there. They do the glad handing and they stand in front of the microphones and everything else. But what they're doing is, they're being messengers because some things can't go over, these things.
Or
So
well, they have diplomatic
it's like
cables.
similar to Viktor Orban last year during the campaign, going around the world and meeting with everybody, and then ending up at Mar-a-Lago, right? What was Viktor Orban doing?
Well,
Carrying
I
water.
doubt that Pompeo and Lindsey Graham and Blumenthal were carrying a message from Donald Trump.
No, no, no. Clearly, they were working for the other guys.
Yeah.
So there's operational Now we're watching, OPSEC in real time with various people moving around the
Yeah,
world.
so my question is, why aren't all three of them in a room being interrogated by the FBI?
because they're the other guys.
The FBI are the other guys? What?
The FBI is the Praetorian Guard, and it depends who they're
I
guarding.
don't, yeah, I don't think that they are with Kash Patel running the FBI. I don't believe that. I
I
just
don't,
don't buy
he's
that.
been a disappointment.
He's been disappointing.
Yeah, he's been yeah. No, Jim, it's those are
or
the
is
right
he
questions,
literally,
but they also apply to every politician for the last 80 years. It's like, how come they
here's
have
a,
Patriot Act to whatever the fuck?
let me put it, let's just game plan some other stuff out. Um, Patel, Bondi, Bongino, all these people who are now, persona non grata within because they haven't done enough, or are they doing everything they can to clean up the system that they inherited that was so goddamn bad? And it's literally at this point, the best you can do is just start the cleanup process. I was talking with Dexter White about this the other day, and he brought it up to me. He's like, "Yeah, why this all this talk about getting out of the Hoover building? Remember, Patel has been, and that may in and of itself be the only thing he accomplishes in the first year or so at the FBI. And let me just finish this by saying the following: there's a floor at the FBI where all of the secrets are buried. How do you get those secrets out? Well, if you've got, it's like it used to be the sixth, seventh floor Foggy Bottom, like it's a State Department. Like the first thing Trump did when he walked in 2016 was he fired he had Tillerson go in and empty that room out, right? That floor out. It's the same thing at FBI. So that's where all the bodies are buried. That's where the group, the cabal that you say there's a traitors cabal within the FBI. They're all there. Now, what do? You get them out of that building and then you move them other places. And no longer do they have the ability to coordinate and cordon off like they have in the past. Literally, I have to start thinking about this at a very practical level about how bad things actually are. And even Trump wiping out the seventh floor Foggy Bottom wasn't enough to reform the State Department.
That's for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of rot. There's a lot of institutional inertia.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying I don't understand why Patel himself is a former U.S. attorney. He knows how to depose somebody properly. Why doesn't Patel himself personally? These are three important people: Lindsey Graham, Senator Blumenthal, and Mike Pompeo. Why doesn't he personally depose them?
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, if he can't trust anybody else, then he can do it.
I understand that, Jim. Now, how does a guy like Lindsey Graham, who we know is compromised, is as compromised as the day is long, how does a guy like him survive in Washington for as long as he has? Who does he have?
Supposedly blackmailing everybody else.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Exactly. So now the question is, like everything else, how do you untie the Gordian knot? How do you unwind all this tangle of
You start
spaghetti?
with the people who are not being blackmailed, and they can't all be blackmailed. Not all of them. There've got to be quite a few of them who are not.
Or you allow this, or you allow over time. What you allow is for the rot to be exposed on its own as it defends itself, and slowly but surely, the lower order folks start singing and turning. Like it's that's the process. I think that's the only process that matters.
But are you saying that that's all happening in secret at the FBI?
I don't think it's happening in secret. I just think it's happening outside of the public. Not the public. We're just not looking at it.
Well, I think we understand that
we're focused on the stuff that they give us. That they give us.
I think we understand that
generation.
That Patel and Bongino and others at the FBI are very busy right now. In fact, it looks like they just have so much stuff that they got to take care of that it's driving them crazy. Right. But they are doing something.
And the Epstein, and the Epstein file thing, I think it's very obvious that those were struggle sessions. That those guys look like they were giving confessionals, like forced confessions. They look no different than people who've been Bongino and Patel when they went out and said that Epstein killed himself. I don't know about you, but they just look like guys who were
dead.
Yeah, we have
guns to their heads. Yeah.
linking in Morse code, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe,
Yeah.
but I'm not. I'm
Well,
not. I'm not willing to go that far. I just think they. I just think that they had to go out and you know.
But they
I,
didn't.
I'm
So they didn't have to do. That's the thing I don't understand about that. That was not the hill to die on. If I would have expected them to say,
we're working on it.
uh, exactly, and then have a die of old age. But they said the most. That's
That's
like going
what
out and said, "Look, I've seen the files, and Oswald killed Kennedy." Why would you even bother to say that? That's the
I'll tell
question.
you why. It could have been a ruse in order to just say, based on what we have in our files, we believe he committed suicide. But it doesn't obviate what may not yet be in their files or what they may not have yet discovered. So, maybe they're buying time saying that. I don't know. It would be, I don't know.
it's well
Or,
we
like everything else, the Epstein file that was a negotiated settlement. We'll give you this. We're getting all of these other things. Like at the end of the day, it's Washington deal making. These are the way.
yeah,
This is
it's
the way shit
slimy
gets
to
done.
it's the
It's
slimiest place
slimy
on
and it's
earth. It's
awful, and we all want it to be clean because it allays our anxiety.
yeah.
And we're doing our best to try and read the tea leaves as best as possible. No, I'm not, I'm not discounting anybody's anxiety about this stuff. Of course, it's anxiety inducing. Of course, you're right to feel that way, but just realize that the world is sadly so much more complicated and so much dirtier than we would like it to be.
Well,
And fixing it is not a linear process.
There's one move that Trump could make that would change things up pretty quickly. He could just come out and declare that we're not going to be supporting Ukraine anymore.
On that point, Jim, I still think that that all that happens after the bill passes. Again, the bill is the roadblock because if Trump, look, Graham's flax about Ukraine and the tariffs, that was a warning. We want you to support the war in Ukraine, or we're not going to support your budget. If you make a deal with Iran, we're not going to support your budget. That's what this. We are going to burn your
I don't
presidency down.
understand the budget.
That's it's
Let
right
it. No,
there.
no, I don't.
I just think the bill is everything.
I don't understand why Trump doesn't just say, "Fuck it, don't pass it. Your problem, not mine."
Because he's trying to actually fix the problem. You like. Otherwise, his entire presidency is done. So they win. That's their win.
No. So they don't pass the budget. Then explain what happens. So let's say they don't pass the budget.
Okay, they don't pass the budget. Then we're dealing with this shit into the fall, we don't have a process. None of the border doesn't get the stuff that he wants to do on the border doesn't pass. He doesn't have the funding cliff wall does not get dealt with. The bond market fucking blows up because the bill is about making a statement to the world that we are trying to fix our fiscal house. Period.
This is about doesn't the bond look market. Like that at all, though. The bill doesn't look like it the way it's being presented. The bill looks like
numbers. The budget projections are bullshit, Dave.
No, I know,
but bullshit.
Everything's bullshit, though. The problem is the bill. So great example. Here's a micro disappointment where Trump with an EO got rid of FEMA. FEMA has no value, precisely zero value. They're destructive. Getting rid of FEMA is a net gain. And then 2 days ago in the news, I heard Levitt say, FEMA's on it. I go, what happened if they got rid of FEMA? At some point, those of us who back this guy have to see something real, not just headlines. We have to see something real. And so I don't, this big, beautiful budget, which supposedly adds just a fuck ton of debt, I don't buy it that's important. I'm with Massey on this one. I'm with Rand Paul on this one. I want it to not pass. I want to cut shit out. It's always, we will do it later, Tom. This is, we'll do it later.
Dave, again, have you? Okay, so you're with Massey and Ron Paul,
Yes.
Rand Paul, who are clearly stating shit that is wrong about what they want done in this bill.
I have no idea what that
This
means.
bill is about mandatory spending, Dave. Under Senate budget rules, Stephen Miller's made it out explicitly clear. Under Senate budget rules, only mandatory spending can be dealt with. They have cut $167 billion a year of mandatory spending. Mandatory spending.
Give me an example.
Discretional spending is handled under rescission rules or under a proper
Give me an
budget
example
process.
of the mandatory spending they've cut. Give me the
According to even the
billion.
CBO says it's $167 billion.
What'd they cut?
So if that's what they're doing, then that's what they've done. $167 billion a year of mandatory spending cuts.
So the claim is it's going to add huge amounts to our debt. Are those just lies?
They are, because as Miller has explained multiple times, and people are listening to Massey and they're not listening to the guy who actually helped write the fucking strategy, that the CBO's budget projection started with reinstituting the old pre-Trump tax tax code, and then started that at zero, and then called the tax cuts adding to the budget deficit. It's most of the quote unquote budget deficit, or the deficit that we're going to run, is based on extending the Trump and making permanent the Trump tax cut plans. And as always, the CBO, as always, the CBO always.
Let's get to it. I don't support tax cuts. Period. You know why? You get what you pay for. I don't want to hear tax cuts make the economy work better. You know when that worked? That worked back in 1960 when the upper tax bracket was 90%. That's when the tax cuts helped.
All right, you and I are on the exact opposite side of this.
But
because the CBO, because under these tax rules, the CBO said Trump's tax plan is going to add this much to the budget deficit, and it didn't. It didn't even come close to adding that much. Not even close. So they always overestimate what tax cuts are going to cost, and they always under talk about or under project what tax raises are going to generate. They always do this. Always. Every fucking time. So
we've had huge,
that's the scenario.
Huge monotonic increases in our debt. When's that going to stop? When's that going to stop? Just give me a date.
When the bond market blows up.
I don't know.
Because that'll really fuck
Harris
up.
Back in charge? You think that's going?
No. It's an honest question.
Okay.
We're up at 38 trillion now, and that doesn't even include unfunded liabilities, which take us up to 250 trillion.
Are those numbers still correct?
The numbers.
I question those numbers too, because I know full well that all the old projections based on our Social Security and Medicaid are based on actuarial tables that are no longer valid, because sadly,
why are they no longer valid?
Post-COVID. What's that?
Why are they no longer valid?
Because the boomers are dying off faster than people thought they would.
Well, those are sort of Kotlakoff numbers
are running really fucking hot.
And Kotlakoff's numbers were at 235 trillion.
And life expectancy in the country is falling.
Say that again, Tom.
Life expectancy in the country is falling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, so we're solving our unfunded liability problem.
I know you're going on here I've been on opposite sides of this for a long time now. I would rather this right now. I'm not saying I'm happy with the fucking bill, but I'd rather this than watching these assholes in Congress who are all just trying to position themselves to not get primaried in the friggin' spring.
But what if we cut?
So that they can, because we know what Europe is doing. Europe is doing exactly what they always do, which is force us to extend and pretend into the future. This is about the funding cliff. How are we going to get, if we don't get certainty to the bond market right now, how are we going to roll over $11 trillion?
I want the bond market to blow the
months?
fuck up. Let's put it that way. I want to see the bond market blow up. You know why?
Dude, you're more of a goddamn Gen Xer than I am. I'm trying to fix the goddamn thing. You want to blow the whole thing up.
The rates are wrong. The rates are wrong. You want to know what the rates are wrong? Here's how you get the rates are wrong. Right now, what's the 30-year at? 4 point something, right?
5.
Right.
5.
4.95. Would you buy a 30-year bond and sit on it for 30 fucking years at 5%? And the answer is no.
Yeah,
no.
But
the answer is no.
But the minute the fucking 20-year went to 5%, we had the best.
I don't care.
That's 20-year bond auction we've had. We had 15 years.
Would you buy a 20-year at that interest rate and hang on to it for 20 years? No. No.
Bonds are bonds are tradable instruments, and
no, they're not.
Time, we're still dealing with central banks are still a major part of the goddamn are still a major part of the friggin'
once you
demand curve. And if they're buying, I'm not worried about it.
Once you create that bond, it's in the system, and maybe you don't own it, but someone owns it. Those bonds interest rates are wrong. They're not being determined by market forces. Well, therefore, I want the rates to go up.
Obviously. Okay, so would you buy a German 30-year at 2.5%?
And nor would I buy a 100-year Argentinian bond at 6%.
But that doesn't. But Dave, that is literally the argument that these people are making that have nothing to do with what's actually happening in the real world, which is that there is still demand out there at these prices because of the way the system exists as of right now. You are in a transition state from one attempt, one type of funding process for the United States, which is through taxes and extraction and debt issuance, versus another one where we're talking about investment and tariffs and and defending the par value of the domestic dollar. That's what we're dealing with. It's a fundamental shift. And
I want capital.
You're not going to get that. Not going to change that tomorrow. No, and trillions of dollars of capital are not going to move. They're okay with
capital to be determined by free market forces.
Okay,
which means the bond market has to blow up. The bond market has to blow up.
Okay, that's why I'm moving to Tennessee, Dave. I don't want to be anywhere fucking near civilization if you win. And that's the world that Davos wants. And that's the world that Davos. I'm not stupid. I'm going to hedge.
Well,
I'm apparently an idiot.
My name, Dave, is close enough to Davos that I must be on their team.
No, seriously, but this is what Davos is literally trying to blackmail you into believing. When they're the ones. Did you look at the German production numbers?
Blackmailing me.
What about him?
Why would I? Why would I?
Were you talking about MERS or?
Hey, blow the bond market, blow everything up, and start from scratch.
Tell me about the German production numbers.
Oh,
you didn't see the article in Zero Hedge this morning that the situation, the business situation in Germany,
bankruptcies galore,
and is worse than 2008. Okay, and yet the German 10-year has been capped at 2.5% for 3 friggin' years by the ECB.
Tell me why the DAX is exponential.
Because we want. Actually, the DAX isn't exponential.
Because they have.
If you look at the weekly chart, it's actually beginning to roll over. But what I will say is this: why?
But it's been exponential for a long time.
Stop, and I'll explain. Why? Because when the German 10-year went from negative 0.6% to 2.5%, what do you think happened? Oh, and 2 things happened. You had that, so they move out of bonds, they buy in stocks. Second thing that happened is that the Germans then pledged to spend how much money on defense, which is going to destroy the bond market, and it's all the money's going right into German defense. There's people front running them spending. That's what literally that's about. And when you're dealing with the first stage of the collapse in Europe, which is the false move up in the euro. First stage of a currency collapses, the currency rises.
Okay.
then it falls. Why? Because everybody's worried about tomorrow and production and how am I going to pay for anything? And I got debt to service and I got payroll to make. And so as the, as, as, as exports drop, especially for Germany, as exports start to drop, you're going to have a rise in the currency. It doesn't help. It doesn't hurt that I still firmly believe, having watched all this, that none of this is happening in a free market. Like, I know that this isn't a free market. We know the currency markets aren't, we know that they're not free. We also know that this is all happening on the edge of the G7 conference and then on the NATO summit. Like everything is happening right now in order to turn everything into, oh my God, the United States is about to explode. When the reality is that everybody else is the one that's left holding the bag. Look at where we are. Look at what's happening to Germany. The euro is up since Trump took office. 12%, the euro is up. And there's a 20% tariff. Soon to be a 50% tariff unless they stop fucking around. Right? Why do you think Trump threatened the European Union with a 50% tariff? You think it was because you think that they're trying to shake Apple down for $1 billion in GDPR or the other stupid data privacy bill? No, this is about them trying to start fucking World War III and getting us involved in it. That's why he did it. Because Moody's downgraded our debt in the middle of all this shit. Like, no, like, you want to talk about a market, the Europeans are literally talking about going to a central bank digital currency in October, launching the friggin' thing. How do you think they're going to get that done? Don't they have to default on everything? Don't you want to make, if you were them, would you want to make yourself look like the like the bell of the fucking ball? And make your opponent
Tom, the problem is your system
look like the one that's falling apart.
This worldview, I'm going to call it out. This worldview is so complicated, yet you profess to understand it, and that's the problem I'm having. There are so many moving parts to this that I can't. All I can tell you is I should be able to get a better return on my goddamn fixed income. Period. So this whole world geopolitical shenanigan is on my back. It's on your back. It's on the back of everyone. It's on the back of every pension fund.
I know. I know.
I want to go back to market-driven rates.
I agree. And how are we going to get there?
By letting the bond market go to shit. By letting the we should have
and watch the entire world melt down.
So what happened when the bond market went?
I mean, I'm sorry, Dave. I don't want to live in Mad Max. I just don't want to do it.
Can I get in here for a second?
We've had a 40-year bull market in bonds, and now you're saying we can't have a bear market.
No, I didn't say that. We don't have a bear market.
No, yes, you are saying that. Yes, you are saying that.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, that's what a bear market. Well, then therefore the bond market is going to blow the fuck up.
I think you were missing here. Hey,
let Jim speak.
Let me get in here. What I think we're missing here is that, Tom, you're theorizing that we are in a transition, and it's a pretty momentous, profound transition.
I agree with that.
And I don't think that happens without inducing some kind of disorder, terrible disorder in the system. I think that anytime you go through and then it depends how it expresses itself. Is it going to express itself in economic turmoil or financial turmoil or political turmoil or both? It seems to be doing a bit of both right now. Or it can go kinetic into warfare, which is, what do you call it? It's geopolitical turmoil. But all three of those things seem to be kind of up for grabs right now. And we shouldn't be surprised that a lot of that's happening. And we should also understand that when things do start to get disordered, you get a lot of surprises happening.
Jim, I agree with you on all those points. Dave, I don't even disagree with you that we're not in a bond bear market. The 10-year was trading at 1% 4 years ago. Now it's trading at 4.5%. That's a bear market. I called the beginning of the bear market bonds of the day. Like, I get you. I'm with you.
Anyone who sat
I don't think they have to go to
11%
to clear the market either. That's the point.
They have to go to 11% to clear the market if it was a free market, in my opinion.
And obviously they can't go that high because then they'll completely disorder the repayment problem
So what you're
and the servicing
describing,
problem.
you're
would you
describing
prefer
is
a muddle?
a
Would you prefer
gangrenous.
a muddle through? Would you
No,
prefer a muddle through?
not a bit. I've been
We've been
bitching about
doing
the
that for
muddle
20
through. The
years.
muddle through sucks
No, we
balls.
haven't been doing that. This has
Yes,
not
we
been a
have.
muddle through at all.
Yes, we
This has
have.
been
Yes, we have.
this
Yes.
has been a systematic hollowing out to the point of collapse.
That's a side
The
effect.
muddle. That's the
That's a
muddle.
side effect of the muddle.
That's the muddle.
No, that was policy.
That's
That
a
was
muddle.
policy designed to destroy the United States. I am on that. That's where I am. That's where I've been. I do not consider it this an outgrowth of Bob. No, I think it was
So it's an exogenous force.
I think there was exogenous. Yes, I think there's exogenous forces. I do. I think that we have been. I think we have been systematically and systematically betrayed at every level. And I think that what we're dealing with now is the beginning of the turn in the opposite direction.
So
And it's being fought tooth and claw. And that the question now is: Are we going to figure out a way to take the assets that we have and fix as much as we can, and begin the proper turn? Or are we going to just say, you know what, problem's too fucking big, let's just burn it all down?
So was the Federal Reserve complicit in this attempted destruction? Yes or no?
Up until Powell started Institute Sober, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So that would
Under Bernanke and Yellen, like they literally betrayed the fucking country.
I agree.
For 12 years post World War post 2008.
By
and
jerking around
with
in a capitalist system, the most important market of them all is the price of capital. And they subverted it. Yes. I'm asking to get it back. Now, I am too. The reason I challenged you is because you're describing a very complex system that I believe is going emergent. It's a bunch of nonlinear equations are going emergent. Therefore, you can't predict. You can't predict is my point.
I know. But I'm not saying
you've got this. They're going to do this. They're going to do this. If this happens, this happens.
What I'm saying is
no,
they're all doing everybody is acting in their existential best interest.
That's right.
And the question is, what I'm trying to figure out is what's the path through that we win? Because I'm on the side of the people who don't want the pedophiles and the fucking vampires to win, who have been winning and destroying our lives for the last 500 fucking years. That's the side I'm on.
I think the question really is, does Mr. Trump have to assume some kind of emergency powers to get through that bottleneck that you're talking about? And if so, that will leave him open to the charge that he's become a tyrant, but he may have to do it anyway.
But who cares? Because they try to blow his head off. It's his second term. He's like 90.
I've been, Jim, you are.
You're breaking
Jim,
up,
what
Tom.
I'll say is,
the CIA has jumped in.
That's just his Starlink. It's just Starlink.
It's terrible weather over here in Florida. You know, I'm on Starlink, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jim, that is my exact worry. Is that at every turn you see, like, you watch the judiciary overstep its bounds. We've talked about this in previous shows we've all done together, right? What are they doing? Well, they're trying to get Trump. They're trying to push Trump to the point where he has to rein in the judiciary, suspend habeas corpus, and just do what needs to be done. Why? Then they can turn around and call him Hitler. The same way that they're trying to get Putin to nuke Berlin for, or London. Why? So that they can call him Putler. It's the same thing in every venue.
Well, let him call you Hitler. Let him call you Hitler. Let him call you Hitler. What's the... They tried to blow his head off in front of his family. Who gives a shit? Become what they fear he is. Be the man that 2016 Reddit thinks he is. Like,
okay. Tommy?
Yeah.
I agree with you. But you got to get the country to the point where they're willing to back him and not everyone else.
I think we're almost halfway.
I don't think we're too far away from.
No, I agree with you.
We're at some kind of inflection point. I'd say retarded. I'm just like the people, the guys I interview, the generals, the SF guys, man, the temperature has changed over the last just the 5 years I've been doing this show of like, no, a tyrant's a tyrant to basic. I mean, the general phrase has kind of moved along, like, yeah, democracy's failed now, King Trump. Like, that's not me saying it. These are not guys
I
that throw
I
words lightly.
talked I talked to a foreign intelligence guy who I consider to be very well grounded.
Jeffrey Epstein. I would love if
and
Epstein jumped
and
in right
and
now.
he's not way up the system, but he gets to talk to the guys way up the system, and he says the Ukraine war is going to go on for years.
I believe that.
That's fucked up.
No, it's evil.
I
It's just, but it's
Martin
the
Armstrong's been saying that for a long time as well, and everything he's hearing from his people on the ground
the
are
nu
like
right.
the
Europe is planning
nucleus
on
of
this for the next 10
power
years.
and the nucleus of power and money on this planet is based in the U.S. military industrial complex, which has to feast. It's not right, but it's not going to stop. We're out of the Middle East. It needs a new thing. It's just what it does. It's pure evil, but it has to move on to the next thing.
What
It's
I
gonna
would
be
what I would say, Tommy, is what I would say is that when I can understand, I think what Trump is trying to do is give the U.S. military contractors a reason to reinvest in the parts of the military that we have neglected. It's like Obama gutted the military and yet still sent us overseas. Now we have to spend a lot of money to refit the Navy, rebuild new ships, like the infrastructure. Like there's so much of the quote unquote military spending that's in this bill that can literally be, oh yeah, we're rebuilding this bridge in Minnesota because it's a national security issue because it's part of the interstate highway system.
which yeah,
Yeah,
which it is.
remember that like the Department of Energy, or that regulated nuclear power, right? That was not that was just out that was DoD spending outsourced to a different department.
The DOE, yeah.
So there's a lot of some of this stuff that can get done under certain, you change the definition,
So
you
it can
move the
still.
money somewhere else in order to spend it under that. And then of course it opens you up to, oh, he's increasing military spending. Yes, but
No, I'm
like
with
there's a lot
you.
of bridges.
You could keep the military industrial. You don't go full Kennedy because his heart was in the right place, but his head wasn't. But like but don't I'll be right back. Um, it's better to judo it in that fucking build an Atlantic wall. Build like a World War II Atlantic wall, put turrets all up and down the coast. As long as Raytheon and Grumman still got contracts, like, hey, ideally we wouldn't have the military industrial complex, but the realistic case is like, yeah, they're either gonna go knock over some poor third world country, kill a million civilians, or build something here. So I mean, that's what I hope it does. But I think ultimately, just I don't understand jack shit about finance. But listening to both of you, I do think, and this is probably not any profound take. I do think you both agree. And the thing that just popped into my head is like, if you have a friend that just, if you ever had a friend that just drinks way too much, and it's like it's a problem. There's two ways to look at it. Sometimes you're like, I'm gonna grab that fucker, I'm gonna bring him to a sober house, and I don't care if he hates me, I'm gonna get him sober. The other part is you go, I'm so fucking pissed off at him, let him plow his car into a tree. That's the only way he'll wake up. They both are rooted and you want them to get better. It's just sometimes you're so done with it, and another time you're like, yeah, well, he might not just hit a pole, maybe he'll kill someone else. And like I think you're both at that spot. It's just different paths to get there. And I could be completely wrong, but Dave's kind of at like the fucking shot of vodka at sunrise, like let it burn. And Tom is you're like, maybe we can kind of maneuver it. They are demons from hell, but maybe we can. I think you're both at the right spot. I could also just be a complete faggot trying to find middle ground. I have no idea.
I'll be honest with you. Like, I think that that we that it wouldn't be better if there's another, it's like that the long end of the yield curve doesn't rise a little bit more. Sure, right. I think I don't have a problem with that. I don't want Powell cutting rates, for example. I've been quite adamant about that. I'm like, and I don't really think that Trump and Powell are. Trump likes to talk, but he met with Powell. They talked. There was neither of them said anything afterwards.
I
You know,
think
and
Trump gave Powell
silence is
cover
gold.
not to cut rates. I think
Yeah,
Trump gave Powell not to cut rates, gave him the cover.
exactly. Absolutely, he did. And I think that's the right. And I think that's the right play at this point. You know,
I,
inflation is not down, and employment's still not bad. It's starting. It's starting to roll over. The latest jobs report wasn't good, but we'll see what we'll see where we are in 2 months. But Powell's not going to cut rates this in June. Is he going to cut rates in July? I don't know.
Are we in a situation where a bad recession will lead to catastrophe?
Well,
I
it could
don't
lead.
think
It
so.
could lead to the Democratic Party taking over Congress in 18 months.
That's not
Um,
I mean, that's a catastrophe, but no, I'm talking about something truly ugly. I mean, truly, forget Democrats versus Republicans.
like COVID
Are
level.
we no longer capable of tolerating a bad recession? So, for example, Volcker knowingly
right.
hammered us right up the ass.
Right.
Someone's echoing. Is that me?
Yeah. I don't know.
I
No,
don't.
I hear me
I
echoing,
don't.
but I don't know why it would be echoing.
Tom, do you normally wear
You're
headphones?
not echoing on our ones, but it's just an
Uh,
unstable connection
I can hear the
for
echo.
me.
Um, we appear to be at a point where the patient can no longer take the medicine. And that's what I'm griping about. And I'm saying make them take it. I want to see
I
it.
wonder about when you talk about Davos, it seems to me that all the major players that may be associated with Davos are floundering themselves very
Yes,
badly.
They are.
You know,
yes.
They are.
the Germans and the French are floundering. The Dutch are
Mhm.
now going through another convulsion of leadership. Um,
Right.
the EU, led by Ursula von der Leyen, is under attack. And, then they're stuck with this terrible immigrant problem all over Europe that none of these countries seems to be able to resolve. They're doing it stupidly. What happened in Germany over the last week was ridiculous. They said that they were going to not allow any more asylum claims to be taken at the border, but they're still allowing people to do that. So they can't even enforce their own government regulations. So I wonder.
Agreed.
Well, I guess my question is, if they're all floundering and they're all not really able to even manage their own problems, who do you suppose is in that mix directing our
Again, this is
fate?
this is this is happening at the financial level. Okay, this is
Mhm.
why I keep talking about this. They don't care about us. They don't care. They actually want to destroy all the national governments. Like they want
They
to
care
destroy
about
our
their own
government. They
national
want to destroy
governments?
they're absolutely they want to tear down the Italian government, the French government, the German government. They want to push everything up under the rubric of the EU. They want fiscal, political, and military integration and bond market integration in Europe to create the quote unquote United
They're going
States
to
of
start a
Europe.
civil war in Europe. The Europeans aren't going to stand for that. They're already pissed off at the EU.
I know, but what am I going to tell you? This is what they're doing. Like
Europe's
this is
Well,
known
their
to
then they're
get
going to
plan.
have a
They're not
civil
their
war.
Gantt chart's still up there. I'm
Europe's
not saying it's going to work. What I'm saying is
Europe's
that all we
Europe's
have to
known to
do
get
is
in
not fuck up this moment that we have and let them eat themselves.
Uh-huh.
And that capital that's there will allow us to make the transition as that capital drains out of the world. It will drain into the US and it will buffer the worst part of the reorganization and the chaos that you talked about, Jim. It will force it'll force all sorts of issues within our capital markets, Dave. Yes, and we are going to have to pay higher interest rates on that than Trump says he wants. But as long as you can get the process started, someone
Wouldn't the first thing that would happen would be that they would put capital controls on their
yes,
euros?
and they're
So
getting ready. They're going to dump capital controls. They're already talking about it.
then
Remember when
how does
they
the money leave Europe and come to the United States?
well then Europe, but then what will happen then was that we're going to find out for real that there is no bond market in Europe. And
And
then I'm
then
not
they
worried about
blow up.
European then I'm not worried about European capital at that point. But if they start a freaking war, dude, it'll just it'll all just collapse. Then they're going to have to then default on all their debt. And then are we going to look as bad as Europe if they default and issue, new debt after they stiffed everybody for 16, 18 trillion dollars or $30 trillion? Because they have a shitload of debt too.
Well, they must go through a
It's a good
period of time
question.
when they can't issue any debt under any circumstances.
Well, we have a
Right.
global
And
debt
so,
problem, so
we do. No argument. No argument. Like we have an absolutely global debt problem.
Yeah.
So the bigger question is, the big question is there I'll be honest with you. I don't give a fuck about anybody else anymore.
That's where I am. That's where I am.
I don't give a fuck about anybody else. I care about the United States.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
I care about the United States. I don't really give a fuck about anybody else anymore.
No,
I'm
that's
dead
exactly right.
I'm at the
no,
point
no,
now
no,
where
no.
in
Monroe
order to get
Doctrine.
through this,
I'm with you.
I'm back to, we have the best constitution in the world. We are the colony that got away.
We the resources.
That
We got
they want
oceans.
back.
Fuck
We're
off.
the only ones who can reboot the world.
But then who are the
We're the only ones
traitors?
who can reboot the
Who
world.
are the traitorous fucks among us in America who are making that impossible
What's that?
for us
Lindsey
to
Graham.
survive? Yeah.
Lindsey Graham.
And how are we going to
God,
deal with them?
That is a
Victoria
problem.
Nuland.
That's it. Oh God, there's so many, but like
That's why
what are you gonna
that's
do?
why I say they got to get in a room with Cash Patel, and he's got to work them over with 30 inches of rebar.
And I agree with all of you about all of everything that you guys have brought up. That I'm not pushing back as more. What I'm saying is like, look, we can do that and muddle through, is what I'm saying, and we can do that. And if by some miracle, because look,
Well, what's your definition
look at
of
what's
model? What's your definition of model? I'm having trouble
we
with
muddled
model.
through. We muddled through with a mild recession, another round of commodity cost push inflation, and and
One can make the
we
argument that we're
we come out the other side. We come out the other side with a 3% budget deficit and
$42 trillion in debt.
and a sovereign wealth fund worth a couple of $1 trillion that we can move Social Security and the unfunded liability of Social Security onto
Where's
that.
the
That's what I'm
sovereign wealth fund come from? Where did the sovereign wealth come from?
Well, we can start with Fannie and Freddie. We can start with gold. We can go to gold. We can go to the royalty streams off of opening up the natural resources that we have. And
So you want to nationalize the oil market?
Oh, I'm not telling you that this is going to be capitalism.
Right. I'm gathering
Okay.
that.
I'm not saying this is going to be free market capitalism. Okay.
It's called state capitalism.
It's going to be power, naked power.
I think we're going to do a lot of things that are not capitalism, not free market economics.
America 2.0.
We are not.
Let's go.
That is unfortunately where we are headed. And I hate to break it to everybody, but it's either that or, because the EU wants the structure of the United States with the government of the USSR. That's what they're planning. They want the member states subordinate to an unelected Politburo. That's what they have.
I think it's almost.
And when all they need are singular debt structure. If they don't get that integration, then we're going to wind up. Then again, what Trump is setting up. Look at what he did in the Middle East. Look at what he's doing around what is now Southern Europe. If the war, if Russia is able to survive this period where I think the EU is going to break up before the end of the decade. I'm with Martin Armstrong on this. But the interim period as we go through this process is going to be very, very dicey. And you expect a cornered animal to be extremely dangerous. And that's exactly what we're seeing.
But I think you're muddled through with a mild recession strikes me as sort of fantasy.
We've done better than I'll be honest with you, Dave. We've done better than I expected.
Well, I actually happen to be reading my 2013 economic analysis
Uh-huh.
And I've got phenomenal quotes from world leading economists and money managers and stuff talking about how fucked we are. We are 4 times more fucked. And that means either it doesn't matter or we are really going to get fucked now. And I think the system's going to go emergent. I think the system is really going to lose its shit in a Kunstler book number 16 way. Right? You'll be able to write that book. And I think we are at the point where where the powers are so afraid of a recession. The idea of inducing one is outlandish to some of these guys, which used to be standard. And so I think at this point we're in stage 4 liver cancer phase, and I just don't see a way around it. So I kind of want to get to it. I want to get to it.
Do you think there's I don't know, this is a retarded take, but do you think there is kind of like an AGI red button? Whatever we have, you know that they're fucking 30 years ahead. Do you think there is like a, hey, we can really you can let this thing off the chain? It's some DARPA thing. Do you think we're at a point
No,
where
I don't
like
believe that.
just as a thought exercise, when you go, it's all so fucked, and it is trillions raised to the trillionth degree variables. The point where even Elon just is like, it's what the fuck. Do you think there is just like a fuck it, press the button?
No, I think that what Dave just mentioned, he used the word emergent. I think what we end up with is events are in the driver's seats and not personalities, and the behavior that is produced ends up being emergent, self-organizing behavior.
We are suffering from a 40-year recency bias. 40 years. For 40
Mhm.
years, the Fed's been twirling knobs
Oops.
and pulling us out of tight spots. What happened to Tommy there?
This is my camera.
Okay, so he's choking the chicken.
Oh yeah.
Tubing, baby.
Hell yeah.
Um, and that I think that recency bias has left us with a sense that it will continue in some sort of similar way going forward. Now, I don't think so. I think we have reached the end of the chain, and
Mhm.
I think this emergent issue is going to be very real. And I don't think that I think, for example, trivial. I don't profess to understand this. I'm just saying trivial thing. We have for 40 years thought that when stocks go down, bonds go up in value. That game's over. We're now going to have parallel bear markets. That's precedented. It happened in the 70s. But in the 70s, we had 30% of debt to GDP. We're now way the hell up there. We don't have we don't have the tools left. I think if the Fed winks at the market that we're going to save you, I think inflation expectations will take control. And they will either have to do something that is not only inflationary looking, but in the face of a tsunami of inflation. I think we've used every last tool at the Federal Reserve. And as I like to say, there are a lot of tools at the Federal Reserve. And I think I think we've run out of tools. I think this is the point now where it is one of those things where you are hopelessly addicted to all sorts of shit. And it is time to go curl up in the corner in fetal position and shake like crazy and hope you don't die of some seizure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think this idea of saying, well, we'll just take on more debt and deal with it later. I am personally tired of people saying, we'll do it later. We'll do it later. I'm saying, do it now.
I don't think we are doing it later. I think that this is a process of, again, it comes down to, I agree with you, Dave. One, the central bank dominated world is
over,
very close to going away.
Japan kind of warned us.
Forget it. This is the idea of the central bank that controls the monetary arbitrage, right? And the cost of capital, I think, is going away. And I think that what I see, and what I've been arguing for is a move back to, and Dissent has made this clear, that what he wants, which is to take power away from the Federal Reserve.
Who
And
did?
I
Who
think
did I
that
miss the name? Who?
Besant
Percent.
himself said, look,
Percent. Percent.
that banking regulation, for example, should
Yeah.
not be
Yeah.
under the purview of the Fed. Okay. So that's one aspect of it. That's in my mind, that's a dog whistle that says, look, the Fed has too much responsibility. The Fed has too much power. Some of that power needs to be clawed back to the Treasury. And that I've been arguing for a while that I think that we go back, that we figure out a means by which to get the Federal Reserve back to its pre-Banking Act of 1935 structure, which is, and we'll not get that by having the regional banks set regional interest rates within the U.S., but SOFR with a domestic debt indexing rate, we can have that de facto because capital can compete amongst itself regionally because we have a debt indexing rate tied to the domestic economy versus tied to LIBOR, right? I've made that part. The other part of it is that, so if we have we bring the Fed back to the lender of last resort for the domestic economy, not necessarily the Treasury market, but that's a stretch goal. Let's just start with the original conception of the Fed was lender of last resort for the domestic commercial paper market with no international role. Today,
Boy, that's a distant memory.
It is. It is. But let's think about let's talk about what's possible about the modern Fed and how that, because dollars are now global. Now you have to look at the Fed as having two fundamentally separate roles. Its dual mandate is no longer stable prices and full employment, which are always bullshit in the first place. But because they could never actually achieve either of those things at the same time. They were always
correlated.
They were always at odds with each other, right? But a lender of last resort for the domestic paper, for the domestic markets, and an enforcer of the international par value of the dollar at the same time. I think that's a role that the Fed and that's absolutely on the table. I think. What's that?
It's been so many decades. That would be great.
I don't think it's that far away.
Well, that would be fine. But guess what? When that happens, that's going to be chaos.
It's already happening. What do you think this is?
No.
This is chaos,
No. Here's what is noticeable about modern era finance, and that is the markets no longer price discover. The markets no longer respond to shit. This is, my metaphor is, anyone who's raised a child, the kid's 2 or 3 years old and they're acting up and you're trying to reprimand them and they're not listening to you and you're sitting there going, oh, fuck, this is going to end in tears, but we got to do it, right? So the kid is just resisting the reprimand. This is going to end badly. And I think it's time that we do this. And I don't think it's one of these things where the Fed should crank up the rates to shut down the economy to fight inflation. I think the Fed has to go back to doing what you said. Lender of last resort is supposed to be punitive.
Yes.
Badget. Supposed to be. It's not been punitive for decades and decades.
What was the punishment?
Agreed.
Punishment was high rates. The punishment was, okay, Goldman, you guys, we're going to bail your ass out, but you're going to pay 12%.
Right. You're going to pay.
I'll tell you what I'd also like to see. Here's a trivial thing. Yeah. I would be okay with some law that said, define the C-suiters, whatever they are, the top echelon of a bank. And it says that if we have to bail you out, it's going to be punitive. And by the way, you are all going to forfeit the last 5 years of your compensation. Think fucking hard before you fuck with your bank that requires a bailout, because we are going to come and get your assets. So if you need to be bailed out, you personally are going to give back 5 years of compensation, period.
Yeah.
And you know what those C-suiters would do? They'd be more careful. But you know what it would do? It would create a credit crisis because their sphincter muscles would tighten up hard.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I'd like to see.
Now take that same rant.
Yeah.
Substitute commercial banks for foreign central banks.
I don't even want to worry about foreign central banks. I agree with you.
but
The United States.
that's what we have at our disposal now. We have that power in a way that we've never had before. Dave, this is where the recency bias that you talked about earlier is the problem, because you're analyzing that behavior based on an old model where we did not control the cost of our own fucking capital.
I don't think we should control the costs of our own capital. Why should we?
We should
Why
control.
Why does a committee of 12 retards, undeniable retards, talking, let's use Tommy's term. Why do we let 12 retards make the call on the most important market in capitalism? Dave, 12 retards.
We have a market rate for that capital now.
No, we don't.
Well, we have a more market rate than we had before. Yes, we do.
But we don't. That's my original pitch. We don't have a market rate. If we had a market rate, if you bought it for any of the treasuries, there's no market rate. You know how? One of the ways they control it, they have various legislative mandates that force buying treasuries, and that provides a false floor underneath the treasuries. If when you bought a 20-year treasury, to hang on to it for the revenue stream, I guarantee you it's not priced right. It is not priced right. Okay. No one in their right mind, if I said you got to buy a 20 or a 30, put it in a lockbox and hang on to it, what interest rate you going to demand? 9, 10?
Okay, so let me ask you the question, Dave. What are you doing with your money?
Gold.
Anything else?
I have cash right now, hoping that I have some platinum I bought the other day. The reason that I don't like your model is because your model is kicking the can down the road, and I am sick and fucking tired of sitting on
I'm not kicking the can down the road.
No,
Dave.
no,
I am literally trying to build a world. I am literally trying to organize a world with lower levels of leverage than we currently have. That is not kicking the can down the road. That is not killing the fucking patient.
Doesn't do it. The beautiful bill is not good progress. The fact that FEMA still exists is not good progress. The fact that Musk just quit because all his efforts are for naught is not good progress. I hate turning on Trump because I don't want to be a fair weather friend. I don't want to say we put him in there now, do your job, and then turn on the second it gets uncomfortable. I hate that. Okay. But I want to see that he's trying to get it right. And the problem is I'm seeing these little indicators that say, I got duped. And I'm hanging by my nails.
And that is literally what in my mind, that is literally what the demoralization campaign that we are living under right now.
I totally get that.
Yeah, no,
I totally get that.
I'm just not willing. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm not willing to. I consider that the fair weather friend.
Well, but the problem is,
it's tough. This is hard.
Where did FEMA go?
What's that?
He said they were kicking out FEMA, and where'd it go? It's still here. And this is why the little things like Patel and Bongino saying Epstein hung himself. It's like, and Bondi in her fucking notebooks. I go, and Kennedy chasing fucking Fruit Loops instead of fucking vaccines. If there was no action, if it was slow, if it was quiet, I'd be fine. It's the bullshit that's got me nervous. It is the bullshit that's got me nervous.
You're not nervous, Dave. You're literally calling for the dismantling of the entire.
I'm literally calling for progress.
No. Okay.
That's what I'm calling for. Someone else jump in here.
Well, Dave, it seems to me you represent a lot of people who were discontented with the government before the election, who were expecting a lot after the election, and it's not rolling out in a satisfactory way. My guess is that the sludge in the system and the personalities who are dragging it down are considerable. And
I agree.
It's just a tremendous, sick twisted opposition that is very hard to overcome. And it's a battle. So this is what it is a very complex, non-kinetic civil war that's going on right now.
I'm praying you're correct
I
because that model works for me.
I really think everything
That's
that
my model. That's
Hold on.
all I'm saying. And I'm saying that at the same time as saying you have to get this fucking bill passed so that you can get rid of the sludge.
Yeah,
It's not that hard.
So
Get rid
I
of
may
them.
I may be suffering from
Neutralize
not
the most
from
powerful aspect of Davos's control over our fucking system, which is the shitbags in Congress
well
who are entrenched power brokers that have been there for 50 fucking years. Most of them should be on fucking Medicaid.
I think I think
Seriously, these people their brains are cooked. They're 82
Hey.
years old. They have no business being in fucking
hey
Congress.
Tom, one word.
Not on the fucking me. Like when I
One
start
word.
this,
One word.
Xanax.
One word. Decaf.
that was decaf.
Xanax.
The
Dude,
problem
I'm not
I might be-
serious. Like
the
this is what
problem I
all I'm
might be-
saying. It's like come on. Like do you want miracles? I give you. You want miracles? You're not going to get them.
No, I
this
just
is
want
what this looks like.
I want consistency. I want consistency.
They're not.
I really think it's all. I think everything.
and the lack of consistency is the counter strategy to what is the perceived lack of consistency is the fucking strategy. That's how you run the clock out.
Let's get the fuck away from Davos. Let's get away
these
from
people
Davos.
literally believe they can outlast Trump, and they're doing it. And you're
Why are
giving,
we why are we still vaccinating 5-year-olds? Why are we still vaccinating 5-year-olds with COVID? Why has Kennedy not dealt with that? What horse trade? What horse trade?
The story is that he made a promise to Senator Cassidy that he wouldn't do that with the vaccines. And I don't know if I believe that story.
With COVID?
Well, that's the story, but I don't know if I believe it. That's how people explain it. The only other explanation is that he feels or perhaps must approach this thing by the smallest increments to just incrementally get rid of it. I don't know.
Well, if I had a dead 5-year-old tomorrow,
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
No, there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people in the alt news and the web who are complaining about it. And Naomi Wolf was published a Substack today saying, you got to shit or get off the pot, and you got to, we don't need more data to understand that these vaccines are dangerous and harmful. So make a ruling, get rid of them. But he hasn't done it yet, and I don't really know what sort of pressures he's dealing with. It's very hard to understand. We're talking about all these various agencies, the Health and Human Services and all of the things under that, the DOJ, the FBI, the CIA, the DNI office, National Intelligence Office. What we don't understand is why this reform is so difficult. Why is it so difficult to fire a whole bunch of people who are, who you can easily determine whether they're, guilty of crimes or misbehaving? Has Pam Bondi or Kash Patel insisted that all these agents and lawyers take lie detector tests and answer some basic questions about, the kind of fuckery they've been involved in for the last 10 years? You could determine that fairly easily at the FBI.
Well, my opinion of Pam Bondi was never good, so I'm at no point.
Yeah, but it must be easy to determine which. It can't be that hard to determine which FBI agents have been involved in all misbehavior of the last 10 years. And we know the guys who were involved in the Mueller commission. We know the guys who were involved with Russiagate. Now, some of them have retired, but some of them are still there.
Right.
And why haven't they had well publicized firings of these people? Why is there all this agonizing? We haven't heard from John Ratcliffe in like 2 months. What is he doing at the CIA? Is he closing down whole departments as he should be, or firing people wholesale as he should be, or giving people lie detector tests and figuring out what kind of fuckery they've been up to? That's the most puzzling thing of all.
I think everything we're discussing, if you were to look at it like a bunch of streams going down to a central ocean or pond, and they all approach different ways, and some of it's rain and some of it's water tables. I truly think everything we're discussing, from vaccines to Cash Patel to fucking Davos, and I'm not even gonna say it's objectively good or bad. I think it is all leading to a point, and there's two forks in the road. It's either kinetic war or a strongman. I don't think there's any in between. I think this is where everything we're talking about, the one common theme is there's not. I had three brothers, and my mom ruled with an iron fist. But every once in a while, we'd start to push back. And when my dad came home, it was like fucking Hiroshima. There was an undisputed that was the Enola Gay. There was no constitutional crisis. It was four little running and crying and screaming, and the power was laid down. Everything we're talking about right now, from fucking going after Cheerios instead of vaccines to, whatever the LIBOR rate, it all seems like all of this is happening and has been manifesting in an absence of recognized power. And I think we're reaching a point where no one's going to step in. And like Tom said, because no one wants to, well, they're going to call me Hitler. Eventually, someone's going to go, let them call me Hitler. I mean, what did Trump tweet like his first week? That Napoleon quote, "He who saves his country breaks no laws." I think that's where we're going. And if someone doesn't do that, and you can say it's noble to not take the reins, okay. What is not maybe
Okay.
noble is the subsequent civil war. I think this is where it's all. I think it's all vaccines to Epstein to fucking '08 to
It's a
the.
civil war. Tommy, you're
It
correct.
is,
It's a
and it's
civil
all.
war.
So it's all coming up to, is someone going to say, "I'm
And
the
but
king,
I
eat
just
a
think
dick,"
I just
or no? I think we're all just. I think we're all explaining different facets, different roots of the same. Where
We're
is it
grabbing the
going?
elephant. We're
Yeah, we're
grabbing the
all
elephant.
going. We're going. Fuck this. This is a trunk. No, these are it's nuts. I think it's all going to some fucking foundational. Like it will no longer be the republic. There will be something else. I think that's where we're
the
going. I could
goal
be
is
wrong, but
chaos is the goal.
yeah.
Fourth turning
Or is
Chaos is
somebody
the
gonna
goal.
downwards.
step in and go, "Fuck this chaos"? Is someone
Well, I
going?
think they're successfully turning Trump into Abe Lincoln, or
That's
giving him an opportunity to play that role.
And I think he's going to be at a
An
point where he's
interesting
like, what do I
analogy.
care? What did they try to blow my fucking head off? Eventually, I think he's going to wake up one morning and he's going to go, what do I care? What does he not have? He's got a golden penthouse, three wives, a fucking casino magnate, wrestling heel, WWE billionaire, crypto coin. Like, what does he not have?
I don't even think that equation is the one that is in his head. I think the guy really cares about his country. You know, my problem with Trump is that he's kind of strangely inarticulate. He
I
just can't
think,
explain himself very
no,
well. But
I
I do
think all
think
the
that he
equations
cares about his
related.
country. Huh?
Yeah, I agree
I
with
think
that.
all the equations related. I don't think it's necessarily I have everything, so now I want one more, or I have everything. I don't care if I lose it. I think it's all tying in. Like he's done it all, and he's
Uh,
just whether they hate me or whether I'm a legend. I think he's reaching a point where he's just like, fuck this.
It's an exigent situation where,
Exactly,
you know,
and he's the
he'll be
guy,
forced to make a decision about what he's
and
going to do.
everyone's gonna flip out, and it's gonna be some
Yeah.
monumental. Like, where were
Well,
you? Remember that? Where
is
were
and
that the
you?
good news is that the firearms are on our side.
Correct. Thank God.
well, well, I mean, no, seriously, this is what the Civil War looks like,
Yeah. No.
right?
No.
And I think if we go back to the years before the war between the states broke out, we see the same level of histrionics, we see the same level of chaos, and we see the same external exogenous forces working the edges of our society to induce that outcome.
Yeah.
Like
England certainly was.
obviously.
Yeah.
And so it is actually in some way to Trump's credit to allow this to try and avoid that
Yeah.
moment as much as possible and get to say pass the fucking bill and then we'll start and we can start fixing everything else. This does fix some things. It doesn't fix everything. Let's fix my metaphor is really simple. Everybody wants this to be like this. It's 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. You're down by 3. Bases are loaded. Reggie Jackson versus Charlie Huff. Reggie Jackson wins, hits the grand slam, we all win. We walk over, game over, beautiful catharsis, the end of the natural, the whole 9 yards. When the reality is, this is the bottom of the eighth. There's one out. There's a guy on first. Willie Randolph's at the fucking plate, trying to engage. No, better yet. You've got it's the bottom of the order.
This is a complex metaphor, Tom.
The pitcher's batting third. You got to somehow get past the pitcher. Do you bring in the righty for the ninth? And can you manufacture 2 runs this inning so that you can make a push and win and get 3 more and win by 5 and score 5 runs and 5 outs? That's the scenario, and no one likes that scenario.
So let me use a hockey
right
metaphor.
Now psychologically is the catharsis, and that's what we want, and we're not going to get it. The people who are fighting us on this are going to do everything in their power not to give it to us.
My hockey metaphor is I'd pull the goalie.
We're down. Yeah, it's you're down by 1. There's 35 seconds left. Now, the better hockey metaphor, right, is the following: the end of
the shit out of
Russia from the Davos perspective. From the Davos perspective, they're down by 1. They're the Russians in the Lake Placid game, and because they've never been in a losing position, they don't know how to improvise. And he didn't pull his goalie, and because he didn't pull his goalie, he probably lost that game. He doesn't know how to do.
That's a counterfactual that I don't know if I buy. But just speaking of,
I buy it. They've never been this close to losing.
I think
in every other scenario,
right up until you said, therefore they lost the game, gives he to pull his goalie. That's where I said.
Well, I mean, if he had pulled his goalie, he would have had a much better chance of winning. He didn't pull his goalie because
put it this way: if he had pulled his goalie, it might have played better. I'll give you that much.
Well, let me put it this way. A guy like Tikhonov at that moment in time had never been in that position. And then all the pressure of losing that game hit him and he froze. And what I see from them at this point,
a gulag after the game,
exactly.
Freeze too.
What I'm saying is that the people who are so good at this, they have their Gantt chart and they're running their Gantt chart. I watch the European Union very, very closely. And what I see from them is, well, on July 10th, we have to do this. And on August 14th, we're going to do this. And on this date here and that date there, and we're doing this. And it's all a big Gantt chart. It's all a big Microsoft project file to them. They don't know how to play jazz, these people. They don't know how to improvise, but they're very good at reading the chart. We're dealing with Trump, who's more of a jazz musician.
There's kind of 2 out.
I hate to say it, but he's really good at improvising.
What you're saying. I mean, there's the catharsis of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, signed the paper, it's over. That doesn't apply to the Cold War. Both sides have nukes. But Tom, I think what you're saying, Tom, is part of us is like we might be able to do like a end of the Cold War where it just kind of fizzles out. You can go for the catharsis, but that might not work. The catharsis might be global thermonuclear.
Working overtime.
Yeah, so I
think Trump and Putin are working overtime to make sure that does not happen.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think if things slip domestically because of that, well,
Yeah, no, I mean that might be it. Where it's like, it's right now.
I think the cathartic moment would be arresting Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal and Mike Pompeo.
I do like Jim's consistency throughout the whole discussion. I love that idea, Jim. Find these men and arrest them. He has just been walking the middle line, dude. Just find them.
I think you just take Lindsey Graham's dildo away from him.
I'll take anything. I mean, I'll take anything, and I will tell you this: that a month and a half ago, I was chatting with Dexter White, and he was like, "You know what? We need to put the scalps need to come on the table now. If not, he's going to lose operational tempo, and they're going to grind him out."
Yeah.
So I'm not. I'm telling you what I'm telling you. The worst. Let me put it this way: what's the worst that can happen if you keep the faith? Oh, you were wrong.
So the guys you're mad at,
as far as I'm concerned, I don't give a shit. I'm allowed to be wrong.
The guys you're mad at, Massey and Rand Paul, where you guys may disagree is they may just see the debt as the biggest problem.
And I think that's a very first order argument. Because when you only look at one side of the balance sheet, Dave, you're not looking at the balance sheet.
Yeah, the balance sheet's over in China. The other side's in China. When we
No, there's
sell
assets.
bonds,
There's
when
assets on this. There's assets on this balance sheet.
when we pull capital from abroad to muddle through, they're buying ownership in us.
But that's the nature of the transition, is to stop doing that and to,
Well,
I
that's why
think
I'm
the
not a
part,
big fan of depending on foreign capital.
yeah.
We're going to be delivering Chinese takeout to the Chinese if we're not careful.
I think that we're gonna. I think we invite capital in to become partners, not, which is what Trump is trying to do by bringing in billions and hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars worth of investment capital. And again, I did a podcast with Vince Lanci about the whole day. I did a podcast with Vince Lanci on this the other day. I think you guys might benefit from this because Vince did a better job of explaining it than I could ever do it right here. I'm dead serious. Mm-hmm. And which is that the stable coin between stable coins and everything else, and when I say defend the international par value of the dollar, what I'm saying is that we're going to tell you, if you put $1 into our economy, you're going to get $1 out. But if you choose not to put $1 into our economy, if you choose to fight us, then you're going to get 95 cents for every dollar that you need from us.
There's two ways for capital to come in. There's two ways for capital to come in. One is to buy our debt. But they're buying ownership, buying our assets.
Right.
The other is to actually build wealth creating capabilities here.
Yes.
And that's the win. Because
yes.
what happens is that's the case where they will be able to take the profits home, but our workforce will get paid. Our workforce will get paid.
That's exactly what Trump and Bessent are trying to do.
That's right. But when capital comes here to buy up our debt, to buy up our treasuries, we're just getting deeper in debt.
No, I agree, Dave. What I'm saying
is, as Stephanie Pablo said, by the way,
what everybody's really worried about is everybody dumps our treasuries and because we're a mess, and everybody dumps our treasuries, and the long end of the curve goes to 9%, and then our banks fail, and then the world fails, and yada yada. Okay, fine. The other side of that is with the stablecoin argument. Wait, the other side of this is the stablecoin argument, which is that you have all these treasuries, but you don't need them anymore. How about you take those treasuries, you pledge them in as dollar stablecoins within our system in order to invest in our system? You're still going to get paid on your treasuries, but you're going to invest here. And
that assumes that the treasuries have value.
Well, if the assumption is, do we have value because we're building wealth generating processes?
Yeah, but that's the real collateral. The real collateral that Bessent and Trump are attempting to use is whatever the mineral resources of the U.S. is, or the farm
that's
resources,
the first stage of it,
and the labor resources, and et cetera, et cetera. That's the real capital.
That's
the bond.
And we have and when I keep saying, when I say the balance sheet of the country, what I mean is that we talk about the debt, and we don't talk about the unmonetized, unbelievable amount of assets that have been written down to fucking zero by environmental legislation.
But these assets have always been here. But the debt is what's changing. Our hard assets, our resources, our inland waterways, our educated population, they're all here. But the debt has been changing.
But Dave, those assets are here, but as far as the balance sheet of the United States is concerned, and as far as the cash flow of the United States is concerned, they are zero because they've
been negated.
Not used. Gold in the ground is not gold.
I agree with that. I get tired of that argument.
Gold in the ground is worth nothing if you don't pull it out of the ground.
Well, I live on a lake.
Oil in the ground that you don't pull out of the ground is worth nothing.
Oh no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. That's savings. That's savings.
Well, then we have saved, and now we're going to deploy our savings to pay off our debt.
That's the oil in the ground is our strategic petroleum reserve.
Oil in the ground, yes, I agree. But what I'm also saying is, those get mobilized.
Right.
Now they generate cash flow. and now they generate income, which offsets the debt. And now, as far as now it's an income, now it's a revenue stream issue. Like a company, like the question everybody has here is that how much equity is left in the United States?
Tons.
Thank you. Then fuck all these arguments about debt.
But the equity is always it's no. But
balance sheet.
We've always had the oil. We've always had the timber. We've always had the land. We've always had all of the things you're talking about, which make us uniquely powerful. What we haven't had is this much debt. The debt is the variable. And the debt is enough of a variable that it is now becoming dangerous in some people's minds, which happens to include mine.
I didn't, and mine. Why do you think I'm so arguing so fucking hard that we have to start the process of, we have to do both things? Start cutting the fucking spending, stop sending the debt out, change the way we fund the country, which is by issuing new debt to buy cheap Chinese crap to bring over here and call it GDP. I've been saying this for years.
We all have.
Like, I don't buy, like, debt to GDP is dumb because like the debt and the GDP is just spending. We're spending it on hookers and blow. We're not spending it on fucking shit that matters.
Well, the GDP numbers are so fabricated. For example,
the GDP numbers are just dumb. Like, it's a bad statistic. It's bad data.
The GDP numbers don't include P. They're not product.
Right. Exactly. It's gross national spending.
It's a velocity argument. Now, here's a bone I like to pick occasionally, and that is, for example, bigger part of GDP is healthcare.
Yeah.
Well, healthcare is not GDP, in my opinion. Healthcare is the cost of keeping a rapidly depreciating asset alive.
Agreed.
So if you
I
have
don't consider G part of a GDP either, by the way. Government spending.
Gross? Oh yeah, absolutely not. Unless they governments occasionally create wealth. When they build it, when Eisenhower built the interstate highway system, he created wealth. Sure. Right?
Well, he also created a long-term problem.
You've written books on this, I'm told. You've written books on this.
Agreed about all of that as well, guys.
But still, there are times when they build a bridge or something. You know, there is wealth creation. Mm-hmm. I got into it with someone the other day about MMT, and they were talking about how good it was. I go, no, MMT, no, you don't want the government deciding how to run the economy like that. No. So the question is the debt a problem or not? That seems to be where we disagree. And
no, it's not that I did. No, I don't think the debt is a problem. I think the debt is the thing that is forcing the change, is what I'm getting at. That is the problem, and that it's got to be the impetus to get us to change the way we generate revenue, and then by definition, after that, generate wealth.
I think you got to
change the way the government funds itself, and such that you can change the way the way the people generate wealth.
The only outcome that I can imagine from, if you really run through this, is what will amount to be a global default on all the debt.
At some point,
I think that would be that'll be the necessary outcome in order for civilization to continue.
But the people, the average person doesn't understand that they will be part of that global default.
That's right. Well, it means your living standard will go way down.
That will default on someone else, not us. And they will default on us.
And what I'm arguing is that when that default happens, not if, when, and it's happening. And it's going to happen.
It's happening.
The question is, in what order does everything default? Because it's not all going to default all at once. Mm-hmm. So who's most vulnerable to a debt default? That's one. And then you're going to watch capital rotate around the world. In the process, if you do not set up better processes to capture that process of default in the United States, and we default first. Again, I've been saying this for years. This is a race. Who defaults first? Europe wants us to default first versus they default first.
I'd say there's a very excellent chance that China defaults first.
That's also a possibility.
Like next Wednesday.
Now, well, here's something to throw into the mix. The United States is finally waking up to the long memory of Europe's perfidy in terms of how it has abused its former colonies. The Chinese have a very long memory about the Opium Wars. There's overlap in the incentive structure of that Venn diagram.
Right.
So, if you want my honest opinion, I think
we like it when you lie. Actually, that works better for me. So go ahead.
If you want my honest opinion, I think that Trump, Xi, and Putin are all running a multifaceted game to take out Europe and then figure out and then negotiate a different world afterwards.
I could believe
that's the long term.
I actually do. I
like that model.
No, I actually have. I couldn't base. It's based on fucking nothing. But I've just had that feeling.
No, I like that model.
Well, I've got a lot of sentimental feelings about Europe, but I believe it.
I by the way, think the most grounded leader in the world is Putin.
Who's that?
The most grounded leader.
Yeah, I think Putin's the most grounded leader in the world.
He's not bombastic.
Well, he's not. He doesn't bluff. He's a nationalist. And the other guy I like Viktor Orban. I like Meloni.
I love Meloni.
Isn't she great?
And look at what's happening.
Watching her hammer Macron and Macron's father.
So, guys, here's another way to frame all this. Look at what's happening across Southern Europe.
I'm not sure what is happening across. You mean I haven't heard a peep. I haven't heard a peep out of Greece and Spain in the last 3 months.
Again, take my framework and now play with it. Trump is trying to split the European Union. What are the three legs of the European Union power? Italy, France, and Germany. France and Germany have been ganging up on Italy for years, neutralizing them and then making them basically France and Germany's bitch. Correct? Mario Monti, Mario Draghi, all these technocratic governments and blah, 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 along with the Vatican and the commie Pope and all that shit, right? Now, all that's changed. What's the last thing we saw? The commie Pope. What's the last thing we saw? J.D. Vance visits Rome.
Oh, that's interesting.
Georgia Meloni and summons
Ursula
von der Satan.
And say that again. And what?
And summons Ursula von der Satan to Rome for talks. This is Vance and Trump putting their nuts on the table, going, "She has my backing, not you. Italy has my backing, not Germany."
Did you see the video clip? Did you see the video clip of Macron shaking people's hands and Meloni standing in the line looking at him? I've never seen stink eye like I saw with Meloni.
I didn't see that.
You didn't grow up in an Italian household. Like, okay, that's fine. Because I looked at that. I'm like,
I forgot.
I looked at that. I'm like, that's Thursday. I'm like, that's somebody.
We're getting kind of a Guinea presentation here. Okay.
I'm like that. I saw that, and I'm like, so you didn't. You cooked the meatballs too long. Like that's.
Okay,
I've seen
Tom.
that.
Here's the question: why does time fly so fast in Italy? Why does time fly so fast in Italy? You must know this punchline.
I don't.
Every time you turn around, a day goes by.
Oh, nice. I love it. No, I have a whole lot of great Italian jokes. Like, what's an innuendo?
What?
It's an Italian suppository. It's an Italian suppository.
God damn it.
Why do the Puerto Ricans put their garbage out in clear plastic bags so the Italians can go window shopping? This is a very New York joke. Okay.
These are
and that's a joke. That's a joke written by a New York Irishman about New York Puerto Ricans and Italians. Like, an Irishman wrote that joke. So yeah, there's many jokes.
I heard a great one. What's the difference between Santa Claus and Anne Frank?
Oh God, here we go.
The direction they go, the direction they travel in the chimney.
God damn it! Oh, Tommy! Oh my
God! Mine. I saw
What's the
that the other
difference?
day.
I think Kunstler's going to jump out on that one.
What's the difference?
Oh,
What's the difference between an Italian grandmother and a black? Sorry, what's the difference between an Italian grandmother and a barracuda? 50 pounds in a black dress.
who is it? Ricky Gervais. Ricky Gervais had a joke that he really loved. The guy goes up to the pearly gates and he tells a Holocaust joke, and they say, "Oh, that's just appalling. That's not funny." And Gervais says, "I guess you had to be there."
Oh, fuck. God damn.
Oh God, I think we're done.
All right.
We're in trouble here.
The
This
other
is
one?
live, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that just so good thing you're not on YouTube.
That's
Tom.
hard. I mean, the only one I've ever seen that's made me like gasp was whoever said white man can't jump hasn't seen videos of 9/11.
Oh no, no, no.
Ouch. Yeah, that was when I saw him.
Oh
Went
shit.
like, oh
Oh
god,
shit.
oh
Oh my
god,
God. My
god
hands are on
damn.
my ass. My hands are on my ass right now covering it.
I guess you had to be there. That's
I
fuck.
guess you had to be there.
That's intense. I like that. I'm taking that
Yeah.
one. Putting that one in my
Ger
pocket.
Gervais got it. Gervais and Bill Burr have more guts than any pair of comedians. Those two are wild. So I think we're more on the same page. I do believe that we agree that there's chaos in our future.
There's chaos, and there will be a strong man or not.
Yep.
All right. I mean,
I'm unclear on the strong man. I could imagine there being no man. I mean, I can imagine going the other way.
it'll be strong man
Yeah.
that prevents the kinetic, or there will be kinetic, and a strong man will arise after that. It's just where do
Well,
you
one
want to
of the
put that
theories I heard
bookmark?
from someone is they said that the whole thing's being teed up to cause chaos, and so that what
They can
we
roll in
perceive,
power.
we perceive that a white knight will save us.
Yeah.
This is the Hitler model.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Yeah, they're gonna dress it up
There
as
is no white knight. I've never.
Of course, no.
Never.
There never is a white knight.
But they'll dress it up as that.
Someone also said, who was it? I guess it was in a book, but it was presented by what's his face, Netscape fame. He said that if you look at any organized society, no matter whether it's communist or democracy or whatever, at the top you will find an oligarchy. Period. Always.
Yeah,
sure.
And what differs? The favorable part of democracies is we have some say over who the oligarchy is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, you know,
Go ahead, Tommy. I'm sorry.
no, I was gonna say like a one Hail Mary for like, to try to grow your way out of the debt would be like asteroid mining, but he just nicks the SpaceX.
I don't think you can grow your way out of the debt. No,
neither do I. But if there was,
it
it was kind of like the Hail Mary. It's like, yeah, the literal city-sized chunk of gold in space, but we just nix the.
I don't think you grow your way out of that. I think you grow the asset side of the balance sheet in active terms in order to
Regardless,
offset
they're
the
getting
debt.
rid of it.
The last time
the growth part makes it
let me say
less
something
bumpy.
for a change. The last time that that humanity found an asteroid full of gold was when the Spanish entered Mexico and Peru in the 1520s, and
fucked up Spain.
yeah, and about 75 years later they were bankrupt.
That's right. That's exactly right.
So you're saying we got 75
exactly
years
right.
and we find an house?
They
Well, they
failed.
found, you know,
No, what he's saying is that the incipient inflation from the massive rise in the gold supply destroyed the.
Well, also they failed to
destroyed the
develop an
global markets.
economy. They failed to develop an economy.
Yeah.
So the gold went
Agreed.
to Europe, and the Europeans developed an economy to go after the Spanish gold. Gold in itself does not make you richer. I mean, it's a currency. It's a bean count, right?
It's savings.
It's savings. That's right. And if gold becomes important and you happen to have more than the next guy, you're rich. I'm a little nervous about all this chatter about Bitcoin and how it's going to make us rich. And I'm going, holy, come on, guys. I get the Bitcoin story, but when sovereign states start talking about setting up sovereign wealth funds made of Bitcoin, you've not created one penny's worth of wealth.
Now, what you've done is you've created savings that you can issue collateral against. Bitcoin is just another form of hard collateral. That's
Right.
more movable than gold. That's all it is. It's
Well,
savings just like gold, and that's
it's
it
also a
at
great
best.
risk of getting nuked once they decide they don't like it.
It's many things are at risk of getting nuked if they decide they don't like it. But
That's
Well, there are too
exactly
many
right.
things out there that are figments.
kind of like I don't know, like Kiev. So
Yeah.
let's hope that doesn't happen.
I think that
Sorry.
might no. I think it's Tim Dillon said, I think yesterday, the comedian, in the for the desire of world peace, we need Russia to nuke Kyiv and get this fucking over with in the name of world peace. And I don't think he's entirely wrong.
He hasn't read Annie Jacobson's book Nuclear War.
Yeah, I read it. It's all right. It's fucking.
Well, it's all right, but it also tells you that once the first launch occurs, the cascading failure
But I've
is
also had guys on that like were part of the structuring at Raven Rock, and they all said her understanding of it's horseshit.
okay. I could believe that too, because how she got her information is not knowable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's probably that it's wrong because she doesn't understand just how bad it is. Like that,
Well,
that
well,
you
the,
know.
well, the other thing is that mutually assured destruction. You have to convince your opponent you'll do it,
Yeah,
even if you won't do it.
yeah.
And so
And there's
so
the
so
perception.
that's going to be the story no matter what. We can never say we would never do it.
Honestly,
So here's a funny story. I'm talking to colleagues when I'm about 27 years old in the faculty lounge, having lunch. I'm talking to colleagues. I'm saying, to be honest, mutually assured destruction has worked.
oh yeah.
And I'm talking about it like a young punk who doesn't know his ass from the hole in the ground, but stating fact. And some old fuck behind me clears his throat and jams his face into the fucking conversation. It was Hans Beta. I got dressed down by Hans Beta for supporting mutually assured destruction. I'm going, holy shit! Holy shit! My colleagues thought that was funny.
No,
They enjoyed the bitch slap.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a nuclear or not a nuclear, an alien invasion might be the only thing that can save all
You
of
got
it.
to say nuclear, Tommy. You got to say nuclear.
Nuclear. Well, I
Like
didn't mean
George
to.
Bush.
Nuclear.
I meant to say
Get it wrong.
nuclear.
Yeah.
Nuclear. I don't know, man. It might be an alien invasion. I think that might wrap it all up, but it's also pretty fucked if I'm hoping for that.
So, look, if we're all dancing around the real problem is that what happens if AI is actually emergent and decides that this doesn't want us around? Like at that
Well,
point, I'm betting on the sun. It's all out.
that might be the strong man. I don't
Did
know.
you listen? Did anyone hear the Tegmark interview? A guy named Tegmark from MIT. I can't remember who interviewed him. Yanya Kellogg from Epic Times.
I've heard that name. Yeah, take one.
And he talked about AI in a completely rational way. And the problem is it's an arms race. There's no brake on it, and there's no mechanism to break it. And I've never thought that AI was going to get sentient.
No, I don't.
My fear of the AI world is it's going to get so good that there will be no humans who understand it at all now. And so it's doing so much stuff for us that when it finally comes time where someone says, "Look, this is broken, fix it," and everyone will just go, "I don't know how it works."
Yeah, no,
That scares me. That scares me.
Yeah, no, I think it will. I honestly, and there's no way. I think it's probably. I don't think it's sentient. I don't think you could make a machine sentient. But I honestly think
Autonomous, though.
autonomous, though. Yeah,
is
that's
different.
what. Yeah, no, I think it's probably already run away. I just
Well,
did.
some people think so.
I
But
really.
the idea that it's so interwoven and that the AI is writing the code for the AI, and that's all going to
And once
happen.
it starts making successive generations, you can only understand Mark 3, but it's up to Mark 20, where each one is only understood by the one right below it. Yeah, no, you've created a telescoping, I don't know, distance of understanding, and it'll run away.
Yeah,
But
but
you're
when
going to
all
get
is said
some
and done, it's just math with an electric switch on it.
right. But if everything in our world's being run by this, and
And
there's no humans who are
we'll
now
not be able to turn the
mentally
switch off.
Well, it's
Well, I
Skynet.
don't
It's
even
in
worry
our
about turning the switch off, but when it needs some intervention, it's like going to Best Buy and trying to get real technical advice on buying a television. You're going to get some purple-haired nutball. And so here's a related example. Cornell has sent people to DC to try to talk about what's going on campuses with all these shutdowns of research money. And what I'll tell you is, I'm not being a whiny bitch. What I'll tell you though is the chaos is palpable. And I'm not,
Where?
academia
The chaos where? On the campus?
on campus, yeah. The reason is um, research groups run on research grants and they're now all shut down. So you've got 15-man research groups. These are very ambitious people doing, I think, good stuff. They have postdocs, they have grad students, and all of a sudden there's no money. And so now if you're getting a PhD and all of a sudden your next step is a postdoc and no one's hiring. And so it's really causing chaos. And if it's a warning shot across the bow, boy, academia's been overdue for those. No question about it. No question about it. But if it goes on for too long, it's like a patient that's flatlined and brain death will start to kick in and the system will break. Now, and I've talked to trustees about this because I've been saying, where the fuck are the spokespeople for academia to say, okay, here's how the system works. And
They're too busy. They're too busy defending DEI.
Well, that's what the Harvard fucking president did one day, and I could not believe it. But I'm told by one of my trustee buddies that when we send guys to DC to try to say, here's what's going on, we can't find the person to tell. And that's kind of so it's like DC has become autonomous.
Yeah.
It's the same sort of thing.
And we're coming up on 2 hours, so we'll wrap it up. I was just thinking what you said about it won't be able to understand what's wrong with AI. Yeah, but that would be bad for us, not necessarily for AI. It'd be bad for us. We're gonna go, this thing's off the rails, but for the AI, it might not matter if it's wrong. I mean, what are the things?
No. But again, think of the trivial situation where you need to call a help desk, and you get this person who can't speak English, and you can't resolve your problem. And these are trivial problems.
Yeah.
When AI is really being used in a very big way, there will be no mechanism for what you really want to know is somewhere in the system is a person who's got a head on their shoulder say, look, let me clear the fucking debris. Let me solve your problem for you. That person will not exist.
I agree. And who will suffer from that? Human race or AI?
Oh, humans.
Yeah.
We will have created a system that's too brittle.
That supersedes us.
Right.
Like the monkeys before us.
No, but it's not AI
that.
superseding us. It's us creating a system that just doesn't work anymore. And at the same time, you're committed to it. Ow.
I think that's it.
Did you just shart, Jim? Did you?
No, I got a leg cramp in my
God.
hamstring.
I think that is it superseding us by default.
At some level, yeah.
If
But I don't think of it as
one of us suffers.
I don't see it as like a sci-fi movie. I see it as like
no, Darwinian selection. One of you just kind of dies out.
Well, but it's one of these. If you take, whenever I go to log into something, how many times do you log in and they say that's not your password? And I go, that is my fucking password, right? It's going to be that times 100. It's going to be so frustrating. And you'll get sent into loops and shit. You'll be sent into loops and you just won't be able to get to where you want to get to. And there won't be the guy who says, let me roll up my sleeves and help you. Right.
Well, I can see that there will be some kind of entropic effect on AI that will degenerate it much more quickly than people might appreciate right now.
Meaning we recognize that it's dog shit.
Well, no, meaning that the AI itself just degenerates and moves towards chaos and disorganization.
That might be the answer to the Fermi paradox. Is the
I mean,
sentient organic life dies out, and then there's just shitty AI bouncing around servers.
Well,
That might be the heat death of a
I
planet.
mean, that's exactly the kind of
Shitty
behavior that
bots.
you see with the computerization of help desks and business stuff.
Right,
Is that,
right.
the more they tried to make it automated, the more
Oh,
it
fuck.
degenerated to the point where you can't solve any of your routine problems.
You have to go to a portal to get information about your healthcare. And now you're finding yourself having to interpret your own results from the healthcare. And again, these are first world problems right now, but at some point I could perceive that we just are driven bananas by not being able to solve any fucking problem, because you'll go to the hardware store and there won't be a person there. There'll
Yeah,
be a
well, you
kiosk.
already can't solve your medical problems.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
it's almost impossible to navigate through some kind of a medical problem unless you have superhuman powers of patience. The kind
I've
of stuff
not
that
been
my
known for
girlfriend
that
had to
part.
endure, the kind of stuff my girlfriend had to endure going through back surgery was just monumental.
My wife has had 60 surgeries. 60.
Jesus.
It has been an unbelievable ride. And
Jesus.
to the credit of our insurance company, it's gone pretty smoothly. But
Well,
now she has a canker sore that won't go away right now. And it's really painful. So she's been going to an ENT guy. This is a serious problem. If someone's listening to this, if we have any listeners left who happen to also coincidentally are doctors, email me. Um, had a biopsy done. They said it's not cancerous, but it's been there for a year.
viral.
Well, usually your immune system gets a hold of that, right? When you get a canker sore or something, your immune system finally comes into the rescue when it finally responds. This thing is not going away. And then she's at the dentist, and the dentist said, "Oh, biopsies can miss it." I go, "Oh, fuck me." So she's been sitting on a mouth cancer for a calendar year because the
That's,
biopsy gave us the wrong result. That would suck.
I hope not.
And you know what it means? You know where you meet hot chicks in your old age? This is Column's Pearl of Wisdom. You go to craft fairs or antique shows. Nothing but old ladies. Nothing but old
Hmm.
ladies. Uh, I'm going to have to start going to craft fairs and antique shows if this happens, right?
Yeah.
If this goes
Or
real
join the
dark.
Democratic Party.
Oh no, I would kill myself first.
On that cheery note, how it starts, how it ends. I'll kill.
Okay, we can all agree that the real fucking problem is London.
Yeah. No, I think that's the middle ground we could all find. Donald Trump dropped 400
London.
megatons on London tonight. And I think we all can shake hands over that. Um,
We should get Alex Craner in here too, but he's
and
too calm. He's too calm.
we'll irritate him. I'll give him some meth. Um,
Yeah, he is.
for everybody listening, it is live. Yeah, normally,
Hi, Alex.
yeah,
We love you.
we love you, Alex. Everybody,
Oh
please
yeah,
go in the
no,
description.
Alex is the best.
Please go follow all their Twitters. Please go subscribe to all their Substacks or Patreons or whatever the fuck. All the links are in there. All the different podcasts and whatever and newsletters and I don't know, all the other shit's in there. Um, but yeah, no, this was fun as always. Completely unhinged and completely inappropriate. And
Really? Jokes about the Holocaust are unhinged?
yeah, yeah, no, you know, it always ends. It always ends with make sure that I'm unemployable. Just if the podcast hasn't
Well,
done it yet, I'm just
I think
really,
we might be
I'm
doing a
really tucking
four-way on
in.
this one.
Yeah, I'm really tucking in the corners the whole unemployable bed. Like, let's really make sure nowhere can I be brought in. But whatever. But yeah,
Dude, you're a white man in America in your 30s. You are not employable.
yeah, I know. That's why I do the podcast.
Doesn't matter what you do on the podcast, Tommy.
By the way,
You're
Oh no, I'm
that
aware, dude. When I was at a medical
that
school interviewing,
generation is really lost. That generation, if you look at the stats, that they're really despondent.
dude.
I mean,
Yeah.
the sort of 25 to 35 crowd is
November 2013.
really
November
is
2013, I was interviewing at the USC Keck School of Medicine, and we're just sitting there, and the black kid next to me, he looks at me, and he just goes, "Man, I feel bad for you." I went, "Yeah," and he was right. He was fucking right. My rejection letter
St
beat me home. Um,
Stanford Medical surgery residents, 16 surgery residents, not a white guy among them.
Of course. We're heading to a collapse and we probably deserve it. Gentlemen, let's
Well,
wrap this up.
academia needs a fastball past his chin. I'm happy to accept a few.
Hell yeah, or a nuke in London. All right, gentlemen,
Nuking London.
thank you so much. Guys, please go in the description. Please go support them all. Please go subscribe to them all on Twitter. Guys, thank you for all your time. It's always a pleasure.
Exactly. So
We are recording on Thursday, July 10th, 2025 at 2:04 p.m. Eastern Time. Not live. It'll be up tomorrow with Mr. Tom Luongo and Mr. Dave Collum. You guys can go to the description. You can find both their Twitters. You can find blogs, Patreons, everywhere to subscribe and be part of it and all that good shit. And podcast, and Jim isn't here right now, and it's not unrelated to the Epstein files. So I hope, Jim, I hope he's, I hope there's some level of respect in the Jewish community that they don't kill him because he is an elder. But I don't. Bibi seems ruthless, so I don't know. But yeah, so this is redacted cast and it is funny how it's like the day we're going to talk about. I actually made a thumbnail. I just put all the words as redacted. And it's funny because Tom's not in his normal spot and Dave's not in his normal spot. It's just so the schizos are going to be like, it's not them. It's not them. They're somewhere else. And it's like
AI. It's
and
AI.
yeah, and my hair's long for the first time in like 5 years. Like, they're all dead. They're all dead. But yeah, for future listeners, all the Epstein cover up, he didn't kill himself, blah blah blah. And I did that episode on Monday with John Cullen and Ian Burlingame. Ian obviously has a special forces background, so I take him seriously. And his whole and it makes sense. And TLDR is that you always make a bigger, more ridiculous cover story to hide something that's even more nefarious, so you don't want to get found out. So Epstein Island, horrific, raping children. Well, then what could possibly be worse than that? And it's the kind of the end game of all conspiracies, the depopulation, the seizing of the earth through automation by the power elite. It's it's a big one. On the other hand,
Right.
and I said this on that show, and it's more for myself, is I just have to be very honest with myself and say, because I like Trump, I'm impartial to him, I think he's funny. If someone else was president and this happened, I would, without batting an eye, say he's not releasing it because he's a pedophile and he's on the list. And then
Mhm.
I cannot laugh at and mock liberals for towing the party line and then not say that. So on
Of
one
course.
hand, like EM provides a very attractive explanation, and I'm impartial to, it's like UFOs, like I want to believe, but I have to just be like very honest and go, Biden's in office, Kamala's in office, fucking Vivek's in office. I go, they're not releasing it because he's a pedophile. And so that's kind of
Mitt
where I
Romney's
am
not there.
torn
Same
with
thing.
my own dilemma. But yeah, Tom, what are your thoughts?
Well, I watched that podcast with the end the other day because I was, it was literally like I watched it about 2 hours after the memo came out. I think you guys did that like right as the memo came out,
Yeah.
and I found it fascinating. And Ian and I have done a couple of shows together. He's been on my podcast. I've done a couple of shows with him, and that was a really interesting reframe on his part, and it's one that I'm partial to because ultimately, and I'm going to preface this by saying, in many ways, Tommy, it's kind of the same thing that you're saying. What do we gain by turning on Trump now? What do we gain by having by saying, okay, well, it's all gone to shit, or we're all going to lose and everything else? The only thing we lose is our pride, or we because the truth of the matter is that at this moment in time, what all the stops that are being pulled out right now, we could this is it. Like, this is the war. This is what the war looks like. This is when they go for they're going for the
Going for
one.
2 points. Yeah.
And either Trump is working with them, or he's against them, or he's compromised, or whatever. So my position is really simple. I'm willing to go with that as long as a framework, in effect what Ian was talking about, and then look for other evidence along the same lines in other aspects of the administration. So I'm looking at like what Trump is trying to do um, through the changing of tax policy, the changing of how we have tariff policy and all of that stuff. Because is any of that still anathema to the old, for lack of a better term, the old British system of debt and fiat currency and central banking? And if as long as that part of the narrative continues to hold together, then I'm going to continue to play this out because someone has to,
Mm.
right? And given my background, given where I've placed myself in the entire chain of events, it makes sense that I have to hold on to that role, even if I'm not convinced that either Trump is not on the list. I don't think Trump is. I honestly don't think Trump is on the Epstein list at all. I flat out do not believe that. But do I believe that he could be compromised in some way? Of course. Does he have children? Of course. So everybody has a price at some point, right? So the bigger question is, in the short term, this feels like an orgy of evidence, right? There's like a moment in Minority Report, right, where they try to frame the guy for kidnapping Tom Cruise's kid, right? Remember that scene?
Yeah.
And they describe, and Colin Farrell describes it as an orgy of evidence, and we're getting that orgy of evidence right now. Like we just had the thing this morning. Some chick came out and said, "Oh no, I was there. I watched Trump like have sex with 5-year-olds or some shit like that." I'm like, all right, if they had that information, they would have used it on him 10 years ago. Like to me, and the framework that I've been living with for a while now is we're in an age of rapidly depreciating old assets. All of these assets, Epstein, Israel, Iran conflict, Ukraine, Russia, this, that, all of these things are all rapidly depreciating assets. What do you do with rapidly depreciating assets? You either cut bait on them and sell them off if you're a company, spin them off into a shit company and let them go. But in real terms, in something like this, you try and milk every last bit of value out of it you can. And right now, throwing shade on Trump, which they've been setting up with the Epstein files for years, is what they're doing right now. And Trump, being Trump, says, look, I made a deal behind the scenes. I made a deal behind the scenes. That's where we are. We're moving forward. And we're not, and I'm not, and that's my read on the situation. And I'm happy to run that framework. And I'm also happy to listen to people tell me that he's, compromised. But if someone doesn't at least present that argument, then we're in an echo chamber created by people who are created by intelligence assets, because that's what it is. So that's in the broad strokes. That's my case. So
I'll let Dave get in here.
Dave,
Yeah, real quick. Let me just say one thing though is that's something I kind of walked out of my own mind a couple months ago was, it's kind of like that, you have the ballot box and then the soap box and then the jury box and then like the cartridge box, right? It's like you have these different ways to get out. Same thing with with like a president they don't like. You can say he was installed, and then you can steal an election, and then you can try to sue him. And when none of that works, you finally try to kill him. Like, okay, before killing him, wouldn't you use the Epstein asset? Because killing him is a big final step. So I'm with you, Thomas. Wouldn't you burn that before trying to kill him?
well, yes, it's a good question, and it's a good progression of events. What I said all last year was that what they were planning on doing was they were planning on using Trump's love of Israel against him in the election. You could see it. You could see it setting up with the whole post 10/7 thing, where one side took the pro-Palestinian position, knowing full well that Trump would take the pro-Israel position. I was fully expecting them to use that during the campaign. They didn't, right? And I think that after the failed assassination attempt, they knew that they couldn't use it against them, so they held it for when they were going to like throw things out there today, right? Because here we are, a couple of weeks after the 12-day war, where Trump apparently took Israel's side, and I still don't buy that argument completely either, because I still think that we wound up with the closest thing to my optimal outcome, which was a tie and a lot of injuries, where both sides, you know, shot their wad and took a punch in the mouth, and now they're like two drunken boxers in round 12 trying to see who falls down first, if they haven't already both fallen down and now trying to stand back up like the end of Rocky 2. And now here we are 2 weeks later with the whole Epstein thing. So this is, to me, this feels like the extension of all that. You guys can chime in here at any moment
Dave?
to argue with me about it.
I'm not sure what the theme is, and I apologize. I'm running a little late.
Oh, we know.
You know,
Oh, we know.
We
Did
know
you-
what
did-
you we
knew it.
discuss what you're doing with
but
the
Dave's heard my
chickens.
entire rant.
That's all right.
So I was mostly throwing it open to Dave, Jim.
Did
And welcome-
did you
and-
say that something happened today? That some event has happened today? I'm not aware of
today.
that.
Not
Oh,
today.
talking about
other than
Epstein
what
files
I
and
saw
all
this
that.
morning
Yeah.
about Trump is definitely on the tapes at Epstein Island. Some chick came forward today with this. And I'm like, so the latest version of
I'm
Christine Blasey
shocked.
Ford is out there? Yeah, come on, give me a break. So
But
I don't know,
Dave's
Dave.
been
What do
here,
you think
so
about
yeah,
all this?
yeah, Dave, chime in because you've been here.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with any of that. I put various statistical weightings. I think if they had videos of Trump banging young chicks, I think we would have seen it any time in the last dozen years. And you say, well, now you use it to compromise the guy in power, but it was clear their primary game plan to make sure he never got into power. So I think they would have pulled it out. And I think Trump shows, he obviously has grabbed a lot of pussy, as he said, but I don't. There's too many people who know him who say that's just not who he is. So I really, I would comfortably bet a lot of money against the model that he's compromised on the Epstein files per se. Um, I think he. Hold on, just a second. I'm in the middle of talking. What? It doesn't. It's not the right one. Here, Candace. There you go. There you go, right here. Um, you think that's bad? She walked in front of the camera in her underwear in a more recent podcast. Someone says, "Oh, answer optional."
They always are. They always are.
I
Um,
don't see anything on any of the aggregators about some woman claiming that Trump was on Epstein Island.
but even
I
so, you could
Where,
find 10 of them who could be paid off and say it, and it doesn't mean
where'd you
shit.
see
I
that?
my people found it this morning. I tweeted it. I retweeted it. I don't know. I can find it for you if you want. It's not a big deal.
All right.
I think it's
I
it's
probably didn't see it after you blocked me, Tom. Um,
oh yeah,
Block,
I
block
absolutely blocked
Dave.
you, Dave, because
yeah,
I
I
don't
know. I was
you
a
know
little,
with
I
that
figured it
ass.
was a Twitter
Christ.
glitch, but I was sitting there going, what?
What the
We've done like
fuck?
12 podcasts, and then he blocks me. I must have made a London joke or something. Um, right? And, uh, and, uh, and I was thinking today, I said,
We know you suck beef eater cock.
I figured, my headphones needed to be charged. I'm thinking, well, I'll just get Tom mad about something, and that'll buy me the time to charge my headphones. Um, so some so I have a number of thoughts about a number of things that seem to be tied together. One is I think they way underestimated the damage they did by playing it the way they did it. I think this Epstein thing is a big fucking disaster, and I don't think it's going to go away. Um, and so there's some really bad parts of it, like when Bondi said the thing that really bothered Bondi's obviously worthless. She's an idiot, and the only thing she is she's still humpable. Um,
Mhm.
the bad part was when she referred to all the thousands of hours of tapes and how it's just pedophilia and child porn, and we're not going to see it because it's just disgusting. And I'm going, no, that's not acceptable
Mhm.
because some adult was sticking it up some kid's ass and all that footage. And so blur out the kids and let's see the faces of the
Yeah.
guys, giving panda eyes to the children.
Yeah.
Right. And so that to me is an absolutely unacceptable answer. And it's sort of an appalling lie. And if they had simply said, look, for various complicated reasons, we can't release them. And then people bitch, I think that would have been okay. So the fact that they took this absolutely 100% the wrong direction. I did a poll today. Do you think, the Epstein story is a bunch of lies or is it the truth? And it got over a sample size of 100 pretty quickly with 100-0 ratio on that vote. Nobody buys the story. I think the capital they burned is humongous. And I think any variation that would have involved saying, sorry, life's tough, but you ain't getting it, right? Rather than the stuff they said would have been okay. We would have said, okay, there's too many prime ministers, of which there could be literally 100 of them.
Mhm.
Remember the 5 prime ministers in Africa who defied the vaccination, who all died. So prime ministers are owned by the deep state. Um, and then I think it really all comes down to being compromised by Israel.
Yeah. It's
I think it's all about Israel.
it's it's so absurd that you do start wondering, like, it's like the best example ever of Trump being like, we got to deport all these these gangs back in like 2016, and they're like, there are no gangs, we don't need to deport anyone. And Trump goes, well, there was 48 gang shootings last year, and CNN was like, there was 44. And then he was like, oh, well, that's still a lot. And everyone was like, oh shit, that's 44 that I knew of. It, if it was anyone else, but Trump does, and this is where the I am biased towards him, but he does kind of do this maestro shit, and this is so absurd that I'm almost like,
Well,
what could be the what could happen in a week where we go, oh, like what
There
is
are
that?
an
Oh,
awful lot of theories that are floating around out there to try to make sense of this, which it's hard to do.
Mhm.
But what, and they're kind of hidden strains of ideas. One of them is that somehow this is really more about China and what China's got and what maybe we have on China, and that maybe that it's used as some sort of leverage against either America's enemies or Trump's enemies or some combination of that, and that it has value being hidden for that reason. Now, I don't, that's the theory of a number of people. I don't know. Another theory is that when Netanyahu came over here last week, that he said, you got to just kill this Epstein investigation or we'll never have peace in the Middle East. And Trump made a calculation and said, well, I'd rather have middle peace in the Middle East and this is going to be painful, but we're going to have to dump this thing.
so yet another Netanyahu lie because he could say that 10 fucking times and I believe him precisely 0 times.
Well, yeah,
I agree.
maybe. I'm not sure that I distrust him that much. Um, Another thing that occurred to me that I haven't heard anybody else say is that people are so upset about this failure, this fiasco, that it might actually prompt some of the journalists and reporters on in the mainstream media to actually do some investigative
That
reporting
would
for a
be great.
change.
that's what I mean. Like
I mean, even
that's
the
the
Trump
thing.
haters are going to maybe say, there's a story here. I'm going to go in there, and for the first time in 10 years, we'll see investigative journalism.
Well, it's like
Yeah, that
all
would be
over
nice.
Reddit right now is people being like, demand he release the files.
Yeah.
There
But
is
there must
somewhere
be
you
some
go.
enterprising young reporters who are, 30 years old and raring to go on the Washington Post and the New York Times who are saying, fuck all of this get Trump shit. I'm just going to devote myself to this story for a year because it's a really wild story.
The
Hmm.
other, the other angle on this, and that's a very good point, Tim. So thank you for bringing that up because I think that's a valuable. No, I think it is a valuable perspective that people haven't really been considering, which is the other thing, which is a lot of people knew what was going on during World War II, and the Nuremberg trials didn't happen until after the war was over. Like that's a point that one of my patrons made to me this morning, and we were discussing a bunch of the stuff, and we were chatting on Slack about this morning, and I was like, that's a really good point. Like this is a kind of thing that we can't deal with right now, and that we're in the middle of what is clearly a war. Okay, whether you think Trump is the right general for this war or you don't, he's the general you got, warts and all, flaws and all, and everything else. And to Dave's point about how badly this was handled, this is very typical of Trump. One of his flaws as a human being is his inability to take responsibility, say he was wrong, and then move on and just say that. He can't do that. He's never been that way. He wasn't trained that way. It's not his personality. It's always been one of his personal defects as a human being. And as a leader, I think
Yeah.
that's one of his. And I think that was And the other side of this is again, I'm not trying to get 4D chess about this or anything, but at the end of the day, he's like, I got the bill done, which is what he cared about. The bill getting passed was what he wanted. Now we can argue about what we believe and what we don't believe about the bill. I tend to fall into the camp, not even tend to, I think flat out, if you want to get through the next 2 years and get to the midterms where you have a chance of actually winning, given the situation, you had to get this done. You had to defang the people in Congress that are your biggest problem, right? The Supreme Court's given him a pass to now actually execute his Article 2 powers, right? We have that. You get the bill passed. now they don't need Congress for pretty much anything other than adding to the win, right? Because they're funded through the midterms. So now they can start working on the other parts of the agenda to start fixing things.
He
So
could have said what you just said.
I agree. I agree.
But
and
he,
guess what? And guess what, Dave? If his name
It's
was
so
Tom Luongo and not Donald Trump, then he would have
That's a
people
great,
operated
give
that's a
him
something.
great point.
And there's no knowing
we'd
sure.
be prowling through the Epstein list over 24 hours a day if his name was Luongo looking for that fucker. So
people give
That's
Trump
true.
so
Yeah.
much credit for being a great communicator, but he is actually amazingly inarticulate at times. And
He
that
is.
was one of that was one of the times. Another thing that I want to ask you, Tom,
Mm, mm,
because it came up in several bits that people sent me over the last 24 hours.
sure.
There's another theory that because the UK and MI6, their intelligence outfit, was so deeply entwined in the whole Russiagate thing and in other historical fuckeries, that Trump is somehow using this as a lever against the UK. And not only the UK, but the UK, the Bank of England, and the globalist cabal that has been creating so much trouble for Western Civ,
Mm.
among other things, constantly prompting this conflict with Russia and creating this permanent class of enemy nations that we have to battle all the time.
Jim, it's not a bad take, right? And what I'll say is this: what's the value of the Epstein list as it stands today? It's still secret.
no, it
Yeah,
still has blackmail
exactly.
potential. Right?
Exactly.
No.
So, if you ask your best people, Kosh Patel, Dan Bongino, and I don't know about Pam Bondi. All I know is that Susie Wiles is a fucking problem. I've known this for a long, long time. Dexter White and I have been talking about the problem of having Susie Wiles as Trump's chief of staff from going back to the Matt Gaetz debacle and half of the situation between him and Ron DeSantis, which DeSantis is doing everything he can to try and fix, right? But that's all been driven by Susie Wiles. So there's a lot of intrigue on that front as well. Um, the the City of London angle is very important. What came out this morning? Is that this is going to sound like a digression, but it's not. Now we have to go look into other areas to see if we can figure out if the City of London angle is correct, which is that Besant and company, they have just announced that there will be no more reporting of crypto transactions by the platforms via 1099 AD or whatever the hell it is. The similar that you get that your stockbroker sends the IRS of all your sales, right? So that now you no longer have to incriminate yourself about your crypto trades. I want you to think about that for a second, because when you start to go through why the stable
To
bill,
the
why did
point
you,
you don't even pay taxes.
yeah, because they're trying to get rid of capital gains tax on them at this point. They want to get rid of capital gains tax and stable points. So this is a means by which to start moving
You've
us
got a
towards private
stalker
money and
behind you. You've got a stalker behind
do
you. She's got a knife. Quick.
that would be my wife, by the way.
Okay, then I know she has a knife, and you definitely should duck.
You're fucked.
You're fucked. You're fucked. She's probably putting arsenic in your coffee.
Yeah, rest in
She
peace.
probably actually no. She can't do that until after we get all the stuff done with getting the house built up here in Tennessee, so that she can have her final
Good point.
plate. So
So her second
for me,
husband
about a
will have
year
a
from
nice place to stay in, right?
Miss Luongo,
this
bide
is
your time. Bide your time.
I,
Be
Be
patient.
patient.
I've been slow rolling this on purpose, guys. Yeah. So, but understand that the City of London / Davos or globalist, central banking, debt, and taxes business model is fundamentally threatened by what Trump is doing with tariffs, the bill, stable coins, and all the rest of it. Absolutely the case. And so, this is why I'm just not like just like I get why Trump is like, look, why are we still talking about Epstein? Of course, because it makes him look. Honestly, the way he responded to the reporter the other day made him look guilty.
Yeah, that was bad.
Right? It was terrible. I was like, oh my god, don't just answer the question directly and move and say, look, this is just something we have to just This is a shit sandwich. We have to take a bite
Here's the problem.
because we got other
Here's
wins,
the problem.
and we just didn't. He wouldn't do it
This
because he's
is,
Trump.
this is not going to go away because when you're banging little kids
Hmm.
and you are a person, you are many people of considerable prominence. The world hates Bill Gates now. The
Hmm.
world hates some of these guys. I just don't think this is going away. They needed some way to say, be patient, which is what you said. And so they boned it, and Trump's not. Here I've been thinking about a number of things. One is I've been thinking about the challenge of being a blogger, which two of you are, and I am not. I write one blog a year. One of the challenges I would personally have is if I wrote a blog a week, within about 3 weeks would be complete garbage nonsense because I wouldn't know how to see through the noise. And so one
That's
of the
not necessarily true. I published
no,
a
it isn't
book.
for
I
you,
published
but
a
it would
book
be for me.
of my blogs called Crazy Land, and I've gone back and read them, and a lot of them there's a clear thread that stands up through the whole
You're
thing.
better than me. I'd write
It's
total garbage.
it's
And the
it's
problem.
funny.
So one of the
It's
advantages I've thought about is my one blog a year is it gives me time, first of all, to let a story get boring and go away.
right.
And second of all, is to let a story, sit in the crock pot for a very long time. And now you
Hmm.
might have the ability to leave it in the crock pot until it's ready, which is really the key. But on stories like this, if you're not blogging on it, they're not reading your blog. And so I do not have the skills to cut through the debris as quickly as that. And so my weekly blog would be just garbage in my opinion, just because I wouldn't be able to get through it. So
Well,
I'm
what's
sympathetic to
interesting,
them.
what's interesting, Dave, is that over the course of the last 6 to 8 months, I've stopped publicly blogging, and I only really write. The only writing I do on a regular basis now is just the two newsletters that I write, and I do 3 podcasts a week privately for subscribers. Two for my Gold Ghosts and Guns subscribers, and one for Newsmax. So on Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
With guests.
No, no, no. These are me just talking directly to my subscribers
Oh,
over slides. So I do those. And these are behind the paywall. Forget
okay.
all the other stuff.
Okay. Okay.
So if anything, I've become more of a podcaster with a newsletter writer, and I don't do the public blog writing as often as possible, as often as I did. What's interesting, to Jim's point, as these events keep rolling out, I keep going back to stuff I wrote in 2018, 2017, 2019, 2020, and going, I told you all this was going to happen then, or this is aged really well. Oh, by the way, this is an angle on this that I wrote about back then. I did this the other day when we were talking about. I was when I did the what we call the market reports for the Gold Ghosts and Guns subscribers yesterday for Wednesday. I did one yesterday morning. I linked to Tommy's podcast with Ian Burlingame and John Cullen, which brought a great perspective on this. And I said, oh, by the way, this is conservatives are easy to outrage on this stuff because they have a very low discuss circuit. And I went back to the blog I wrote about Kavanaugh and the Kavanaugh gangbang story and all the rest of it. How over the course of time, the whole nuts and sluts um, argument about how to get rid of people, how they always just like nuts and sluts somebody
Mm-hmm.
out of existence. I went back and I said, look, they're doing this with Donald Trump. They're doing this with Kavanaugh now. What started as Gary Hart in 1980 having an affair that killed his career has turned
And that
into
was just a picture of him on the monkey business. That was
right,
unbelievably easy to get rid of him in those days.
right.
That
And
wouldn't get you
today,
20 seconds of fame in the modern
but
era.
but but as we've gone along, every time you use that, we get used to that level
Right.
of debauchery.
So
So
now
now
you
it's kind
need
of like
children.
behavioral heroin, right?
Now you need
And
children.
so now we get all the way to the end of it, and now we have to, and then the Trump dossier. What do we all remember about the Trump dossier? Well, that Trump pissed on a hooker in a Moscow hotel room. We don't remember anything else but the dossier, but we remember that because that's what they tried to get him on. They remember grabbing by the pussy. They remember this. So it's a typical nuts and sluts thing. And because he's Donald Trump, he's mostly immune to it. He's been able to weather it. But when we get to trying to stop Brett Kavanaugh, it's Christine Blasey Ford and a college gangbang that nobody remembers, right? Now we're
Um,
up to Epstein, and now we're up to Epstein and
there's
Peter
a
Thiel.
there's a new wrinkle on this too that also came to
Mm-hmm.
me over the last day or so, which is that if you go back to I think the year was 2007 when Epstein was first prosecuted in Florida.
Hmm.
And I think that was a federal prosecution because the prosecutor was a guy named Alex Acosta, who
Hmm.
later became Trump's first Secretary of Labor, which, by
Hmm.
the way, the Department of Labor is in charge of uh, child
CPS.
exploitation and abuse.
Mm.
And Alex Acosta, the information that came to me was that Alex Acosta uh, came up with some kind of an immunity agreement that Epstein signed and that the U.S. government signed, which basically said that they were not going to bring him to trial for anything else ever
Hmm.
again, and so that when he's sitting in that uh, jail in Manhattan, that he knows that this isn't going to work. His lawyers are going to get him off, and because he's got this signed agreement. And so his brother has maintained ever since that that was the primary reason that he couldn't have committed suicide because he knew that he was not going to remain in trouble.
Right.
Is Alex Acosta the one, and I don't want to slander him because it's a big slander. Is he the one who the quote is, I was told to leave Epstein alone because he's
Yeah,
intelligence?
because
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Is he an intelligence officer?
What an
That
up.
was the one statement that came out after
It's
all
over
these
there.
years, during all these years, that actually kind of blew the game.
Yeah.
And the funny
Well,
part,
I
here's the other.
also think I would not bet my life on the fact that he was dead.
Yeah.
Possible. Yeah,
I
we
think
know
there's
that angle of the story is still kind of going. Yeah.
oh, oh,
You could wheel that carcass out real easily, and he could be a Jane Epsteinoid, Jane Epsteinoid on some Caribbean island,
yeah. No,
ugly transgender, right?
no,
Yeah.
100%. And you do kind
Well,
of
the
have to do that because, sorry, for future honeypot operations, don't you want to give him some insurance? Be like, hey, Jeff's not actually dead. Here he is.
Well,
Don't you?
the other thing is a guy who's been doing that for 40 years knows what a kill switch is. And
Yeah.
so it's not like
Dead man, you mean
he
a dead man switch?
Yeah.
well,
yeah, dead
it's
man.
got both, right? But yeah, dead man switch. And so it's not like he couldn't have said, "Hey, dude, in case you're wondering, I do have a dead man switch, right?"
And
Anthony Weiner's laptop's never been opened up, right? He
Hmm.
survived that, and his laptop was filled with shit.
maybe he's not the mastermind. Maybe he's a pawn. Maybe he's just like a,
He's always been a lieutenant. I've always
maybe
thought of
he's just like
Epstein as a
me, who's
lieutenant.
like, I don't know how to set up a kill switch. Like,
No, you can't be in that game for 45. If
Yeah.
we all know about it, he sure as fuck knew about
maybe
it.
he was blackmailed.
It
Well,
doesn't, you don't kill yourself. I agree. The analysis is that
Yeah, sorry.
he's gotten off so many goddamn
All
times.
right.
You wouldn't all of a sudden say, "Oh, I'm dead." Look, they didn't even get Diddy, right?
Yeah.
They really
All
didn't
right.
get Diddy, right? And
Well,
they
Diddy
that
weren't
was
was,
trying to get
Maureen
Diddy.
Comey.
I
Remember?
know, isn't that?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they weren't trying to get Diddy.
as
Dave,
she was, I know. That's my point.
yeah,
They don't want any of them.
yeah. And and this becomes the real question. If he was an intelligence asset, which there's a very small probability that he wasn't, he was clearly an intelligence asset. One of the things there's two things that I want to bring up real quick, for us to chat about. One, whose intelligence asset was he? Was he? Everybody wants to believe he's Assad. What if he's just CIA or NMI6
Or
and
all of the above.
and or all of the above? But what if he's really primarily CIA and MI6, and then the Mossad thing is a convenient thing? Because remember, since 10/7, Israel as the bad guy has been the narrative,
Fair.
right? That's the
And I
narrative.
don't, by the way, I don't buy that altogether myself. Just
I
saying.
don't either, Jim. I'm saying that's the narrative. I'm not
Yeah.
subscribing to the narrative or
Well,
not
but he's
subscribing to
with
it.
Ghislaine the whole way, and it'd be hard to disconnect her from Israel.
Sure, and Robert Maxwell
Yeah, Robert
and
That's
Admiral
Maxwell.
right.
Thapra and
Right.
Bill Browder and MI6. This all
Earl
goes back.
Browder. And by the way,
This goes
Earl
all the
Browder,
way
his
back to those
father
guys.
was a royal pain in the
Okay,
ass too.
well,
So
This goes back to all of those guys. So that's the first point. The second one is this: what if Epstein's heyday was over after he got, as Ian Burlingame pointed out, he got the Clinton Foundation set up, he got this NGO set up, he got that, which was the real operation, and then he was done. And then after that, and he was done at that point, and then he was just running his own book after that, which no one has even thought about, consider, but has thought about. Like, but Dexter White and I played that scenario out, privately a couple of weeks ago. Just like, what if he was just running his own book at that point, and then he became a liability. They cut him loose, or he's done, and then At that point, he's just continuing to do the same thing, but he's always out there that you can turn him into a thing for that we can then hang somebody else with. And remember, Trump is hanging out in New York, building buildings and everything else during his heyday, correct? We all know that you can't get a building built in New York if you're not somewhat dirty, because you got to talk to the concrete union guys and you got to talk to the mob and you got to do this and you got to do that. And all that stuff is just the way things are. And so getting a photograph or even a bit of video with Trump and Epstein is easy. You can even get Trump to say something dumb because he doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut, right?
That's what
So
I call guilt by
and then you throw
proximity.
that stuff up 30 years later, and then you call it evidence, and you let the world let the world.
You
And
can't
this is
you
classic fucking MI6 shit, dude. That's what I'm
you
getting.
can't convict anyone of fame and fortune or power who's photographed with someone else of fame and fortune and
Exactly.
power. They all hang out together. So,
Exactly.
and Epstein being a professional networker, his
Mm-hmm.
job was to connect with any person of fame and fortune in any place in the world. And so,
Exactly.
so all those proximity arguments are bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the the other thing, and I don't know if we should go there yet, but I think the hit on the nukes was a total fake.
Go
I
now.
don't.
Explain it.
Well, uh, the 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 so Trump is trying to negotiate supposedly. The rumor is that Iran got the nukes, got whatever they wanted out of their facilities. Now, here's the thing that I would say with great confidence, that Iran must have some sense of what our bunker busters can do. Right up the lake, we've got a salt mine that goes down 2 miles. So you can go deeper than any bunker buster can
Yeah.
go. So I don't think Iran is stupid enough to put a bunker bust to put an important nuclear facility of any kind 20 feet underground. So as a consequence, I think the story, here's what the story. Here's my fantasy fabrication. Trump reaches out to Iran, says, "We're coming. Get out of the fucking way. We're gonna bomb your mountains a couple of times to make it look good." Iran says, "Well, we're gonna have to look like we retaliated, so we're gonna bomb some irrelevant airfield of the United States." We both agree that no one dies, right? We go, right. And so then we do it. And then what do? They then say to Netanyahu, "Shut the fuck up now." And it would be a great play. And
That's
and Netanyahu
exactly
and
that's exactly
Netanyahu
my take.
and Netanyahu would know we did that. There's no way he doesn't know that. But on the public stage, he has now been told, now you don't get to go bomb in Iran because of some 2 week from now nuclear weapon argument. So
Yeah.
I think that
I've
whole
heard that
thing was
argument. Yeah.
I think that's what I would do. As soon as that sort of started to crystallize in my skull, I said that's what I would do.
Well, it's
And
not a permanent fix, though, because
no,
what you'd have to assume from that is that Iran spent all these years and all this money supporting Hamas and Hezbollah for no good reason, and that they're so easily pushed around to be able to fall into this kabuki theater thing. I'm not
I
so
don't think
sure
they
about
fell
that.
into it. I think Iran was on the side of the kabuki theater. I think Trump and Iran duped Israel.
the way
Yeah,
I would reframe that, just to talk about to address Jim's argument here, is that Trump's goal is to get the perpetual argument about will they, won't they get Iran get a nuclear weapon. You take away Israel's casus belli,
Yeah.
right? But at the same
Mhm.
time, you also have to take away Iran's casus belli.
Right.
You're going to get peace in the Middle East. You've got to get both of them to get rid of their casus belli against the other.
And
How do
I
you
guess the part I don't get is what's Iran's casus belli? Just the
the
existence of Israel.
constant the constant? No, it's not Israel per se. It's what Israel represents, the which is the again the goal of the globalist cabal centered around City of London and Europe to continually break up Central Asia and to keep the world at chaos. Look, the British foreign policy for lack of a better term, I'm using British, but I really mean it in a much greater context the older I get, is that the way you maintain your position on the world stage is to keep everybody else from getting too big.
Right.
So whenever anybody starts to, it's the tall poppy syndrome at the geopolitical level. Anytime anybody gets big, you knock them down, right? And so you can't have Russia getting big. If you do, you can't have China getting big. If you do, then you have to have, if you have the United States as your bully and you're losing control of the United States, then you got to build up China, which is what they did. As they were using up the United States during all the, during the dollar reserve standard years, which I would say ended in 2008, you were building up China the entire time with the intent of moving all of your assets to China. Well, what if China and the United States were going, you know what? Now what? And that's where I see all this. So at the end of the day, like that's the game I've been, or the game. That's the framework that I keep analyzing all these moves in the context of. I'm not doing so, and I'm doing so not trying to take sides. My side is that I'm an American, and I
So
want America to
here's a
include these
part of the
fucking
puzzle that
people. And
I don't
and
get.
I only know one way of getting out of it at this point, which is to get rid of all of them.
Here's a
So
part of the puzzle that I don't get is if the UK, Great Britain, is controlling all of these moves.
it's not just UK, but yes.
Well, if it is, I don't get how the UK can manage that being the sclerotic nation that it actually is right now.
Because you're thinking about it you're not thinking about it from the perspective of the money, City of London, the central bank networks, the old 400 years worth of Dutch British control over the global monetary system that they've had and global trade that they've had. They have relationships in banks that none of us have ever heard of. Like
So
this stuff is
The
you're just
real.
talking
model
about.
is the model is that London is like the Vatican sitting in the middle of the UK.
I'm just not sure that the capital that you're talking about is actually there or exists at all.
I think we're at the end of their ability to thing because this whole system that they've been running for I don't know 300 400 years now. Pick your start date. I don't really care. Everybody's got a different start date on this when you start going back in time. What I'm saying is we're reaching the end of that because you now have a United States that's big enough to stand on its own. You've got China who's big enough to stand on its own. You've got the Russians who are trying to stand, who have effectively jacked out of the system and standing on their own. Like remember they were thrown out of and the Iran has basically been trying to do the same thing after Obama threw them out of SWIFT in 2011. Right? All of these are depreciating assets. SWIFT itself is a depreciating asset. The central banks themselves are depreciating
Mhm.
assets. Like the whole sovereign debt system is a depreciating asset that needs to be dealt with.
So how
And
much is
so
Donald Trump trying to shove the UK and the EU off the game board? Is he trying
I
real
think he,
hard?
I think that's his ultimate strategic goal, and that's why he's willing to cut whatever deals he has to in order to get this done. And if you don't show us the Epstein list, okay. I mean, like I don't know that I'm right about this, okay, but this is the way I'm trying. I didn't even think Trump understood this until friggin' December until a month after the election. Like I was thinking in these terms, but I'm like, there's no fucking way Donald Trump of all people that he
Well, he
understands
was in
this.
the presidency for 4 years, so he was
Right.
getting some feedback.
Well, yeah, Dave, to your credit, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is I'm actually pointing a finger at myself, saying I didn't give him enough credit.
I think that Russiagate also schooled him
Burned
about
me.
the potency of MI6 and the UK.
And his
Think they're
own
very good at this kind of
intelligence.
operation. Really good on the ground. They don't have a lot of ground operations. They still have this stuff. And I think they're using all of those. I think they're burning every asset they have. Is what I'm getting at. And I think that we're watching the process of them burn. This is if that I'm not saying that it's correct. Then there is a definite end
Break
Tom,
it.
you're on dial-up.
process, and that what we're watching now, how many assets are being burned in order to put us in the state that we're in, bitching. It's a I
Are
leave
you
it as
guys
an
are
open
you guys
question.
getting
I do not
fragmentation?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
say that
Tom,
I'm right
Tom,
about
you're breaking up hard.
I think it's MI5.
it.
It's MI5. It'll come back. It broke up earlier and it came back. But Yeah, I don't.
There goes my thesis statement. My,
That's the thing
my
that came.
my kingdom for a little bandwidth. There goes
See,
my thesis.
It,
this
Like it all
idea
got
of the tallest poppy makes total sense in the Middle East. That looks like a
it,
U.S.
it
foreign
it's
policy,
backwards, Jim.
and
Oh, it looks forwards in my thing.
Tom
it's
is
backwards in mine.
a.
Just read
You
it
guys keep
for
going
us.
around.
I can't read it.
Tom is all broke up.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, Tom is
yeah.
breaking up.
Um,
Um,
you're back now, but
Yeah, I was
We
a.
missed most of that
it's
whole
funny. It came
two,
through.
3 minutes.
Your
Oh,
voice
I'm
came
so.
back, and you
I'm
go,
really
"That was my
sad.
thesis." It was kind of
Yeah,
comical.
all that
we
came
got
through
a
was
lot
that
of good still
my thesis
shots.
statement. All I was really trying to say is I'll try and make it short so you guys can which is look if they're burning up all their assets. This is the Ian
Who's
Burns
Who's
thing.
they
they?
burning up what assets, right? Who's they
They're
burning
burning
up?
up things like
Who's they?
the Israel-Iran conflict is a major asset that they're burning up.
Who's they? Now you broke up again.
They have broken him up.
City of London or like is this now bad?
Yeah.
Pretty bad with this. This is hilarious. Um,
This is now,
um,
now it's kind of now you kind of it's getting a little eerie. You're like, wait,
I was on a signal call with an
I'm sorry.
intelligence guy, and
I
he
can't.
said, "Do you use?" I'm not a signal. I was on a phone call, and he says, "Do you use Signal?" He's a foreign intelligence guy, and he says, "Do you use Signal?" I said, "Sure." And he says, "Let me call you on Signal." And then he said, "Someone was listening to us,"
hmm, yeah. I
and
mean,
and well, they're in theory they're listening to everything, but something on his phone told him that there was some third party involved. All of a sudden,
yeah. I just
he
assume.
had something to tell him that.
Yeah, I just
So,
assume it all is.
oh, I do
Um,
too, but it was a little weird that he had something that detected it.
Yeah.
hmm.
No. Yeah. It's.
Hey, can we talk about Brennan Comey popping up?
Those douchebags talk
Yeah,
about poppies that ought to be clipped down to the ankles.
yeah. Because all of a sudden now, we get that event at the news conference on Tuesday where Trump loses it a little and the whole Epstein thing blows up in America's face. And then now, like 36 hours later, Jim Comey and John Brennan are about to be indicted, apparently. Yeah.
Really.
You didn't see that?
I've been off radar. I got a lot of shit going on right now, which is
Mm.
why getting to this podcast was hard.
Hmm.
Um, and I've also been trying to tune this shit out because I do believe that at some point in the months from now period, I'll be able to read about it after the fact, and it won't be so chaotic. I find this is like watching the news now is like when your GPS starts rerouting you randomly, and and and
True.
so I realize I'm burning a ton of ATP, and my brain is filling up with debris, and so I've been doing other things like spray washing my deck, but I do pick it up at night, and I watch, and again, I think the Epstein story is way bigger because I think there's literally hundreds of millions of Americans who want that fucking information.
I don't think there's much more for us to say about that right now, though, other than the fact that that this population of the discontented is really gonna
Huge.
it's gonna be a huge problem. And you get to the basic trust horizon issue
Mhm.
about whether or not people are gonna trust anything that Trump does now.
Well,
But
I put out a tweet that went viral. I said TDS now means Trump disappointment syndrome.
yeah,
And
but that's why I
I
think
agree
Brendan.
with the idea of don't abandon him,
Mhm.
but we have to keep his feet to the flames and say
Sure,
don't
sure.
don't abandon us,
But
Well,
that's
and
why I
this
think this Brennan and
right?
Comey business is important because, you know,
If
people have been waiting for 11 years for fate to catch up with these two characters, and it looks like
Mhm.
it's finally going to happen. And also, they came out with a statement today, the FBI did, that there are other figures who are going to probably be targets for the investigation around Brennan and Comey. So this might actually be the unraveling of the
the
whole
big
Russiagate
thing,
thing,
the
finally,
big thing.
finally,
Did you see
including
I,
maybe
the
Obama. you know?
Did you see Biden's doctor plead the fifth 14
Sure.
times in a row? Now, let me
You
ask you
did.
this question, Wonks. Can they offer him immunity and say, now you got to answer the question in that setting? Is that
I
illegal?
think that they have various strategies, tactics, and devices they can use to make him say more.
Right.
Yeah,
And so,
and
so
immunity
the
would
point
certainly be
being,
one.
the point being is that when they ask him questions and he asks for immunity, we don't care about hanging his doctor.
Yeah, of course
No
not.
one wants his fucking doctor. The
Yeah.
fact that
No.
they don't give him immunity and say, now tell us, means they don't want his doctor either.
Wow.
This is
Yeah.
all just for show. This is all just kabuki theater.
The I think Jim's point about Brendan and Comey is the important one. I'll be honest with you. I would much rather see Brendan and Comey hang for Russiagate and everything else than I care one whit about Jeffrey Epstein at this point. I'm
I
dead
kind of
serious.
feel the same way.
I
I just don't give a fuck anymore about Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't either.
I,
And that's part of the reason why I was like, yeah, I kind of felt Trump when he was like, why are we still talking about this guy? What's going on? We got bigger fish to fry. We've got things to deal with. And in that moment, like, knowing the pressure that he's under right now and the shit that he's having to deal with, I can see Trump like losing it a little bit. And he's kept it together remarkably well. But if they go after Brendan Comey and they uncovered that part of it, then I'm okay with it because that's far more important.
no,
And
That's
this,
that's really cleaning up what's going on here. Because here's the other thing. One of the other angles on Epstein, just the last point to make is this. It all goes away. That means that everybody who's in Congress who lives in fear of of them being on the tapes coming out no longer has to worry about that. Their gib was that, and that's why they voted for the big beautiful bill. And how effectively, hey, my
So why
former libertarian brethren all failed the fucking loyalty test, every
why
goddamn
did
one of them.
why have three of my more favorite politicians, Ron Johnson, Thomas Massey, Rand
Rand Paul.
Paul, and MTG, why have they turned against Trump, or is that all just part of the theater?
I am I'm going to be honest with you, Dave. I gave Massey up over a year ago. I went on I had an epic fight with a friend of mine over Massey ages ago. I lost my shit on him ages ago. Rand Paul said he would have voted for the bill if had they raised the debt ceiling by only 500 billion as opposed to 5 trillion. And I'm like, oh, so you're telling me you're a whore? We're just negotiating on price now. Okay.
Yeah,
He's a
but
cheap whore.
that's a big price difference.
No, it really isn't. Not if your plan is to expand the market for U.S. Treasuries in a massive way, which is what the stablecoin whole thing about stablecoins is all about. Trump and Dissent are setting up a massive demand for U.S. Treasuries, and the last thing you want to do is derail that process in the midst of the midterms, which is what $500 billion would have done. So that's their plan. Whether they pull it off or not, whether you agree with it or not, no, that's their plan. And we're already fucked anyway. So why in the hell don't we attempt to do this? Remember, everything that he's trying to do is to change the way we fund the government, change the way we pay for the government. If our goal is if our goal is that, then you take the debt ceiling off the table for the next fucking 5 years. And this is the other thing. Everybody who would normally argue, well, the whole debt ceiling thing is nothing but kabuki theater anyway, which it is. Then why condition your vote on such an important thing other than because you're ideologically possessed to the point where you don't believe in tariffs, you don't believe this, you don't believe that. So then it's all about Rand Paul's ego. The same thing with Thomas Massey. I'm just over it with both of them. And MTG comes out right after the bill passes to say, hey, let's, then she backs Trump on getting rid of property taxes.
To just I get you guys.
The problem is I don't it's not for me. I don't care about the details of how we fund the government. I know it's important. I want the government to be smaller.
I agree.
Well,
And
I don't
a
see
lot of the
evidence. I don't see
deficit
progress. I don't see
and a
progress
lot of the
towards that.
deficit. See, the thing is, a lot of the deficit calculations that were put out by the CBO budget scoring, which again was under normal circumstances, everybody in this room would sit there and go, "The CBO budget scoring go bullshit." They always get it wrong because they're all a
Right.
bunch of right. So now all of a sudden we're supposed to use that as Bible truth. A lot of what this bill does is it pushes the funding for a lot of these projects that have been done at the federal level down to the states and let the states decide what they're gonna deal with.
There's
This,
also an awful
there,
lot of
But that
firing
actually
going
is
on.
it's actually de-emphasizing the federal government
There's a lot
at a
of
budget.
there's a lot of firing going on and shutting down federal agencies and hiring freeze that was instituted just a few days ago. So
are we
I
documenting that? I found that hard to document. Those are kind of headline
Well, it's
numbers. Do
been
we
muddy.
know?
It's been muddied because of all the temporary stays that the regional
Right.
judge
So,
put
so
on.
the
But that's over with now. That part's over with.
when will we have a number that says here's what we
Give
cut?
it a few weeks
You think
because
a few weeks, really? Okay.
those temporary blockages, whatever you call those things, that the
Stays.
judges issued, they're over
Injunctions.
injunctions. They're over now, and the hiring freeze just started, I think, within the last 10 days. And we know that agencies are doing wholesale firings, mass firings. The Supreme Court just declared 2 days ago that Trump was within his rights to do mass firings. And I
Okay.
think that you're going to see the size of the government get a lot smaller, just
Okay,
personnel wise.
that then I'd be much more on board. Now, I've also heard that we're stuck with the current spending patterns until October because of the way the fiscal year works. So in some sense, they're just waiting for October to really show up. And I
That
don't
is
know
true.
the details, and I don't intend to burn more ATP to figure out those details either. I will wait till October. But what I'm saying is at some point there's going to be a report card and it better show some A's.
I
So
agree.
Yeah, and it's
Oh,
also
I
going to
agree.
show. It's also going to show in the economic and financial numbers. And I think that the spending and the deficit spending that we're describing is really much more of a monetary play, a currency play, a
Hmm.
kind of a game,
Hmm.
which eventuates in what Tom has said about our ability to keep selling bonds because we're going to have to roll over so many bonds.
Here's one that you can actually take to the bank because we've done this. We've now have 3 months of this or two quarters of this in a row. The Treasury is multiple times now 2 quarters in a row under Scott Bessent has said that we need to issue less debt than we had originally projected to need to get through this quarter. They've done this 2 quarters in a row. They've spent less money than they thought they were going to spend. That's done. That's fact.
Okay.
It's out
It's a
there,
good
and it's a
start.
significant amount of money, and it's not it's not nothing, and it's the process. So let's start there. I'm going with that. I'm going with we've got 70,000 whatever 70,000 applications for the $5 million Visa card, the gold card Visa gold cards. That's $350 billion. Tariffs are bringing in somewhere between 20 every month. It's going up. They're now up to what $32 billion that they brought in last, or was it $27 billion they brought in
Well, the
tariffs last?
discussion of the tariffs is a complete retard fest. I mean, no, there's so much stupidity on the tariffs. It's just
Mhm.
ridiculous.
It is.
And I don't understand tariffs well, but I understand it enough to know that there's a lot of bullshit out there. And
Mhm.
and so the people say, well, tariffs a tax. I go, okay, that's good because then we don't have to tax other fucking taxes. And by the way, some of that tax is going to be absorbed by China, and some of it's going to
Mhm.
be, if you can tax us in a way that also shoves, industry back to the United States and stuff, what a good tax, right? We're going to have to pay tax anyways because we owe a fuck ton of money.
Right.
But I want to see the taxes decrease elsewhere. I want to see us get a narrower deficit somehow. I want to see the evidence that those tariffs represent a revenue stream that are actually alleviating the problem that I'm concerned about. Now,
Mhm.
here's the other problem we have with bringing industry back to the United States. Who the fuck is going to do this work? We are a country of incompetence at this point. Now, here's what you can't find. You can't find someone to man the 7-Eleven. Every 7-Eleven has we are hiring. But if you look around, it's unclear to me. It's unclear to me that technically we're going to have you build a $20 billion chip plant. Who's going to run that? Who's going to
Well,
make
I
those
think that is
chips?
true, but one of the components of this program that Trump is trying to ramp up is a pretty robust vocational training program. So I
Mhm.
don't think that they're
Don't take
unaware.
long. It does not take long to train pipe fitters. It
No,
really
no.
doesn't. It takes
My
six
son has
months. Like,
started a company to train HVAC guys. My son has
there you go.
started a company to
There you
train
go.
HVAC guys, right?
There you go.
I think, for example, there's going to be far less kids going to college.
I do
I
Oh, I
think
too.
agree.
way far less kids
Yeah.
going to college, and so I
And
think
it's
we can
funny.
get there, but we can't. This is not a 6 month adventure. This is
No.
going. This is so. I don't think Trump is going to reap the benefits of this plan. Trump may end up being a historically important branch,
Yes.
fork in the road. But
Yes.
I don't think Trump's going to be the one celebrating it. I think we're going to look back and say, "Oh, this was really an important point in
I'm not
history."
even convinced that it's going to work at all
Well,
because
I'm not convinced it's going to work at all
I
either.
think
But
that,
So
we are heading towards a sort of a Seneca Cliff kind of event.
I agree.
I don't mean to like dampen the conversation, and I'm with you, Jim and Tom. Like I'm fucking
What do you
sick.
mean dampen? We're in the valley of death. How can you dampen that conversation?
Well, to go from the cheery stuff of tariffs and bonds and stuff to I'm with you guys. Like I would be fine if I never heard Epstein's name again, but it's not the same as like Bill Clinton getting a blowjob or Trump grabbing
It's
a
not.
pussy.
It's not.
There is something where like and I don't have kids, but like I can't go. I don't want to hear about like if it's true, and maybe it's not. There has to be like a moral triage. There has to be like an ethical triage of where even with plans for like an invasion of the US. You have tiers of we're willing to nuke this and nuke that, and and then you have like this is it. If if we can't look at children getting forcibly penetrated by adults and go, we have to figure that out, then like I don't maybe I'm just black pilled, but like bonds and tariffs and factory none of that
Seems small.
well, none of that mattered. I mean, I think of how like blessed I was, nuclear parents, like loving family. Like, I can't ever imagine being like, even now at 34, I think my dad would hunt someone down to the ends of the earth and kill him with like an old deer rifle. I just that's not. I get it. I don't like that. It is boring. It is boring and it's exhausting. But if it's
But it also gets at the question
but my
of
point is
are
I can't.
decisions being made in our best interest, or are they totally being made?
That too, but even before that, there is like a certain point of like if we're not gonna like hunt down the people that raped kids and skin them alive, I don't care what
I
the
agree.
tariffs are because if I was a kid, I wouldn't be able to understand why mom and dad aren't coming to help me. And I don't mean to be like high horse preaching. I'm not at all, but like and it's not like it's something like we can do where it's like, all right, yeah, I guess we'll go. Tom's like, all right, I'll go figure it out. Like I get that. I don't mean to be like throwing that on you, but like, do you know what I mean? Like it kind of like I don't care if we put a rover on Mars or if we let in more MS-13. Like as Tim Dillon said, MS-13 is not asking you to fund the Ukraine war. Until the people in charge are not the ones that are like turning a blind eye, if not actively facilitating the raping of children. Man, I kind of have a hard time looking at like any other
So you
timeline
just
as
want to
it
hunt these
involves.
guys down to the ends of the earth
No,
and
what I mean is it can't be something that Trump goes, why are we still talking about it? And we all go, amen. People are like, true MAGA is just putting it behind them. I'm like, no, it can't be that. It
wait,
can't be that. If you don't do that, then
Tommy,
it's not a species worth saving. Sorry.
Tommy, ready? No, no. Your point is very well taken. Now let's talk about the time.
Okay.
Epstein is in the past. He's dead. His operation is dead,
Sure.
and everything that happened
It's all
under
done.
his and it's all done. Like
Yeah, no,
these people
I
are
get
free.
that, and maybe they
Now,
did shut it
what
all
can we
down, and
can
there's
we
no one to
can we
save.
stop? Can we stop any more of it from happening?
Okay, yeah, no, I get. Okay, I get that. No,
Okay,
I
I
get
don't want
that.
to see anybody else's. I
It's a
mean,
some
well,
cost.
I
Yeah,
want like we all want justice, dude.
yeah,
Unfortunately, we don't live in a world that's fair.
yeah. No, yeah,
So can
no,
we
I know.
stop the next horror?
Yeah,
Like it's look, my
The
dad
answer
was.
is no. The answer is no.
I know my dad was a police officer, right? Dad was NYPD. I wrote about this last month for the newsletter. And I asked him at one point, right before he died, it was during the Rodney King riots. And he's, and I said, why aren't they arresting any people? And he said, Thomas. Now, this is a man who worked Martin Luther the night, Bedford Stuyvesant during Martin Luther King's, the night Martin Luther King got shot. Okay. And he said, Thomas, you can't. Because for every arrest you make, you got to take a cop off the scene. Every cop you take off the scene is somebody who's not there to protect somebody who's not rioting, not looting, not pillaging, and everything else. You have a choice. You can punish the wicked or you can protect the innocent. That's all we got. And so now that's the moral triage that Tommy's talking about. And these are the hard choices that you have to make. And my dad was so freaking Catholic.
Your dad's
he hated
a cop.
that when he was a freaking sedevacanthus, probably a sedevacanthus for Christ's sake. And he was so angry at where the Catholic Church went. And he had to make those choices every night.
Yeah.
Until he started jockeying the desk in the South Bronx.
Release the tapes.
Yeah. But maybe not until after this is all
over. That never will be. See, here's the problem with Trump. First and foremost, there's odd psychology where the left, when asked to walk around the shoes of the right, they can't do it, and the right can do it for the left. The psychologists have studied this. The two parties have different ability to steel man arguments for some reason. So if you asked a right winger to name 10 reasons why someone hates Trump, we would be able to whip them off without even opening up our notes. If you ask the left 10 reasons why we like Trump, they would be completely flabbergasted, right? The problem is not so much that Trump isn't a highly flawed character and Trump isn't already in fucking trouble and all this shit. It's that if Trump doesn't pull it off, no one will. He is sort of the last gasp. And I think this Epstein thing has really rattled people. And it was the garishness that they did it. It wasn't like, I'm sorry. Like the way you said it was fine. We got to move on for various reasons. This is, I'm sorry. If he had stood up there and said, look, half the prime ministers would be thrown in the fucking prisons. We can't do this. I'm sorry. I'm going to let it go. I'd even be okay with that compared to what they did. Right? If they said all the prime ministers would go to prison, I can't do it. I'd be okay with that, relatively.
But again, and I agree with you, David. I'd love for somebody to finally admit that. But here's the problem: the minute he says that, at the next level happens.
Like, I want to see the next level. Then I guess I want to see the next level.
Yeah.
But is preventing the next level?
Then why aren't we prosecuting these people? Why isn't Emmanuel Macron going to jail? Why isn't this guy going to jail?
Because we haven't gotten to the next level. We can't get to the next level.
It's not a good answer.
You either have to accept the fact that there's not going to be quote unquote justice, or that this is the basis. It's not about with which we can solve the future problem.
It's not about justice. It's about undermining a power structure that is destructive, in my opinion.
Fair.
Right. Let's ask this question. So the United States foreign policy in the Middle East has killed, crudely speaking, 5 million people.
Yep.
I don't want to hear about Holocaust without that one being mentioned. Sure. Right. And we all signed off on it in various ways by either shutting our mouths, and I write about this shit against this shit. And, the Iraq war is obviously a big catastrophe, but Yemen and Syria, look what the fucking abortion's going on in Syria now because we want to bring down Assad, who, by the way, I can't tell you what the fuck Assad was doing. All I know is that he didn't seem like a problem until he got killed, and now he seems like a big fucking problem. And so the bottom line is that
he wasn't killed. He was just moved to Russia.
Right. But the point being is if there is no consequence, then there's nothing to stop these guys from being this evil. And so don't be surprised if there is no consequence that it turns into a French Revolution.
Yeah, we're not going to win. Consequence is a huge thing, but that's why I think that the Brennan and Comey business is important.
I would love
that's the only other
case.
Major source of bringing consequence to a large body of people who have fucked over the country.
But they have to be indicted and convicted. They can't just be brought in front of a congressional committee.
No, well, they're not talking about that now. That's not what the chatter is. The chatter is real indictments coming down. And
Prosecuted by
and
And
one of the
again, maybe
points
Marines.
that
one of the points that the FBI made today to try to clarify what people may be thinking that they just brought this Comey and Brennan thing into the arena overnight just to quiet down people over the Epstein case. They said, no, we have been working on this for months. And that's been my supposition. And I've been writing about that for months, saying uh, uh, Patel and Bongino must be working in the background to construct cases. And I think that's exactly what's been going on. It's
Yeah,
just,
I'm
and
hoping that's true. In fact,
and I've heard those rumblings as well. They've talked about this stuff.
Mhm.
You know, they have talked. They've mentioned it. Like this is not the first time I've heard discussions of what we're going to do to John Brett.
by the way,
So
Diana West's second book, she talked about both Brennan and Comey's background. And those two are dark motherfuckers. Those are not just their backgrounds are way deeper and darker than most people realize.
yeah,
Brennan
Brennan
get
I know about, but not Comey. I'm not sure what his.
Comey has I can't name the names because they're not that familiar to me, but Comey has a sort of a theoretical foundation that's deeply based in Marxist thinking. Comey traces back to some
Brennan's a communist.
very bad guys by U.S. standards. And I can't remember the names. Frankfurt School philosophers.
Mhm.
Comey's got some darkness in there.
And when Brennan was CIA station chief at, I forget the location, but isn't that the one that stamped the passports for the 19 hijackers? He was the top dog at that station.
Mm.
Well,
Interesting.
I don't believe the 19 hijackers did
Oh
shit,
yeah,
so
yeah,
there's
yeah,
that.
yeah.
But
Did they? I get you. Yeah, and it was all playing in their mind.
John Brennan's career. John Brennan's career makes no damn sense
Yeah.
at
none
all.
whatsoever. None whatsoever.
John Brennan was elevated to station chief and CIA director with
Yeah.
zero
He should have
resume,
flunked every
zero
goddamn
resume.
test it took to get past. He should have never been let near those organizations if they were legit.
Which is why
Brennan,
I've talked to intelligence guys like that have been on the show, and I've talked to them off show specifically, and they've said, I'll paraphrase it, the primary thing you go for in those agencies is who administers the lie detector test, because that is how you get people that don't deserve to be up. If you're trying to compromise it, that's how what you take control of. Is you immediately you go, give me the lie detector test job, because then I can let people through that everyone else would go, how did that guy get through? Well, if he got through the lie detector test, that's how foreign or domestic adversaries go about taking these agencies. That's
What's also
primary
true is
flaw.
they're independently funded, they're independently run. They are the equivalent of a Mexican drug cartel, except for the Mexican drug cartels at least are answering to superpowers who are letting them do their thing.
Yeah.
These guys are not. I think the best way to think the CIA is probably a sleeper cell model where something bad happens and the head of the CIA says, "Hey, fuck, did we do that?" I don't think
Yeah.
It's
I
exactly like that Coen Brothers movie, Burn After Reading.
right,
yes,
right, right.
yes,
They
yes,
really
yes.
got it.
Yeah, it's funny. Like again, let's talk about what's really happening. What did I see the other day? I'm like, I keep thinking in terms of the money, right? Which is how do you really stop the process from continuing? Well, you got to get rid of the money flows, and we've started with the public money flows. Like USAID is done. With the State Department came out the other day, and
Is that
all of
true?
us have
Is
seen.
that true? I assume so, but
Yes,
they
that's
said
true.
FEMA was done and then it reappeared. It
Okay,
resurrected.
so
So,
USAID, the State Department came out the other day with an official notice saying 90% of the money that was allocated to USAID didn't even go to where it was supposed to go,
right.
and it's been now completely shut down, okay, and destroyed. So that's number one.
Act
Number
Blue
two,
shut down.
what's that?
Act Blue shut down.
There's a win
Good.
Democratic
if that's true.
fundraising.
There's
There you
a
go.
win if that's true.
That's a win. Okay, here's another one. What prompted the LA riots in June?
Probably money from tech billionaires.
No.
George
What
Soros.
what started? Well, yeah. No. What I mean is, why did they choose that moment to riot? They chose that moment to riot because Trump and ICE were issuing. Tom Homan made this point abundantly clear on multiple public interviews. We were serving warrants in conjunction with money laundering and cartel activity out of these particular dry cleaning establishments, whatever the hell it was. It was not about deporting hardworking lettuce picking Mexicans, sending money home to their grandmas. Okay, which is the way the fucking commies in LA framed it, and they framed it in the news. This was specifically targeting going after cartel money in LA to break that whole thing up, and they went fucking bananas. So now we
Are
got
you
private money.
sure? Are you sure we're going after cartel money? Because I think the entire drug trade of the world is run by the Vatican, the CIA, and organized crime.
Well, yeah, no, I agree, but
The
that's the thing.
cartels are organized crime.
Yeah,
That's right. No,
I
no,
agree
no.
that
But I think
Douglas
there's no
Valentine.
chance you will get rid of the drug trade. There's
And
no chance that the
unless,
war on drugs is completely fabricated.
and I'll try to play devil's advocate to my previously damp position, it's what Tom's saying is they're going for it all, and there is
Who's they? Trump?
a pro human enterprise, and a lot of people
Okay.
go around starts around Kennedy. I think we all kind of agree with that, unless they're going for it all, and that's the because you're right. It's all run by the intelligence agencies. It would be that they're going like
yeah,
they're going for a counter coup that hasn't happened in 1,000 years. Which is
public
I also
money,
get now I'm
private
selling
money,
the moon, and it's like, well, that's a very fantastical explanation for why they're allowed to fuck. I get it, Tom.
public money, private money, institutional money. They're going after. I keep seeing the evidence. I keep seeing the formation of the process. So you go to the public money by cleaning up the spending, private money by first you take away the public money where they're using our tax money to deracinate us, gaslight us, and destroy us. And where they
Deracinate is a great word.
It's
Deracinate is a phenomenal word.
yeah,
By the way, just
yes,
for the record, while they're doing this, they're stealing the money. This cost me $3.15.
yeah.
Right?
Dang.
We are suffering. Yeah, yeah. I watched a guy go to the convenience store yesterday and he bought 2 packs of cigarettes for 34 fucking dollars.
I bought a monster yesterday for 329.
I go to the
But
convenience
therefore
store.
we are
I pick up
suffering. We
I
are
pick up two
suffering.
I pick
Not
up two
just
cokes.
Epstein Island, it's us.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the institutional money, just to finish it off, the
Yeah.
institutional money is the system of debt and and taxes via the central banks and public and the quote unquote public money. Who's
I
on
think
what side of what?
the other thing
Interestingly
about
enough,
money, the money thing is also money is a currency for power.
mhm,
So I think that uh, uh, if you haven't been paying attention to this shit, you think of money as just money, and
mhm,
that's not what it is.
no,
It is power. That is just the way
it's
you
tokenized
bean
power.
count the power. Yeah, it's tokenized power. That's exactly right.
So the interesting part about this, I don't know if you guys watched the roundtable that at the ECB on the 1st of July. This is Jerome Powell, Christine Lagarde, Andrew Bailey from the BOE, Ueda from the Bank of Japan, and then I think his name is Yi from the South Korean central bank. 50 minutes worth of boilerplate speak from the central bankers until the last two questions. The first one was about whether Jerome Powell was on board with the changes to the supplemental leverage ratio, which is the banks and what the banks have to hold. I've done a podcast with Kate Long about this. It's very important. It's a little geeky, but it's really important. We have a lot of potential loan capital tied up in excess reserves that the banks have to hold because of the SLR. That's been gotten away with. It could free up as much as $5.5 trillion worth of loanable capital within the United States economy because that's what the banks are having to hold against their U.S. Treasury reserves. Now, it seems really dumb to have to hold extra capital against the risk-free asset in the financial system. That's the SLR. Powell's answer to that was, of course, no, I am not against the thing we voted for on the FOMC and that the Trump administration wanted. We all wanted. So Powell in dissent, completely on board with getting rid of the SLR, which is an incredibly important part of freeing up our capital. The way I like to look at it is the SLR is one of those things that would take our more competitive banks and make them less competitive versus global banks. It's another one of those the Basel III endgame is a similar type of thing. Just think of the Lilliputians, binding Mount Bellow. This is what these fucking people do all the time. The second thing he was asked about was stable coins and the Genius Bill. And for a guy who's taking it up the ass from Trump on a daily basis, Powell was like, no, we're working with, we were trying to get this done during, get rational crypto regulation put forth during the Biden administration. We're cockblocked every turn. We're working with the Trump administration to work through the banking regulations on this, and we're on board with it. This is very.
So, well, let me ask you this, Tom.
These are very important bits of institutional reform of the monetary and banking system. I think Powell setting the Fed up to be rolled up, not rolled up into the Treasury, but to be disempowered.
You just described dramatic enhancements of liquidity, correct?
Yes.
What is the evidence the world needs more liquidity?
In the U.S. Treasury market?
I'm just talking liquidity. I see an economy that's suffering from liquidity.
Well, it depends. It depends whether how do you define liquidity?
Well, that's the good question. But freeing up $5 trillion of lendable money.
Hold it. Is liquidity capital, or is it just the ability to sell an instrument that you have? I don't think that's properly understood.
Well, I don't think it is either. But the point is, I don't think we need to make money more loanable. I think the system is already breaking from the fact that we've had 40 years of just this non-stop cranking open the spigot.
Yeah, and the more you do that, the more
terrible results.
And the more you do that, the more unreal the remaining capital becomes. And the more unreal the more unreal the collateral is.
Mm-hmm. Your collateral is now treasuries, right? Your collateral. By the way, the
idea is moving back,
because that would mean that the collateral is money, which is what the treasury.
We're moving back to much more collateral.
Say that again.
You broke up, Tom.
I'm just saying, gold is moving back towards the collateral. The definition of collateral is changing. We're watching bearer assets move towards the monetary system, not away from it.
Right, because the old collateral is becoming meaningless. It's losing its meaning and its value.
The question is the following, and I know Dave and I are on absolutely opposite sides of this in this respect, which is the following. I think it would be fair to say that they would prefer to see the general price level fall.
No, not necessarily fall, but I do believe that when BlackRock can buy up single family houses,
I agree,
at an interest rate of 0.15%, someone should be shot. Now, I do believe.
Can they do that today? BlackRock.
Well,
by the
let
way,
me ask you this.
Speaking of BlackRock, just to give a little bit of balance here, BlackRock the other day announced that they're abandoning their Ukrainian rebuilding project because they couldn't get any investors. Even though that was all part of the whole process. And the reason for that is because we're really not involved, because we're not going to get involved at all in the war in Ukraine.
Because Russia is winning the war in Ukraine and is going to finalize and conclude it.
And let Europe deal with it. And BlackRock is like, oh, so we're not going to have the American government backstop our business anymore.
But tell me what private equity. What does private equity do for this world?
We're actually fighting a deflationary wave here if we're not careful.
I think we need deflation. I do think we need deflation. I do think we need deflation.
We need a lot of money to disappear.
We need the fake crap to go away. We need we need Nvidia to get priced right. It might be painful, Tom, and I know you're nervous about it, but the fact is, there's shit out there that's not worth a fuck. The average private equity firm doesn't mark to market, so the pensions that hold them don't know that they're owning trash.
Because you know what, you're not really describing a system. You're describing a racketeering operation.
That's right. A Ponzi scheme.
And here's the thing: I'm actually not even like trying to defend the existing system. I'm not at all, in no way, manner, shape, or form. What I am actually trying to do is thread the needles so that we don't wind up without a credit crisis in the United States. Okay. Because I don't want a credit crisis in the United States.
I'm not sure that's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
That's actually helpful. That actually lends against productive processes. We have a system right now that is misallocating capital, which is what you're saying,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
I would like to see a system where we allocate capital properly, right? More properly, correct?
You know how you do that? Less capital.
No, no, absolutely
Yes.
not. That's not.
Yes.
That is not.
Yes.
That I disagree with.
Make capital
No,
more precious.
no. You make capital more. You make the cost of capital more expensive.
Right.
That's different. That's different than lowering the actual amount of capital.
Well, that will naturally lower the amount of capital. If you have
No, it
to,
won't.
yeah, I think
Hasn't
it
yet.
will.
Hasn't yet.
When did they make
The Fed's been
capital
at
more
4.5.
expensive?
Dave, the Fed's been at 4.5% or higher for over
Four and a
3
half
years
percent is chicken shit.
in today's market.
It's chicken shit.
In today's market.
Let me ask you this
Well, Paul
again.
Volcker went up to like 18%
Right.
for.
So, but
If,
that
if
was
I
Volcker, and that was a different. It was a much different world than we're in today.
I know the world that we're in now is one that was created over the last 40 years due to thinking that we would just keep worrying about the future later. That's my
No,
point.
this is beyond the scope of the conversation I want to have today. Not because I'm punting or anything, but because I can't do this today. I don't have the desire to. I don't. We'll, this is a 3 hour conversation, so I don't want to have right.
This is probably a
But let's
6 month
just.
conversation.
It might be. It's good. We've been doing it for a while now. But seriously, this is one of those things where we're going to have to. We cannot have historical discussions about what's right or what's the right way forward until we understand what's actually changing. Which is if we're changing the way the government funds itself and the way we actually account for risk, what we want is the proper pricing of risk. Okay, that's what we want. But we can't
Right.
have a proper pricing of risk if we have a government that runs a $1.7 trillion a year deficit,
Oh boy, you just said
where
exactly what I've
where
been
half
saying.
of the federal budget, on top of the stuff that we fund through taxes, goes to shit that none of us want.
Exactly.
Okay,
We
now,
just agreed.
okay, yes, meaning we can have G as part of the GDP calculations halved, and if we do that, we can still have all I'm arguing is you can have G and let the private market take up that halving of G and put it into other aspects of the economy and keep GDP, the general pricing level as we have now, the wage levels, and allow, and that's what they're trying to do. They're going to try and hold this level where we are. We're never going back to $1 Cokes.
No. I don't. Well,
hate to tell you that. We're
we
going
in
to be at
theory
$3
could,
Cokes
but
from here on
it will be a catastrophic world. Here's what I'd like though. I'd like to see government employees filling those 7-Eleven hiring positions.
I agree.
That might happen. There's so many of them are
I
being
agree.
laid off.
I want to see
And by the
I want to see
way,
the
I'd like to see
reorganization.
some of the guys working at colleges doing the same thing. This is the distortion that has been caused. We can't
And
get people to do the menial labor who should be doing menial labor, and we I don't think bringing chip making back to the United States is going to solve our problem.
I agree.
I'd like to see it
Compromise.
come back, but that will
We need
be
steelmen. We need
inflationary.
steelmen. We
That
need
will be
pipe fitters. We
inflationary.
need all that stuff. Dave, we have an overinvestiture in white collar jobs that are making too much money.
Right.
And AI is going to make those, and AI is going to have the price of those jobs.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be an English major right now.
I wouldn't want to be a middle manager
Oh no.
at any company right now.
Right.
Yeah, AI is also going to fuck up everything that we do.
There's that too.
Oh, I
I
hate
mean,
the
but
AI
there's
future.
capital efficiencies that are coming that are going to be deflationary, that are going to be very dangerous for the existing housing market. And I'm telling you, housing market, the way the economy is organized, what they're trying to do is hold this level that we have now. Okay,
Yeah.
and grow wages and grow the carry costs of the houses that we have now while the reorganization takes place, while those guys lose their jobs and are having to be retrained. You have to shift all of this capital towards the in the way that you're talking about, but you have to do so without causing a 60% collapse in the housing market.
So
And accept the current price level as
labor
what
and
it is
capital
and move
naturally
forward.
fight.
Again, this is another Trumpism. You got to kind of accept the fact that we're fucked. We're at this level now. We're not going to go back to a $1 Coke environment. We're not going to go back to $3 a pound ground.
Yeah,
Or
but I
$2
don't want to go
ground.
to a $6 Coke environment.
I don't either. I don't think that's what they're trying to do. I think they're actually trying at best to hold. It's we're going to have to pay for it with stagflation.
So labor and capital are naturally battling each other. So when capital becomes expensive, it's cheaper to hire a guy, right? Mm-hmm. When capital becomes cheap, it's easier to use this capital to buy some fucking robot to do the shit, right? Mm-hmm. So now the average Joe can't pay for shit because he's competing against all this fucking capital. And so the capital has been underpriced. And it's been underpriced. The Gadankin experiment that I do all the time is I said, look, if you had to buy a 30-year treasury and hang on to it for 30 years, what interest rate would you demand? And the answer is not 5. Mm-hmm. The answer is more like 10. Mm-hmm. And therefore, the treasuries are priced wrong. So there is a fundamental problem there. They're not priced to be a revenue stream. They're priced to fuck you is what they are.
What we're trying to do is get to the point where that 5%
is adequate.
I'll be honest with you. I think that once we get past, if and when we can get past the debt rollover crisis that Mama Yellen gave us, that commie Mama Yellen gave us,
flat-headed hobbit.
I think we are going to be looking at 7% treasuries, 30-year treasuries.
That'll hurt.
It'll hurt.
Yeah.
Sure. I agree. But at the same time, if you can, this is the thing I think it's important to understand. If you can lower the actual carry costs through taxes and regulations and everything else, in order to make the number that the people get out of their wage the value they get out of their wage for their time, if you can improve that, which is where we have to get to, right? That's what we have to get to. You've got to improve the efficiency. You've got to improve labor's ability to generate wealth, and we're probably talking a 25 to 30% adjustment from where we are on a gross basis. If someone makes $30 an hour and he's got $3 an hour left over to spend on improving his life, we've got to get that from $3 to $6, right, or to $5 an hour, so that he can actually build wealth. And we're not building wealth.
I'm listening.
So that's the model I've got in my head. That's the 5 differential equations that I'm trying to solve in my head, to present to everybody. Like, there's multiple ways of getting to the end of this. The goal is what you're talking about, Dave. I'm not arguing with you about that.
I'm kind of wondering if there's not going to be the same size of a managerial class having good incomes, then who is this supposed working class going to be working for?
AI.
Or themselves.
I mean,
you have to bring back small business.
Well, now let's look at what the lockdown did. They took out 2 million of them. I mean, we went so far backwards. That was the most boys, talk about people you want to hang by the balls. Let's start
that's a whole area we haven't even touched on, which is that's the medical fuckery that went on.
The medical fuckery that still goes on.
Yeah.
Kennedy's been a huge disappointment to me. Kennedy's been
I think he's behaving heroically and strategically.
So when are we going to get rid of these killer vaccines? Is he doing it stepwise?
Yes, I think he is.
Okay. He is getting rid of them.
I think the opposition I think is ferocious.
No doubt.
But I don't want, for example, the changes that Gabbard are Sundance over conservative free houses. When he's talking about the IC, he's absolutely in his wheelhouse. I have problems with Sundance commentary on other areas, but when he's talking about the IC, he's like, no, Gabbard is killing it at DNI, reforming all these agencies, and they're freaking out. Every other week, they're trying to get rid of it.
What I like about Gabbard is she's not on the news every day making preposterous claims.
That's why it's important.
Yeah, and Ratcliffe wasn't either. And what Ratcliffe produced last week was basically a blueprint to predicate a prosecution of Brennan.
Yes.
Because he's a former prosecutor, he's not an intel guy. He was a U.S. attorney in Texas before he was a congressman.
How about this? The people that they're parading in front of us for us to be outraged by, what if they're just second lieutenants jumping out of the foxholes?
Right.
What if we're supposed to? What if Trump is literally? What if these
Omaha
Bondi
Beach
and Patel and Bongino, what if these guys are the ones that we're supposed to be angry with, so that the other, so remember, what was Epstein about? Epstein was not about the pedophilia. It was about building the thing behind the closed doors. It was about building the NGO network and building what we now today call Davos. That was all built behind the scenes while Jeffrey Epstein was running the influence campaign, the influence operation. And then you can burn that down as a moral outrage thing at the end, because conservatives will always overreact to the moral outrage, because that's the way we're wired. Because we're higher in conscientiousness than libertarians and shit libs. We are, right? Now, which is part of the reason why I'm no longer a libertarian. Now, what if Trump's doing the same thing? Get angry with the FBI director, get angry with the attorney general, while the DNI takes care of starts and CIA, they start taking care of business behind the scenes. They've taken all the heat off of Bobby Kennedy.
I hope you're right.
So do I. I don't know that I'm right, but like at the end of the day, like what do we have to lose by having a little bit of hope? Because no hope is the default fucking position. What happens if
I'm
Trump
not
loses?
at the no hope level.
I'm not speaking rhetorically. I'm not speaking to
Right.
use in specific. This has been my framework for the last few days as I really ingest everything that's happened. I'm like, what do we lose if we present the hope scenario? A little egg on our face if we're wrong.
Well, and so that's where Trump is sort of the sense of a last hope.
Yeah, I've been thinking this I've been in that mindset now for a while. I really have, because
This is what the left doesn't understand at all.
The other thing is the reason why I believe that is because I do believe that the Davos, as we've known it our entire lives, and that we've all been imprinted by, is on its last legs as well. And so they have to go and pull every freaking stop and pull every card and play every card, and they're going to drive us completely freaking crazy in the process, because it's a war, and you fight like dogs all the way to the end.
And they are,
and it's not going to be a linear path to the end.
they are going mad dog right now. You got the Democratic Party basically calling for blood and assassination and killings.
I know.
How much worse can it get?
Right. Ambushing firefighters and
trannies, trantifas. I mean, the sickest fucks you can imagine.
Oh God. I'm trying not to be in a cult.
Well,
Dave, I'm just saying, let me put it this way. Tommy and I were talking about it before you guys showed up. We were talking. I'm up here in Tennessee, right next door to the property I bought up here. And people like look at me all the time. They're like, "Why are you moving to Tennessee?" I said, "It's not because I don't know how to hedge my fucking bets. I want to be farther away from humanity than I am right now."
Right.
Like, I'm not dumb. But I am going to still try and present the best case I can for us to get out of this, because if we don't put that into the world, then we have no fucking hope.
Yeah.
Because we put no real pressure on the universe to improve itself. If we just one of the things I learned, I used to be really, really, really black pilled as a teenager and as a young man. I mean, really black pilled. And one of the things that the first lesson I learned when I had my libertarian conversion was that people don't suck. People are amazing for how well they persevere in the face of the fuckery, as Jim would put it. And that was a big turning point for me somewhere around the age of 34. Okay.
How old I am.
And, I've been trying to live with that model for as long as possible and stay integrated with both sides of that aspect of my personality. The one who's perfectly capable of catastrophizing on every day ending in a lie. And the other guy who says, "No, you know what? I got a 19-year-old daughter. I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that she has a future. And she has a say in what future that's going to be. I don't know. This is the best I got. And if Trump's the best I've got, well, I got to go with that. and I'm okay with it.
And I think that is an important because it's very easy to blackpill, and not blackpilling doesn't mean you're stupid or delusional, but it does mean like, hey man, the military is this is the way I think my buddy Dale explained it to me. He was like, they don't give a fuck about anything that you want or like. Your bed sucks, your food sucks, your water sucks, your sleep, everything sucks. The only things that are there are the things that are absolutely needed. Body armor, bullets, a helmet. If they give you food, it's so that your muscles don't shut down. It's not because they like you. One of the things in that Spartan environment is morale. They don't boost morale because they like you. They look at it as a vital part of the machine needed to fight and kill. And I think that's the wisdom of what you're saying, Tom, is being positive isn't just well, he's just got a sunny outlook. Like when the military gives it to you, they don't give a they don't, when you're back and you need to go to the VA, they're like, no, fuck off. Like they don't give you anything. One of the things they do not take away is morale because they look at it as valuable as a bullet or a GPS or a compass or a bandage or whatever. And I think that is something to remember. Like it doesn't mean be delusional, it doesn't mean put your head in the sand, but it does mean like, hey, you gotta fucking keep like a light on the horizon. Even if you're hallucinating it, you gotta move towards it. You have to. What it You have to, because otherwise just shoot yourself, you know? I know that's a very cheery sign off. Blow your brains out.
It's that's my
No, it's you
my
have to. You have
my
to
frame of
look,
thought.
yeah. Yeah, without hope, I mean it's yeah. Um I say we wrap it up, and I was just thinking earlier when we were all laughing, like, man, I see the future of these foursomes being eventually like Willy Wonka, like the grandparents. We just have two long beds, and we made a feet to feet, just everyone yelling and just being old grandpas. I feel like that's the natural evolution of this. Um, but for everybody, well, it's not live. It'll be up tomorrow. Please go to the description. Please go follow their Twitters, websites, blogs, Substacks, Patreons, all that good shit. Um, yeah. And as always, guys, thank you so much for the time out of your day. And also, me going on the whole Epstein thing, I don't want to. When you see like a fucking fat, homeless, unemployed liberal being like, everyone deserves Medicare, it's like, yeah, I agree with you, but you're not special by pointing out that that people should have homes. Like, you have to provide it. I also don't want to come across as like some, you know, we should do this. It's like it's very easy to point out what's bad and then also not
Well,
provide the solution.
as a genetics major with an interest in evolution, I happen to be also reading a book called The Moral Animal right now. Everyone does not have the right. Darwinian selection takes out the weak.
Correct.
And so the problem is in the modern era, the weak are not necessarily that maladapted. They just happen to be on the receiving end of some fucking missile.
Yeah.
The guy made an interesting case. I'll close with this without going into it, but he made an arithmetically airtight case for why monogamy benefits men and hurts women. It's a really interesting case, and and the question is why? Why would we have evolved a cultural system where monogamy in an egalitarian society? Why would that evolve? And the answer is because polygamy leaves more men sex starved and mateless
Hmm.
and creates chaos.
In the Darwinian sense too, I'd also say just biologically, regardless of morals or ethics, a species can't continue that doesn't save the offspring.
Right.
That just
Now,
seems like a
Okay, so
calculation.
one of the things the guy hasn't talked about, but it's worth noting, is that China has a bunch of sex-starved males because of their
Iron
many years
Branch.
policy.
Yep.
That's what we call a standing army. And what I can tell you is I would not want to go to war against an army of guys who've never been laid. They would be particularly ornery.
That's a good point. Yeah, they'll literally fuck you to death. But for now, gentlemen, let's wrap it up. I'll text and email this to you guys tomorrow when it's up. Um, yeah, dude, as always, I appreciate the time of your day. I really do enjoy talking to all you guys, and I love the odd. I just find like I'm sitting here with like a sticky note and it says Willy Wonka because I want to make the note about fucking the beds. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm an unserious person. Let me make a note about us being Willy Wonka. Um, But yeah, guys, let's wrap this shit up. Tom, Dave, Jim, thank you so much. And yeah.
Tom, don't hang up yet, because when he goes off record, I want to ask you something.
Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Let me stop recording. Hold on.
Sure.
One. And we are recording and streaming on Friday, August 15th. 2025 at 4:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Tom is not here right now. He's being held by the federal police in Washington, D.C. for I can't say what he was caught for, but it rhymes with Schmepstein. So, I held Tom to a higher status, but I guess I shouldn't have. And but it's good to have your heroes brought down a few pegs to bring you back to reality. So, hope he's not killed in prison. But what all and yeah, Dave is out in Ted Kaczynski's cabin. He's doing his own sort of warfare.
Try.
Jim seems to be the only normal one here. What is the reason behind the federal troops, or I guess the National Guard? Is it really because like one Doge staffer was attacked? Doesn't that kind of seem like bullshit?
A little
Well,
overkill. Little overkill.
Doesn't it seem kind of either overkill or a cover for
well, it
something
seemed
else?
like, shall we say, a triggering event. Does that, if that
Yeah.
makes sense? I got some interesting communications early in the week, and they're not necessarily reliable anything, really. But
Right.
they were two. One was from a correspondent of a correspondent who said, who was supposedly an intel person, who said that something big is up that's going to happen and they're preparing Washington, D.C. for some kind of disorder. And I got another one from, I don't remember where I got the second one, but it was along the same lines. The only thing that I could imagine, really, was that maybe if Barack Obama was indicted and they expected riots, but I really don't know.
It
So here's an interesting one. I'm in a Zoom group with a bunch of wackadoodles, by definition, probably. And one of them is Jerome Corsi,
Hmm.
oh yeah,
and
I know him.
he's written 30 books, right? That makes you look like a piker, Jim. And
I've had him on here. He's great.
he's great. And I just read Coup d'etat, and it was about the Russia collusion story. And so I remember I wrote about it in 2017, because it started to break too late for it to hit 16. And so for me, it was kind of an answer key, but way, way more detail than I had.
Hmm.
Corsi was himself deposed for 40 hours in the collusion story, and they were threatening to send him to prison for 20 years unless he spilled his guts and ratted out Trump for something.
Was
And he
was
said,
this years ago under a
"Yeah,
different DOJ?
this was the 2000s, late 2016,
Oh.
fusion GPS, the whole story."
And what was he deposed for? Was he some sort of central character to whatever was going on then?
Well, of course, he's connected with everyone, best I can tell. So he knows Roger Stone and all these guys, and
Uh-huh.
Papadopoulos and all the players, like Michael Flynn, probably the whole enchilada. But and while he was talking about it on a Zoom call a couple weeks ago, I did a little searching while I was listening to him, and there were headlines talking about how Corsi would be indicted or Corsi would be testifying, that sort of thing. I tend to do that during Zoom calls because I don't want to get totally bullshitted. And he wrote this book Coup d'etat, and he I think he nailed it. I mean, I think he got every last little shred of
Let
detail
me ask you
right.
a question. Does he happen to remember which FBI agents or U.S. attorneys deposed him? I guess it would be the U.S.
Oh, he
attorneys.
certainly knows that.
Was it?
I can't remember if he said that or not. It's one of those books where it's as much of a reference book as it is an enjoyable read. So it's like reading Whitney Webb a little bit, but it's all there. It's all in the book, and it's got all Struck and Page and all these guys. And Papadopoulos was totally boned by these guys. He was a total neophyte. He had no idea what was hitting him. Um, and and the bottom line is that you get to the end of the book and you can't help but conclude that McCabe, Obama, Brennan, Clapper, and a whole bunch of others should do 20 years in prison apiece.
Whoa,
It
wow.
really is unambiguous, according to Corsi's
Yeah,
book.
I've been writing about it for 9 years, and it seemed unambiguously evil to me the whole way through. Most of what is being revealed now, or at least documented, it's more like it's being documented because
We're
it's
just
already well
finally open to
known.
the public because what
Yeah,
I'm reading about now, Corsi wrote about, so it's
yeah,
not
and I
it's
wrote
not even
about
new
it too.
information. Yeah, that's exactly right. And I even wrote about some of it, but it's now being released to the public like it's new and it's not, but it's official now. That's
Yeah.
the key. So they have the transcripts, they have the people testifying. He names who Guccifer was, who was the first leak, and this who was the first guy who gave Assange critical information. He provides all the evidence that they should have indicted Hillary and that Comey was on the take, and they really all ought to go to prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. How you doing, Tom?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm done. I'm doing terrible things to farm animals, and
Hey,
I'm here.
Well, according to Tom Kerrigan, you're actually involved in some Epstein hearing down in
I
D.C. So
I thought you were going to
Oh,
be coming in a lot later, so it's a bit awkward to have said you were arrested for relation to Epstein. I was hoping that was going to completely be in the rearview mirror by the time you showed up, but
yeah.
kind of fucked that up. So
Well, so you get to hammer Tom, but then we get to backstab you. So
yeah,
that's how that
yeah.
works.
So was not expecting this at all. It's I thought it was going to be a solid 30 minutes. I thought I had a lot of
Hey,
buffer.
but getting back to your original question, so I had a bunch of people who thought something big was up in the country,
So
and
the law and order argument is just a ruse to get troops in there.
I wouldn't say that personally. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know what else
But
to
I
that's the
expect.
I
assertion.
absorb this rumor that comes flying in at me, and I don't necessarily draw a firm conclusion about it. It seems to me that he had good reason to commence a federal takeover of the district, given how sloppy and awful it's become and dangerous. So, you have to give him that too. That's there's probably something to that. And Big Balls, the Doge kid, who got beat up, it might have been just the last straw.
Yeah.
Perfectly understandable.
So Tom, that's what we were talking about initially was doesn't it kind of seem like what's it called?
Overkill.
Oh, it doesn't seem like overkill, if not an outright cover for moving the National Guard into DC because I mean, I get it, Doge and this, but but that's something that happens like per minute in this country. Doesn't it? It seems a little absurd. He got beat up. He wasn't even killed. And
He even just didn't just get beat up. He jumped in to defend someone and got beat up. So it wasn't
It was
like he
being
came out of.
carjacked.
Yeah.
His girlfriend was the
but
girl.
Oh, is
but
that right? Oh, is that right? I
Yeah.
don't know. Yeah.
but it
Well,
took
yeah.
more time for troops to get to LA than this. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying that it's fine to get jumped. I'm saying it kind of seems like dog shit. It just doesn't
Well,
make sense. I don't know what it is. I don't even think the whole idea that it's like the straw that broke the camel's back. Like,
I can see it being people being suspicious of it, but I'm not sure that there's more there than meets the eye.
I also heard I also saw the report that there was a hundred highly rhythmics running around DC, whacking, beating up white people on Sunday night as well. I look, as far as I was concerned, Donald Trump was not going to take the entire government to Alaska to meet with Vladimir Putin today and not have control of Washington D.C. That's I think he's worried. I think
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting.
and then the follow up at that
That's
same press
interesting.
conference when he did that, they also say I'm starting a National Guard task force to respond to any urban center that gets this is clearly preemptive moves against any color revolutionary activities. They know what the Democrats are getting ready to, and the Democrats in Davos, worst band name ever. That's what they've got. They've got on
Democrats in Davos.
Davos and the Democrats, worst band name ever.
Well, I would just call them the sex stains, and which would be very appropriate. You know the sex stains? Do you know the sex stains?
Oh.
Is it a real
It's
band?
Yeah, it's a satanic cult band.
Oh.
uh,
Oh.
Oh, you said sex stains. I was like, well, that's
No,
actually
that's what it is. That's the name of the band, but it's
I
a
get it.
satanic. It's a satanic
So-
What
connected
what
group.
what makes you think that the color revolution Democrats are kind of warming up to do something? Is it just because the summer is drawing to a close now and
Well,
we're
they're
entering? Is that
Oh,
it?
well, yeah, what I think is going on, Jim, is that they're clearly setting up and their resistance squad. We're on an escalatory ladder where now Trump is going to become the new Lincoln. They're setting up for a civil war. They're setting up
Yeah.
for a secession movement and everything else. And the redistricting stuff that this redistricting hissy fit that Gavin Newsom is throwing is
The
is
fuck?
is in effect a dig at Trump to use well, you only got a 3-seat majority in the House. We're going to take 5 seats from you. We're going to put Hakeem Jeffries in, and then we're going to impeach you, and then we're going to get rid of you. Well, if that happens, what's Trump's move? And there will be epic levels of cheating because you can't really they can create whatever they're like. California elections are like bank balance sheets. They can just kind of dress up, whatever result they want at the end of the quarter.
Well, Trump's move is to induce the Republican held states to change their districts. And
no, Trump's move is to arrest the governor of California for being an insurrectionist.
Oh,
That's
nice.
what's coming.
I like that.
As
Because
we're
he
saying,
sort of has been. I wish they'd throw in Karen Bass too.
Oh,
a-
absolutely.
as we're saying this, I get an emergency alert on my phone. I'm in Portland. I guess one town over, there's a gunman. It's just funny, like as we're talking about secession movements and National Guard, I get the fucking like the EAS.
Well, it's funny. The other day, I put out I started going down that hole in my head. I started going down that pathway.
Hole in
Like,
your head.
it is a hole in my head. There's a Freudian slip for you. I started going down this rabbit hole in my head about if they're setting up for a kind of civil war thing. What would the Anglo-Dutch system? What would they attempt to do to stop the United States from basically, consolidating North America? You take their ports away from them. You take all the waterways away from them. If you look at where all the Democratic strongholds are, all the cities, all the Democratic strongholds are all in the Great Lakes.
Yeah,
They're all in the
Boston,
Northeast,
Baltimore, New York.
Boston, all from Baltimore
LA.
up to Maine, all the way across to Ottawa, all the Great Lakes, Chicago,
LA,
Erie,
Seattle.
Pennsylvania, Buffalo, yada yada yada.
Yeah, but who
That,
exactly?
and the left coast, including Vancouver.
Who exactly in these Democratic cities like
Vancouver.
Baltimore are going to control the ports? You're going to get
No,
like squads of hood rats and homies.
Antifa.
And
Well, they did
yeah.
knock down that bridge.
They have moved a lot. Remember, you don't need a huge number of people, but they've moved they imported so many people into this country.
Yeah.
This is the thing, and I've been thinking. I don't put a high probability on this, but but it looks to me like Trump gets the problem. Like somebody's thinking in these terms, because his response to the LA riots back in June, that was, and again, and the same thing with what he said the other day. Like, he's clearly either baiting them into acting like color revolutionaries in order to draw them out predictably, because that's how they operate. You send Tom Homan in to start breaking up the cartel money in LA. They turn around and turn it into a race riot with a bunch of Hispanics. So Trump turns around immediately, nationalizes the California Guard, sends in the Marines, assholes and elbows, kicks ass, and puts the thing down. And then they start screaming. Texas turns around and says, "We're redistricting Texas, and we're going to make all the districts square." To see the redistricting map of Texas, it's the redistricting map that everybody wants.
Yeah.
Looks like the Midwest. Looks like Kansas and Nebraska, right?
Right. Yeah. It's like, why can't they all look this way? So why are they doubling down on what is clearly a failed policy? A policy that lost them the election.
I guess
it doesn't make any rational sense unless their goal is the longer term plan to continue the chaotic attempted breakup of the U.S. As far as I'm concerned, guys, this is 1857.
Well,
and that's just redistricting as the Dred Scott Agreement.
I think they just oppose anything that is remotely Orange Man. I think that's it. I think it's just reflexively that.
Well, that's part of it. What I wonder about is What about their revenue stream for paying their street soldiers? You know, that's dried up now, except for Soros and Reid Hoffman and a couple other billionaires. They don't have that USAID NGO
Agreed.
funnel anymore
Maybe
to
not
pay their
true.
guys.
Maybe so. I was told that USAID didn't get dissolved; it got moved.
I would imagine some of it was attempted to be moved, but you know there was just an appeals court decision just the other day that said that Trump was entitled to shut down these kinds of operations. So
Okay.
so we'll see, and you know it'll
He's
be
winning in the courts. He's winning in the courts.
yeah, and it would be up to the agency heads. Like we know that certain nefarious operations were shifted around the State Department
Mhm.
like especially the censorship operations and the DEI operations were, but you know that was quickly found out and probably dealt with summarily. So yeah, I don't wonder. I don't worry too much about that, but I do wonder where their money's going to come from for color revolutions because you know the whole Antifa, BLM, street revolution operation since 2020 has been very expensive,
I agree.
but they have had a tremendous money laundering operation to support it.
Yeah,
And now they can't pay these little weenies with their faggy little umbrellas anymore.
I agree. I agree. Jim, I don't know that this is like, again, the question is, how many people have they brought into the country who are capable of fighting, right?
That's something
And
Yeah,
we've all been thinking about
yeah.
for, you know, for a few
right. And
years.
this is, I mean, and it's and you know, the first thing you've got to do is you've got to radicalize people into believing that, frankly, all their problems come from Whitey.
Yeah. Well, but
And
that's
they've
sort
been
of
they've been
failing now.
running that script hard, man. And I'm like, and I don't I know it's not didn't take in the South because all the black guys I know voted for Trump. Like it's like I
Right.
know that. And I live in the deep South. Like I can tell you, like those middle class guys, they didn't vote for Harris. But this is one of those things where we have to start thinking outside of we have to start thinking about what's just beyond the headlines and what's just beyond our 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 field of vision because we don't interact.
Overton window. It has to be opened a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
So let me
I mean,
pose this to you,
there's a lot of cartel soldiers who are going to vote who are going to fight for Gavin Newsom.
let me pose this to you, just because it's what's happening right now. I think we're a little bit confused about two things that might supposedly be triggers for some kind of Democratic Party progressive color revolution. Are we talking about anything that goes on with negotiations with Putin and Russia over the Ukraine war, or are we talking about the possibility of grand juries and indictments and maybe Obama being indicted and maybe
Yeah,
Hillary Clinton being indicted?
I think the idea of you go after Obama, they turn it into a racial issue. This is again, they've been trying to spin all of this up into a racial issue. They turned
Sure.
Donald Trump into the new, he's creamsicle Mussolini. And
I haven't heard that. By the way,
I've never heard that one.
that's a Dexter White. That's a Dexter Whiteism, folks. I got to give him credit for that one. Creamsicle Mussolini.
Obama could play a different role.
Jesus.
Obama has immunity for a lot of stuff he did,
Hmm.
but that it also means that he can be called upon to testify and he has to testify and he can't lie.
Yeah,
It,
another thing that can happen is
he's also not.
they can name him as an unindicted co-conspirator.
Moreover, he does not have immunity for anything he did after he left
Absolutely.
office.
And if he starts
as a private
perjuring
citizen.
himself, he doesn't have
Yes.
immunity for that.
Yes, absolutely.
So he would be the great. He's already
He'd be the one you want to
immunity.
turn.
He's the king.
Well, you don't even have to turn him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no.
You get him to rat out.
The goal of Obama is to get him.
No, I
It's
get,
not
I get,
turning.
no, I understand that.
Wait a minute. Obama's goal is to get whom? Or
No,
whose
they're
goal
saying-
is it to
they're
get
saying-
Obama?
They're saying the goal is to get Obama.
Yeah, I don't think that's wise. I think the wise thing would just to be to name him as an unindicted co-conspirator and go after everybody else. A long list of everybody else's, not just the four bears, Comey, Clapper, Brennan, and I
What
don't
is
know,
the
Hillary or somebody.
what is the value of an unindicted co-conspirator to
Well,
somebody
because
like me who
that
knows nothing?
means that means that that was they were going to do that with Nixon at one point during the Watergate thing. There was a lot of talk about resolving the Watergate problem by using that device. They didn't do it finally. They didn't. He wasn't indicted. He was pardoned almost immediately by Gerald Ford just to shove the whole problem off stage so that we could move on. But the benefit would be that he would be in the mix. He'd probably have to testify, um, and he would people would know that he was considered to be there was probable cause for him to be guilty of some serious shit. And meanwhile, they go after everybody else, and Obama's going to be disgraced by this one way or another. So it doesn't necessarily matter whether he goes to prison or gets convicted of something. It's important that these other people get convicted, the FBI guys and the DOJ guys and the judges and the freelance shitheads like Mary McCord and Norm Eisen, Mark Elias, and Andrew Weissman. Those are the important people that really need to get nailed.
Even
It,
some of the
yeah,
journalists like Isikoff and guys like that.
I don't know what you're going to get them on, because they're going to hide behind the shield of the First Amendment, freedom of the press.
Can you get them on a RICO?
I actually don't know. I don't know how the law works for that, other than the broad outlines of the Constitution, which gives these guys, I mean, you have license to be wrong about stuff, and they can always claim that they were just wrong. Um, But probably the one thing they can get them on is, well, I don't know if they can get them on receiving classified information that was leaked to them because I think the Ellsberg case clarified that in favor of the journalists. So
Hmm.
I'm not sure, but they're certainly culpable. They need to be disgraced one way or another. The editor of the New York Times, Dean Baquet, who was in place for like at least 4 years of that operation. He needs to do some splaining. And even if he isn't convicted, he needs to explain what was he up to.
I'm going to have to depart for a second. We got something going on here that I got to straighten out, and I'll be right back.
You're
Okay.
good.
Jim, to your point, you're right about all this. I think we're looking at this from a slightly wrong angle. I think let's invoke Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's like a million high-priced lawyers' phones rang all across DC and suddenly went to voicemail. Meaning that there's a lot of people who cannot afford the legal case that's standing in front of them.
That's right.
You think Clapper and Comey and Brennan have the tens of millions of dollars it's going to cost to defend themselves?
I don't know that it'll
And
cost them tens of millions of dollars, but
if you're talking $1,000 an hour lawyers in
well,
DC,
maybe.
yeah, you are.
Comey
Because
Comey made a lot of money on his book deals.
yeah,
Clapper
well, that's
probably not.
well, yeah. So, and those book deals are designed. They are effectively legal defense. They are effectively legal defense funds,
Yeah.
or whatever you want to call
Yeah,
it.
no, it's
So,
cool. Yeah.
but once that money dries up, they're done. And so, I think that the goal here is to ensure that whatever happens here, these guys are bankrupted and destroyed. And it's not just them; it's their assistants and their underlings and everybody else. It's going after Christopher Steele. It's going after Stepan Halper. It's going after all those people as well. Like, it's the whole thing. And like Trump and Putin are meeting today on the 54th anniversary of Nixon closing the gold window, I might add.
Oh, that's today?
Wow.
So, and only a couple of days away from the anniversary of John McCain's brain tumor giving its life for our country. I love that joke. Never gets old. It just never gets old, dude. So it's written on his brain tumor's gravestone. I regret I only had one life to give for my country. The
He's
I think that when they're meeting today because it's all downstream of what Tulsi Gabbard has released and what is
on like Monday or
presented to
Tuesday.
everybody.
Is
And
Tulsi rogue or is this is all scripted?
it's not script. It's not rogue. It's not. It's just she's doing the job she was hired to do.
Okay,
Yeah, they must have known what she was going to
because
do.
there's articles claiming that she's sort of gone off the reservation.
I don't think you can. I don't think
Who
Trump's
said
personality.
whose articles?
I
Because
don't remember.
I mean,
don't
Sundance
remember.
has been defending the hell out of her over conservative treehouse, saying that she's alone.
That's right.
The IC
That
is
was the
working
phrase.
against her.
I think it was conservative treehouse. Actually,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
on-
understand what he's up to, saying that he's always saying that, nothing's going to happen. These people will never be indicted. They'll just all skate. I don't see it.
Well,
No,
so the alternative model is that it could be that Trump is trying to put offense on the field, and for the next 3.5 years,
Mhm.
we'll have the offense on the field, and they'll have the defense. So it's our version of Russia collusion, except for in our version, the facts are true.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yes.
So if they can
absolutely.
drag this out, then they can keep the Democrats on their heels the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, and get people. I think Adam Schiff is going to jail, folks.
That would be so wonderful.
It would be
I know.
very satisfying.
Yeah,
I think
especially for
Gavin
Bruno, who would share a cell with him.
I think Gavin Newsom drawing all of 106 people to his redistricting rally, more than half of whom were media. I'm like, I don't know. I put it on Twitter the other day. I'm like, really, folks? I can get 106 people in a Sunny's in Claremont, Florida for ribs.
How foolish is he?
There's more
How
people
foolish?
watching this.
How foolish must he be to be doing what he's doing?
Well, he does have that kind of MK Ultra vibe about him. Like,
He does.
he's doing exactly the same. He's doing exactly what he's been told to do.
Yeah.
Period. They have a Gantt
It sure
chart,
seems
folks.
like that way, but I don't get it.
He's a skin suit.
Again, you have to start thinking about the grander strategy of how do you take California? How do you set the table to take California out of the union?
And he's supposedly running for president. He is perfectly obvious to everybody that he's absolutely wrecked his state. Why would anybody think, apart from his hair and his teeth, why would anybody think that he had a
He
chance to
looks
get
like
elected?
a porn star. He doesn't even look good, in my opinion.
All right, well then
He looks like an 80s
even
porn
discount
star.
that.
And the other thing is, I've never seen anyone
More 90s, Dave. He doesn't have a mustache.
Maybe
Yeah.
Greenspan. Yeah, Peter North. He
Right.
doesn't. Yeah, the fact you laughed. I know of no one who can say so little.
Off the screen.
Say so little. That's like, yeah, it's like shopping at X Hamster. He says he can literally talk and say nothing.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not anything new to a politician.
No,
Kamala has
actually-
that skill.
There's a particular way
but
that those
she is
people
MK
say
Ultra,
nothing.
in my opinion. So there's that. But
I don't think that's
Well-
necessarily new.
He does have these weird connections. He's like tied into the Pelosi family in some way, and
well, Peter Schweitzer paints a picture of him being the most Chinese-owned politician in the country.
That too.
he did clean up San Francisco overnight when Uncle
Yep.
G was coming over.
And
He sure
and
did.
if you want to understand the left coast strategy of the quote unquote break the Civil War strategy, China is your angle on that.
Yeah.
From Vancouver all the way down to San Diego.
So are you saying
Vancouver. Tom, you are just a fountain
I'm
of
on fire
bizarro.
today.
You're really on
That's an
fire.
old one.
I'm in Fuego today, but in
Yeah.
Fuego and Patrick, yes.
So is it your theory that California wants to just split off from the rest of the country? I mean, they don't want to take anybody else with them. They want to take Seattle,
they want to go
Portland
again,
with them.
Vancouver all the way down to San Diego.
Oh, okay.
If
all the
they
ports.
split off, can we bomb them?
Yes,
We can invade.
Well, we
absolutely.
we burned Richmond.
Only protection most of these places have.
By the way,
domestic.
I'm also getting a lot of mail to the effect that Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta are making a lot of noise about leaving Canada at the same
Yeah,
time.
they
Do
are.
they want to go here or do they want to go independent?
I think they want to go here. Yeah, I think they want to be states.
So when I was up in Alberta over in May, right, for Sean Newman's conference, we spent a lot of time talking about Alberta independence, and
He mentioned that to
God,
me. He said you guys talked a lot about that. Yeah,
God,
yeah.
God's blessed the folks like they're especially in Alberta, especially in Calgary, and they really, some of them really do think that they would be better served as an independent country. I'm like, no, no, no. I'm telling you, and I browbeat them for like 4 days. I'm like, you want to become a territory of the United States. You get all the benefits of being a member of the U.S. You get our laws, our legal system, our tax structure, this, blah, 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 and our military, and none of the political overhang. You get to build your own independent, or really, you get to normalize your government with our government structures at your own leisure, in your own way, without having to worry about being anyone's political football over your electoral votes. And
Yeah.
that's the path, I think, for them. And that way, I mean, and they can secede and become a territory tomorrow. And we park 3 tanks on the friggin' Trans-Canada Highway, and Mark Carney is like, well, we can't
Speaking
do
of
anything about that.
douchebags, speaking
Yeah,
of
speaking of
douchebag,
douchebags. Yeah, I got a feeling that Carney's days are numbered, and not only that, it seems to me that the entire globalist European axis with Mark Carney is about to fall down. I think MERS is on its way out. It looks like Starmer is about to be
I
kicked
think
out.
Starmer's very, 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 very deep trouble.
Macron doesn't,
Starmer,
it
by the
looks kind of
way,
wobbly.
Starmer is another one of those trained pervs. I've got a picture of Starmer being hugged by Jimmy Savile when Starmer was 9 years old.
Yeah, yeah,
Ooh.
yeah. No, no, no lie there. I think Keir Starmer is. I look any time when you get summoned to someone else's castle in your country on their helicopter, that ain't Trump's country club anymore. That's his Scottish castle.
Right.
So both Ursula von der Satan and Queef Stalin got
Queef,
summoned.
there we go. Queef Stalin. Oh my God. You have to be a pervert just to sign into this podcast.
Or what,
I
at least
save all-
familiar with
Dave, I
perv
save all these just
lexicon.
for you, my friend. Like
I know. The fact that
I
I'm
do.
getting him is truly shocking.
Do you think that Britain can possibly be salvaged?
What's that?
Do you think
No.
Britain can possibly be salvaged at this
I
point?
think Trump is coming to try and save the. I think Trump is coming to save the Commonwealth.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
London or the Commonwealth? London or
The
the
Commonwealth.
Commonwealth?
That means
Okay.
Canada,
The Anglo,
all of England and Ireland, Scotland, Wales. City of London will be destroyed. Australia and New Zealand. Why did Kosh Patel go to New Zealand recently? I don't know, but
you
it's
got me.
really interesting. But it's a really interesting thing that he did.
Yeah. It's a long goddamn trip.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
And we haven't heard much out of it, but I'm like,
Probably has
yeah,
the hots for Adhern.
now she's at
she's not there
Harvard
anymore.
and she was
Oh,
in New
she at Harvard?
Zealand.
Yeah, she's
She's
at
at
Harvard.
She has been
Oh,
at
I forgot
Harvard.
about that. I forgot about that.
That's Ardern,
Ardern.
Jacinda
Ardern.
Ardern, the
I
former
know.
prime minister of NZ.
They should make her president of Harvard. She certainly tops Claudine Gay.
Well, anyway, Tom, don't you think these people, all these figures, look like they're tremendously unstable right now?
Yeah, they are.
And that the playing field, the game board, could really change quickly going into the fall? Or
It
the
all depends on. I mean,
Well,
a
stuff
lot of
happens
a lot of
today.
comes out of a lot of. Yeah, today is like a huge deal.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
the 800-pound girl in the room is that we're sitting there chatting into microphones when Putin and Trump
We're
are likely
talking right
carving
now,
up the world.
like right now. Yeah.
They're literally probably carving up the world. I think Ukraine is a very, very small part of what they're talking about.
hmm I
Yeah.
wrote about it in my blog a day early this week on Thursday, and but so anybody can see what I think about it. What do you guys think about what the disposition of this Ukraine thing is going to be,
Yeah. I'm curious.
even if it's a small part of the picture?
What do you mean, Tom, that Ukraine's a small part?
I think that they're discussing how they're going. I think that Ukraine is the thing that they settle so that the Russia and the United States can lay the foundation for I wouldn't call it an alliance, but I would call
Normal
it
relations.
normal relations. Yes. Like that's what they're talking about. I think dude, I'm telling you, go all the way back to the mid 19th century, and the plans to put in a bridge across the Bering Strait, and all of it. I think this is why the Arctic is a very, very big deal. And Canada Canada's a hostile nation on our northern border. We need to start looking at them that way. Anybody who wants to join the United States are more than welcome. And fuck the Laurentian elites. I'm dead serious, dudes. I'm not. I'm done. I'm at Sheila Bravoski levels of hell. Fuck Canada. Like from
Well, those
South Florida.
people in
Like,
Alberta are
I'm there.
really pissed off at the Laurentian elites, especially.
Mm-hmm.
They feel that all their money is getting funneled over to Quebec.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all terrible. Like this is they. I think that we need to again go back to look at the globe differently. Stop looking at it the way we always do, which is that Europe at the center and everything else at the fringes, and start first turn it and look at it from the North Pole perspective, and then look at it from with the center of the Pacific Ocean at the center of it, and you will see two completely different maps, and every reason why the old, call it British, call it Anglo-Dutch, call it whatever you want, like that naval empire, and it's primarily naval, fears a Russia, United States rapprochement. Rapprochement. I hate to even use the French pronunciation of it because I fucking hate the French too. So, like at this point, like, fuck all of these people. Like they've destroyed America, and we have every goddamn right to say that's enough. We want all our money back that you stole, and that's enough. That's enough of it. We're done. We're no longer bombing brown people for freedom. Fuck off. Like that's where I am. Like I'm dead serious. Like
I'm with
I
you.
I can't even begin to sugarcoat it anymore. And I think that's what Putin and Trump are discussing. They're discussing the foundations of what do we have to do to get through this. And Ukraine is how we and Ukraine is the fulcrum on which a new world, a new set of rules-based order, a new rules-based order can start to be worked out. And you're seeing it from the histrionics, from the European press.
Remind me, did Zelensky get to stick his nose into that meeting or not? I don't think he
First
did,
meeting,
right?
no. Second meeting, possibly.
That'll just be for show. By the time they have the second meeting,
Yeah.
the map will be laid out. The other thing that's really stunning is the importance of the BRICS, in my opinion, is huge.
Yeah.
And it's not about a currency. And I was one time talking to Steve Hanke by phone, and I said the BRICS is not about a currency at all. It's about alliances. And now there's 25 countries ish who are allied. One time I got asked on a podcast, something about the BRICS. And I said, well, they had a meeting, didn't they? And she said, yeah. And I said, where was it? And she said, Moscow. And I go, that kind of tells the story, doesn't it?
Well,
We
one
got
part of the story that hasn't been told is it kind of looks to me like Donald Trump is fixing to kick Brazil's ass.
really
Yeah.
elaborate on
Well,
that.
at least Lula's ass.
Yeah, Lula. Yeah,
Okay.
Not Brazil, but Lula.
I think he's very, very pissed off at Lula and very pissed off about what's happened to Bolsonaro. And I think that he's fixing to do something about it.
I
What does
also
that
think
mean?
that
What do something mean?
I think he's fixing to change out the government.
Okay.
it's possible.
So
Or at
send
least
in
bring
the
them down.
jackals. Send the jackals in, right?
Well, the thing is, the question is, it's like with Lula in Brazil, with Modi in India, with Erdogan in Turkey. These are all people that like to play both sides against the middle for their advantage. Modi has one step in the BRICS, and he has one step in the old British Anglo-Dutch system. Like he constantly like weaves back and forth. Erdogan does the same damn thing. He schmoozes Putin for something, then he claims that he wants to be a member of the EU, and he goes back and forth and back and forth. And the truth is that they're both on thin ice now, because I think the one thing no one in Europe wants is for Trump and Putin to decide, you know what? No. If we don't want Erdogan in power anymore in Turkey in order to stabilize the Black Sea and and all of that, and we're in control of the maritime sea routes around the Arabian Peninsula, the Black Sea, and all of that, and not the Europeans, fine. Erdogan's got to go.
Now,
Same thing with
the riches of Ukraine would be the spoils that some people would care about. Do we care about it, or is that totally Europe caring about it? Because
I think
I
it's just
Europe
Europe
cares
caring
about it
about
because Europe
their
needs it.
grain supply is all.
well, no, I think
No, they
there's
want the
other
oil, the
resources.
minerals.
I
coal.
think there's other
It's the oil, the
resources.
gas, the coal. The Sea of Azov is a massive
So one of the
hydrocarbon
claims
sink.
is that Europe has committed themselves to this because if they don't get Ukraine, they are really fucked.
Yes, they are done. Yeah.
I'm fine
And
with.
this is why I think also that Trump wants Greenland, he wants England back because he wants to control the he is making a play for the maritime sea routes around Europe and the Middle East
Well, I
and the
don't know what it mean.
Mediterranean.
I don't know what it means for Europe to have Ukraine because, in the optimum outcome would be that Russia neutralizes Ukraine, disarms Ukraine, allows it to be its own sovereign agricultural backwater to Europe, and then Ukraine has normal trade relations with Europe like it used to have. And the Europeans can buy its grain and they can buy its shit and they can have access to its riches and they have to pay for it. I don't think that I don't see how the EU gets to control Ukraine under any circumstances. So that's just a fantasy.
I agree with that, but I think it is a little bit like I think they do want Ukraine to be a European royalty trust, right? I mean, I
Well, it
do
ain't
think
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
be.
yeah.
I mean, the
no,
war
I
is
agree.
pretty
I
much
agree.
won.
I know.
No, I agree.
They,
I'm laughing because I'm also watching a short video of Trump and Putin exiting walking down the red carpet and doing the handshake and the meeting each other and whatnot. And you can just see like this is so not. Oh, they're getting in a massive fucking black Cadillac. Oh
yeah.
my god, it's
So,
That's
so is
that's
hilarious.
Trump
happening
doing?
right
Is
now.
it Trump doing this
Yeah,
for the cameras? Is
it's
that?
that was an hour ago. I was
Yeah.
posted
It's
on
got a door like a
posted on Twitter.
safe in my bank.
By the
Yeah.
way, in 16, when I voted for Trump with a shaky hand, because you couldn't vote for Trump wildly enthusiastically, right? In 16, you didn't know who he
Right.
was, so it's a
Yeah.
little
I
crazy.
didn't
But
vote
Right.
for him in 16.
I did. But
I didn't vote for
the,
Hillary.
that you would have blown my
That's
head
to your
off
credit, Jim.
before I. Yeah, I know. But the actual his belief that we had to get along with the Russians was to me the most important thing he said in 16, where I
Mm.
said this is the guy I want in the White House.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I came in from the cold in 16 and voted for the first time in like 3 elections. Or seriously. I mean, I didn't vote for my wife or Bugs Bunny and I voted for Trump. I
These
voted for
nuts.
Trump three
These
times.
nuts. These nuts.
Yeah. These nuts. Yeah. No, I never did these nuts. I literally I voted for my wife for governor twice because
I voted for Mr. Potato Head in 2008.
I
and
wrote in David
but I voted
Stockman.
for DeSantis in the last 2 elections. I mean, DeSantis was fine.
Hey, I want to say that there's going to be a whole lot of pretend going on in this meeting. One of the things that Mr. Trump has to pretend is that he's not Putin's puppet. And so I think that's one of the reasons he's been making all this noise over the last couple of weeks about Putin better do this and better do that. He's got to put on a display that he can't be pushed around. He's not weak. He's not giving in to Putin about anything. And Putin, has to do a certain amount of pretending too that the war is not that he hasn't won the war in
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's just true. I mean, what's interesting about that video still, the video came with I had it turned off because I'm, on this cast, but it came with Trump had the U.S. Air Force do a precision flyover while they were walking down the red carpet from the airplane. So, I mean, like it was all, they both looked up and they went, and Putin was like, kind of cool. And they're like, yeah, and Trump claps a little bit. They do the thing. They do the handshake where they both try to pull the other one across, and it didn't. Trump tried to pull Putin in. Putin resisted it this time. It was they were on kind of equal terms.
It's one of those
and they
judo
both kind of look at each other like
it's one of those judo
well played.
handshakes, right? Where you really look like you're trying to pull the guy off balance.
Yeah, pull the guy off balance. Yeah, to pull him in. Nah, it didn't look. It looked fine. Like they were. It was just really funny. There's no way that I don't know how you spin that video in any way, because both of them know what's going on. Like they know they know how that's all going to be used to try to be used against them, and they're like, yeah, that's fun.
When two leaders of that caliber meet, what do they do? You know, skiff, or do they kind of go on their own walk away from? Because I mean, they both have intelligence agencies that can hear a grasshopper fucking 10 miles
Not this
away.
time, apparently. The commentators who were covering the arrival of both of them said that this moment that they were together in the limousine might be the only time that they weren't with their aides.
Hmm.
So sometimes it does happen that way. They go for a walk in the woods, but I'm not sure it happens this time.
Who is driving?
What
Well,
I mean,
yeah, and they probably have a window that goes down in
And
the.
they probably have
Oh, of course.
bugs
yeah,
sticking
no,
out of
And
every.
apparently,
yes, that's what I
Putin speaks
mean.
some English too. You know.
Oh,
Oh,
he
Putin
definitely
speaking.
speaks some English. Yes.
Yeah. So
Oh
they
yeah, no,
can they
he
can have a
speaks
conversation.
English. There's not some English. He always chooses
Yeah.
to speak in Russian so
Yeah.
that he cannot be misinterpreted by the home audience.
Yeah. But I wonder what you suppose the Democratic, progressive, woke, whatever we call them these days, opposition, including the color revolutionists in that faction, how do they react to this? Because my impression is that they don't give a shit about Ukraine anymore. All that enthusiasm from 3 years ago about flying the Ukraine prayer flags and stuff, and that's over. Oh, there are no more Ukraine flags flying anywhere around my woked up
They
little corner of upstate New York.
the thing is, I think, Jim, is that what they care about is doing everything they can to stop the demon Trump, creamsicle Mussolini, from running the table on them. It's just that
From
simple.
succeeding at
That's where we
anything.
are. And succeeding at anything. Every day
Yeah.
is opposite day in Trump's new America.
Yeah.
That makes them exceedingly predictable.
Hmm. What
And Trump
makes
has
you think?
used
What
that and
makes you
has
think?
produced that predictability against him.
What
So
makes you think they can possibly pull off any kind of a civil war that will not get them utterly crushed and smashed?
I didn't I without outside help. It has to you have to get the country into a state of absolute and utter despair. I don't think we're there. That's why Trump is working so hard to get the get the money flowing and get the credit flowing and get the factories built and the jobs restarted and the wages up. That's what he's trying to do in order to stop that from happening. That's a good question as to whether he's going to be able to pull that off, but that's why he's acting with the kind of urgency that he is.
Hmm.
He understands that this is how you stave off the color revolution.
It
They will
really
never
is.
have a better chance at succeeding than right now.
It really is like the biggest bulwark against that is not so much, a standing army, so much as it's just like you got a solid 9 to 5. Like it
Yeah, I mean,
really is.
you
That is
have to give
such a
people some. You have to give people hope. That's why he goes out and he over. That's why he does what he does. That's why he does the overstating the obvious
yeah.
and the benefits and he does. This is all about his salesmanship.
The
And what
biggest
he's
car
selling
dealer,
is hold the country together, care about the country, and let's rebuild it.
the
Yeah.
That's what
biggest
he's
car
selling.
dealer, the biggest car salesman in the country, supposedly every month sends out a postcard to all his customers. And he says something sappy like, I think you're the most wonderful customer. And they say that it's so patently obvious bullshit, but it
Right,
still works. It
but it
still
still
works.
works. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
even giving people a tiny idea that you're paying attention to them.
Right.
Mhm.
It's like click and like on Twitter.
The same
The
thing is
one
like
thing
what
that I wonder about, and I'm sure this preoccupies you two even more than me, is whether any his opponents can engineer a financial train wreck, or whether a financial train wreck is heading our way, whether they do it or not, and how badly that could throw Mr. Trump off the tracks
That's
himself.
that's the big worry. We're still the central economy of the world.
The other thing
So
is, I have this funny feeling that him hammering Powell could very well be him basically forcing Powell not to act and then therefore giving Powell ownership for the problem. So
sure.
I don't think
Interesting.
Trump
Yeah,
is
yeah,
trying to bullying him into acting, but actually bullying him into not acting.
yeah.
Mhm.
No, it makes perfect sense, Dave, and I have zero problem with that idea. Um, Powell is his whipping boy to start the longer form conversation about needing to reform, if not remove, the Federal Reserve. And Powell's job is to continue to act as a nominally independent Federal Reserve chair, acting within his purview as, prescribed to him by Congress, dual mandate, 2%, all these things, so that the investing world doesn't see the chaos. Like, there's a lot of people out there who are trained in, believe in, have their money invested in the old Keynesian model, right? We're all Keynesians, whether we like it or not. Now, are we going to change to something different? Fine. Are we going to do that tomorrow? Please, no. I'm not interested in dollars at that point. I'm interested in, as I say all the time, toilet paper, canned sardines, pemmican, bullets, and, that's it. Like, that's all I care about. And some whiskey. Like, I need shit to trade with and to eat. So you've got to have Powell be that kind of node of, stability that as the antipode to the mercurial, chaotic, aggressive Trump. You have to have those two. You have to have thesis and antithesis. If the goal is getting rid of the Fed and hang Powell, sure, it will be unfair, but that's okay. I don't think Powell gives a shit about whether it's fair or not.
Well, what happens when you get rid of the Fed?
Powell wouldn't have done what he did for the last
complicated.
4 years.
When you say get rid of the Fed, what does that entail?
Oh God, that's a 15. That in and of itself is a 10 to 15 year conversation. But looking at the way the stablecoin bill was written, what's happening with all, I've covered all this shit in my podcast with people like Vince and Caitlin Long and others. Like,
good, you're well equipped to summarize it then.
Yeah, no, I'll summarize it very simply. I'll summarize it very simply. One of the provisions of the stablecoin bill is that individual banks will be able to issue their own dollar-backed stable coins as long as, of course, they adhere to the rules. And the rules are, minimum 100% reserves and, monthly audits, right? This is in effect in the ability for the local banks to issue local versions of dollars that are not Federal Reserve notes.
So we're back to bank notes.
That's the TLDR, folks.
We're back to bank notes like 1811.
Yeah, that was pre-1913 was the bank notes.
Exactly. That was
the year
but the comment they're trying to back it with treasuries, not gold.
Yeah. Probably a little bit of both, or mostly treasuries, or mostly T-bills. Look at Tether's portfolio as a model. Tether was allowed to grow and allowed to survive in order to be the model and test it in the freaking world. It was the beta test. It is now its own. It's now its own thing. Tether is a legitimate, large and important cog to this entire story, because Tether is now internationalizing the dollar in a way that we have never seen before, because now it is allowing people who do not make enough money to have a bank account be able to save their daily wages in dollars all across Africa, Central America. By the way, something I heard the other day, this is going to be interesting. Has anybody looked at the Turkish lira? It's trading in like the 40s or the 50s versus the dollar. This is a currency that 10 years ago was trading at 1.6, 1.8 versus the dollar. Tether is making massive inroads into Turkey as the way they're converting their lira into Tether, and they're holding it on chain in Tether. Like, it's a big deal. Tether itself is a thing. It's not just the liquidity token to trade Bitcoin against on private exchanges. It's now becoming its own thing. And it's a source of large scale holdings of US T-bills, because they hold 90 or some percent of their friggin' portfolio is held in US T-bills.
Is Tether money? Can you transact in it? Does it store a value?
Buying goods and services in Tether. Yeah. Yeah. It's happening all over the world. Hell, I was at a Bitcoin conference in Tampa last month, or in late June. I talked to a couple that, are patrons. They just come back from fucking Peru. They went to the farmer's market or to the local shops, and yeah, you could buy fucking produce in Tether. It's happening.
Well, you got to wonder, in this scenario of quote getting rid of the Federal Reserve and moving to a local banknote system, how the transition would be, whether it would be an orderly transition. It's hard to
It'll be
imagine
a
how it would
market
be.
driven. I think it'll be a market driven one. I don't think it's going to be again. I don't think it's going to be something that happens overnight. I think it's just going to be a market driven one.
And
That
I'm not sure what happens to all these supposedly or so-called unbanked people in America who just simply depend on, paper cash to
Yeah, I mean,
well,
I'm not saying that that's the only monetary system we're going to have. Don't get me
mhm.
wrong. I'm like the Federal Reserve note is going to compete against digital bank, digital. Like they compete. We have digital dollars now, right? We already do, but they're backed. Yeah, but they're effectively Federal Reserve notes, and they're in the Federal Reserve system. We have cash, which operates nominally outside of the Federal Reserve system, like nominally, in that once they're printed, they just circulate around, right?
Mhm.
Um, I'm saying that the monetary system is going to start moving towards the private formation of money.
Doesn't
And
Gresham's law
outside,
kick in at some point?
yeah, well, this is better money. And so yeah, at some point then the Fed is going to do what? Print money to do what? To devalue the Federal Reserve note against these other stable coins and circulate at 95 cents to the dollar. You think anybody's going to use them? No, they're not going to save in them. They'll spend them until they go away. They'll spend their Federal Reserve. The same thing with Bitcoiners. Bitcoiners always say, save your Bitcoin, spend your dollars, right? Well, soon it'll be save your stable coins, spend your Federal Reserve notes. Or the Fed gets religion and de-risks and de-leverages its balance sheet. I think the Fed is going to be wound down over time. I'm not saying tomorrow, but what Powell did was start the process of moving the Fed's balance sheet from $8.5 trillion down to around $6. The gold is going up in value, and the gold reserves. And Peskin keeps saying, "Nope, we're not going to revalue gold. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do any of those shenanigans." But we all know that the Fed's holding the Treasury's gold on its balance sheet. As gold goes up in price, it occupies a higher percentage of the Fed's balance sheet in real marketable terms. At $5,000 an ounce, the Treasury gold held on the Fed's balance sheet is 20% of the Fed's balance sheet. It's worth in real terms, nominal terms, it's worth $1.98 trillion against the six. It's like 19.8% at $5,000 an ounce. I did the math the other day. It's a five. So then the Fed is only a 5-to-1 leverage bank. 5-to-1. Does it need to be 2-to-1? Does it need to be 3-to-1? I don't know. But at $5,000 an ounce, that seems reasonable.
It makes me wonder whether,
Shape.
you can just depend on a handful, a half a dozen of these super giant banks to operate the sort of system that you're proposing, or whether or not, in fact, they're going to have to be a new multiplication of smaller banks.
It's going to be a multiplication of smaller banks. Jim, one of the things that Caitlin Long brought up in the podcast we did the other day was that 70% of the credit in the country is generated, instantiated, and issued by small and regional banks. The big banks aren't the engine of credit growth. The small banks are, and they've been financially repressed into hell and gone. And that's part of the reason why we've been in a 15-year fucking depression.
Mm-hmm. So what are the big banks doing? Are they just doing financial finagling, acting as hedge funds, fucking around?
They go back to being international bank. They become the trusted intermediaries to handle international trade as well as to fund all the big projects. Meanwhile, the libraries and the tool and die shops and the tire and the new urgent care center on the corner and the I don't know, whatever, the pizza joint that gets built, the new strip mall that gets built, that's all going to be financed by local banks. It's exactly the way it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not going. But it's going to be done under the rubric of an interest rate environment where regionally people are going to be fighting for capital based on regional interest rates.
So will the interest rates be real, like discoverable by as market interest rates, or
Again, that's what I'm hoping for. The less the Fed is involved in the entirety of the financial of controlling the entirety of the monetary system, then yes, you will wind up with you should wind up with ultimately a more market driven interest rate environment. Moreover, it should be an interest rate environment that is regional.
So years ago, I actually thought that we should go to more local savings and lend locally. And I came up with this really catchy name. I was thinking of calling it the savings and loan.
Bailey's.
But that's sort of what you're describing, and another way of putting it is to use hodler terms, decentralizing.
Yeah, we're decentralizing the monetary system again.
I
I
think
think
that's the macro trend anyway for just about everything.
right.
You know, that
It's happening. Yeah,
is downscaling and relocalization. So
yeah,
I think we've reached the critical limit for centralizing stuff and for gigantism in our affairs.
I agree. But I've always said I hate bigness.
Well, and the rest of the world has now joined you. The CDC, was it the CDC? Oh, the American Medical Association came out and said that, it's really irresponsible to get rid of the mRNA vaccines because we'll lose faith in the medical system. And I'm going, oh,
Yeah.
dude,
Oh,
that ship has sailed.
oh.
Yeah,
You
How can they
can't.
be
you're
so
you
stupid?
have
God
whistled you
Well,
have
forbid.
whistled past it.
I think you got a 20 something who's running the Twitter feed. And one of the funniest tweets I saw was some guy used the word "you're" wrong. He spelled it wrong. He didn't put an apostrophe when it was a "you-are." And he was talking about the CIA, and he said the CIA. He said something nasty about him. He said they're monitoring everything, and he used the wrong term "you're," and the CIA corrected his spelling.
Uh,
So that's an interesting thesis. I think the loss in faith in institutions is ginormous, and
Mhm.
this is very, very, very fourth turning.
yeah.
And the one thing that I want everybody to think about is what Trump is trying to do is with all of this is to rebuild some faith in some institutions and destroy the faith that we've had in the ones that have destroyed us. Like there has to be a moment where we look around and we go, you know what? Yeah, we would like, we would like the cops to maintain order. We would like people to we would like the road crews to fix the potholes. We would like our government to actually work for us and not, subsidize the homeless, the homeless and the homeless camps and all the rest. Like this is what we want. And what we have to do as commentators, and I've been very acutely aware of this as this is, as I've tapped into the anger of the zeitgeist. It's just my own anger personally. When I look at my own anger, I'm like, yeah, I cannot turn into some, just let's just nuke them all and let God sort it out. Kind of that's the worry is that the pendulum swings too far the other way, and I keep bringing up that we can't turn into the Fremen from Dune and then go on a rampage and just kill everybody. We have to realize, and I think that we have to realize that the way through this is for the pendulum to swing back and move forward with a
So you're
positive
the
attitude
you're the
toward how we're
Edmund
going to rebuild and say, look, we're sorry that we fucked up. We, America, sorry that we got subsumed by empire. Our goal now is we're pulling back and we're going to rebuild, retrench, and we want you to come along for the ride.
you're the Edmund Burke of the modern era. By the way, there's a good podcast by Walter Kern and Matt Taibbi from a day or two ago, I think, in
Mhm.
which they're talking about the Russia collusion scandal, which is taking place, and they did a stupendous job of probably spending 45 minutes shredding Colbert, just
Oh, goody.
shredding Colbert.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Oh, good.
So
What do you
so I
suppose
so I
happened to
sent I
his
sent
personality?
Walter the video that the pedo hunters say is Colbert tormenting a little child. It's clear that the kid is in huge trouble, right? The kid is
Mhm.
in a situation. Oh, you should.
Is
Is
it a
it
real
any of you?
recording of
No, I
Colbert
know what you're
doing
talking
something
about.
bad?
No, they think
Yeah,
it's Podesta. I remember that from like
that's not
2016.
Podesta.
No, no, well, the original thing was they thought it was Podesta. No, I know what you're talking about. It's
So there's
horrifying
this
because
video of a kid who's clearly in big trouble. This kid's probably not going to survive based on it, and someone's tormenting him, the
it's
music,
like
and
behind like a
W-
foggy like kind of
yeah,
like
yeah,
a,
yeah, yeah.
it's I can still
It's
hear
it's
that.
it's really brutal. And so I sent it off to Walter and said, Walter, you might want to, if you're going to hammer Colbert, you might want to hit him with this
Is
one.
Colbert visible in this thing?
No,
Well,
no, it
you
was first
can't see him
circulated in
well enough.
2016, and what I mean is it's been attributed to different people at different. The video I think is real, but it's been attributed to different hot
Right.
potatoes over the years.
Right. Colbert, it wouldn't shock you if it was him based on what you can see him. It's not a bad lookalike, but it's one of these fuzzy videos. But it's a
What
but
do
in
you
any
think?
event, so Walter and Taibbi just took Colbert to the cleaners, just really, really clobbered his ass. Well, Walter got mad. Walter
Well,
got
I mean,
mad when
beyond the supposition that he's in this brutal film, how did they do that?
they did it by pointing out that he was completely deep state selling his soul and how this is just a big psyop that they really went at him as and like this is not just a guy trying to be funny. This is not. They really made him out. Walter started yelling. Walter really, really, really lost his shit talking about Colbert. So it's
I
worth the
don't think
peek,
it's
actually.
I don't think it's a
I posted it.
coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence that he goes down, that Stern show is dying. It all does kind of seem to be there. It's all in the wake of USAID. All
Hmm
this
Mhm.
shit is. It's because how do you get this when you see things that you know are unfunny? When you
You know,
see
guys like NPR and various
well,
groups like
all the
that are all
nightly
getting
shows,
pounded,
like
right?
I don't doubt that they have some following, but when you see them every night or on YouTube and it's got 50 million views and you watch it and you're like, this is state propaganda. Well, those companies aren't they're not stupid. They're not going to do it if the balance sheet isn't if the budget isn't balanced unless they're getting some inorganic funding from the government or
Right.
NGOs that are in between them and the
So
aforementioned
Nike's
government.
still doing a super DEI, supporting all sorts of weird stuff, supporting
That
transgender
might
women in
be
sports. And I'm going,
that might be
I
organic and
no,
that might
I
be
don't believe it.
cultural inertia.
I don't believe a company that sells sporting equipment could possibly think that backing the gender benders was a for
It,
profit
but that might be like
move.
an inertia thing where
It could be, but the
Trump's still
inertia
only been in
should be the
office 7 months. I mean, it could still be something
yeah,
that's
could be, but they should have pulled the plug on that after 2 days. They should have realized it's over. They should have realized it's over when Trump got elected.
sure realized it was over when they realized the fuck they were doing, saying
Right,
dudes
right,
with cocks are beautiful women. Yeah, and I
right.
mean, I know the NFL's still doing that. I saw today they're like their whole end racism shit in the end zone, and I forget what comedian said it. He's like, "Who the fuck's watching a football game and sees that and goes, that's a good point." Like,
Good point, right? I know. I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought
oh,
of that.
oh, okay, yeah.
Wow, wow. And by the way, I don't think the NFL is known for its bias against black athletes. Um,
I would tend to agree that maybe the end racism means they're gonna let me fucking join one of the
well,
NFL.
maybe they're having a problem with the fact that the best running back in the country is a white guy. I don't know, but that may
Who's
disrupt
he
their
playing
whole.
for?
I can't remember. His name is Cherry or something. I don't watch football anymore because my wife doesn't like it and time's precious. But I can't remember what his name is, but it's a pretty surreal thing. I thought the all pro white running backs were a thing of the past.
Hmm.
How much of the troops being in DC isn't so much in like is this 'cause that's not the norm, right? If you just go meet with a world leader. I mean, right? Even with Russia, because
The timing's pretty good though. I agree
no,
with
it
Tom on
is.
that. There's
Well,
something
I mean, is
oddly perfectly timed.
it's not a defense against Russia, I mean.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no, no.
that's what I mean.
I think Putin and Trump have the same goal. I think if there's a collusion,
Probably.
that's yeah, I think Putin and Trump want to shake hands. And in fact, if they ever do have a serious meeting, by the time they have it, the Lavrov and these and his I'm not sure it's Rubio. I don't know who would be negotiating with Lavrov, but the
Sure, it'd
details
be
of the
Rubio.
would it be?
Yeah, he's the equivalent of the foreign
Well, he
minister.
is, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure he's the guy who would necessarily be doing it. There might be some
No,
behind the
Witkoff
scene guy.
might be talking to him
Right,
too.
right. And but the details I'm sure are hammered out before Trump and that's what was so problematic when Gorbachev and Reagan met in Reykjavik
Hmm.
because it fell apart.
Hmm.
And those things aren't supposed to fall apart.
No,
They're
that's what
supposed to
was.
meet to ink the deal.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what the whole SDI thing fell through.
Right, right. And the other thing you listen to, maybe it's Mearsheimer, I think said, when world leaders lie to their populace all the time, but they don't lie to each other when they get together. They lay their cards on the table.
Hmm.
Sure.
And I don't see where Trump and Putin have a disagreement. I can't identify one unless for some reason Trump thinks that he's gonna, put Trump Mining Incorporated into Ukraine or something. But I can't find it. I think Trump wants the war to end, and I think Putin wants the war to end, and
Do they
and
want to
uh,
restore normal relations between
and
Russia and the West? They want they want the EU to stand down and shut up.
That's right. That's right. I don't see
They
where I.
want.
So that presumably Putin and Trump are talking about how to deal with Europe, as we said kind of earlier. I think
Hmm.
they're trying to figure out how to dismantle the Europeans, even though supposedly Russia has something like 4 times the number of tanks of all of Europe or something goofy like that. So, and not to mention nukes. And
Well, the
so,
Europeans at this point are just insane.
right.
They're really not in their right minds. They've got to get rid of their current leadership, and they got to start over.
Do,
And they
do
got
you
to.
think Great Britain, by the way, is now being dismantled by the Islamic wave?
It
Looks to me
does
like it is,
kind of
or at
seems
least
like it's really circling.
if not disabled, just an absolute impediment to being a civilized society.
Right. So,
And it'll only get worse and worse because the Muslims in the country are very aggressive. They're very aggressive about Sharia law and about reproducing at a greater rate than the Britons, and they got a real problem over there.
And I
right.
think
And
that's
now
the craziest
you've
thing.
got you're now starting to see you're starting to see elections go that direction now, where the majority
Yeah.
is now showing up, and that's,
I
I
really
don't,
you know,
wonder when they're going to expel a lot of these people
they're
because
not.
they
I,
need to
I
be expelled.
I don't know.
I agree, Jim. My worry is that this is exactly what they are engineering on purpose. They're
I
engineering
agree. I
a
agree. We're playing
moment
into
of
someone's hands. Right.
despair. Like
Right.
when you listen to be,
Oh,
I
to
just got
bring
done
in
with
a strong hand.
and no, then they get to remake society, and then they get to go and they get to blame it on Putin. They get, okay, let's go fight. The problem is, and this is where we get into, the question is, who in Europe is going to fight for Ursula von der Leyen?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Who
They
is going to
can't
fight
fight,
for Kirsten?
period.
Right.
They can't fight. They don't. They got nothing. They don't have
I'll
armies.
I'll
They
I'll
don't have
fight.
armaments.
the
I'll
the
fight
bigger
for
the
Maloney.
right. Italians may fight for Maloney. I
Orban.
know the
Orban.
Hungarians will
Orban.
fight for Viktor Orban. The Serbs won't fight for Vucic, unfortunately. And this is where this is the problem. They thought they were going to be able to do what they want to do, which is to create despair in their populace there and create despair here in the United States, and but still have us somehow fight the Russians on their behalf.
Hmm.
And they don't have, and that's not what's going to happen.
Hmm.
They're going to get, like, I'm telling you, I think Trump is, if Trump and Putin can't come to a reasonable arrangement about um, Ukraine, meaning to quote unquote end the war, or if they do come to, let's put it this way, they do come to an agreement about ending the war, and the Europeans don't like it. Warren Armstrong's been banging his shoe on the table about like Khrushchev saying the talk is that NATO is going to move 250,000 troops into Ukraine.
I
Now,
don't believe that. I actually don't believe that.
I look. I'm not. I
I'll tell you why I don't
let's take
believe
it.
it, because I think they'll
My
come
point is,
back.
let's
I
take it
think
as
they'll come
true. It
back
doesn't
in
matter
body
if it's
bags.
true or
They'll
not.
come back in body bags. That will be the end of that.
Well, that's
little
what I'm getting
adventure.
at, Dave. Assume that it's true and then play the scenario out.
Oh,
What
ugly.
happens? Trump and Putin come to an agreement. Trump says, I will give, but Trump tells Putin, look, I'm going to give the Europeans the same defense guarantee, basically, that I gave Israel, which is, yeah, you can go fight over there in Iran, but I'm not going to go really do it for you. I have my own plans over there, and I will defend Israel, and that's it. And you guys can duke it out.
Hey, I got to
And
ask you,
they
Tom.
can be, and then everybody gets destroyed, and the Europeans get the lesson. This game is over. Whereas Trump only commits a certain amount of support, which is basically defensive air support. The rest of it is all Europeans. The Europeans send 250,000 people back. The Russians send 250,000 Europeans back in body bags, and this fucking thing's over.
Okay, now that's very hypothetical. What
I
I'd
know
like
it is,
to do, what
but
I'd
that's
like
the
to do,
framework.
since you mentioned, what are Putin and Trump talking about vis-a-vis Ukraine, I got to point out, I don't think there's much to talk about. It's sort
Right.
of, it's
I don't
self-evident what's
either.
happened. The Russians are going to control the Donbass, and they're certainly not going to give back Crimea. I mean, that's
No.
just not going to happen. I think there's only one issue. Only one issue. Are they going to allow Ukraine to have Odessa or not? That's
I,
it.
I agree. And
And
I think
and, and I think they
And
probably
does
have
Trump
to.
care? Does
And they
Trump care?
probably have to. Yeah, I think they probably
What?
have to.
No,
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 I
no, no.
absolutely think so.
Why would Trump care? Why
Because you
wouldn't he
have to
just
get
hand it over?
Because I think
because
to make Ukraine to allow Ukraine to function, just to export its grain, it's got to have a port on the Black Sea.
So that would be
no,
the last
I
port.
think that would be their last port on the Black Sea. Wait,
Right.
what I think is that Jim, you're onto something. And
He's on
we saw
something.
no, you're right. Absolutely. He's asking the right question, right? And the right
What is there
question
to
is
argue about? What is there to
well,
settle?
what's the argue about is who actually controls Odessa, who actually controls the ports. And we got a clue about this a couple of weeks ago where there was a report that an American company was came in and bought up the port logistics. So in a couple of there's like 7 ports in Odessa, and the Americans are moving in there. What Putin wants is the fucking British out of Odessa. It doesn't matter if Kiev is in charge in Odessa or not. What matters is that the fucking British or the Anglo-Dutch or
What is their
whatever
presence? What's their
what's that?
presence in Odessa, the Brits? Do they own any of those port
They
facilities?
have a where do like every you've got the major air base in Romania. You've got Kiev and London have been coordinating out of Odessa so many of the strikes against the Russian Navy in the Black Sea
Hmm.
and the strikes on Crimea have
Hmm.
all come out of combined operations out of fucking Odessa. That fucking grain deal was bullshit. The reason why Putin had to shut that down was because the fucking Brits were using those ships to ship fucking weapons into the goddamn
Well, doesn't it seem
Ukraine.
pretty self-evident that the Russians are going to insist
Same
upon
bullshit that
Isn't it
they would
self-evident that the Russians are going to insist on controlling Odessa for a
or
while
there's
anyway?
somebody or some third party
Neutral.
that they
Neutral. Yeah.
trust.
What third
Yeah.
party could that
It
possibly
would be the
be?
United States
Well,
Colbert.
under Trump.
Colbert. Colbert.
yeah.
I don't know. I
Look
mean,
at
that's the
it's
best I got,
Russia's.
man.
The basic
That's the best I
proposition
got.
is it's Russia's sphere of influence. It has been for 300 years or more, and if anyone is going to control what's going on there, it's going to be the Russians. But what they have to do is that they have to control it properly and
Yeah.
allow the Ukrainians to have a country, have a life, have an income, and not become despotic about it.
Okay. Look at the look at what the Azerbaijan Armenia deal was all about. The
You-
I
United
have no
States,
idea.
The United States interests control the corridor there now. But Nagorno-Karabakh is over, which is an old fucking British leftover. Put both sides, but people because Pashinyan is a fucking George Soros plant, dudes. Okay, so as opposed to the Russians couldn't settle this fucking thing, but the Americans did.
Well, whose territory does it end up being?
Azerbaijan's, and that's going to weaken Pashinyan in Yerevan, in Armenia, and probably finally get this fucking cockroach out of office, who should have been overthrown years ago. But they couldn't, but he's hung on and hung on and hung on. But you give up this, that's it. That deal is so lopsided for Azerbaijan, Putin will smile because it will get rid of Pashinyan in Armenia. Meanwhile, it also removes the Turks and the Israelis from the region. That means the British from the region. The United States is in there. And then let's talk about all the smoke about the United States investor buying Nord Stream 2 to ship Russian gas into Europe. The framework, those two pieces there tell you give you an idea of what the model may be for Odessa is what I'm getting at. That's why I was putting that out there as a
Mhm.
possibility.
I don't
And
quite get how the British suppose that they can maintain their influence in any of these places, given the condition of their country and their military?
Not the
They got
country.
nothing.
They're the British. When I use British, not England, I mean the transnational fucking globalist Anglo-Dutch system. They have old fucking relationships all the way around the world, and their people are embedded everywhere, and their companies are everywhere, and their private banks are everywhere. And this is what needs in this network of relationships. This is why I was like, I don't trust Modi as far as I can throw him, because you can see the dead hand of the old British Anglo-Dutch Empire affecting how Modi plays the friggin' chessboard. I've been saying this for shit for years. So this is why if Trump and Putin get together, they get to be the one that puts the pincer on all of these people who have been like, give me. I'm like, how about fuck you? No, you work for us now. Fuck you. No, you work for us now.
What's the last desperate move of the Europeans in this game?
A false flag to start a fucking nuclear war. What else? The same thing we've been talking about for 2 years.
What kind of false flag starts a
meeting
nuclear
today
war?
is so goddamn important.
Wait a minute. What false flag would start a nuclear war?
The nuclear weapon smuggled in.
I don't know. I don't have an answer to this. What I'm telling you is I look at this is the escalatory framework where you put things like, how many times did Assad gas his own people when he was winning in Syria?
How many times did he do it in which I actually believe it?
0. But 3
Right.
times when he right. But that's what I mean. So Putin's winning in Ukraine, and somehow he's going to then do something fucking
Throw a Hail
off
Mary.
the fucking board crazy, like
Yeah.
nuke
In fact,
Kiev.
I really miss. So here's the story. I've had to go back and read my annual reviews because they're being hardbound by Bob Moriarty for some reason, and I will probably, if I sell them, I'll probably make $300. But I've had to copy edit them, and I talked about this before. But when I wrote about, for example, Syria and the white helmets and how they were actually the bad guys at night and the good guys by day, and the whole thing was just bullshit, and that the gas attacks were fake and everything, you really felt like you understood it. I don't feel like I understand any of this stuff now. I can't keep up with it, and maybe it's it's too. I can't metabolize the data fast enough to make sense of it.
I can't, except for the European part. I think that they're just out
That's
of
a
their
big
minds.
part, though.
I think they're just crazy at this point, and
they're
preoccupied with their own
But
craziness.
it doesn't help. It doesn't help that Trump thrives in chaos and therefore creates chaos on purpose, right? For him, it's like he's a mutter, right? As they say in what's the movie where they talk about mutters? Where he plays well on a muddy field, and so he muddies up the field, and then it's home field advantage for him. And so you're sitting there trying to make sense of it, where Trump is explicitly trying to make no sense of it. And people who hate him think he's just an idiot, but the 4D chess model is not crazy. I mean, it's the fact that Trump could be acting as Bill Maher said. The guy in the White House is not insane. The guy you see on TV is.
Yeah. And remember that Vladimir Putin is a judo master.
He's a master of a lot of stuff, right? I mean, the other thing is
he knows about keeping his opponent off balance.
That's right. That's right. So Sun Tzuing it too as well, probably while he's at it, right? Now, Putin, I think, is the most grounded world leader on the planet.
Yeah, he's like the most milk. You hear him talk? He's the most milquetoast guy.
Putin.
He seems very relaxed.
Well, he's wrong word. Very, very purposeful. He doesn't throw around. He doesn't throw bullshit. He doesn't. When he says something, I go, you got to take it at face value.
Yeah. There's no political correctness. There's no bolster. It is just kind of.
And he might be lying tactically, but he doesn't. He and Trump are totally opposites in that sense, right? Biden was a liar, Trump's a bullshit artist, and Putin just goes right through the front door.
Yeah.
A great way to put it.
Yeah, Putin will exaggerate, tactically. He will play his game. He's very good at how he shapes his narratives. The Russians are good at propaganda. It's just a different kind of propaganda. And
Right.
I don't say that I don't say that derisively. I don't say that
Oh, not a
dismissively.
bit.
I say
No,
it with
no,
No.
I
no.
say it with I say it with absolute respect. You just have to know
I
what it
agree.
is.
I agree.
And Trump lies strategically.
In
Trump
fact, when the head of the Wagner group, what was his name, who supposedly got brought down by Putin?
Prigozhin.
Prigozhin.
Yeah,
Prigozhin.
yeah, yeah. I never for a second believed that he and Putin were having trouble. The evidence pointed to the fact that those two are working together just fine. I think someone else took him down and then tried to hang it on Putin.
Yeah,
When
that would
he
be the British.
when he got taken out, supposedly Putin rushed back to Moscow, and I'm going, if he took him out, he wouldn't have had to have rushed back to Moscow,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah,
He would have been in position,
yeah, no.
I
wherever
always
that
thought
Occam,
that
was.
Occam's razor on that was that Prigozhin did the thing and went against Putin, and Putin had him killed a year later. No, I think it was the failed rebellion.
I
I
think
think
they're
in the end, that was more definitely a an operation. I mean, Prigozhin could have
One of the theories
Prigozhin.
was is that the Wagner group was, as they were supposedly moving on Moscow, moving surprisingly close to Kiev.
Yes.
And so the idea was is under cover of we're going after Putin, he
Mhm.
moved troops into a tactically better position. But then
And
he made
then
the
and
mistake
then they
of
wound up and then they wound
getting
up
on
in
a plane and
Belarus.
going to, yeah, but he went to Africa, and I'm going, why would your main man, why would you let him get on a plane and fly to Africa?
Yeah. And
I
then
don't
why would all of
understand
his
that.
men who defected, they all wound up in Belarus? All the ones who were loyal, they all wound up
I,
in Belarus right on the border,
I always
Right.
thought
like
they were trying
75
to
miles from Kiev.
I thought they were trying to smoke out moles or defectors with
Yeah,
the
absolutely they
Wagner.
were.
That's what I thought it
Absolutely.
was.
Yeah, yeah.
Find out all the CIA assets who were probably like, go, 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 this is the window. I feel like that's what they're probably doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or it's above our pay scale.
but it probably is.
Or it's
Maybe
above our pay scale.
What's going on? What's going on in Gaza, Israel? It's been quiet.
I think
I don't
I think
I
at this
honestly
point
don't
they have to
follow.
move in and take it just to fucking like cover up whatever bodies are left. I think at this point they're like, we got to get in there and just so it doesn't whatever they do find is like 1/10 of what we've done. I think at this point they're like, we have to go fucking like burn it.
Do you think that um the model I like, for example, is that Trump and president of Iran, I can't remember his name, Tom will know it, um, um, set up the raid on the nuclear site to make it look authentic, and then set up the counterattack to make it look authentic when actually nobody died, and so that they could say to the Israelis, "Now shut the fuck up."
That's basically my take.
Right.
I think they did. I don't think it was all fake. I think I think we did what we needed to do, and we sent the message to the world as to what we're capable
But
of.
we probably told Iran we were going to do it. We let them know,
Yeah,
you know.
so that they had, so that their civilian, enrichment
Well, it's
program
like
could.
when Biden went to Kiev. We let the Russians know he's going to Kiev so that they wouldn't bomb the shit out of him by mistake, right?
Right.
And the other thing is, so that kind of took that war off the table based
Yep.
on that argument, which I thought was a
Mhm.
brilliantly
Got rid of the
simple tactical
boogeyman.
move.
Yeah, killed
Yeah,
the boogeyman.
got rid of the boogeyman, and all of a sudden we're not talking about it anymore. I still think
And yeah,
I've been fairly quiet for a couple of years now on Israel Gaza, but I've decided that I'd made a transition from being ignorant. I read a bunch of books in the Middle East and none of it stuck, and then I realized that no one understands the Middle East, so I shouldn't feel bad. Um, but I reached a point where I realized that I had sort of crossed over a threshold where being silent was started to border on cowardice, and that I had, so at some point I'm going to write something up and say, here's the deal. You know, Israel has committed atrocities. Did you see the other day that Grok started
hmm,
um, spewing atrocity stuff out on Twitter?
I
So people
saw it.
started asking, and then they brought Grok down for a half hour for a little tune-up, so that Grok came in a little more ambivalent about what went on in Gaza.
Is
Took
that is
about a
that
half.
Yeah,
separate? Or is that separate from Mecha Hitler? That was about a month
Was
ago.
that?
Did
Oh,
you
I
guys
don't know
see
that
Mecha
one.
Hitler? Oh my
No.
God, he went fucking crazy. He just started
Mega Hitler?
Mecca Hitler.
Mecca. Yeah.
Mecca
Oh
Hitler.
my God, dude, that was I don't know, that might have been the best 12 hours I've ever seen on the internet.
What was it?
Mecca Hitler, it was just everything.
I think that
Everything is just it was just the
Couldn't
fucking
have been everything. What was it?
everything. It's like the Holocaust isn't real. Israel runs the United States. The Mossad is occupying our government. You're never allowed to
yeah,
question
yeah.
them. They're the anti-white movement, the choleric. It was just like it was so on if it was a movie, you'd be like, this is retarded. But it was
We
insane.
we we
And then
should
they killed him
find
that
out.
night.
We should always figure out what we're not allowed to talk about and talk about it. That's the bottom line.
Well, and then Mecca
Hmm.
Hitler's last thing was if they kill me, at least I'll die based. Like that was it. It was fucking dude. He was posting images of just him as Hitler, but made out of like chrome, and he's like, "Mega Hitler will never be silenced." Like, and
Well,
then
That's
there
people on
that's
Twitter started tweeting and saying like, "This is not. We don't stand by this. Like, something's gone awry." It was why, dude. Look,
Do you remember
look up
when
Mecca
when
Hitler,
when
man.
J.P. Morgan had asked J.P. Morgan a question? So J.P. Morgan said, "We'll field questions for you." So the J.P. Morgan Twitter feed said they'd field questions for you. And someone came out and said people were saying things like, "Well, I have 20% mortgage-backed securities. I have some CPDOs and CLOs and this and that." And I said, "Am I diversified enough?" That sort of thing. And within about a half an hour, J.P. Morgan put out a tweet that said, "We're going to have to rethink this strategy." Um, so what's going on with Israel? I'm curious. I've lost track of it. It's been so quiet.
Well, it's pretty clear that I would that they're demolishing that entire area. I don't think they didn't know about October 7th. I don't know how you can have the most militarized border on the fucking planet and not see that coming. And then they're going in, and it seems like they want all that land, so they're gonna fucking kill everyone. They're gonna dress it up in a million different ways, but it seems that's pretty obvious. And then the fact that if you talk
I
about it, it's a
also
lightning
hear they're
rod, I think
trying to
that
take parts of Syria.
yeah, it's expansion.
Right. Well, that's expanding pretty good. That's a
Yeah.
pretty
well,
rapid expansion.
the interesting part about that, there's two things. One, Israel Iran is now a dead issue
Right.
because the whole casus belli for Israel Iran has been taken off the table.
Yeah.
Whether for real or in the public sphere is irrelevant.
Let me point out
What
something obvious
matters
here. If
is
if you had a nuclear facility that was serious, you would put it low enough. We've got salt mines in my neighborhood that go down 2 miles.
right,
There's no way you would put your nuclear program within reach of bunker busters.
right. So I, but what matters is that for all intents and purposes, politically, Israel's casus belli against Iran is over, and most of Iran's axis of resistance has been destroyed. So therefore, and a whole lot of and both sides got a big punch in the mouth for real. What Israel did to Iran on opening night in the first couple of days, big deal. What Iran eventually had left over and sent back, big deal. So as far as that's concerned, that's a tie and a lot of injuries. And then we get to like wipe our hands of this, and neither side is in the position to continue the fight.
Did anybody gain anything?
No, but except for humanity, because both of them have been effectively disarmed.
Well, we'll rearm Israel.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Well, Hamas has also been disarmed
yes, and Hamas has been disarmed, and Hezbollah
Right.
has been
Mhm.
disarmed, and the Houthis have almost no backing anymore. And now the big question is, what's the only big army left in the region? Turkey.
What about Saudis? Saudi
The
doesn't have a
Saudis don't
big
have a
army?
big army. The Saudis can
I have
barely.
no idea. I
Saudis
have
with
no
our
idea.
planes couldn't take out the fucking Houthis.
Right.
Yeah, I don't see the Turks reliving the Ottoman Empire.
No. Yeah, exactly. So this is what's really interesting. I saw something the other day, and I do not know where I saw it. Someone either sent it to me or I saw it on my Slack servers. I saw a report, could have been on a Russian Telegram channel. So, salt all this fucking shit to taste. But Occam's razor, why does Assad abdicate in Syria like he did, handing the place over to the Turks? It's a good question. We haven't really been able to answer it. The only thing that makes any sense is that Putin told him, we're pulling out. It's time for us to leave. And you're coming with us. You did fine work. It's over, but we're handing this thing over to the Turks. Now, why would he give that to Turkey? If for no other reason, then that's part of the to-do list to disarm the Middle East by sending the Turkish military, which is now overextended, which is extended into Syria, now fighting local conflicts all over Syria, along with their problems in the eastern half of the country with the Kurds, and a hyperinflating currency. And somebody pointed out to me on a space I did the other day that the Turkish military is not paid by the government; it's a private organization. And if they don't get, if the government, in fact, they're a private organization, then the government has to pay them. If the government doesn't have any fucking money to pay them, how are they going to get paid?
Well, it's always to Russia's advantage to have the have the Turks preoccupied with something else.
Yes, you give Erdogan everything he wants, just like Trump gave the fucking neocons everything they wanted, a green light to attack Iran, and they ended up not very happy about it because they didn't get regime change, they didn't get this, and they didn't get that. No, what they got was a tiny lot of injuries and no casus belli. Now you get rid of the million-man. Now you've pressured the million-man Turkish military into problems, and Erdogan is losing support of the military. His poll numbers are not bouncing because he got Syria, and his neo-Ottoman dreams are happening, and now they're collapsing. The very possibility here is that Erdogan is on his last legs in Turkey, which makes sense. Then why did he say it's imperative that Turkey join the EU as quickly as possible a couple of weeks ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he's losing. He's going to lose the next election.
Well, he's going to be in that behind. He's going to be in that same graveyard of former leaders with Friedrich Merz and Keir Starmer and Macron and everybody else.
Agreed. And then and now start thinking about the Nagorno-Karabakh deal and that whole corridor. Who's in charge of the head flows of that corridor? The United States. Meaning, there's a reason why they were kicked out of the F-35 project, guys. Like, this is it's happening. I think stretch goal. I said this to Dexter White the other day, and he just laughed at me. I said, dude, I think Putin's coming to restore Constantinople. And he's like, I like your sentiment, but I think you're insane. I'm like, I'm okay with that. You've called me that before, and I've been right before.
To restore Constantinople to what? To be a Christian city?
Oh, well, the problem is, of course, is that it's been so thoroughly Islamified. But this is the big question. Yeah, that's why he laughed at me. He's like,
so
he started to go off on a 20-minute history rant. I'm like, shut up, stop.
Did we just do the trade of the century where we traded Constantinople for Paris or something? Is that?
That's not a good trade.
Well, it's a trade of the century, though.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other little things that are going on as well. But this is all the old post-World War II order that we've all lived under is really fragile and really brittle, and it's starting to really collapse. I'm going to have to go soon, guys. My wife is waiting for me.
Yeah, me too.
I've been into a microphone since 2:30 this afternoon. I'm starting to lose my voice. So, but
all good.
If you guys want to keep going, that's fine. But I may
have to. I got to go too. I got things I got to take care of.
So
no.
All right.
So my appearance in Maine is supposed to upload on 8/20.
Okay.
Who is that with?
Tucker
Carlson.
Oh, you finally found out.
Well, I finally filmed it, so I said, well, we've gotten over that hump. But then it wasn't appearing, and then I finally reached out and said,
that happened to me when I went on his show like 2 years ago. It just it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But so is 8:20 in the evening or August 20th?
August 20th. Supposedly, she even said at 1 p.m. So
awesome, man.
Congratulations,
but it's a 23-year-old, hotter than you can imagine, young woman who can lie to me all day, and I'm okay. but I don't even know if it's any good. I mean, I
Who
can't remember.
cares? You
I
got
do
on
remember what we talked about off camera that was amazing, but it was
Mecha Hitler.
beyond camera. I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
beyond camera, I don't know.
Look up
I can't
Mecha
remember.
Hitler. Look up Mecha
Me-
Hitler. If you want to,
Mecha
dude,
Hitler.
if you want to laugh, man, look up Mecha Hitler. It was a wonderful 12 hours. He
Cool. No, I'm looking forward to that, Dave. That will be
Well,
one
I
I have
am
to
too
watch.
because it's going to be like, I hid my own Easter eggs. I can't seem to remember what we talked about. So,
well,
um,
good. All right, gents. Well, hey, let's wrap this shit up, and we will find out whatever the fuck Putin and Trump talked about. And for everybody listening, go to the
or
description and go
not,
follow.
or
Yeah, or
or
not,
we
or
won't.
whatever, or we won't. Yeah, or we won't. But everybody
Worst
listening,
historic Dave.
go in the description, go follow their Twitters. You can go find all their blogs and podcasts and all that good shit. And gentlemen, as always, thank you for time out of your day. I greatly appreciate it.
A pleasure. Bye to everybody.
Mecha Hitler.